Chapter 194. I did not see anything. Lin Chen's entire aura was completely retracted, as if he were non-existent. The sudden sound of a woman's soft gasps filled him with a mixture of confusion and wariness. Who could fathom the peculiarities of this ghostly valley? It was prudent to exercise caution. Amidst Lin Chen's perplexity, intermittent, faint moans began to emanate from the depths of the grass. These sounds were ambiguous, a blend of anguish and pleasure, leaving Lin Chen utterly bewildered. He contemplated that he should investigate. Regardless of what it might be, he resolved to proceed with care. A profound curiosity surged within him, compelling him to draw closer. If a formidable presence lurked within the thicket, it was likely that he could not evade the scrutiny of its spiritual awareness. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen cautiously advanced, mindful of every step so as not to produce any noise. The intermittent moans grew increasingly distinct. Lin Chen became more convinced that it was the sound of a woman, and her voice was remarkably clear and enchanting, evoking a sense of comfort within him. After expending considerable time and effort, Lin Chen finally neared the source of the sound. He found a concealed spot from which to observe. Upon looking, his face flushed with color. Following his gaze, he beheld a soft patch of grass where a woman lay. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded effortlessly over her delicate, fair shoulders. Clad in a pale yellow gown, the fabric was now marred by numerous tears, revealing her creamy skin beneath. A deep, jagged gash marred her pristine back, from which a dense, ominous aura wafted, laced with a hint of malevolence. It was evident that she had sustained a grievous injury. This enigmatic woman in the pale yellow robe was presently attending to her wounded back. The faint moans she emitted were undoubtedly the result of her healing process. This scene stirred Lin Chen's heart, causing it to race. Even though her back was turned to him, in that moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, as though he were intruding upon her privacy. He found it difficult to avert his gaze, caught in a trance as he watched her tend to her wounds, his breaths growing heavier. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a delicate finger, entwined with strands of ethereal energy, pointed directly at Lin Chen. In that instant, he experienced an unprecedented moment of stillness. The true visage of the woman in yellow was unveiled before him, her hair cascading over her exquisitely sculpted collarbone, her flawless features, and her alluring yet icy gaze. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, a testament to her pain. Moreover, a captivating fragrance wafted from the woman, permeating Lin Chen's nostrils. Her visage was nothing short of perfection, with an alluring countenance. Suddenly, a name sprang to Lin Chen's mind, the celestial being, Yang Huang, whose delicate form harbored an enigmatic power, radiating beauty even in her natural state. In contrast, Yinqing was a charming little girl, embodying innocence and charm. As for Qingru, Lin Chen could only sense her ethereal grace, having yet to behold her true appearance. The face before him was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever encountered, resembling that of a divine fairy. However, Lin Chen quickly snapped out of his daze, for he noticed a thread of formidable energy coiling around her slender, pale fingers. The potency of this energy was utterly terrifying, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Lin Chen's back. As he regained a semblance of composure, his gaze involuntarily drifted downward, and his face flushed crimson once more. The woman, startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, had not managed to properly conceal her form. He observed that she clutched a tattered, pale yellow gown, hastily draped across her chest. The woman in yellow soon realized Lin Chen's gaze, and the embarrassment etched on his face, prompting a faint blush to rise on her icy cheeks. Simultaneously, the energy at her fingertips hovered perilously close to Lin Chen's brow, ready to erupt at any moment. The cold reprimand and the imminent threat of energy nearby sent a chill through Lin Chen, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as his mind began to settle slightly. His first instinct upon regaining his senses was to avert his gaze. His face tinged with embarrassment as he stammered, "I saw nothing, esteemed friend." Had the God Emperor witnessed Lin Chen's current demeanor, he might have been driven to despair. Lin Chen, a figure unafraid of the celestial realm, appeared as a bashful, inexperienced young man. The woman in yellow felt a mixture of shame and anger, her energy poised to unleash its wrath upon the insufferable man before her. Yet, as she moved, a chorus of anguished voices emanated from the wound on her back, the malevolent spirit energy surging and encroaching, halting her in her tracks. Should she forcefully retaliate, her injury would worsen to an irreparable state. The flush on Lin Chen's face showed no sign of fading, his heart still racing with a hint of panic as he hastily remarked, "Esteemed fairy, I truly apologize for the intrusion. You are gravely injured, so it would be wise not to move. Do not make a single move." The woman in yellow regained her composure, her voice icy. "If you dare to stir, I shall end your life." Lin Chen quivered slightly, yet remained obediently still. After all, he held a healthy respect for the third layer of energy mastery, having witnessed Jian Wudao unleash a strand of energy that obliterated towering peaks. Should this woman in yellow release her energy, even his exceptional royal physique would likely suffer catastrophic damage, if not annihilation. Lin Chen sat quietly, and the woman in yellow let out a subtle sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the wound on her back flared up again, a dense aura of malevolent spirits surging restlessly, threatening to erode her very being. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from the wound, causing her flawless visage to involuntarily furrow her delicate brows. The unexpected arrival of another person had completely disrupted her plans. She could neither heal nor eliminate him. This left the woman in yellow feeling exceedingly vexed. What should she do now? Should she simply endure this? "I have a robe. Would you like to put it on?" Lin Chen ventured cautiously, noticing her lack of response. "No need," the woman in yellow replied coldly, her fingertips entwined with a more potent energy. "If you dare to make any sudden moves, I will not hesitate to kill you." Her words filled Lin Chen with a sense of helplessness. It was evident that she had misunderstood him. Although he had witnessed much, he truly meant no harm. The two remained silent for a while, locked in a tense stalemate. Lin Chen began to feel restless. What if Shouting arrived and witnessed this scene? Thus, he spoke again, "Fairy, the wound on your back is caused by an intense malevolent aura. If not addressed promptly, it will consume your entire body." The woman in yellow remained silent. Yet Lin Chen could sense two icy gazes fixed upon him from behind. With a resigned smile, Lin Chen spread his hands, realizing that this standoff could not continue. "I've learned the upper portion of the Heavenly Execution Yama Sutra. I can assist you in healing." At this, the coldness in the woman's eyes flickered momentarily. Lin Chen understood that she was skeptical of his intentions. As the Heavenly Execution Yama Sutra began to operate autonomously within him, tendrils of malevolent energy enveloped his form. He even summoned a hint of demonic essence, intensifying the aura of the sutra. Observing this transformation, the woman's expression shifted slightly, revealing a momentary hesitation. With her keen insight, she recognized the authenticity of the Heavenly Execution Yama Sutra, yet allowing him to heal her would mean exposing herself to his gaze. However, in that fleeting moment of doubt, Lin Chen's magical power erupted, abruptly freeing him from her control. Now standing a considerable distance away from her, he closed his eyes and said with a wry smile, "Fairy, I truly did not see anything. Allow me to give you the robe. Wear it while I assist you in your healing." Chapter 195. Healing. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a pang of nervousness, perhaps even a touch of timidity. He dared not open his eyes to behold her beauty or the expanse of her fair skin that lay exposed. This could hardly be blamed on him. He simply lacked experience in such matters. A flicker of astonishment crossed the cold features of the woman in yellow, who then regarded the tightly shut Lin Chen with an icy gaze. Heaven knows what thoughts coursed through this unexpectedly appeared individual's mind. "Give me the robe." The woman clad in yellow spoke coldly, her aura intensifying around her. Should the man harbor any ill intentions, she was prepared to confront him with unwavering resolve. Lin Chen exhaled in relief and promptly retrieved a male azure robe from the illusionary spirit mirror. These garments had been acquired during his time in the capital. After a brief moment, the woman in yellow coldly commanded him to open his eyes. Lin Chen slightly parted his eyelids, revealing a narrow slit. Upon noticing that she had donned the azure robe, a twinge of disappointment washed over him. The image of her previously revealed delicate figure lingered in his mind, leaving him with a parched sensation. "Lin Chen, what peculiar thoughts are you entertaining?" He inwardly scolded himself, quickly regaining his composure and boldly opening his eyes. To his astonishment, the sight before him remained strikingly beautiful. The woman in the azure robe concealed her alluring curves, exuding an air of elegance. Her face was undeniably exquisite, though her icy gaze conveyed a sense of ruthless detachment, adding to her unique charm. She resembled a frigid celestial being. Even the former beauty of Bai Yin paled in comparison to the woman before him. "What transpired earlier shall not be spoken of, otherwise, I shall take your life," she declared, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen with chilling intensity. He promptly nodded, replying, "I forgot. I have long since forgotten. I saw nothing." As soon as the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. It was as though he had repeatedly proclaimed his ignorance, making his denial seem all the more suspicious. Yet, he had indeed seen much. The woman in yellow shot him a piercing glare, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Yet there was an undeniable allure to her demeanor. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, inquiring about her name. "I have no name," she retorted. "I was merely asking." Silence. After just 2 exchanges, Lin Chen felt a sense of defeat. Though she was breathtakingly beautiful, her demeanor was excessively frosty, radiating a profound indifference from her very core. However, this only piqued Lin Chen's curiosity further. The presence of her aura indicated that this woman in yellow had once possessed the strength of a third-tier divine law practitioner. To attain such mastery in the Holy Spirit continent surely marked her as a figure of rare prominence. Yet, from which faction did this woman hail? As Lin Chen pondered these questions, a flicker of pain crossed the woman's face, her fingers pointing at him trembling slightly, her aura flickering erratically. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and coughed up blood, a dark, ghostly energy erupting from her lips, forming a spectral visage before vanishing into thin air. A faint, ethereal mist of ghostly energy began to envelop her delicate features. Not good, Lin Chen thought, alarmed by the sight. His body instinctively sprang into motion. "What are you doing?" The woman in yellow raised her delicate hand, prepared to unleash her aura at Lin Chen, but inadvertently aggravated her internal injuries. A plume of dark energy was expelled once more, causing the gathered essence of the woman in yellow to shatter and dissipate instantly. Lin Chen swiftly positioned himself before her, seizing her delicate hand and twisting it, binding her wrists momentarily with a dragon of magical force. Enraged by Lin Chen's actions, the woman in yellow's beautiful eyes flickered with a chilling intent to kill. However, the grievous injuries she sustained left her powerless to retaliate, as she lacked the energy to summon her protective aura. In desperation, she struggled to rise. Lin Chen took a deep breath and admonished her, "Do not move recklessly. Your injuries are severe. Should the ghastly energy permeate your entire being, you shall transform into a wraith." Upon hearing his words, the woman's frantic struggles ceased abruptly. She cast a sideways glance at Lin Chen, her icy gaze fixed upon his solemn countenance, and coldly declared, "Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, we shall perish together." Despite her words, she remained on high alert, harboring significant wariness towards him. Lin Chen, sensing her lethal intent, could only manage a wry smile before his expression grew grave. In that instant, the dragon of magical energy within him ignited, and his penetrating gaze was unleashed. What he beheld through his discerning eyes induced a sharp intake of breath. A dense, almost demonic aura enveloped the woman in yellow. Yet at the core of her heart lay a peculiar energy, resisting the onslaught of the ghastly essence. This extraordinary force eluded even Lin Chen's penetrating vision. Had it not been for this unique energy, the woman would have undoubtedly succumbed to the ghastly aura, transforming into a wraith. Nevertheless, a flicker of surprise emerged in her beautiful eyes, as she sensed a strange gaze probing into her very being. A glance at Lin Chen revealed the azure flames burning fiercely within his eyes. "What sorcery is this?" she pondered. Lin Chen, aware of her scrutinizing gaze, offered a rueful smile. "Your current predicament is far from favorable. Were it not for the peculiar force residing in your heart, you would likely have been fully corrupted into a wraith by now." Noticing the icy calm of her gaze, he added, "As a wraith, your entire form would decay." At this, a subtle ripple of emotion finally crossed her frosty eyes, which Lin Chen keenly observed. What woman does not cherish beauty, especially one as ethereal as she? The thought of total decay was repulsive. "Can you heal me?" the woman in yellow inquired coldly. Lin Chen pondered briefly before nodding. "My heavenly death Yinluo Sutra should be capable of absorbing your ghastly energy, though it will require time." "How long?" she pressed. "At present, I cannot say," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. "The density of the ghastly energy within you is beyond my perception. It is undoubtedly a formidable presence. Otherwise, you would not be suffering such grave injuries." After a prolonged silence, Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile in response to the icy, emotionless voice of the woman in yellow. 10 days should suffice," he remarked. "Very well, you shall treat me, and in return, I will reward you handsomely," the woman stated coldly, her face turned slightly away. Lin Chen shook his head, replying, "No need for a reward. Absorbing such a vast amount of ghostly energy will greatly benefit my heavenly death Yama Sutra, and that alone is sufficient." The dense ghostly energy within the woman promised the potential to condense over 100 demonic seeds, a benefit that made Lin Chen hesitant to request anything further, especially from a celestial-like woman. "I said I would reward you, so I shall," she reiterated, her expression unyielding. "Very well," Lin Chen conceded, opening his hands in resignation. He then added with some embarrassment, "I fear I will need to pull your clothing back to access your back, otherwise it will be difficult to absorb." At this, a palpable aura of menace emanated from the woman's cold, beautiful gaze, directed straight at Lin Chen. With a sense of helplessness, he met her fierce stare. After a long pause, she coldly warned, "If you see what you should not, I will kill you." Lin Chen felt a bead of sweat form. This woman truly embodied an unfathomable coldness. However, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he extended his hand toward her azure robe. With a tearing sound, the fabric ripped, revealing her smooth, pale back, marred by a ghastly black wound. Lin Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, noticing a faint blush grace the woman's cheek, adding a delicate beauty that overshadowed all else. In that moment, she appeared even more stunning, flawless. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Chen recalled his purpose. Touching her soft skin, the heavenly death Yama Sutra within him began to resonate. This would be a process of healing. As the sutra continued its rhythmic flow, Lin Chen's hands, positioned on the woman's back, manifested a trace of ghostly energy, which intertwined around him. Waves of ghostly energy surged into Lin Chen's body. The treatment method relying on absorbing the terrifying ghostly essence contained within her. Yet, what troubled Lin Chen most was the wound on her back. How much malevolent ghostly energy lay hidden within that inky gash? Even with his penetrating gaze, he could not discern its depths. The ghostly energy capable of immobilizing even the third tier of the divine law realm was surely of an incomprehensible density. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed the heavenly death Yama Sutra. As the ghostly energy flooded toward him, the sutra's pathways quickened in their operation. All absorbed ghostly energy surged toward the ancient demonic scriptures within his sea of consciousness, while the demonic bones within him stirred slightly, as if drawn by an unseen force. At this moment, Lin Chen was wholly immersed in absorbing the ethereal energy emanating from the woman in the yellow attire. However, unbeknownst to him, within his illusory spirit mirror, an ancient scroll also shimmered with this ghostly aura. The woman in yellow drew her robe tighter around her chest and slightly turned her head, catching sight of Lin Chen, who was deep in contemplation with his eyes closed. Her beautiful gaze remained icy, yet contemplative. The absorption of the ghostly energy continued in a methodical manner. The demonic scripture was concurrently absorbing a significant amount of this energy, yet it was still far from sufficient to condense a heavenly calamity demon seed. The current rate of absorption was inadequate. Based on the energy within the celestial maiden, it seemed it would take an eternity to achieve any substantial result. Lin Chen frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this pace, as the ghostly energy within the woman was overwhelmingly formidable. He activated the devouring celestial map, which might enhance the absorption rate by 4 or 5-fold. Meanwhile, the blood elder within the tower had been observing the developments outside, and, noticing Lin Chen's absorption speed, offered a timely suggestion. A spark of realization ignited in Lin Chen's mind. The fusion of the devouring celestial map and the devouring demonic art formed the second great formation of the Xianshan King Tower, amplifying its power exponentially. Since both the devouring celestial map and the devouring demonic art were known for consuming all, they surely could also devour this ethereal energy. With a low exclamation of "devour the heavens and consume the earth," Lin Chen utilized his unique resonance with the devouring demonic art and the devouring celestial map, causing a minuscule black hole to manifest at his palm. In an instant, the rate of absorption surged dramatically. Waves of ghostly energy surged toward Lin Chen's hands, akin to a torrent of rushing waters. The exquisite body of his supreme royal artifact began to tremble slightly under the immense force of this consumption. The magical bones within him flickered with a subtle luminescence. The speed of absorption had quintupled. The woman in yellow also sensed the anomaly within her body, her breath becoming increasingly labored. At this moment, Xiao Ding's face lit up with great astonishment as he began to pursue Lin Chen's direction with growing urgency. This good news was one he felt compelled to share with his elder brother in person. However, as he traversed through the grass, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and he concealed himself. Given his elder brother's cautious nature, he presumed he could only reach this point. Suddenly, Xiao Ding's expression shifted, for he sensed a formidable surge of ghostly energy ahead. Was it possible that his elder brother was in peril? A thought surged in his mind, and with a slight change in demeanor, he began to cautiously advance deeper into the thicket. An hour had passed, yet the tremendous rate of absorption showed no signs of waning. A flush appeared on Lin Chen's face, and his body trembled even more vigorously. The magical bones within him began to emit a trickle of energy, incessantly enhancing and fortifying him. Nevertheless, within his first sea of consciousness, the atmosphere was thick with the rich, ghostly energy. The fragmented ancient demonic scripture now flickered with a faint glow. At this very moment, the power of devouring in Lin Chen's hands surged dramatically, as torrents of ghostly energy poured into his consciousness like a mighty river, drawing upon the heavenly calamity demon seed. Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar within, and the trajectory of the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra accelerated rapidly. The fragmented ancient demonic scriptures seemed to respond to Lin Chen's summons, erupting with a peculiar force of attraction. The entire ghostly energy within his consciousness converged toward the ancient demonic scriptures, as if being subjected to an invisible compaction. Suddenly, the devouring power in Lin Chen's hands was severed, and the magical energy within his consciousness surged tumultuously. At last, with a resonating hum, all the ghostly energy coalesced into a black the size of a fist, emanating an aura of demonic essence imbued with terrifying strength. The first heavenly calamity demon seed materialized, and an invisible force erupted between Lin Chen and the woman in yellow. Both figures shifted simultaneously. Lin Chen rolled and prepared to land, only to have his eyes widen in shock. His body was inexorably pressing down toward the woman in yellow. With a thud, Lin Chen's arms braced against the ground, his knees also kneeling as he was intimately close to the alluring form of the woman in yellow. The distance between them was a mere 5 inches. A slight tilt of Lin Chen's head would bring him perilously close to her delicate lips. Stunned, Lin Chen remained suspended on the ground, captivated by her visage, his mind rendered incapable of coherent thought. At that moment, the woman in yellow lay on the ground, her robe lifted by the sudden gust of wind, revealing her snow-white curves. If the wind were to intensify, her entire robe would surely be swept away. The woman, momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a frigid, lethal gaze. "Get away," she commanded, each word measured and icy as if sharp as a blade. If looks could kill, Lin Chen would have been obliterated. At that moment, her powers were inoperative, or else she would have already dispatched the man before her. Lin Chen, jolted back to reality, scrambled to his feet, his face flushed as he stammered, "I didn't mean to." The woman in yellow adjusted her robe, her demeanor still icy as she cast a single glance at Lin Chen without uttering a word. Relieved, Lin Chen sighed, awkwardly scratching his head, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Just then, a voice rang out, "Big brother, are you done?" Shouting came scampering from the bushes, his expression laced with an inexplicable significance as he observed Lin Chen and the woman in yellow. Earlier, he had fortuitously witnessed the scene of Lin Chen atop the woman. This woman is truly beautiful, Shouting thought, wondering where his older brother had found such a celestial beauty. It had been barely a moment since their separation, and he had already acquired such a stunning woman. "Are you looking for death?" The woman in yellow glared coldly at Shouting, her gaze chillingly sharp, as her fingertips began to exude a surge of energy. "Do not move," Lin Chen shouted immediately, his figure flashing as he positioned himself in front of Shouting, awkwardly smiling as he said, "This is my brother." The woman in the yellow attire cast a cold glance at the two before retracting the swirling energy around her. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and turned to Shouting, explaining, "It's complicated with her, but it's not what you think. Why have you come to see me?" Shouting shot Lin Chen a dubious look before his expression shifted to seriousness. "Brother, I've discovered a vast expanse of fa long grass, over 10,000, perhaps even more." "What?" Lin Chen's expression brightened, his voice rising involuntarily, earning him a frosty glare from the woman in yellow. "Indeed," Shouting replied, a glimmer of excitement on his face. But then hesitated. "However, it's guarded by a ghostly iron earth dragon at the second level of the divine law realm, so obtaining it might prove difficult." The Ghostly Iron Earth Dragon? Chapter 197. The Fear of the Ghostly Iron Earth Dragon. Yes, shouting confirmed. The atmosphere in the Valley of Ghostly Spirits is exceptionally dense with ghostly energy, which has given rise to such a creature. A second-level divine law beast is indeed a formidable challenge. Lin Chen mused, his brow furrowing. The Fa Ling Dan was of paramount importance for them. Both his cultivation and shouting's recovery depended on a substantial quantity of it. Yet, facing a beast of such caliber was no small feat. It was worth noting that he had only managed to suppress the God Emperor because shouting had deployed the refinement cauldron. Regardless, fortune favors the bold, Lin Chen resolved. Gritting his teeth. We cannot forfeit this opportunity. We need that multitude of Fa long grass. Shouting hesitated but eventually nodded. The impending expedition to Blood Abyss would undoubtedly gather formidable forces, and enhancing their cultivation was essential. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the woman in yellow. Your injuries will require 10 days to heal. I plan to seize the Fa long grass. You should accompany us. The woman's eyes remained icy as she began to contemplate her options. After considering various strategies, she reluctantly accepted the reality of her situation. Recognizing that her current strength offered her no means of self-preservation aside from desperation. Very well, I too require Fa Ling Dan, she stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately grasped her intent. She seemed unwilling to openly admit her desire to join them, instead opting for an excuse. Shouting cast a glance at the frigid woman and communicated telepathically to Lin Chen. Brother, should I call her sister-in-law? Lin Chen shot, shouting a glare, preparing to elucidate the earlier events, but a chilling voice interrupted from behind. If you dare to speak, I will not hesitate to kill. At this, Lin Chen wisely chose silence, and shouting, too, refrained from questioning. In truth, it was Lin Chen who had come to the aid of this woman in yellow, and one would think she ought to express gratitude. Had it been any other circumstance, Lin Chen might have turned away at such a frosty threat, indifferent to her beauty. However, a sense of unease lingered in Lin Chen's heart, for he had perused many forbidden matters. After a brief discussion with Xiao Ding regarding the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, the trio proceeded towards the location of the Fa Dragon Grass. Throughout their journey, the woman clad in yellow displayed no fluctuations in her gaze. Her demeanor as frosty as ever. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Ding, understanding the gravity of the situation, exchanged few words, cautiously navigating the eerie depths of the ghostly valley. Before long, Xiao Ding led Lin Chen and the woman in yellow to a secluded gorge flanked by steep cliffs. Their surfaces as sharply defined as if carved by a knife, entwined with swirling ghostly energies. At the base of these towering walls lay a vast, ominous cave, from which a formidable aura of magical energy pulsated rhythmically. Before the cave entrance, clusters of Fa dragon grass flourished, creating a verdant expanse that resembled an ocean of greenery. Under the scrutiny of Lin Chen's spiritual awareness, he discerned approximately 30,000 strands of Fa dragon grass swaying gracefully in the valley. Such an abundance of Fa dragon grass stirred excitement within Lin Chen, for Xiao Ding's exceptional alchemical skills could yield power equivalent to 60,000 units of Fa dragon energy. This immense reservoir of energy might even grant Lin Chen the opportunity to ascend to the yin-yang realm. 30,000 strands was indeed a staggering quantity. Lin Chen could not contain his enthusiasm as he addressed Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, I shall confront the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon while you swiftly gather all of this Fa dragon grass. Brother, wait. Xiao Ding's face betrayed his concern. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon is a formidable being of the second tier of the divine law realm. The peril you face is tremendous. Rest assured, Lin Chen replied, patting Xiao Ding's shoulder with a resolute expression. I have my own plans. Do not worry about me. Realizing that he could not dissuade Lin Chen, Xiao Ding nodded solemnly, understanding the urgency of collecting the Fa dragon grass. Do not perish, the woman in yellow interjected coldly. She possessed a clearer perception of the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon lurking within the cave than either Lin Chen or Xiao Ding. Lin Chen cast a surprised glance at her, responding with a smile. Thank you for your concern. It appeared that the treatment he had provided her had garnered some measure of goodwill. No, I merely require healing for my own injuries, Lin Chen replied, a wry smile gracing his lips at her directness. With that, Lin Chen's expression hardened as he instructed Xiao Ding to ensure the safety of the woman in yellow before swiftly darting into the cave. Once Lin Chen departed, Xiao Ding glanced at the woman, saying casually, My brother instructed me to protect you. please refrain from wandering. The woman shot him a cold glance. Not necessary. Xiao Ding smiled, dismissing her response as he promptly began collecting the dragon grass. Qiu Yuning's delicate brows furrowed slightly, contemplatively eyeing the cave's entrance. Confronting a being of the second tier of the divine law realm could lead to dire consequences. As Lin Chen stepped into the cave, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. The darkness within was profound, and the source of magical energy drew closer with every passing moment. Suddenly, azure flames ignited within his eyes. With the opening of his penetrating gaze, Lin Chen's figure surged swiftly into the depths of the cavern. Under the scrutiny of his all-seeing eye, the remnants of various restrictive formations within the cave were effortlessly pierced, allowing Lin Chen to advance unimpeded. After flying for a considerable distance of 100 meters, Lin Chen came to an abrupt halt as a pair of fist-sized eyes appeared before him. A powerful aura and murderous intent enveloped Lin Chen entirely. Before his penetrating gaze, a colossal creature, measuring an imposing 30 meters in length, materialized in his sight. It was an earth dragon, adorned with 3 iron horns atop its head, its scales as dark as iron. Each scale shimmered with an ethereal, ghostly energy. The arrival of Lin Chen instantly roused this formidable entity, a second-tier existence within the realm of divine law. How dare a mere first-tier existence disturb the rest of this sovereign? The earth dragon's voice resonated like thunder as it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of sheer force in the process of speaking. Lin Chen's aura erupted, his gaze brimming with combativeness as he fixed his eyes upon the earth dragon. Fury ignited in the dragon's eyes as it declared, "Insignificant human, you dare to provoke this sovereign? I shall rend you to pieces." As it spoke, the earth dragon's consciousness swiftly scanned the outside world, immediately detecting the situation regarding the law dragon grass. In that moment, the earth dragon's rage escalated. "How dare you covet the law dragon grass of this sovereign?" It roared, its long tail thrashing violently and striking the stone walls, producing a series of explosive sounds. Lin Chen, undeterred and filled with fighting spirit, retorted, "If you seek battle, then let us engage. Spare me your idle chatter." Chapter 198. The Earth Dragon's Fear, Part 2. The Earth Dragon was experiencing its most furious moment in a century. It was incomprehensible that a mere first-tier existence would dare to challenge it, especially with companions attempting to seize its law dragon grass. Having cultivated to the realm of divine law, these beasts possessed human-like intelligence, and it was clear to them that Lin Chen was merely stalling for time. Die! The earth dragon bellowed, its massive body launching forward with remarkable speed as a dark claw descended upon Lin Chen with tremendous force. A powerful gust of wind emanated from the dragon's claw, possessing the might to shake the very earth. This was pure strength. To Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, the dark claw was laid bare, revealing its formidable power equivalent to that of a lower-grade royal artifact. Astonishingly, the earth dragon's scales, entwined with ghostly energy, were indeed comparable to such an artifact. As the fierce wind surged toward him, Lin Chen's mind raced with calculations. His body propelled forward to meet the dragon's claw, his right fist striking out with tremendous force. "Do you believe you can withstand the strength of this sovereign?" The earth dragon mocked as its massive claw collided with Lin Chen's right fist, with a thunderous explosion resonating throughout the cavern. A formidable force akin to a mountain surged forth. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly as he found himself pushed back repeatedly by this tremendous blow. The might of the ghost iron earth dragon's punch far surpassed that of a low-grade imperial artifact. The blood and energy within Lin Chen surged violently in response to the terrifying power unleashed by the strike. "How dare this insignificant human confront me head-on?" The ghost iron earth dragon roared with fervor, raising a colossal claw into a fist aimed directly at Lin Chen. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a series of punches, intending to obliterate Lin Chen completely. "You think you can land a hit on me?" Lin Chen scoffed, swiftly retreating. His penetrating gaze discerned the trajectory of every punch, allowing him to evade unharmed. The cavern reverberated with the sound of explosive impacts as the ghost iron earth dragon's fists crashed against the walls, shaking the very foundations of the cave. "Cunning human, if you possess the ability, do not flee." The ghost iron earth dragon's frustration grew as each of its attempts met with failure, fueling its rage and intensifying its assault. "Very well, I shall not flee," Lin Chen replied decisively. A surge of energy erupted from within him, summoning 500 magical dragons, causing the cavern walls to tremble. He harnessed this immense pressure to form a colossal fist. Fist of the falling heavens. Lin Chen roared, unleashing a barrage of invisible pressure punches that surged toward the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. The dragon's eyes widened in alarm as it sensed the overwhelming aura of lethal intent. However, in such a confined space, escape was impossible. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the massive pressure punches descended upon it. Boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions resounded as the mighty dragon was forced back repeatedly by the relentless onslaught. Even the defenses of a low-grade imperial artifact could not withstand Lin Chen's frenzied assault. The anguished roars of the dragon echoed throughout the cave as it was battered by the rapid succession of falling heavens punches, its body retreating in pain. This accursed human. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding swiftly harvested the Fa dragon grass, a rare treasure requiring a delicate technique to avoid damaging it. His pace in gathering, however, was not particularly swift. Currently, he had successfully collected 1,000 pieces of the Fa dragon grass. Suddenly, the towering cavern walls erupted with a deafening roar, indicating a powerful force colliding within. I must gather quickly and not let my brother delay too long. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ding gazed at the abundance of Fa dragon grass and resumed his labor with renewed urgency. Yet, just as he bent down to continue, a fleeting yellow figure flashed before him. He raised his head in astonishment, discovering the woman clad in yellow, her face devoid of emotion, skillfully extracting the dragon grass. Albeit with less finesse. It seemed she had acquired this technique while observing the extraction of the dragon grass by the Xiongding. The Xiongding gazed at the woman in yellow, momentarily rendered speechless. Did she not revel in the spectacle? Why then did she descend to offer assistance? He has perished. There is no one to tend to his ailments, spoke Qiu Yu with a frigid tone. Within the cavern, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, having endured a relentless barrage of over 100 punches from Lin Chen, finally unleashed a torrent of wrath. Should Lin Chen continue his assault, even with the physique of a low-grade imperial artifact, the creature would surely meet its demise. With a violent swish of its tail, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon summoned an astounding 500 dragons of magical energy, unleashing an invisible tempest that radiated outward. Lin Chen was momentarily pushed back by the sheer force of this tempest. Yet, in that fleeting moment of retreat, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon let out a thunderous roar, its 10-meter-long obsidian tail suddenly whipping into action. Through Lin Chen's keen perception, he observed that every dark scale along the tail was imbued with swirling, tempestuous energy, intermingled with a potent essence of the spectral realm. Lin Chen, refusing to underestimate the situation, reached out with a powerful grasp toward the incoming tail strike, releasing a tremendous wave of pressure. A resounding boom echoed throughout the cavern as the pressure surged forth. The strike of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon seemed to collide with an invisible shield, causing a cascade of mini explosions across thousands of scales. The ferocious winds, infused with the wails of vengeful spirits, surged through the cavern, threatening to engulf everything in their terrifying embrace. Understanding there was no escape, Lin Chen initiated the operation of the celestial calamity Yamasutra, enveloped in swirling energies of the spectral realm. At present, his consciousness contained but a single celestial calamity demon seed, its potency limited. Nevertheless, his defensive capabilities had surged to a new level. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon, sensing the spectral energies emanating from Lin Chen's body, hesitated, caught off guard, refraining from rash actions. The tempestuous wind struck Lin Chen's body, producing thunderous detonations. His corporeal form experienced immense collisions, the blood within him surging chaotically, with over 1,000 waves of formidable force converging upon him. Even Lin Chen found it impossible to withstand. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen extended his hand, summoning a bronze tower from his consciousness, which rapidly expanded. Upon its emergence, the Xuanshang Monarch Tower positioned itself before Lin Chen, absorbing the full brunt of the tempestuous energy. The resonating hum filled the air as the bronze tower trembled slightly, impervious to the onslaught of the storm. After all, the Xuanshang Monarch Tower is a mid-grade imperial artifact, its power comparable to that of a high-grade imperial artifact. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon gazed in disbelief at the suddenly materialized Xuanshang Monarch Tower, astonished that it was indeed a mid-grade imperial artifact. How could a mere first-level deity practitioner possess such a treasure? For a moment, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon refrained from attacking. Instead, it prostrated itself on the ground. Its eyes fixed on Lin Chen with an intense gaze. The ghostly aura you unleashed earlier, could it be from the heavenly calamity, Yin Luo Sutra, one of the 10 great scriptures of the demonic path? The ghost Iron Earth Dragon's penetrating gaze scrutinized Lin Chen, who was enveloped in a swirling ghostly aura. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with a faint smile. Indeed. At this revelation, the dragon's eyes widened with overwhelming joy. Huh. To think it is the heavenly calamity, Yin Luo Sutra. If I were to cultivate it, I would have the opportunity to ascend to the 5th level of the deity realm. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon began to laugh maniacally, its gaze piercing through to Lin Chen as it roared. Human, I advise you to swiftly hand over the demonic scripture, or I shall entomb you here. The heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra is ranked among the top 10 of the 6,000 demonic scriptures of the reincarnation demon canon. Its profound depth not comprehensible to the average individual. Moreover, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon is a creature born of the ghostly aura. The benefits of cultivating the heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra for it are incalculable, which explains the dragon's immense delight at this moment. Chapter 199. The Terror of the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, Part 2. Heavenly Calamity Yin Luo Sutra. Human, quickly surrender it, or I shall ensure your eternal entombment. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon's heart raced with excitement as it continued to roar at Lin Chen. Its colossal form began to shimmer with ghostly energy, each scale stirring with a fierce wind. Should Lin Chen dare utter a negative word, the dragon would unleash its most terrifying might, tormenting this audacious human until he relinquished the heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra. Lin Chen regarded the ghost Iron Earth Dragon with an unperturbed expression, smiling gently as he said, If you wish to learn the heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra, it is not impossible, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? The ghost Iron Earth Dragon regarded Lin Chen warily. Humans were notoriously cunning. The condition is simply to take away the law dragon grass outside. Lin Chen shrugged, stating, This condition should not pose a challenge for you. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon fell silent, its dragon eyes glimmering with ghostly energy as it fixed its gaze on Lin Chen. Indeed, the temptation of the heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra was insatiably great. However, the law dragon grass outside was intended for the dragon's own ascension. If it learned the sutra but lacked sufficient magical power, it would still be unable to ascend. I suspect this fellow is merely stalling for time, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon thought to itself, realizing it could not let Lin Chen escape unscathed. With this thought, a sinister glint flickered in its dragon eyes, and an idea formed in its mind. Very well. I swear by the dignity of the dragon clan that I will agree to gather all the law dragon grass. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon raised its claw, beginning its solemn oath in the name of dragonkind. Tens of thousands of demon clans, the dragon race stands as a pinnacle of existence. The dignity of those demonic beasts is valued above life itself. Lin Chen cast a slightly astonished glance at the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, wondering if this dragon could truly be so easily deceived. After his moment of surprise, Lin Chen promptly adjusted his mindset and spoke, Since you are willing to negotiate, you must wait until my friends outside have harvested all the law dragon grass before we proceed with the exchange. Upon hearing this, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon immediately shook its head, exclaiming, No, you humans are far too cunning. I require the transaction to occur when half of the law dragon grass has been harvested. If you finish and flee, I would suffer a great loss. The dragon was understandably reluctant to take such a risk. What if this young man employed some divine ability to escape? Moreover, if they were to discuss terms, it would be best to trade the Celestial Hell King's Sutra first. Very well, Lin Chen readily agreed. Thus, a stalemate ensued within the stone cavern, with both man and dragon closely monitoring the movements of the law dragon grass outside. At that moment, Xiao Ding was rapidly gathering the law dragon grass, with the mysterious woman in yellow trailing just slightly behind in speed. Their combined efforts were indeed swift. However, both of them soon halted, puzzled by the sudden cessation of the explosive sounds within the cavern. The battle had come to an unexpected stop, with confusion filling their minds. They directed their spiritual senses to sweep through the cavern. Xiao Ding immediately received a telepathic message from Lin Chen, conveying to the woman in yellow, Sister, my elder brother has informed me that he is negotiating with the ghost Iron Earth Dragon and has permitted us to procure half of the law dragon grass. The battle has ceased, and it will only resume after we have gathered half. The woman in yellow cast a cold glance at Xiao Ding, her ethereal beauty striking. I understand. Both of them, having received Lin Chen's message, began swiftly collecting the law dragon grass. After expending a full half-hour, a total of 15,000 stalks of law dragon grass were harvested by Qiu Yuning. At the very moment she completed her collection, two immense and unparalleled auras erupted throughout the cavern. Humans, I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Quickly deliver the Celestial Hell King's Sutra to me. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon roared at Lin Chen. Should this individual before it fail to obediently hand over the sutra, it would undoubtedly seek to suppress him beneath the weight of the underworld. Lin Chen regarded the ghost Iron Earth Dragon with a calm smile, betraying no hint of panic. Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, I have always valued integrity. I shall now inscribe the verses of the Celestial Hell King's Sutra for you. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen made a sweeping gesture, and 10 dragons of magical power erupted forth, coalescing into a black pen. With the Eye of Insight activated, ancient demonic scriptures materialized within Lin Chen's mind, and his pen began to move. Words formed from the essence of ghostly energy continuously erupted forth, gathering together to gradually shape into a fragmentary scripture. Although the Celestial Hell King's Sutra crafted by Lin Chen with his magical power was not as complete as the original within his sea of consciousness, its content was undeniably accurate. As the ghost Iron Earth Dragon beheld Lin Chen personally inscribing the Celestial Calamity Yama Sutra, it was initially taken aback, astonished that there existed someone capable of elucidating such divine powers. However, it soon dismissed this thought, instead fixating its dragon eyes on the sutra in Lin Chen's hands, revealing an unabashed greed. The Celestial Calamity Yama Sutra, indeed the authentic sutra, albeit a fragmented version, was more than sufficient. With avarice in its eyes, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon demanded, "Human, swiftly surrender the scripture to this sovereign, or face dire consequences." It asserted its dominance. When I speak, I am a being of my word. Lin Chen, cradling the ethereal sutra enveloped in a spirit of the supernatural, flicked his finger, transforming it into a streak of black luminescence that hurtled towards the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. The dragon's eyes sparkled with immense delight. After scanning the demonic scripture with its consciousness and finding nothing amiss, it immediately leapt forward, gaping wide to engulf the entire Celestial Calamity Yama Sutra. Clearly, it deemed the sutra unsafe when left exposed. Very well, ghost Iron Earth Dragon, I have fulfilled my part. Now you must honor your promise. Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. The dragon's enormous eyes fixated on Lin Chen, a conspiratorial grin curling upon its maw. Human, do you truly believe this sovereign would let you depart unscathed? Quickly compel your companions to yield the law dragon grass, or I shall annihilate you all. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon intoned with a chilling voice, a palpable aura of impending doom enveloping Lin Chen, preventing any chance of escape. How dare you act deceitfully? Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly, radiating a fierce aura. When did the dignity of the dragon clan become so cheap? The ghost Iron Earth Dragon exhibited no shame, its aura of supernatural energy intensifying as it bellowed, I am no lowly dragon. I am a demonic entity birthed from the essence of the supernatural, possessing immense fortune and extraordinary opportunities. Lin Chen's gaze turned as frigid as steel, taken aback by the creature's audacity. Since you are so shameless, I shall take your life, Lin Chen declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon erupted into raucous laughter, mocking, "Kill me? Let me demonstrate the power of a being at the second level of divine law." With that, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon surged forth, its body adorned with thousands of scales that unleashed a tempest of force. Lin Chen's expression remained icy as he mirrored the dragon's offensive, launching himself towards its oncoming form with a powerful right fist. The clash of lower-grade royal artifacts erupted into a series of thunderous explosions, causing the very mountains to tremble. The ghostly trident. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon opened its vast maw, revealing a pitch-black interior, and let out a mighty roar. A tremendous surge of magical and supernatural energy began to churn within its mouth, coalescing into a dark, vaguely outlined trident shape. Intense waves of energy radiated from the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, and he abruptly distanced himself. Legend speaks of 3 weapons wielded by the supernatural beings, a trident, a spear, and a gun, each possessing the cataclysmic power to obliterate the world. To his astonishment, The ghost Iron Earth Dragon had acquired the ability to mimic the weapons of the supernatural. Although it was merely a faint specter, its power was undoubtedly formidable. Die! The ghost Iron Earth Dragon roared, and the ghostly trident was suddenly unleashed from its maw, hurtling towards Lin Chen with lethal intent. A surge of overwhelming ghostly energy erupted, causing the entire cavern to tremble, while a fierce wind howled, as if the night had descended. Yet, within Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he discerned a dark and indistinct triangular fork slicing through the darkness, rushing towards him with deadly speed. Suppress! Lin Chen bellowed, raising his hand to activate the Xianshan King Tower, the first suppression array springing to life. His internal mana flowed forth, continuously fueling the Xianshan King Tower. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded within the mountain walls as the suppression array collided fiercely with the ghostly trident. The cavern's stone walls shattered in concentric circles under the impact of this invisible force, as if the very earth were quaking. The Xianshan King Tower sustained a heavy blow, causing Lin Chen to stagger backward. Devour the great array, merge the two. Lin Chen roared once more, as 1,000 mana dragons surged forth from his sea of consciousness, igniting within the Xianshan King Tower. The bronze ancient tower expanded once again, and the second array on the second layer began to operate immediately. The powers of devouring and suppression intertwined, relentlessly pushing back the ghostly trident. However, within the Xianshan King Tower, a diminutive figure was frantically fleeing, shouting for the outside world to release him. This figure was none other than the Gun Emperor, now free from the array suppression. But suddenly, a venerable elder with white hair descended, sweeping his hand with immense force, pinning the small figure beneath a tremendous weight. The Gun Emperor immediately screamed in despair. Elder Blood glanced at the wailing Gun Emperor, keeping a vigilant watch on the external battle, and promptly transmitted a warning to Lin Chen. Be very careful. This ghost Iron Earth Dragon is employing the profound techniques of the second realm of the divine method, capable of launching a surprise attack at any moment. Upon hearing Elder Blood's cautionary words, Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, the intensity of his penetrating gaze intensifying. The Xianshan King Tower and the ghostly trident engaged in a frenzied clash, causing the entire mountain to tremble, rocks to shatter, and boundless energy to erupt. Yet, amidst this chaotic explosion, Lin Chen's eyes rapidly searched for the colossal form of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. His understanding of the mysteries of the yin-yang realm within the divine method was still quite nascent, making him increasingly cautious of the formidable beings within this realm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of murderous intent surged towards Lin Chen's back. Not good. Lin Chen's expression shifted as he turned to see the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, wielding an ethereal ghostly trident, charging towards him with alarming speed, leaving him no time to evade. Haha, pitiful human, die! Roared the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, its excitement escalating. The arrogant and contemptible human had long harbored the desire to eliminate him. However, to the astonishment of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, Lin Chen's face bore no trace of panic. Instead, it was graced with a faint smile. I detest dishonest beasts, especially one as grotesque as you, Lin Chen remarked with an air of indifference. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon was enraged, its form swelling once more, as if the illusory divine spear could pierce Lin Chen at any moment. Death approaches with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Chen coldly uttered a single word, causing the dragon's expression to shift dramatically, halting its ferocious advance. Fear washed over its face. This damned human had indeed plotted against it. In the 200th chapter, willing to be a slave, as Lin Chen engaged in a transaction with the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, he had subtly altered the 10 Calamities Yanluo Sutra. By infusing it with a fragment of the 10 Calamity Demon's seed, he ensured that the dragon would remain oblivious to his machinations. However, what instilled the greatest dread in the ghost Iron Earth Dragon was the potential for internal catastrophe. Despite its outer scales rivaling low-grade imperial artifacts, its internal structure was exceedingly frail. Lin Chen had anticipated this. He was confident that the current ghost Iron Earth Dragon had yet to refine its internal organs to the level of low-grade imperial artifacts. Thus, a mere fragment of the 10 Calamity Demon seed could inflict substantial harm upon it. You audacious human, how dare you tamper with me? Beware. I shall make your existence a living hell. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon, sensing the anomaly within its body, paused and roared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen cast a calm glance at the dragon and replied coldly, If you utter another word or make any move, I shall activate the 10 calamity demon seed and obliterate your insides. Were it not for the dragon's treachery, Lin Chen would not have resorted to such measures. However, since the ghost Iron Earth Dragon had broken its promise, he saw no need to play the part of the virtuous. This was a game of mutual scheming and deception. Should Lin Chen falter, his demise would be assured. Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, the dragon's eyes flared with murderous intent, but it quickly withered under the weight of reality. The destruction of its internal structure would spell its end. At the very least, it would not survive within the valley of divine beasts. Humans are all treacherous. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon thought bitterly as it lay prostrate. Yet, Lin Chen paid little heed to the dragon's plight. With the sensitivity of the 10 calamities Yanluo Sutra, he would be able to annihilate the dragon's insides at the first sign of rebellion. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the divine spear. The surrounding explosions continued to echo wildly, massive stones cascading from the stone walls. The two great formations of the Xianshang Monarch Tower unleashed boundless power, continuously suppressing and consuming the entire divine spear. This ethereal weapon, a mere figment of myth and legend, trembled under the relentless pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet, under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he could sense an overwhelming force of resolute magnitude. Ignite! Lin Chen bellowed, as his consciousness surged with 1,000 magical dragons, fervently channeling their energy into the Xianshang Monarch Tower. The entire bronze tower expanded once more, its size doubling, and the power unleashed by the two great formations surged exponentially. Beneath the intensified might of the Xianshang Monarch Tower, the entire ghostly deity fork erupted. With each explosion, immense ghostly energy was revealed. How could it be? The ghostly Iron Earth Dragon was taken aback by the towering might of the Xianshang Monarch Tower. Although it had previously been astonished by this mid-grade imperial artifact, it still regarded it with disdain. After all, for the full potency of a mid-grade imperial artifact to manifest, a considerable amount of magical energy must be consumed. Clearly, it did not believe Lin Chen possessed such abundant power. Yet at this moment, Lin Chen had unleashed a formidable 2,000 magical dragons, leaving it in shock. A being at the first level of the divine law realm. When did it acquire such formidable magical prowess? However, the next moment, the ghostly Iron Earth Dragon scoffed internally. Oh, humans! Do you think the power of the ghostly deity fork, handed down from the Demon Emperor's lair, is so easily comprehensible? As the Xianshang Monarch Tower firmly restrained the ghostly deity fork, Lin Chen's expression was devoid of joy. Instead, it was marked by solemnity. Although his penetrating gaze could not fully unveil the essence of the ghostly deity fork, he could still sense the immense power concealed within, far more terrifying than the ghostly energy itself. Suddenly, Blood began to roar. Lin Chen, be cautious. I sense something is about to emerge from the ghostly deity fork. Lin Chen's gaze grew exceedingly grave as he summoned 500 magical dragons from his third consciousness, poised to ignite within the ancient bronze tower. Indeed, at that very moment, the ghostly deity fork, which had been quaking under the tower's suppression, abruptly ceased its tremors. An incomparably vast energy surged forth, and a more violent tempest of energy began to swirl violently. Suddenly, the aura within Lin Chen became chaotic, and the Tiansha Yanluo Sutra in his first consciousness emitted a continuous vibration. What is happening? Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, his penetrating gaze fixated on the ghostly deity fork. Under his scrutiny, the ghostly deity fork appeared almost transparent, revealing a black, fist-sized spot at its center. Even Lin Chen's penetrating gaze could only sense an unfathomably terrifying aura emanating from this black spot. Could it be? A chilling thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, leading him to a possibility that sent shivers down his spine. What lay beyond the grasp of his penetrating gaze was the true essence of demonic energy, far more profound than ghostly energy. Just as this possibility crossed Lin Chen's mind, the entire ghostly deity fork suddenly expanded and exploded into nothingness. A pitch-black, indistinct eyeball suspended in midair brought an abrupt halt to all the energy explosions within the cavern. The obsidian, indistinct or pulsated not with the essence of spirits, but rather with the authentic aura of dark magic. Although the potency of this malevolent energy was not overwhelmingly strong, it nonetheless signified an exceedingly terrifying entity. The Blood Elder within the Xianshang King Tower immediately bellowed, and the entire bronze tower swelled in size, as two formidable formations simultaneously descended upon the shadowy, indistinct eye. Suddenly, a narrow fissure appeared in the ominous, suspended orb, from which a colossal beam of black light erupted, hurtling towards the Xianshang King Tower. A resounding thunderclap echoed as the combined forces of suppression and devouring from the two formations caused the entire tower to tremble violently, indistinguishable from one another. What manner of existence is this? Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the eye formed from dark energy, pondering how the ghost Iron Earth Dragon could unleash such a fearsome attack. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Lin Chen swiftly turned his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixing it upon the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, coldly demanding, "What is this abomination?" The ghost Iron Earth Dragon cast a chilling glance at Lin Chen, exuding a murderous intent, and replied, "Sooner or later, you shall be obliterated by the Eye of Darkness." The Eye of Darkness? Lin Chen's brow furrowed. It seemed evident that this orb was indeed an embodiment of dark energy. Yet, how could a mere second-tier figure of the divine law realm wield such a terrifying force? "I shall never reveal the origins of the Eye of Darkness," the ghost Iron Earth Dragon retorted, instantly grasping Lin Chen's thoughts, its tone ominous. Lin Chen's brow knitted tighter, a playful smile surfacing on his face. "If you choose not to speak, then prepare to meet your demise." Upon uttering these words, the celestial calamity hell scripture within Lin Chen began to stir. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon's expression shifted dramatically, its eyes flashing with fear. Yet, soon its entire dark visage morphed into madness. "Kill me, and I shall remain silent." Lin Chen's brow deepened in concern. When had the ghost Iron Earth Dragon grown so audacious? However, at that very moment, an acute sense of crisis surged within Lin Chen. The Eye of Darkness, which had only revealed a slight opening, now widened abruptly, exposing its deep, dark core. Within the depths of this malevolent eye lay an abyss, as if a formidable demon resided within. "Not good, Blood Elder, retreat." Lin Chen's sense of impending doom intensified, and with a surge of thought, he commanded the Xianshang King Tower to withdraw its consciousness. Yet, the awakened Eye of Darkness seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly pivoting to fixate upon Lin Chen. Instantly, a chill enveloped Lin Chen's limbs, and he found himself propelled into a frantic escape. The power of the eye exceeded his wildest imaginings. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon, too, was struck with terror at this spectacle. This was no longer the eye it had conjured. "Lin Chen, flee immediately. A mysterious force compels this Eye of Darkness." The Blood Elder within the ancient bronze tower began to shout, having sensed the anomaly of the malevolent eye. In that moment, Lin Chen had no time for contemplation. He could only flee with reckless abandon. Suddenly, his entire being became immobile, ensnared by an incomprehensibly marvelous force. Lin Chen's face was etched with terror as he attempted to move his limbs, yet he found himself utterly paralyzed, as though his entire body were weighed down by 1,000 pounds of lead. An answer flickered in his mind. He was ensnared by the Eye of Darkness. In that fleeting moment of realization, Lin Chen abruptly beheld the Eye of Darkness drifting before him, from the depths of its inky void erupting a beam of pitch-black light. This dark beam surged toward Lin Chen with tremendous force, brimming with a malevolent energy, its power unfathomable. The might of this demonic light was likely beyond even that of the most formidable energies. It was evident that the Eye of Darkness sought Lin Chen's demise. A sense of impending doom surged within Lin Chen as he mentally cried out, and the dragon of magical energy within his consciousness began to swell fiercely. However, he found himself unable to break free from the invisible bonds. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon gazed upon this scene with palpable dread, pondering who was behind this attack. The malevolent light thundered forth, striking Lin Chen's body directly. It was over. Lin Chen's mind raced with this final thought as he shut his eyes tightly. Yet, after a brief moment, Lin Chen opened his eyes, filled with confusion. How had he not perished? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, a sheepskin scroll suddenly hovered before him. The scroll emanated waves of dark energy, and a murky, enigmatic eye appeared upon it, identical to the Eye of Darkness. A voice of astonishment rang out within the cavern, and the Eye of Darkness abruptly shattered, dissolving into wisps of dark energy that seeped into the sheepskin scroll. This was the eye of the ghostly deity, and Lin Chen stared in astonishment at the scroll before him. However, at that moment, the dragon's eyes of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon shifted to a pure black, swirling with strands of dark energy. The The colossal creature knelt before Lin Chen, reverently declaring, "Honored master, I willingly become your servant." Chapter 201. The Demon Emperor's Cavern. The entire cavern fell into an eerie silence. The sudden appearance of the sheepskin scroll had saved Lin Chen's life in a dire moment. Yet, what perplexed Lin Chen even more was the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, who now honored him as its master. Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, cease your tricks. Lin Chen shot a cold glance at the creature. His heart was a tumult of confusion, laced with simmering anger. He could not fathom that within the ghostly deity's grasp lay such a formidable eye of darkness, one now manipulated by a mysterious power. The voice of astonishment had evidently belonged to this enigmatic force, who was lurking in the shadows, observing him, or rather, who sought to bring about his ruin. Lin Chen's brow knitted tightly as he contemplated the emergence of the mysterious bloodline clan and the subsequent attacks from unknown formidable figures. Clearly, the turmoil had escalated beyond the ordinary. "Master, I have no ulterior motives. I sincerely pledge my allegiance to you," the ghost Iron Earth Dragon professed, its black eyes devoid of emotion as they fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Although the ghost Iron Earth Dragon possesses peculiarities, he harbors no belief in the words of this creature. Born from the essence of the ghostly spirit, the monster has spoken a few truths. Blood Elder, unable to contain his astonishment, remarked within the confines of the Xuanshan King Tower that it appears the ghost Iron Earth Dragon genuinely wishes to recognize you as its master. Lin Chen was taken aback and inquired how this could be possible. Blood Elder clicked his tongue and sighed, suggesting that it is likely related to the sudden emergence of the Eye of Demon. In other words, the mind of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon has been thoroughly invaded by demonic energy. The swirling energy you unleashed earlier absorbed all that demonic aura. Blood Elder continued, stating that as the master of the swirling energy, you naturally become the master of that demonic essence, which explains why the ghost Iron Earth Dragon acknowledges you as its master. Lin Chen pondered this thoughtfully. He suddenly recalled a crucial question and turned to the prostrate ghost Iron Earth Dragon, asking from where it had learned the ghostly spear. The creature lifted its head, expressionless, and replied that it had fortuitously acquired the demonic emperor's divine abilities within the demonic emperor's cave, and this was the first time it had been utilized. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen seemed to grasp much more. It became evident that the ghostly spear was a technique learned from the demonic emperor's cave, and the Eye of Demon was likely controlled by the demonic emperor. But why would this demonic emperor target him? Lin Chen, you must exercise caution. Blood Elder's voice grew grave. Those who can be referred to as demonic emperors are typically super-powerful beings, their cultivation unfathomable. You must be vigilant. Lin Chen wore a similarly serious expression. He had not anticipated that encountering a ghost Iron Earth Dragon would lead to such a series of events. Returning to the cave, he instructed that no one was to enter. With a wary glance at the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, he commanded that should it exhibit any signs of movement, he would detonate the celestial calamity demonic seed. However, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon appeared to act as Lin Chen's obedient servant, crawling into the depths of the cave until its form vanished from sight. Observing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He suddenly felt ensnared in an invisible web, as if everything were part of a meticulously orchestrated trap. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Lin Chen surveyed the collapsed and ravaged cave, reaching for the sheepskin scroll. This scroll was a martial technique he had taken from the ghost general after defeating him. Initially, Lin Chen found this technique somewhat peculiar, leading him to keep it close. However, he had not anticipated that the Eye of Demon would come to his aid at this critical moment. What exactly is this Eye of Demon that it can absorb even the Eye of Demon? Its origins must be extraordinary. Lin Chen mused to himself as he stored the scroll within the illusory spirit mirror. The mention of the demonic emperor's cave, which had unexpectedly emerged from the ghost Iron Earth Dragon's mouth, suggested that only by reaching that place would all answers be revealed. Lin Chen glanced into the depths of the cave before stepping out into the open. Yet, what remained unclear to Lin Chen was, within the depths of the cave, the ghostly iron dragon lay prostrate on the ground, its eyes still gleaming with a dark radiance. Yet, atop its head, the three formidable horns were undergoing a tumultuous transformation. Spirals of malevolent energy coiled around the resilient dragon horns, while numerous eyeballs emerged from their surfaces. Under the combined efforts of the owl cauldron and the woman in yellow, a staggering 30,000 strands of law dragon grass were swiftly collected. Once they completed their task, the explosive disturbances within the cave ceased. Excuse me, young lady. Did you happen to sense a terrifying fluctuation emanating from the cave? Al Cauldron inquired, seemingly detecting an aura of malevolence. Autumn Rain Ning slightly furrowed her brow, her expression remaining impassive as she replied, I am aware. Al Cauldron cast a glance at the coldly beautiful woman, resembling a celestial being, and mused that she was indeed a perfect match for his elder brother. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Do you harbor feelings for my elder brother? Autumn Rain Ning shot him a frosty look and retorted, What do you mean by like? Al Cauldron pondered briefly, gestured, and said, It is akin to how you are currently concerned about him. That is what liking entails. If he dies, who will heal him? Al Cauldron resolved to remain silent with the icy beauty, a hint of worry crossing his features as he murmured, I wonder how my brother is faring. Both auras remain. Autumn Rain Ning stated. Al Cauldron regarded her with a sigh. Indeed, both auras linger, which is peculiar. I hope my brother remains unscathed. Autumn Rain Ning glanced at Al Cauldron and inquired, Do you like him? Lin Chen staggered slightly, taken aback to hear the celestial woman's question directed at Al Cauldron. Do you like him? This inquiry left Lin Chen feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat, pondering how peculiar one must be to utter such a question. Elder brother, are you all right? Al Cauldron stuttered, quickly noticing Lin Chen's distressed countenance and brightening up. Autumn Rain Ning turned her gaze towards Lin Chen momentarily before moving on. The law dragon grass has all been gathered. Lin Chen observed the now empty valley, a smile gracing his face as he inhaled deeply, stating, Let us temporarily retreat from this ghost god valley. We shall refine the elixir before confronting it. Al Cauldron paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. It seemed something unforeseen had transpired within the cave. Otherwise, his elder brother would not be so cautious. The three figures promptly began to withdraw from the ghost god valley, returning to the lush embrace of the forest. After Lin Chen set up several formations and restrictions using his magical power, he allowed Al Cauldron to begin refining the law spirit pill. Autumn Rain Ning stood atop a large stone, her beautiful gaze fixed on the ghost god valley shrouded in malevolent energy, her eyes as frigid as ice. Lin Chen observed Autumn Rain Ning's flawless profile and approached her, asking, Could you enlighten me on how you sustained your injuries? Without even glancing at Lin Chen, she coldly replied, That is none of your concern. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he solemnly asked, Is there a demon emperor's lair within the ghost god valley? Autumn Rain Ning's expression shifted subtly. Her form suddenly moved, and a strand of potent energy coiled around her delicate fingers, advancing towards Lin Chen's brow. Who are you? Who sent you? She demanded, her face a mask of icy resolve. Lin Chen was confronted by a single strand of formidable energy. Yet his countenance remained unperturbed as he gazed calmly at the exquisite celestial figure before him. Do not direct such energy at your savior, Lin Chen said coolly. I am not an envoy of anyone, nor do I harbor any interest in the demon emperor's cave. I have healed you and absorbed sufficient essence of the spirits. We shall part ways here. Qiu Yuning remained silent, her fingers slightly lowering. Lin Shan continued, There exists no trust between us, but I am a villain with principles. If I intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Qiu Yuning cast a cold glance at this peculiar man, letting her fingers fall and refusing to meet his gaze again. Observing her reaction, Lin Chen's lips curled into a serene smile. The reason I inquired about the Demon Emperor's cave is that I am now prepared to disclose the answer. Upon uttering those words, Lin Chen recounted every detail of the events that transpired within the cavern to the celestial maiden. His intuition suggested that this enigmatic woman possessed some knowledge of the matter. The moment he mentioned the Demon Emperor's cave, her reaction and the injuries she bore hinted that she had indeed entered it. Bring forth that scroll, Qiu Yuning instructed, her expression grave, dispelling her earlier cold demeanor. Lin Chen could not help but admire her features as he obediently retrieved the ancient parchment of the Eye of the Spirits. Upon unfurling the scroll, Qiu Yuning revealed not only a layer of dark demonic energy, but also a shadowy eyeball that flickered in and out of visibility upon the parchment. At the sight of the obscured iris, her pupils abruptly constricted, only to be swiftly masked as she tossed the scroll back to Lin Chen. This occurrence did not escape Lin Chen's keen observation. The events that transpired within the cavern must be linked to the Demon Emperor's cave, Qiu Yuning asserted. The scroll you possess, known as the Eye of the Spirits, if I am not mistaken, should be the foremost scripture of the Reincarnation Demon Codex, the Eye of the Demon God. The foremost eye of the demon god, Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Having only acquired the first part of the heavenly fiend Yin Luo Sutra, which bore such terrifying power, he could only imagine how formidable the foremost eye of the demon god must be. However, he pondered, if the demon general also cultivated this, why was its lethality not formidable? Indeed, it is the foremost eye of the demon god, Qiu Yuning replied coldly. However, it is merely a fragment. To unleash the true power of the eye of the demon god, one must learn the complete version, otherwise, it is of no use. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, what connection does the eye of the demon god have with the demon emperor's cave? Because it is the key to the demon emperor's cave, Qiu Yuning stated. Subsequently, under Lin Chen's astonished gaze, she extended her slender, fair hand. Welcome to a collaboration. Chapter 202, The Blood Spirit Longevity Fruit. Lin Chen was flabbergasted. Collaborating to enter the demon emperor's cave? If he were to hesitate, it would be disingenuous. That eye of the demon, merely manipulated by a mysterious figure, wielded such power. If one were to encounter the esteemed figure, would it not lead only to a fatal conclusion? However, what perplexed Lin Chen was the reason behind this enigmatic individual's aggression towards him. Moreover, the allure of the eye of the demon god, ranked first, was one that even Lin Chen found difficult to resist. The master of the demon emperor's cave had long since met his demise, and ordinary individuals lacked access to this site. Otherwise, its treasures would undoubtedly attract the attention of the three great sects and two major empires. Qiu Yuning coldly remarked, if you do not wish to go, I will not stop you. Lin Chen, with a wry smile, pondered whether he could still refuse at this juncture. What he lacked most at present was strength. Very well, Lin Chen said as he extended his hand to grasp Qiu Yuning's delicate, pale palm. Her fragile hand felt incredibly supple, exuding a soft, boneless sensation that seemed to invite one to indulge in its warmth. Yet, Qiu Yuning's hand was devoid of warmth, chilling to the touch. Suddenly, Lin Chen's brow furrowed as he cast a cold gaze upon Qiu Yuning. Upon their hands meeting, wisps of white smoke began to rise, and a searing sensation radiated from his palm. Lin Chen attempted to pull away, but their hands were inexplicably bonded. What do you intend to do? He inquired coldly, his spiritual energy within his mind ready to erupt at any moment. Nothing, Qiu Yuning replied expressionlessly as she promptly released her grip. Lin Chen glanced at his palm, which now bore a spiraling symbol, mysterious and arcane. What is this? He demanded, stifling his inner fury. He had extended kindness to this woman, only to find himself ensnared in her trap. It will not harm you, Qiu Yuning stated flatly. My life is indirectly in your hands now. Harming you serves no purpose for me. Lin Chen's sharp gaze lingered on Qiu Yuning's flawless visage, suddenly noticing a pallor to her complexion, likely a consequence of the mysterious symbol she had invoked. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Chen found some logic in her words and contemplated various scenarios. Should you engage in any treachery, you are well aware of the consequences, Lin Chen warned coldly. After visiting the demon emperor's cave, if this symbol does not vanish, I shall not offer you any healing. Qiu Yuning cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, responding indifferently, do as you see fit. A bitter smile crossed Lin Chen's face, and suddenly, an impulse surged within him. May I ask you a question? Speak, she replied. You seem particularly talkative today. Lin Chen observed. Qiu Yuning suddenly met his gaze, her eyes icy. You are overthinking. Lin Chen merely shrugged, opting for silence. This mysterious woman, as beautiful as a celestial being, was flawless in every aspect, save for her somewhat frosty demeanor. Reflecting on that water-like figure, Lin Chen felt a softness within. Abruptly, images of the lively and charming Yun Qing, as well as the serene and profound Yun Luo, danced in his mind. Damn it, Lin Chen, you are thinking too much. You haven't even rescued your father yet, he silently cursed, pressing a hand to his chest, as if the memory of that pink handkerchief still lingered. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, a surge of magical energy began to ripple through the air. It is evident that the mysterious Xiongding is currently engaged in alchemical practices. By the way, there are certain matters I deem necessary to share with you. Qiu Yuning suddenly spoke. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart and could not help but glance at her again. Her words seemed unusually plentiful today, as if to express her gratitude. It is merely a form of reciprocation, Qiu Yuning replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen smiled wryly and nodded, prompting her to continue. I assume that you and the alchemist have come here with intentions of venturing into the blood abyss. Given your age and accomplishments, you must surely belong to one of the three major sects, Qiu Yuning stated calmly. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, remaining silent. It was apparent that he sensed Qiu Yuning was about to divulge a significant piece of information. The true history of the blood abyss is something even disciples from great sects cannot ascertain. Standing upon a stone and gazing into the distance, Qiu Yuning's dark hair danced lightly in the breeze. The periphery of the blood abyss serves as an excellent training ground, yet its depths conceal a terrifying entity. Lin Chen observed her flawless silhouette atop the rock, choosing to remain quiet. In truth, the existence of Ghost God Valley is intrinsically linked to the blood abyss. Qiu Yuning continued. The Demon Emperor's lair within Ghost God Valley is not merely a residence, but rather the burial site of a legendary demon emperor. Similarly, deep within the blood abyss lies the grave of an extraordinarily formidable being. What you refer to as the blood abyss is essentially a cemetery. Lin Chen pondered, beginning to speculate about the demon emperor's lair. The notion of it being a tomb did not surprise him. However, to claim that the blood abyss is a burial ground left Lin Chen profoundly shaken. Elder Su Qian had previously informed him that even beings at the 10th level of the divine law realm had fallen within the depths of the blood abyss. How powerful must the master of this tomb be? I did not assert that it is merely a tomb. Perhaps that formidable being still rests in the depths of the blood abyss, and none can ascertain, Qiu Yuning remarked, casting a glance at the astonished Lin Chen. If you wish to obtain the blood spirit longevity fruit, you must journey to the demon emperor's lair. The blood spirit longevity fruit. Lin Chen shook his head, admitting, I have yet to review the detailed tasks from the sect, so I am unaware of the specifics. Qiu Yuning did not respond, but continued. The blood spirit longevity fruit is an exceedingly rare treasure, one that can fetch an astronomical price. However, such a phenomenon occurs deep within the blood abyss, and few manage to acquire it. Within the demon emperor's lair, there exists something capable of resisting the malevolent blood fiend energy found in the depths of the abyss. Are you suggesting that obtaining that item from the demon emperor's lair would allow one to venture deeper into the blood abyss? Lin Chen inquired, frowning. Indeed. The deeper one ventures, the more potent the blood fiend energy becomes, transforming into blood fiend demonic energy, Qiu Yuning explained. The item within the demon emperor's lair is specifically designed to counteract this blood fiend demonic energy. That sounds like a valuable asset, Lin Chen sighed. Qiu Yuning's extensive revelations undoubtedly aim to inform him of the treasures hidden within the demon emperor's lair. Despite the myriad of dangers, the venture holds substantial worth. After all, the key to the lair remains firmly in his grasp. Many powerful beings have sought to explore the blood abyss, yet most have perished, while those fortunate enough to survive have risen to prominence. As the autumn rain fell gently, Qiu Yuning remarked on the perilous depths of the blood abyss. A place that drew countless individuals, lured by its promise of treasures. This realm was indeed a veritable trove, brimming with extraordinary talents and divine artifacts. Lin Chen felt a flicker of intrigue rise within him as he considered the treasure map he possessed, one that seemingly whispered of a hidden bounty within the blood abyss. A treasure so remarkable that even the celestial realm would be stirred. It appeared that he truly needed to acquire the object hidden within the demon emperor's lair. What the celestial realm desired, he must seize for himself. If you truly venture into the depths of the blood abyss, Qiu Yuning cautioned, should you encounter a place that ignites a fervor within your very blood, be sure to steer clear. Her words were grave, for if you do not, you shall be transformed into a blood demon. Why? Lin Chen inquired, his gaze fixed on Ghost Spirit Valley, as if he could perceive the blood abyss itself. Because the manifestation of the blood abyss is the result of a grand formation, Qiu Yuning explained. Those places that incite such overwhelming sensations are the core of the array. Lin Chen silently committed her words to memory, regardless of their veracity. It could not harm to retain such knowledge. Suddenly, Lin Chen regarded Qiu Yuning with a contemplative look, unable to suppress his curiosity. You seem particularly loquacious today. Qiu Yuning turned to him, her beautiful eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Lin Chen gazed up at her, her celestial visage seemingly impervious to desecration. He swallowed hard, steeling himself to inquire, are you worried about me? Qiu Yuning's expression momentarily faltered, but her eyes grew even colder. Leave. She turned away, the gentle breeze lifting the azure robe she wore, her long hair flowing like a river, exuding an air of aloofness. Even her silhouette conveyed an aura of chill. In an unexpected surge of emotion, Lin Chen, gazing at her retreating figure, felt a rush of fervor. He moved swiftly, tearing at the azure robe draped over her back. "Crack! What are you doing?" A voice filled with wrath echoed. "Treating you," Lin Chen replied. Qiu Yuning's eyes blazed with fury as she confronted him, yet Lin Chen, seemingly undeterred, pressed his hand against her back. Qiu Yuning's body shuddered, her menacing expression momentarily frozen. After cautiously administering her treatment once more, Lin Chen's consciousness coalesced a heavenly devil seed within his mind. Having learned from the incident involving the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, he was increasingly aware of the formidable nature of the heavenly devil seed, which could kill invisibly. As he wandered through a grove, the warmth in his palm reminded him of the soft touch he had felt. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, grateful that she had not erupted in anger. He could not comprehend why he had felt such an impulsive urge to rend her garments. During the treatment, his hands trembled, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing that this enigmatic, icy woman might retaliate. However, upon catching a glimpse of her teasing gaze, he suppressed the urge to flee and continued his work. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. After her treatment, Qiu Yuning merely pursued him for a short distance. As darkness enveloped the forest, Lin Chen collected his thoughts, pondering whether venturing into the lair of the Demon Emperor would prove beneficial or detrimental. Undoubtedly, the journey would entail peril. Yet, contemplating the formidable eye of the demon god, Lin Chen steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He decided to examine the specific task assigned to him by the ancestor of wind and fire. As he spoke, he retrieved the mission scroll, which was densely inscribed with text, mirroring the words of the ancestor, indicating an investigation into the disturbances within the blood abyss. Nothing enigmatic about it, Lin Chen murmured. Yet, he was reminded of the ancestor's various cunning challenges and the words of Elder Xiaoyao, who had mentioned that the ancestor was once a loyal supporter of the former demon emperor. A flicker of realization surged through his mind as he unfolded the scroll, revealing a line of faintly glowing text. The ancestor once sought the remains of the demon emperor, but fell victim to a peculiar poison. Although the toxin was dispelled, his lifespan has nearly waned. Should you, my young friend, be fortunate enough to venture into the depths of the blood abyss and procure the blood spirit longevity fruit, I shall risk my life to aid you in ascending the throne. The final statement, resolute and commanding, resonated with a spirit of unwavering determination. Lin Chen gazed at the deeply engraved characters on the scroll, his heart stirred by profound shock. He felt as though he could sense the weight of that sentiment, the iron-willed general sacrificing his very essence for the emperor. After standing in a daze, he looked up at the twinkling stars, enveloped in a contemplative silence. The cunning nature of the ancestor seemed to linger vividly in his mind. The blood abyss was indeed the finest crucible, as Elder Xiaoyao had informed him, affirming that the ailing elder genuinely had his best interests at heart. A being of the fifth stage of divine law was a formidable entity, reigning over a vast expanse of the continent. Yet, the ancestor had succumbed to an unusual poison, his lifespan nearly depleted. I must delve deep into the blood abyss, Lin Chen resolved, acknowledging that the ancestor's life should not be extinguished prematurely, and he was determined to acquire the blood spirit longevity fruit with utmost effort, rather than being solely attracted to the ancestor's combat prowess. Lin Chen was propelled by a deep respect for the elder. After all, he would scarcely trust such words from an ordinary fifth-stage practitioner. Moreover, the depths of the blood abyss harbored countless dangers, having claimed the lives of even those at the 10th stage of divine law. Lin Chen's willingness to strive for the ancestor was sparked by the elder's genuine concern for him, distinguishing him from a mere tyrant driven by self-interest. Clearly, the coveted object within the demon emperor's lair was something he must secure. Lin Chen declared softly, his fists clenched tightly. The tender visage of his youth had transformed into one of resilience, steadfastness, and resolve. Night swiftly passed, and at this moment, within the woods of Wulong Mountain, he stood ready. Lin Chen and Qiu Yuning stood behind a dense grove, sensing the subtle fluctuations emanating from the depths of the forest. These were the magical ripples of alchemical prowess. What preparations do we need for the demon emperor's lair? Lin Chen could no longer endure the frigid atmosphere and inquired. Without even a glance at him, Qiu Yuning replied, "No need." "Are you not hungry?" he pressed. "Not at all," she retorted. "Shall we find something to occupy ourselves?" "No." Can we discuss the profundities of several spells? No. Lin Chen proposed numerous activities, each met with her succinct refusals, igniting a simmering frustration within him. He merely sought to dissolve the awkward chill that enveloped them. Her lack of cooperation was exasperating. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Qiu Yuning's back. An impulse to tear open his robe surged within him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a gust of fierce energy surged toward him. If you wish to perish, feel free to try, Qiu Yuning stated coldly, her eyes fixed on him. Embarrassed, Lin Chen shook his head and quickly gestured that he did not wish to die. Turning instead to peer into the depths of the forest, he resolved to pay closer attention during the next treatment, hoping to glean more from her, despite her usual concealment. Unbeknownst to him, Qiu Yuning cast a discreet glance at Lin Chen, noticing the frustration etched on his face, and a fleeting smile graced her lips, momentarily enchanting. Though Lin Chen faced away from her, a subtle smile tugged at his own lips. This ephemeral glimpse of emotion was already etched in his memory. She appeared even more captivating with just a hint of expression. At that moment, the fluctuations in the depths of the forest abruptly ceased, and a figure swiftly emerged. The alchemist, shouting, appeared invigorated, clearly rejuvenated by his successful potion-making. "Brother Lin, here are 30,000 spirit pills. You may distribute them," he said, tossing a bag toward Lin Chen. With a smile, Lin Chen nodded, and, after probing into the bag with his spirit sense, naturally divided the spirit pills into 3 portions, casually handing a bag to both Shouting and Qiu Yuning. Qiu Yuning, momentarily taken aback, held the bag and could not help but ask, "What is this for?" "For you," Lin Chen replied with a grin. Her icy gaze flickered slightly. Upon probing the contents, her astonishment deepened. "These are equivalent to 20,000 dragons of magical energy." Seeing her bewilderment, Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. "Indeed, my brother's alchemical skills are remarkable. I cannot accept this. I did not contribute." Qiu Yuning shook her head. She had anticipated a casual offering of spirit pills, but was taken aback by the equitable distribution. "Take it," Lin Chen urged. "A few spirit pills can only benefit you in the future." "No," she resolutely declined, tossing the bag back to Lin Chen. As Lin Chen observed Qiu Yuning tossing the Qianquan bag towards him, an inexplicable sense of annoyance surged within him. He exclaimed, "Did you not also collect 10,000 pieces of the law dragon grass? Although it may not be substantial, it could certainly aid in bolstering your strength." He cast the 1,000 law spirit pills towards Qiu Yuning, primarily hoping to provide her with some means of self-preservation when entering the demon emperor's lair. Despite her grievous injuries, the purity of the law spirit pills would allow her to unleash some semblance of power. Lin Chen casually tossed the Qianquan bag to Qiu Yuning, his ire unabated as he declared, "Take it or leave it." Subsequently, he took the lead, departing ahead. Qiu Yuning, unfazed by Lin Chen's tirade, remained indifferent as she hesitated before accepting the approaching Qianquan bag. Xiao Ding, observing her calm demeanor, cast a curious glance in her direction, pondering her reaction. After this brief interlude, the trio continued their journey towards the Valley of Ghosts and Gods. The valley remained as foreboding as ever, with an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy that significantly restricted their consciousness. Before them lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, rendering the true length of the valley indiscernible. Possessing formidable sensing abilities and having previously traversed this path, Qiu Yuning naturally took the lead. Post-outburst, Lin Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware of the mysterious woman's volatile temperament, characterized by her icy demeanor and unreasonable nature. Despite his trepidation, he found solace in the fact that Qiu Yuning did not retaliate against him. Fortunately, she was not entirely unreasonable. Qiu Yuning's expression returned to its usual aloofness, embodying an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. As they delved deeper, the ghostly energy intensified palpably. Lin Chen's body instinctively activated the heavenly calamity Yin Luo scripture, coupled with his devouring demon technique, drawing the surrounding ghostly essence into himself like a whirlpool. This allowed Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding to conserve their spiritual energy within the seemingly interminable valley. Eerie roars of unknown beasts and the chilling howls of spirits echoed intermittently. The atmosphere within the Valley of Ghosts and Gods was thick with demonic energy. The trio traversed the valley for a full 5 hours, yet the path ahead remained enshrouded in darkness, leaving them uncertain of their destination. During their journey, Lin Chen encountered several manifestations of ghostly energy, which upon being devoured, culminated in the formation of a heavenly calamity demon seed. The deeper they ventured, the more alarmed Lin Chen became. The density of the ghostly energy explained why most practitioners of divine laws dared not enter. Under the constraints imposed on their consciousness, none would recklessly breach the boundaries of this valley. In a few hundred meters, keep a close watch on my steps to avoid the onslaught of any restrictions, Qiu Yuning instructed coldly, taking the lead once more. Lin Chen and Xiao Ding closely followed in her wake. Suddenly, Lin Chen inquired, "What is the total length of this valley of ghosts and gods?" Qiu Yuning paused momentarily before replying. "No one has traversed its entirety. Most retreat in fright after reaching the halfway point." Lin Chen's body tensed at her words. In the midst of suppressing the blood-soaked tyrant of gun emperors, a warning was transmitted to Lin Chen's consciousness. "Exercise caution. The fluctuations ahead are exceedingly strange, and I can sense a vast formation operating within this ghostly god valley." Lin Chen, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement and gradually followed the footsteps of Qiu Yuning. At last, when Qiu Yuning halted, their surroundings transformed abruptly. Before them lay a parched stone pool, guarded at each corner by 4 grotesque statues of ghostly deities wielding tridents. Yet, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the pool. This was no mere stone basin, it was the entrance. Qiu Yuning glanced at Lin Chen, her expression somber, and remarked, "This pool harbors terrifying restrictions. Even a formidable being at the 4th level of the divine law realm would find themselves ensnared or meet their demise if they encountered it. I suffered grave injuries here the last time." Lin Chen's countenance darkened. The fact that even such powerful entities could not escape underscored the extraordinary nature of the demon emperor's lair. Moreover, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. If even those at the 4th level of the divine law realm could not evade this fate, how had she managed to escape? Could it be that she had previously existed beyond that level? "Do not overthink it," Qiu Yuning interjected without hesitation. "By casting the eye of the ghostly deity into the pool, we can activate the entrance." Lin Chen regarded Qiu Yuning for a moment before tossing the parchment of the eye of the ghostly deity into the stone pool. Instantly, the previously still waters began to tremble ever so slightly upon contact with the parchment. Waves of dark mist surged forth from the depths of the pool, vaguely forming the shape of a gateway. "This is the entrance," Qiu Yuning stated coldly, then exchanged a glance with Lin Chen before leaping into the suddenly manifested portal. Lin Chen immediately grasped the parchment of the eye of the ghostly deity and exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Ding before both followed suit into the portal. Once the 3 figures had plunged through, the dark mist began to disperse, returning the surroundings to their normal appearance. However, the eyes of the ghostly deities guarding the stone pool glowed fiercely red. The earth beneath them emitted faint tremors, heralding the approach of a colossal entity from the shadows. Chapter 204. The 6 mystical ghostly deity formation of 3 lives and 3 deaths. After Lin Chen and his companions had all entered the portal, the scene shifted dramatically. Beneath their feet lay a desolate expanse, shrouded in swirling ghostly energy. This vast terrain, stretching a full mile in circumference, was encircled by towering peaks. The trio found themselves completely surrounded by mountains. Before Lin Chen, a mountain loomed with a gaping maw measuring 10 meters wide. At the summit of the cave, 2 ominous characters, Demon Emperor, were inscribed in a dark, menacing script. Was this truly the authentic visage of the Demon Emperor's lair? Qiu Yuning could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sudden revelation. Unexpectedly, within this realm of spirits and demons, there exists such a singular place. Lin Chen's gaze grew solemn, for his consciousness faced formidable limitations here, extending merely 10 meters. Clearly, this place was even more terrifying than the Valley of Spirits. "Lin Chen, this is still the Valley of Spirits," sighed Blood Elder. In his lifetime, he had established a unique illusionary formation here, imperceptible to outsiders. "Your Eye of Spirits serves as the key to unlock this formation." Lin Chen, perplexed, surveyed the land within a 1-mile radius, feeling a sense of foreboding. He surmised that there must be some form of restriction within this territory. Blood Elder nodded in approval, speculating, "Though I cannot sense it now, it stands to reason that the lair of a powerful being would not be so easily accessible. Even with a key, dangers abound." Lin Chen nodded gravely. Autumn Rain and Xiao Ding naturally sensed something amiss, their gazes directed towards Lin Chen. In an imperceptible manner, Lin Chen had become the anchor of their resolve. The eye of clarity. Ignoring the movements of the others, Lin Chen's azure eyes ignited like flames. In an instant, everything before him began to unravel, revealing the hidden truths. Upon this revelation, Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. To his eyes, everything lay beneath the veil of an obscure grand formation, with only the 10-meter radius beneath their feet being a safe haven. In other words, the entire 1-mile expanse was under the operation of this grand formation. However, at that moment, Lin Chen's eye of clarity was still unable to penetrate the entirety of the formation. Everyone be cautious. This entire 1-mile area operates under a grand formation. Lin Chen spoke solemnly. You two, temporarily stand behind me. Xiao Ding naturally moved to Lin Chen's rear. Though he had continuously consumed elixirs along the way to recuperate from his injuries, Autumn Rain merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen, her form unmoving as she shook her head. I do not require your protection. Lin Chen shot her a glare, swiftly darting forward to seize her arm, forcibly pulling her behind him. This woman, so stubborn even in such dire circumstances. When Lin Chen grasped her, Autumn Rain momentarily froze, regaining her composure. Her fierce gaze sparkled with intent to strike, her fingertips brimming with energy, prepared to retaliate against Lin Chen. Yet, he remained impassive, his focus unwaveringly directed ahead. In that fleeting moment, Autumn Rain felt a surge of hesitation. Soon, her expression shifted in bewilderment. When had she ever wavered? Such an emotion was unnecessary. However, observing Lin Chen's unwavering concentration, she was conflicted about whether to act. Autumn Rain gradually relaxed her grip, internally reassuring herself to spare him for now. It was not the right time to engage. Lin Chen, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to channel the eye of clarity, vigilant of the situation ahead. Then I shall test the workings of this grand formation, he declared with a faint, cold smile, curling his fingers as a dragon of magical energy coiled around them. As the fingers danced, the resonant roar of the dragon echoed forth, propelling the majestic dragon of mana towards the open expanse ahead. The impact of the mana dragon striking the ground resounded like a thunderclap. Both Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding assumed a vigilant stance, poised for the activation of the grand formation. Yet, following the dragon's collision, wisps of spectral energy surged from the earth, ensnaring the mana dragon within their grasp. The ground remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of the formation's activation. Brother, why is there no response? Xiao Ding questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion at the unfolding scene. Qiu Yuning's gaze turned icy in response. Do not fret. The land within a mile radius is under the influence of a grand formation, albeit one that is notoriously difficult to awaken, Lin Chen remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of calm. In an instant, 10 mana dragons ignited within his consciousness. A delicate golden fire lotus, measuring over a meter in diameter, materialized in Lin Chen's hand. It was none other than the Earth Core seal. Explode, Lin Chen commanded, casting the golden fire lotus towards the vacant ground, where it collided with ferocity, immediately unleashing torrents of spectral energy that seemed intent on dragging the lotus into the depths of the earth. However, in the very next moment, the golden fire lotus erupted spectacularly, transforming into a conflagration of golden flames that engulfed the entire terrain. A resonant hum suddenly permeated the air, emanating from the earth itself, a sound reminiscent of turning gears, growing increasingly distinct. A terrifying aura began to seep from the ground, heralding the gradual activation of a colossal formation. Brace yourselves, Lin Chen warned, his expression sharpening as he addressed his companions. Both Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the ominous energy rising from below. At that instant, the desolate ground fractured, creating wide crevices that snaked across the land within the mile radius. These fissures formed an intricate array of mystical symbols, through which torrents of spectral energy flowed, enveloping everything in an instant. What manner of formation is this? Lin Chen pondered solemnly, his sense of impending danger intensifying. The ground erupted with a series of explosive sounds, drawing the trio's attention to the source of the detonations. They beheld 6 obsidian portals ascending from the earth, suspended a foot above the ground. Each of these dark portals emanated a profound, inscrutable aura, adorned with fearsome carvings of specters wielding tridents, spears, and pikes. These 6 portals, now hovering, occupied 6 remarkably intricate positions, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Brother, what is this? Xiao Ding inquired, his perception unable to penetrate the workings of the activated grand formation. Xiao Yuning cast a puzzled glance at Lin Chen, equally bewildered by the enigmatic array before them. Lin Chen remained silent, while the blood elder in the tower expressed his astonishment. Lin Chen, this should be the 3 lives and 3 deaths, 6 mysterious ghosts, and God's formation. The blood elder's expression turned grave, indeed. These 6 portals consist of 3 that represent the gates of death, wherein entry guarantees demise, and 3 that symbolize the gates of life, offering a chance for survival. The essence of the ghosts and gods implies that apart from the vicinity of the portals, all else is inhabited by spirits. In other words, one must not tread beyond the portals. Lin Chen was taken aback, according to the blood elder. They were left with no choice but to enter one of the 6 portals, 3 life gates and 3 death gates, which translated to a 50% chance of fatality. Both Lin Chen and his companions, Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning, dared not recklessly venture into danger. This dichotomy of life and death was indeed a troubling dilemma. With a heavy heart, Lin Chen promptly relayed the nature of the 3 lives and 3 deaths, 6 mysterious ghosts, and God's formation to Xiao Yuning and Xiao Ding. Their expressions turned somber. Facing a 50% mortality rate, they found themselves at an impasse regarding their decision. Blood Elder, do you possess any other methods to break this formation? Lin Chen inquired solemnly. There are, the Blood Elder replied gravely, but we must locate the formation's eye, otherwise, we shall be compelled to take our chances with the life and death gates. The formation eye? Lin Chen was taken aback. How could they possibly discern the formation eye within such a vast array? Moreover, their spiritual consciousness was unable to penetrate the formation, making the search immensely challenging. Lin Chen, breaking this formation will require some time, the Blood Elder stated. I will guide you in the application of the formation techniques to uncover the formation eye. However, during this process, the ghosts and gods within the formation will be stirred. These spirits possess an alluring power, and you must have your 2 companions protect you. Otherwise, we will be unable to unravel the formation. Blood Elder, I comprehend, Lin Chen nodded, turning to his companions. The formation will require some time to dismantle, and we will be assailed by the ghosts and gods. Xiao Ding, you must stand firm against the incoming spirits. They wield a beguiling influence, so exercise utmost caution. Understood. Brother, Xiao Ding replied with a solemn nod. Xiao Yuning's beautiful eyes were cold as she bit her lip, remaining silent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen abruptly activated his vision. The Blood Elder within the tower immediately transmitted a torrent of thoughts, an initiation into the formation techniques, coalescing the essence of the formation's brush. Waves of textual information surged into Lin Chen's mind, detailing the methods for channeling the formation's brush. Having gained profound insight from his previous experiences in the inner disciples' chambers, Lin Chen's understanding of the formation brush was deep-rooted. 1,000 dragons of magical energy ignited simultaneously, and a crystalline brush of formation gradually materialized in Lin Chen's hand. Within this brush resided 1,000 dragons of magical power. With a fiery descent to the left of the formation and the rightward mystery, harnessed the momentum of flames. The Blood Elder bellowed once more, transmitting vivid imagery into Lin Chen's consciousness. Lin Chen's mind raced to comprehend, and he began to wield the formation brush, each stroke releasing a cascade of magical dragons into the air. In the vast expanse of the sky, a series of fiery formations emerged, their trajectories intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. As a novice, Lin Chen's strokes were still unrefined and excruciatingly slow. It took him a full half-hour to complete the final flourish. Suddenly, the grand formation above crystallized, with circles of flames perpetually igniting the heavens. At the moment the formation took shape, torrents of flames cascaded from beneath, engulfing the earth below. The 3 lives and 3 deaths, 6 mystical ghosts deep formation was immediately besieged by this inferno, resounding with the chilling cries of vengeful spirits. Billowing black energy surged forth from the ground, creating a tempest of ghostly might. Chapter 205. Breaking the formation. Protect her, Xiao Ding. Lin Chen shouted as he felt the grand formation begin to operate. He then devoted himself wholly to the enactment of the array. This great fire descent formation requires 3 to encompass it all, Blood Elder remarked. Once you drive out the core of the formation, summon the Xinshang Monarch Tower, and I shall dismantle this grand array. Lin Chen nodded vigorously, appreciating the significance of Blood Elder's strategy. With the great fire descent formation now established, Lin Chen wielded his array pin once more, conjuring the second great fire descent formation. Torrents of flames fell from the array, sweeping towards the earth. Each fiery impact upon the ground stirred up waves of ghostly energy from the serpentine fissures of the formation. This dense spectral energy coalesced into forms resembling demonic spirits, far more formidable than those Lin Chen had encountered in the realm of demons, each a half-step into the divine realm. Moreover, these spirits bore vague, ghostly visages, brandishing long spears with overwhelming might. As the spirits advanced menacingly, Xiao Ding stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Qiu Yuning. Refining fire, he bellowed, his hands weaving intricate seals, unleashing a peculiar blue flame from his palms. This extraordinary blue fire began to intertwine into robust chains, sweeping through the air under Xiao Ding's mental command. The sound of explosions echoed as he wielded over 100 chains of fire, toppling the advancing spirits. The surrounding spirits rapidly multiplied, soon numbering in the hundreds. The piercing sound of projectiles filled the air, as countless indistinct black spears rained down like a storm upon Xiao Ding and Qiu Yuning. All of you transform, Xiao Ding roared, once again forming intricate seals with his hands, releasing an overwhelming surge of magical energy. An ethereal cauldron materialized, enveloping all the spears within its grasp. With a flick of his finger, he sent forth strands of blue refining fire into the illusory cauldron, igniting it into a fierce blaze. The entire illusory alchemical cauldron trembled amidst this overwhelming assault, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet, it remained unbroken. With a mere gesture from the Xiongding, the flames within the cauldron surged more fiercely. The magic spirits, now deprived of their spears, erupted with a torrent of ghostly energy, rushing towards the Xiongding. At this moment, Lin Chen's final stroke was completed, unveiling another grand array of flames in the sky, as torrents of fire cascaded down. Waves of magic spirits continued to emerge from the 3 lives, 3 deaths, 6 profound, ghostly formation, brandishing their spears, their gaze fixated upon Lin Chen and his companions. Over 100 magic spirits at the threshold of divine law materialized. This was dire. With so many magic spirits, the Xiongding would surely struggle to endure for long. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he swiftly wielded the shortened array pin with remarkable speed. Only one last grand array was needed. Confronted with more than 200 magic spirits, the pressure on the Xiongding escalated. At this moment, he could not afford to be careless. All the power within him surged forth. The alchemical mark on his forehead glimmered faintly, and a massive alchemical cauldron immediately erupted from his brow. This refining cauldron appeared far more substantial than the previous illusory one, though still somewhat indistinct. Waves of refining flames churned within the cauldron, manifesting as fire serpents, fire dragons, and fire beasts. The 100 magic spirits, now devoid of their ghostly spears, charged towards the Xiongding with overwhelming force. With a thought, the refining cauldron enveloped the 100 magic spirits, though his complexion paled slightly. To contend with these 100 magic spirits at the threshold of divine law was akin to facing 3 beings of the first level of divine law. Moreover, the Xiongding had to protect Qiu Yuning behind him. Do not worry about me, Qiu Yuning whispered. I possess means to safeguard myself. The Xiongding hesitated momentarily, but then noticed Qiu Yuning standing beside him. At this juncture, he realized he had no choice but to proceed. The newly emerged 100 magic spirits seemed to possess considerable intelligence. Witnessing the Xiongding's rampage, they did not hastily pursue. Instead, they began to arrange themselves in an orderly manner, emitting chilling wails that resonated through the air. Qiu Yuning's consciousness surged forth, radiating an aura of authority. Instantly, the gazes of the 100 magic spirits converged upon her. Seeing this, the Xiongding hurriedly began to consume the lost spirit elixir, amplifying the cauldron's power. He needed to refine these 100 magic spirits swiftly to have any chance of protecting Qiu Yuning. However, after establishing their intricate formation, the 100 magic spirits surged towards Qiu Yuning. A series of strange sound waves emanated from the spirits, enveloping her in their eerie grasp. As the autumn rain coiled around Qiu Yuning's fingertips, a surge of energy was poised for release. However, an abrupt transformation occurred. A phantom visage of demonic nature suddenly manifested before her, articulating words that chilled the air. Kill Lin Chen, and you shall have the chance to survive this place. Qiu Yuning's fingers froze momentarily, and she retaliated with a punch aimed at the demonic face, only to find it insubstantial and intangible. A mere illusion that could not be shattered. He is deceiving you. The demonic visage continued with a chilling tone. In this intricate formation of 3 lives and 3 deaths, only one shall emerge alive. Unperturbed, the phantom persisted. Although Lin Chen appears sincere, his heart is steeped in filth. He has long harbored intentions to violate you. But your vigilance has thwarted his attempts. A pallor washed over Qiao Yuning's face as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Unbeknownst to her, the multitude of demonic spirits that had charged forth had halted, adopting a peculiar formation that reverberated with haunting cries. This scene did not escape Lin Chen and Xiao Ding's notice. What is happening? Xiao Ding queried, observing Qiao Yuning's dazed expression. He noted the lack of focus in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Ding, do not disturb her. She is being assailed by the demonic spirits and has succumbed to an illusion. Lin Chen cautioned, wielding the pin of formation with solemnity. This illusion can only be shattered by Qiao Yuning herself. Xiao Ding nodded, his gaze heavy with concern as he turned his attention forward. The speed at which he consumed the spiritual pills quickened. The 100 trapped demonic spirits wreaked havoc within the cauldron, yet they could not break free, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. You are as beautiful as a celestial being. Any man who beholds you would be captivated, the demonic visage continued. These 2 brothers are not virtuous. You must eliminate them to attain the treasures of the demon emperor's lair. Must I truly kill them? Qiao Yuning murmured, bewildered. Indeed, they are not good-hearted. Lin Chen's actions are merely a means to forge a path for himself. Ultimately, you will meet your demise. And the treasures within the demon emperor's lair will remain beyond your grasp. A hint of excitement flickered across the demonic face. The wails of the 100 demonic spirits grew increasingly harrowing. I must possess that treasure. I will kill him, Qiao Yuning muttered to herself, her energy coiling anew. Aimed at Lin Chen, Xiao Ding, observing this turn of events, felt his pupils constrict. What does this woman intend to do? Only by killing him can you survive. His intentions towards you are nefarious. He must be slain. His heart is monstrous, and you shall become a mere offering. Kill him. The hoarse echoes of the demonic voice reverberated in Qiao Yuning's mind, intensifying in both fervor and excitement. As the formation pulsated, the 100 demonic spirits began to advance slowly towards Qiao Yuning's figure. Lin Chen sensed the murderous intent emanating from behind him, causing his heart to sink. Nevertheless, he did not pause in his task. The pen of formation remained steady in his hand as he continued to inscribe the array. Lin Chen, be cautious. This girl may be under the control of a demon. Blood Old bellowed from within the tower. Lin Chen nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Qiao Yuning, whose eyes were devoid of focus. Ultimately, he refrained from taking any defensive measures and persisted in his writing. The mysterious symbols etched in his palm began to radiate a faint warmth. Will she kill? The demonized face observed the formless, murderous aura surrounding Qiao Yuning. Excitement unabashedly evident. Do it. Do not hesitate. At this, Qiao Yuning's gaze shifted, revealing a sudden, fierce determination as her fingers moved with urgency. A surge of potent energy shot forth, transforming into a blade-like presence, ruthlessly slicing towards Lin Chen. The demonized face erupted into maniacal laughter upon witnessing this. At last, you are willing to kill him. Now your time has come. It sneered. Hundreds of demon spirits, positioned at intricate angles, surged madly towards Qiao Yuning. A deafening explosion rang out, abruptly freezing the wild, twisted faces of the demon spirits. The energy collided with the oncoming horde, obliterating them with terrifying force. Over 70 demon spirits disintegrated in the wake of that single strike. Damn it! She actually killed the demon spirits. The demonized face howled in rage. Everyone attack! Kill this woman! The remaining demon spirits charged toward Qiao Yuning, their murderous intent palpable. After unleashing that powerful energy, Qiao Yuning swayed slightly, then coughed up a breath of ghostly essence, her injuries flaring anew. I will make you pay with your life. The demonized face growled menacingly. However, a tremendous force of suction suddenly surged forth, causing the demonized face to scream in agony as it was reduced to nothingness. Qiao Yuning wobbled precariously before collapsing towards the ground, where she fell into a broad embrace. I promised to protect you. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? The man asked. Qiao Yuning managed a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. 3 great fiery formations coalesced in the air above a 1-mile radius. flames cascading like raindrops, enveloping the entire array. The heart of the formation was on the verge of being exposed. Chapter 206. The Blood Clan reemerges. The hand of fateful destiny with his left arm around Qiu Yuning, Lin Chen thrust his right hand towards the oncoming demon spirits. Instantly, an invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the approaching spirits. These fierce entities found themselves immobilized, their forms erupting in a series of explosions. The three blazing formations in the sky continued to rain down fire, sweeping across the entire 3 lives, 3 deaths, 6 mystical spirits array. Qiu Yuning leaned against Lin Chen's broad chest, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What kind of sensation is this? Everything is exploding. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, and the 100 magical dragons within the sea of consciousness instantly ignited. The pressure surrounding him surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. In that moment, the imprisoned magical spirits erupted simultaneously. The explosion of these spirits unleashed an outpouring of extraordinarily pure, ghostly energy. With a swift motion, Lin Chen drew this energy towards himself. As it flowed continuously into his being, the heavenly severance Yanluo scripture operated ceaselessly within Lin Chen, absorbing the immense and pure ghostly essence. In an instant, a seed of the heavenly severance demon was formed within his mind. At this moment, Qiu Yuning regained her composure, her expression frigid. "Let go of me," she commanded. A strand of vital energy pressing against Lin Chen's waist, the implication clear without needing to be spoken. Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he promptly released her from his embrace. Yet, a lingering, refreshing fragrance remained. What just occurred was purely a matter of necessity, Lin Chen awkwardly explained, fearing that she might harbor resentment and retaliate violently. "You think too much," Qiu Yuning replied, her face impassive. Lin Chen was taken aback, then managed a wry smile, his gaze sharpening like a blade as it locked onto the alchemy cauldron. The cauldron radiated immense power, enveloping 100 magical spirits within, relentlessly incinerating them with alchemical flames, reminiscent of the grandeur of refining all those spirits into elixirs. Just as Lin Chen prepared to spring into action, he paused, glancing over and calmly stating, "Do not make a move, or your wounds will worsen." After speaking, Lin Chen's figure flashed forth, soaring above the alchemy cauldron. As he forcefully pressed down on the struggling magical spirits within, an overwhelming pressure descended, manifesting as an invisible hand, striking down upon the hundreds of spirits. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly, mingled with the anguished cries of the spirits. Having already suffered fatal blows from the alchemy cauldron, the spirits were utterly weakened and could not withstand Lin Chen's formidable grasp. The devouring magic immediately activated, and a surge of absorptive power enveloped Lin Chen, drawing in the pure, ghostly energy. The heavenly severance Yanluo scripture turned relentlessly, as the magical bones within Lin Chen began to emit a faint glow, enhancing his power. Within the first sea of consciousness, for seeds of the heavenly severance demon had coalesced. If I could slay another 1,000 magical spirits, the number of my seeds would swell to a grand total, allowing me to merge them with my magical bones and further augment my strength. Lin Chen gazed regretfully at the 3 lives, 3 deaths, 6 mystical ghost formation, now engulfed in roaring flames. The 6 portals, still shrouded in the inferno, remained eerily silent, occupying 6 enigmatic positions. Lin Chen, with keen observation, remarked gravely that the location imbued with potent ghostly energies, which was safeguarded from the encroaching inferno, was indeed the eye of the formation. Lin Chen nodded, activating his eye of insight, which instantly absorbed the entirety of the formation's circumstances within a radius of 1 mile. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding and Qiu Yuning regrouped behind Lin Chen. Xiao Ding glanced at the pale-faced Qiu Yuning and could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Why did you not slay your elder brother? Do you wish for me to do so?" "No," she replied. "I believe you were likely bewitched at that moment." Xiao Ding candidly stated. Qiu Yuning maintained her stoic expression. "He is deceased, and there is no one to heal." Xiao Ding pondered for a moment, sensing that this might be an excuse, yet it bore an air of sincerity. He then turned his attention back to Lin Chen. The fissures snaked throughout the formation, filled with surging ghostly energies that resisted the flames cascading from above. While the fire could not inflict substantial damage upon the entire formation, a lack of resistance would still lead to deterioration. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. From the direction of the cave, within the most peripheral fissure of the formation, billowed an exceedingly dense ghostly energy, even infused with a trace of demonic essence. That must be the eye of the formation, Lin Chen thought, and promptly conveyed this location to Blood Elder, his focus now fixed on that edge. With a powerful gesture, Lin Chen summoned a small bronze tower from his consciousness, which swiftly enlarged in the sky, hurtling toward the eye of the formation. Upon witnessing this bronze tower, Qiu Yuning's eyes widened in astonishment. A mid-grade imperial artifact. She gasped. However, Lin Chen was oblivious to her reaction, fully concentrated on maneuvering the Xuanshang Monarch Tower to suppress the threat. As the towering structure reached the eye of the formation, the first layer of the suppression array activated, and 81 small doors opened simultaneously. A resounding boom echoed as the colossal tower descended upon the eye. Sensing impending peril, a massive ghostly energy erupted from within the eye, coalescing into a formidable black claw that lunged toward the Xuanshang Monarch Tower with considerable might. Humph! Blood Elder within the bronze tower sneered, his aged visage radiating authority. You think you can withstand the might of the Xuanshang Monarch Tower? Instantly, the entire tower surged with the suppression array, colliding with the obsidian claw. A tremendous explosion resounded, causing the black claw to shudder violently under the assault of the suppression array, layer upon layer fracturing. Lin Chen's eye of insight swiftly discerned that within the myriad fissures of the formation, the ghostly energy had ceased its tumultuous churn. Clearly, the eye had sustained damage, which had partially compromised the formation. Devour the formation, Blood Elder bellowed once more, prompting the second layer of the array to engage. The base of the tower transformed into a pitch-black vortex, inscribed with the words of suppression. Suddenly, the entire 3 lives and 3 deaths 6 profound ghostly spirits formation was greatly agitated. Countless ghostly spears erupted from the heart of the formation, numbering in the thousands. All of these ghostly spears instantly aimed at the Xuanshang Monarch Tower and shot forth with tremendous force, piercing through the fabric of space while emitting a chilling wail. The sound of a thunderous boom reverberated, as hundreds of fissures in the formation were obliterated in that moment. The word suppression within the black hole resembled a formidable weapon, akin to an unparalleled shield. One after another, the ghostly spears were violently dispersed, as the swirling black vortex consumed the dissipated ghostly energy entirely. Instantly, this engulfed immense ghostly energy surged into Lin Chen's body. From 1 to 10, an astounding 100 heavenly fiend demon seeds were condensed. While the thousands of ghostly spears were utterly annihilated, the might of the Xuanshang Monarch Tower remained unyielding, ruthlessly enforcing its suppression upon the heart of the formation. A series of explosive sounds began to resonate, echoing throughout the area as the 3 lives and 3 deaths 6 profound ghostly spirits formation crumbled under the pressure, facing inevitable destruction. At this moment, the entire formation collapsed in its entirety. Xiao Ding and Qiu Yuning observed this scene with a sigh of relief. They had finally passed the first trial. However, Lin Chen's gaze remained exceedingly grave, his eyes fixed ahead. The successive layers of earth collapsed, stirring up immense clouds of dust. Yet, amidst this chaos, 6 portals stood guard at 6 enigmatic positions. The 6 gates of life and death remained intact. Under Lin Chen's piercing sight, he could not sense any aura emanating from these 6 gates. The destruction of this grand formation had not affected them in the slightest. This indicated that these 6 gates were not intrinsically linked to the formation itself. This revelation weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. The most formidable aspect of the entire 3 lives and 3 deaths 6 profound ghostly spirits formation was indeed these 6 gates. Yet, they had not been destroyed. Lin Chen. Marvelous. The voice of Blood Old suddenly conveyed excitement, stating that these 6 gates constituted the core of the formation. However, the formation's creator had utilized 6 inferior royal artifacts to form its core. In other words, what lay before Lin Chen were 6 inferior royal artifacts. Together, they formed a unique small-scale formation. What? Lin Chen gasped, astonished that the core formation was composed of 6 inferior royal artifacts, implying he would need to confront it once more. The thought of facing this challenge again weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. The very first obstacle drained an immense amount of energy, leaving one to ponder how the journey ahead would unfold. Ha, you little rascal. Do you not grasp the meaning behind the Blood Sovereign's laughter? The primary formation is on the brink of destruction, and these 6 gates of life and death exist without a master. Hurry and claim them for yourself. This is an extraordinary boon. Lin Chen was taken aback, soon transforming his astonishment into joy. The implication of the Blood Sovereign was clear. These 6 gates of life and death could be utilized by him, becoming his treasures. With this newfound understanding, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the profound monarch tower once again soared back into his consciousness. With a swift movement, Lin Chen directed his flight toward the 6 silent gates of life and death. Naturally, Xiao Yuning noticed the unusual phenomenon surrounding the gates, her lips curving slightly. Even she could only marvel at Lin Chen's fortuitous luck. The formation treasure composed of these 6 gates was more formidable than most mid-grade imperial artifacts. Yet, this fortunate windfall was bestowed upon Lin Chen alone. As Lin Chen hovered above the 6 dormant gates of life and death, his expression turned solemn. He extended his hand, letting 6 drops of blood fall, ready to commence the process of refinement. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. A violent surge of astral energy, akin to a sword cleaving through the void, barreled towards Lin Chen with an imposing force. A hoarse, maniacal laughter echoed ominously. Thank you for delivering the 6 profound gates of life and death to this emperor. Streams of blood began to bubble up from the ground, gradually coalescing into a figure draped in a black robe, enshrouded in crimson astral energy. Chapter 207. Moment of peril. The ferocious astral energy surged towards Lin Chen, who was suspended above the 6 gates of life and death, striking with terrifying speed and momentum. The sense of impending doom in Lin Chen's heart intensified, and he immediately recognized the catastrophic onslaught of the blood-red astral energy. This is bad, Lin Chen bellowed, activating the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra to maximize his defenses. He swiftly darted to the side, his form flickering rapidly. Xiao Yuning and Xiao Ding immediately sensed the abrupt change in the situation, their faces paling in shock. How could someone else have entered? Xiao Yuning exclaimed, her expression frosty as she regarded the violent blood-red astral energy approaching. Brother, be careful, Xiao Ding shouted urgently. His internal mana surged vigorously as Lin Chen hastily fled, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. No one had anticipated the sudden emergence of this lethal blood-red astral energy. Like a sharp blade cutting through the air, this astral energy raced forward. Lin Chen's body flickered repeatedly, narrowly evading the onslaught of the crimson force, while the person behind him was jolted back by the shockwave generated by the astral energy's passage. The blood-red astral energy crashed violently against the surrounding mountains. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, as the mountain struck by the blood-red astral energy revealed a massive pit, plunging dozens of meters deep. In that instant, all the rocks were obliterated, showcasing the terrifying might of the attack. Upon witnessing the formidable force before him, Lin Chen inhaled sharply, realizing the terrifying potency of the blood-red aura. Yet, instead of lingering in awe, his gaze sharpened as it swept forward, his consciousness extending outward. This crimson aura was eerily familiar. It belonged to the bloodthirsty clan spoken of by Blood Elder, the very same 2 black-cloaked figures who had accompanied Lu Tongtian. To his astonishment, the blood-cloaked figure stood before the demon emperor's lair, its voice raspy as it uttered, "I have a fondness for your blood." Raising its head, it revealed eyes that glistened like coagulated blood. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he regarded the blood-cloaked figure, his mind racing with thoughts. How had this bloodthirsty being appeared here? Furthermore, its presence signified that the battle on Jian Tianmiao's side had come to a close. Lin Chen, exercise utmost caution. Do not reveal your sacred vein body, Blood Elder warned, a rare gravity in his tone. The sudden appearance of a bloodthirsty clan member here suggests something amiss. Lin Chen nodded, his body tense. Simultaneously, Xiao Ding and Qiuyun flew to stand behind Lin Chen. "Brother, are you all right?" Xiao Ding inquired solemnly. Qiuyun maintained her stoic demeanor, retracting her probing consciousness directed at Lin Chen. "I'm fine, but our situation has become quite precarious," Lin Chen replied gravely. This blood-cloaked figure represented a formidable presence at the 3rd tier of the divine law realm. Eliminating the 3 of them would be a trivial task. No one could withstand the brilliance of its aura. Suddenly, the blood-cloaked figure gasped in surprise, its blood-red gaze locking onto Qiuyun, a flicker of intense admiration crossing its features. It then broke into a hoarse, eerie laugh. "I hadn't anticipated an injured 3rd-tier divine law presence here. and one so beautiful at that. It seems this journey will yield a most exquisite blood offering. Shiyun's gaze turned icy as she addressed the blood-cloaked figure. How did you gain entry? Without the eye of the ghostly deity, anyone below the fourth tier of the divine law realm attempting to breach would be slain. Even those at the fourth tier would find themselves trapped. Yet, how did you manage to enter? With a raspy voice, the blood-cloaked figure replied, If I wish to enter, then I shall. I would have taken longer to break through the 3 lives, 3 deaths, 6 mysterious ghostly deity array. But you have unwittingly provided me with this grand gift. Lin Chen's gaze was equally frigid as he stared at the blood-cloaked figure. This entity had allied with Lu Tontian with the intent to eliminate him, marking the bloodthirsty clan as his sworn enemy. Today will be the day of demise for the 3 of you, the blood-cloaked figure declared, its blood-red eyes radiating a murderous intent. However, I can offer you a swift death, provided you answer my questions sincerely, Lin Chen. The 3 of them tensed, sensing the imminent threat. Lin Chen immediately projected his consciousness, instructing Shouting and Xiaoyun, he is targeting me. I will hold him off with all my strength. You must escape at once. Shouting resolutely shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Chen understood the nature of the crimson-robed figure, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He turned to Xiaoyun and urged, You must escape swiftly. The injuries within you will not be fatal for now. Xiaoyun glanced at him with a stoic expression and replied, You cannot hold him back. We will not escape. Lin Chen was left speechless, uncertain of what to say. These 2 were resolute in their decision to stay. What issue do you wish to address? Lin Chen coldly regarded the blood-colored figure. I can reveal the truth, provided you let them both go. The expressions of Xiaoyun and Shouting changed. And as they were about to speak, the crimson-robed figure let out a sinister laugh, declaring, None shall leave. If you remain silent, I will have no choice but to kill you. A heavy weight settled in Lin Chen's heart. Ask your questions, he said. You possess the sacred vein physique. Do you also command the devouring demon art? The crimson-robed figure's blood-red eyes ignited with a fierce glint, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. No, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Spare us, and all the treasures within the demon emperor's lair shall be yours. The blood-colored figure fell silent for a moment, causing Lin Chen's heart to plummet further. He truly did not wish to confront an enemy of such formidable strength. One at the 3rd level of the divine law realm. The odds were insurmountable. Suddenly, the crimson-robed figure erupted with a surge of energy, laughing maniacally. The treasures of the demon emperor's lair rightfully belong to me. Now, it matters not whether you are innocent. The mere hint of suspicion warrants your death. In an instant, a colossal wave of murderous intent locked onto Lin Chen and the other 2. Be careful, Lin Chen shouted, unleashing his full momentum. Shouting also released his complete aura, while even Xiaoyun's palm was enveloped in swirling energy, clearly ready to fight for their lives. I will obliterate you all in a single strike. The crimson-robed figure cackled, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Chen and Shouting could barely register the figure's movement, as it was as if he had teleported. Above, Xiaoyun warned, her eyes glinting with frost. Lin Chen and Shouting looked up to see the crimson-robed figure hovering above them. Bloodweb. The figure's massive hand grasped the air, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, forming a blood-red energy net over 20 meters long. With a swift motion, he unleashed the net, which descended with tremendous force. The speed was so rapid that Lin Chen and his companions found themselves unable to evade it. Divine King Tower. Lin Chen bellowed as a bronze tower surged forth from his consciousness. In that moment, both the suppression formation and the devouring formation activated simultaneously, racing towards the approaching blood-red net. Shouting once again summoned the refinement cauldron, propelling it upward. Primordial slash. Xiaoyun flicked her fingers, unleashing a surge of mana that manifested into a radiant beam of energy, faster than the blood-red net, slicing through the air like a blade. However, after employing this tactic, Xiaoyun immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, the malevolent energy within her surging uncontrollably. She had exhausted all her strength and could only muster such a strike. In that moment, the 3 of them unleashed their most formidable attacks, capable of slaying even those at the 2nd level of the divine law realm. Yet, within Lin Chen and his companions, there lingered only a chilling sensation. Chapter 208. The demon dragon protects its master. A crimson energy net enveloped the entire sky, descending upon Lin Chen and his companions with overwhelming force. The two great formations of the Xuanshan King Tower erupted simultaneously, their might reaching a fever pitch as they surged towards the blood-red energy net. The tower collided with the energy net, producing a series of reverberating sounds. Explosions echoed continuously upon the surface of the energy net, causing its advance to momentarily falter. Many strands of the energy dissipated under the impact of the Xuanshan King Tower. However, the backlash the tower suffered was even more terrifying. At last, amidst the cacophony of explosions, the entire Xuanshan King Tower was blasted down, retreating into Lin Chen's brow. Concentrate our assault on one point. If we can create an opening in the crimson energy net, we may yet escape. Lin Chen bellowed, his inner power surging fiercely once more. He voraciously consumed spirit pills, replenishing his magical energy. Xiao Ding quickly grasped Lin Chen's intent and directed the refining cauldron to strike ferociously at the location Lin Chen targeted. Unusual blue flames erupted, engulfing the energy in a fiery embrace, as if attempting to refine the crimson energy into medicinal essence. Yet, after a brief hesitation, the energy net surged forward with renewed ferocity, disregarding the refining flames, and crashed into the cauldron. A series of explosions rang out as the refining cauldron was shattered into nothingness by the energy net. Lin Chen's cauldron, having been obliterated, caused Xiao Ding to spit out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering significant injury. Haha, a bunch of ignorant ants. The crimson-robed figures laughed maniacally. Do you truly believe you can tear apart the energy net? However, in the next moment, their laughter was abruptly silenced. A streak of energy, moving with incomprehensible speed, sliced through the area where Lin Chen and Xiao Ding had dispersed the energy like a crescent moon's blade. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions reverberated across the blood-red energy net, as the crescent-like slash tore through layer after layer of the net. Finally, with a resounding explosion, an opening was rent in the crimson energy net. At this moment, the colossal energy net had already descended. Run! Lin Chen's body tensed as he swiftly grasped Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding, propelling them towards the newly created opening. The trio had expended nearly all their strength to create this breach. After deftly navigating through the perilous barrier of crimson energy, Lin Chen, accompanied by his two companions, swiftly distanced themselves from the ominous figure in the blood-red robe. The entire expanse of the crimson energy network erupted violently upon striking the land within a mile radius. The earth trembled and roared as a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, sending layers of soil flying and generating tumultuous clouds of smoke. Only the 6 figures of the Gate of Life and Death remained unscathed amidst the chaos of this monumental detonation. As the cacophony subsided, the terrain within that mile had transformed into a colossal pit, measuring a staggering 30 to 40 meters deep, its darkness so profound that it elicited gasps of trepidation. This disparity in power between the first and third realms of the divine law is insurmountable, Lin Chen remarked gravely. At that moment, Qiu Yuning, having unleashed her attack, appeared pallid, with a faint trace of sinister energy flickering across her visage. It was evident that her internal injuries had flared anew. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding was not faring any better. The refining tripod had been dispersed by the shockwave, leaving him severely wounded and his combat capabilities nearly negligible. The only one in a somewhat better state was Lin Chen, who was surreptitiously absorbing a substantial quantity of law spirit pills, gradually restoring the energy within his consciousness sea. The situation had escalated to a perilous threshold. What should we do now, big brother? Xiao Ding inquired, his expression troubled. Lin Chen shook his head and murmured, "This adversary harbors a lethal intent towards us. We can only hope for fortune to favor our survival." The first thought that crossed Lin Chen's mind for self-preservation was the ancient bronze coffin residing within his brow. In a moment of crisis, the likelihood of this coffin intervening to save him remained significant. Qiu Yuning maintained an expressionless demeanor, though pain flickered in her eyes, unspoken yet palpable. "Be cautious," she advised softly. Lin Chen, taken aback by her concern, quickly recognized her condition and warned, "You must not strike again. Otherwise, your body will succumb entirely to erosion." Qiu Yuning did not nod in acknowledgement. However, Lin Chen's consciousness had already locked onto the blood-red robed figure. Suddenly, the speed of the crimson-cloaked figure surged, and he materialized a short distance away from Lin Chen and his companions. his blood-red eyes fixated on Qiu Yuning with a mocking tone. I never expected you to unleash such powers at this moment. Can you still summon them? With an icy demeanor, Qiu Yuning felt the surge of energy at her fingertips. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, extending his hand to shield Qiu Yuning, and coldly addressed the blood-red figure. You seek to kill me. Let it be directed solely at me. The blood-red robed man turned his gaze towards him, his tone dripping with derision. Who I wish to slay is of no concern to you. As his words fell, the blood-red figure spread his arms wide, and a torrent of energy surged from his palms, coalescing into a spear of crimson. Blood god pierces, he uttered coldly, as the spear began to spin rapidly. In that instant, the blood within Lin Chen and his companions seemed to pulse in a rhythmic response. Lin Chen, guard your mind, he cautioned. The blood spear possessed the terrifying ability to cause one's vital essence to surge violently, leading to a catastrophic explosion of the body, as the blood lord bellowed. Lin Chen felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly calmed his mind, halting the throbbing sensation within his blood. Soon, both Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding exhibited a change in expression, clearly sensing the tumultuous stirrings of their own blood at that moment. Focusing their minds, Lin Chen imparted 2 strands of divine thought to them. Instantly, Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding fortified their mental defenses, dissipating the tumultuous sensation coursing through their veins. Oh, this is intriguing, the blood-robed figure exclaimed, malevolent intent flaring in his blood-red eyes as he aimed the spear at Lin Chen and his companions. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, the crimson spear was hurled forth with alarming speed, the sound of rushing air resonating ominously. The spear, imbued with an uncanny velocity, surged toward them. Falling skyhand, Lin Chen shouted, the reservoir of his magical power within his consciousness surging forth, manifesting 3,000 ethereal dragons. With a fierce eruption, he extended his hand, conjuring an immense, intangible palm that stirred a maelstrom of energy. The pressure surrounding them swelled like a raging sea as this colossal hand descended upon the blood spear. The ensuing explosions reverberated violently, waves of force radiating outward, sending Lin Chen and his companions reeling back several meters. Yet, the sound of the spear slicing through the air resumed, a blood-red projectile cleaving the space toward them with even greater ferocity. Remarkably, the spear had diminished in size by 2/3. Xianshang King Tower. Lin Chen thrust his hand forward, summoning the ancient bronze tower from his consciousness. At that moment, his magical energy had been nearly entirely expended. Within the tower, the spirit known as Blood Elder waved his hand, activating the devouring celestial diagram. A chilling wail echoed through the air as the shrunken spear continued to emit anguished cries, yet its lamentations proved futile. Streams of magical energy were stripped from the spear, merging into the Xianshang King Tower. After extracting 2,000 ethereal dragons of power, the tower descended upon the blood spear with tremendous force. 1/3 of the spear disintegrated under the tower's relentless assault, exploding into nothingness. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen felt a moment of respite, having successfully countered the attack. However, an acute sense of impending peril surged within him as a far more formidable sound of piercing air erupted. A blood spear, twice as terrifying as its predecessor, surged toward them once more. Such overwhelming power. Even if you are not the sovereign of the sacred veins, I shall slay you and seize your divine abilities. The blood-robed figure's chilling voice echoed ominously as a palpable aura of death enveloped Lin Chen and his companions. At this very moment, the true moment of death has arrived. There is no trace of fear on the face of the fierce dignitary. Instead, he appears serene. Qiu Yu's complexion remains as pale as ever, revealing no hint of terror, merely casting a prolonged glance at Lin Chen. Desperately, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. His father has yet to be rescued, and he certainly does not wish to perish in such a manner. The Xianshang King Tower soared into the air once more, prepared to unleash its most formidable force in resistance. Despite the inevitable outcome resembling an egg striking a stone, Lin Chen would not yield. The blood-red spear surged forth, rapidly closing in on the trio. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen shouted, as the Xianshang King Tower once again siphoned the magical energy from the gun emperor, launching itself towards the blood-red spear. However, upon mere contact, the entire Xianshang King Tower was ruthlessly shattered by the blood-red spear, which obliterated it with overwhelming force. Lin Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, as the Xianshan King Tower sustained grievous damage. The blood-red spear barreled towards the three without obstruction. The eerie smile on the face of the figure in the blood-red cloak widened ominously. Yet, at that instant, an immensely potent surge of demonic energy erupted. Those who offend my master shall face death. A shadowy dragon tail, stretching over 20 meters, ignited with a torrent of demonic energy, sweeping towards the blood-red spear with immense force. The blood-red cloaked figure's crimson eyes shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the dark dragon tail, resonating with authentic demonic energy, struck the blood-red spear with a resounding crash. The spear was destroyed with overwhelming force, and a tremendous gust of wind swept outward like a storm. Lin Chen and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene, wondering who had intervened. Lin Chen was particularly taken aback. The phrase "those who offend my master shall face death" sounded somewhat familiar. Moreover, he felt he had seen this dark dragon tail before. In a flash, Lin Chen recalled the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. At that time, the eye of the demon was manipulated by a mysterious figure, unleashing a staggering attack, after which the ghost Iron Earth Dragon unexpectedly submitted to him. However, back then, Lin Chen had not believed that the ghost Iron Earth Dragon would willingly acknowledge him as its master. Furthermore, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon only wielded the energy of the ghostly gods, while what was now erupting was authentic demonic energy. Who dares to strike against this emperor? The blood-red cloaked figure roared in furious outrage. It was shocking to him that someone would dare to attack at such a critical moment, fueling his wrath even further, especially when contemplating the terrifying divine power that was within his grasp. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thuds echoed, reminiscent of a heavy object continually stomping the ground. A colossal dark entity approached in the air, its obsidian eyes swirling with demonic energy. At this moment, Lin Chen was utterly astonished. For indeed, it was the ghost Iron Earth Dragon from the cavern, but now, it had undergone a complete transformation. Initially possessing a mere 30-meter stature, it has now grown to an impressive 50 meters in length, its entire body cloaked in an even darker sheen of scales. The three dragon horns atop its head have also transformed into an abyssal black, ceaselessly emanating torrents of malevolent energy. The entirety of the ghostly Iron Earth Dragon is now a vessel of dark magic, rather than divine essence. Moreover, Lin Chen senses that the dragon's cultivation has become even more formidable than before. What has transpired? Lin Chen furrows his brow, pondering how the ghostly Iron Earth Dragon could have undergone such a transformation. Furthermore, why has it chosen to rescue him? Xiao Yuning and Xiao Ding direct their curious gazes at Lin Chen, clearly indicating that this manifestation of the demonic dragon is intrinsically linked to him. Lin Chen can only manage a wry smile, for the emergence of the ghostly Iron Earth Dragon was indeed unforeseen. It appears that you have narrowly escaped calamity. Blood Elder remarks somberly. This ghostly Iron Earth Dragon must have been altered by dark energy, evolving into a demonic Iron Dragon. Its prowess surpasses even that of the third tier of divine law. Demonic Iron Dragon. Lin Chen inhales sharply, observing the formidable creature advancing toward him. He quickly extends his consciousness and realizes that the Tiansha demon seed still resides within the dragon's form, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Tiansha demon seed persists, should the demonic Iron Dragon choose to confront him, it would incur significant damage. How dare the lowly blood-killing clan challenge my master? Your demise is imminent. The demonic Iron Dragon stands before Lin Chen and his companions, its terrifying presence directed at the scarlet-robed figure. The figure's crimson eyes narrow as he retorts, "Who are you to know of the blood-killing clan?" They had to maintain their identity, yet the sudden appearance of this demonic dragon had exposed it. Begone! The demonic Iron Dragon wastes no words, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of dark energy. The triangular spear-like form within its maw becomes increasingly tangible, as an overwhelming force gathers, brimming with lethal intent. Ghostly God Spear. The scarlet-robed figure's tone shifts, realizing that the spear unleashed by the demonic Iron Dragon is now entirely composed of dark energy. Although the dragon's control over this energy is limited, its might eclipses that of ordinary chi. Die! The demonic Iron Dragon roars ferociously, sending the ghostly God Spear hurtling toward the scarlet-robed figure with tremendous force. "Umph! I shall await you in the Demon Emperor's lair," the scarlet-robed figure ominously declares, casting a reluctant glance at the 6 guardians of the life and death gate before his form begins to dissolve like blood. clearly unwilling to engage the demonic iron dragon in battle. If a confrontation were to ensue, the dragon, bolstered by dark energy, would undoubtedly prevail. Moreover, he had not come seeking a fight. The ghostly god's spear surged forth, its dark energy roaring as it crashed into the demon emperor's lair. While the scarlet-robed figure vanished from the sight of Lin Chen and his companions, the entire area within a mile radius was devoid of his presence. Astonishingly, the scarlet-robed figure had fled. Xiao Ding let out a sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing. He never anticipated that they had managed to survive in the presence of a formidable figure at the third level of the divine law realm. Indeed, it was a commendable achievement. Ultimately, it was the sudden appearance of the demon Iron Earth Dragon that had aided their survival. However, Lin Chen remained utterly tense. Positioning himself protectively behind Xiao Yuning and Xiao Ding, his gaze fixed coldly upon the demon Iron Earth Dragon. His vigilance had not wavered in the slightest. The massive form of the demon Iron Earth Dragon turned towards Lin Chen, its swirling demonic energy evident in its eyes, as it respectfully proclaimed, "Master, I am your most devoted servant. There is no need for you to regard me with such suspicion. I shall not bring you any harm." "I sincerely hope that is the case," Lin Chen replied coldly. Both Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding exchanged astonished glances at Lin Chen, bewildered by the fact that this demon dragon referred to him as master. "If you still harbor doubts, feel free to inject more heavenly calamity demonic seeds into my body," the demon Iron Earth Dragon continued respectfully. This time, Lin Chen hesitated. He had not expected the demon dragon to request that he insert more of the heavenly calamity demonic seeds into its form. The scripture he had initially provided to the demon Iron Earth Dragon, the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra, was incomplete even at its beginning. Yet, Lin Chen need not worry about the seeds being absorbed by the demon Iron Earth Dragon, even though it currently wielded demonic energy. "Very well, let us see," Lin Chen replied with a steely gaze, gesturing grandly as 100 heavenly calamity demonic seeds flew forth, hurtling towards the demon Iron Earth Dragon. The demon dragon opened its maw wide, effortlessly swallowing the 100 seeds without any sign of rejection, its head still bearing an air of deference. Lin Chen was rendered speechless as he sensed the presence of the heavenly calamity demonic seeds within the dragon's body. Was this creature truly insane? "Master, once we enter the demon emperor's lair, many things will become clear to you," the demon Iron Earth Dragon continued respectfully. "You should refine the 6 Xian life and death gates. These 6 portals were once the pinnacle of Tao artifacts and will greatly benefit you at this moment." After conveying this, the demon Iron Earth Dragon took the initiative to soar towards the demon emperor's lair, its enormous form coiling protectively around the entrance. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He was still perplexed by the situation surrounding the demon Iron Earth Dragon. It appeared that, as the dragon had asserted, only by entering the demon emperor's lair could he truly comprehend the matter. After all, the dragon's mutation had begun with that singular eye of demonic origin. Lin Chen then briefly explained the situation regarding the demon Iron Earth Dragon to Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning. "Brother, your luck is truly extraordinary," Xiao Ding remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. "Indeed," Xiao Yuning affirmed, her expression remaining impassive. "Having a servant as terrifying as a demon dragon, one even more fearsome than a third-level divine law realm expert, Lin Chen was likely the first in history to achieve such a feat, especially considering his own cultivation was merely at the first level of the divine law realm. You two should focus on recovering your injuries for now. I will gather these 6 life and death gates," Lin Chen stated gravely. Entering the demon emperor's lair would bring forth even greater dangers, and they would inevitably encounter that bloodied figure in the black robe once more. Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning nodded in unison. Although they were curious about the Blood Clan, Lin Chen would not divulge any information at this moment. After all, their strength remains insufficient. The two sought out separate locations to begin consuming the spirit recovery pills to mend their internal injuries. Subsequently, Lin Chen intended to find a moment to assist Qiu Yuning in absorbing the malignant, ghostly energy within her. "Let me observe the mysteries concealed within the 6 Xian life and death gate." Lin Chen's gaze was fixed upon the 6 portals, standing resolutely on the ground, devoid of any fluctuations. The blood-cloaked figure had an insatiable desire for the 6 Xian life and death gate, further intensifying Lin Chen's interest due to the words of the demon dragon. 6 droplets of essence blood soared from Lin Chen's fingertips, cascading into the 6 portals. As they did, the lifeless six life and death gates began to tremble ominously. The ghostly statues atop the portals exuded wisps of demonic energy. Lin Chen settled into a meditative posture as six mysterious sensations surged into his mind. The refining process commenced. Threads of sensation continuously amplified within Lin Chen's consciousness. The essence blood was transforming into a treasure, imprinting his aura within the magical artifact. When Lin Chen fully refined the six Xian life and death gate, all six portals quivered simultaneously, releasing torrents of demonic energy that flowed ceaselessly into Lin Chen's body. In that instant, the demonic bones within him resonated, shimmering with radiance. The energy of the demonic bones was ignited by the demonic aura emanating from the six gates, bringing great joy to Lin Chen as he fervently absorbed the demonic energy circulating from the portals. An hour passed. Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding concluded their recuperation from their injuries. However, Qiu Yuning's wounds remained severe, necessitating Lin Chen's assistance to absorb the ghostly energy. At this moment, Lin Chen sat in midair, enveloped in black ghostly energy, from which the scent of the demonic essence continually seeped. The six life and death gates now radiated the aura of low-grade imperial artifacts. What is happening? Refining a magical artifact should be a swift process. Xiao Ding remarked with a furrowed brow. Qiu Yuning, expressionless, responded, "This artifact is not simple." "Not simple? How so?" Xiao Ding questioned with curiosity. Yet, she merely cast a cold glance his way and fell silent. Unperturbed, Xiao Ding persisted with several inquiries, only to be met with her impassive, ethereal demeanor. "This woman is truly frigid," he muttered. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions shifted dramatically. A formidable force erupted explosively from the sky, causing the ground to fracture in serpentine lines. Lin Chen's hair billowed as he stood upright, surrounded by the six life and death gates, which vibrated and rotated around him. At this moment, he exuded an aura of sovereignty, with the essence of a ruler intensifying in his right hand. His body had transformed into a low-grade imperial artifact, while his right hand bore the presence of a mid-grade imperial artifact. The gazes of Xiao Ding and Qiu Yuning were laden with gravity. Even Lin Chen was taken aback by the malevolent energy emanating from the sixth death's gate, which unexpectedly caused his demonic bones to unleash a tremendous surge of power. This transformation elevated his physique to a terrifying existence on the lower tier of imperial artifacts. Chapter 210, The Heavenly Demon Palace. The body, now akin to a lower-grade imperial artifact, even exuded an aura reminiscent of a mid-grade imperial artifact. Xiong Ding expressed his admiration sincerely, remarking that perhaps if Lin Chen were to unleash a punch, it would shatter any lower-grade imperial artifact with ease. Qiu Yuning remained expressionless, yet subtle ripples of emotion danced within her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen's fortune and strength were escalating at a terrifying pace. He retracted his aura entirely, and the sixth death's gate instantly merged into his being, becoming one with him. It was only after refining the sixth death's gate that Lin Chen began to comprehend its profundities. It seemed, as the magic Iron Earth Dragon had suggested, that the sixth death's gate was once a pinnacle Tao artifact. Presently, it was merely a nascent form, still possessing vast potential for advancement. Now, Lin Chen felt confident in confronting the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, harboring great assurance of inflicting severe damage upon it. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of divine abilities, which prevented him from transforming into a seed of divine power. Otherwise, he would have already opened the fourth and fifth levels of the Sea of Consciousness, further enhancing his cultivation. The emergence of the blood-killing clan intensified his sense of crisis. He realized it was essential to thoroughly explore the Devil Emperor's cave before reuniting with Yun Luo Huang. After lingering in the sky for a brief moment, Lin Chen descended to join Qiu Yuning and Xiong Ding. "Brother, what should we do now? Should we enter the Devil Emperor's cave?" Xiong Ding inquired. Lin Chen observed Qiu Yuning's pale visage, which remained expressionless, and shook his head. "Not yet. I must first assist her in healing her deteriorating injuries before we proceed to the Devil Emperor's cave. The impending dangers will be even greater and more formidable." Xiong Ding nodded, his gaze contemplative as it rested on the magic Iron Earth Dragon looming before the Devil Emperor's cave. "That fellow carries the aura of the Law Dragon Grass. No need for healing," Qiu Yuning interjected stiffly. "We should enter immediately to prevent the man in black from seizing everything." Lin Chen shot her a glance. This woman was still so stubborn, believing it would be so easily obtained. He gazed deeply at the Devil Emperor's cave, then decisively reached out, grasping Qiu Yuning's arm with his hand, forcefully using his powers to take her away. First, we heal. Without treasures, there is nothing, Lin Chen stated calmly. Qiu Yuning's complexion flushed with anger as she attempted to resist, only to find Lin Chen's grip tightening further. Ignoring her struggles, Lin Chen dragged her into a dense forest nestled within a great mountain, commencing her treatment. As for Xiongding, after communicating with Lin Chen telepathically, he stepped towards the magic Iron Earth Dragon. In the depths of the forest, Lin Chen regarded the luminous expanse of Qiu Yuning's back. Observing a gaping black fissure that twisted upward, his heart aching as he remarked, "The crack is widening. Do not harm yourself." This increasingly severe scar was a result of Qiu Yuning executing that formidable technique, the primordial slash. "You have no say in this," Qiu Yuning retorted, her cheeks flushed, but still maintaining her rigidity. "Indeed, I cannot dictate your actions. I promise to protect you, and I shall," Lin Chen said with a touch of irritation. His voice softened. "But this is your body. Could you not cherish it?" Qiu Yu fell silent, unaccustomed to the current atmosphere. Lin Chen placed his hands upon her smooth, jade-like back, savoring the soft and slippery sensation of her skin, his mind devoid of any distractions. In the past, while treating Qiu Yu, he had felt a stir within him as he gazed upon her porcelain back, yet at this moment, such feelings had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable annoyance. Taking a deep breath, the celestial demonic sutra began to circulate within him, augmented by the devouring magic, as he fervently absorbed the ethereal energies within Qiu Yu. A silence enveloped them. Lin Chen exerted himself to draw in the haunting energies that pervaded her entire being due to this recent deterioration. The mysterious force at her heart, while not diminished, had clearly contracted its protective range. "What is the Bloodslayer clan?" Qiu Yu inquired after a moment of contemplation. Lin Chen did not lift his gaze, focused on his healing task, and replied, "Have you heard of the human realm?" "I have. The Bloodslayer clan hails from there. It is said to be one of the 5 great races," Lin Chen disclosed without reservation. "Oh," Qiu Yu responded flatly, and once more, silence fell between them. Suddenly, Qiu Yu took a deep breath and asked, her tone rigid, "Why do they wish to kill you?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Lifting his gaze to meet the slightly stiff, flawless visage of Qiu Yu, his absorption momentarily halted. Sensing his intense stare, Qiu Yu turned her face away, regretting her impulsive question. "Forget it," she said. Lin Chen smiled faintly and resumed his work, explaining, "They covet what I possess. I will inevitably become their adversary." "Oh." Lin Chen hesitated before asking, "What exactly did you leave in my palm? Are you afraid I might harm you?" Qiu Yu's tone turned icy. "No." Lin Chen shook his head. "The mark you left vibrated when you faced the heart demon. You will understand in time." Lin Chen, feeling a headache brewing, decided to dismiss the thoughts swirling in his mind. He instinctively felt that this woman would not bring him harm, despite still not knowing her name. After dedicating a full 3 hours, Lin Chen finally released his grasp, having absorbed the equivalent of 3 celestial demonic seeds. The grievous wound had visibly improved. Engrossed in this intense absorption of the celestial demonic energy left him somewhat fatigued. Once Qiu Yu donned a long robe again, she cast a glance at Lin Chen, who appeared slightly weary. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Chen. Gazing at Qiu Yu's face, he proposed, "What if I impart the celestial demonic sutra to you? Then you would not need to absorb the energies within you." A flicker of emotion flashed in Qiu Yu's eyes, but she averted her gaze, coldly responding, "I cannot cultivate." Lin Chen covered his head and stood beside Qiu Yuning, suddenly tensing his body. He cautiously leaned in and inquired, "You still haven't told me your name." His timidity stemmed from a fear that Qiu Yuning might suddenly erupt in anger, leaving him ready to flee at a moment's notice. This woman was an enigma, her emotions impossible to predict. Observing Lin Chen's cautious demeanor, Qiu Yuning couldn't help but smile, her delicate brows arching in a captivating manner. However, this moment was fleeting. She quickly reverted to her impassive expression. "We are not acquainted," she stated coldly before turning to walk away. Lin Chen remained frozen in place, contemplating the brief glimpse of her charm, his heart inexplicably racing. After a considerable time, he finally followed in pursuit of Qiu Yuning. This woman, if she were to smile, would surely outshine the heavens. Xiaoding, unbeknownst to what means he employed, had procured 1,000 law dragon grasses from the demon Iron Earth Dragon. After evenly dividing the law spirit pills among the 3, they they stood before the Demon Emperor's cave. Master, crossing the 3 lives and 3 deaths, 6 profound ghostly god array will grant us entry into the great hall of the Demon Emperor's cave. The demon Iron Earth Dragon respectfully informed. A glimmer of joy appeared on Xiao Ding's face. Reaching the great hall indicated that the subsequent challenges would be few. Lin Chen's expression remained stoic, devoid of joy, as he inquired, "How do you know this?" The demon Iron Earth Dragon replied with utmost respect. "I was fortunate enough to enter once shortly after my birth, during which I acquired the divine power Ghostly Fork." Lin Chen pondered this revelation, then his countenance grew solemn. "Let us proceed. Everyone, be cautious," he commanded. The demon Iron Earth Dragon took the lead, its massive form crawling into the Demon Emperor's cave. Lin Chen, along with Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding, nodded in agreement and followed suit. Upon entering the cave, Lin Chen was surprised to find it devoid of the anticipated overwhelming demonic aura. Instead, it resembled an ordinary tunnel. His azure flames ignited in his eyes, and the penetrating vision of his eye worked furiously to reveal any concealed traps or formations. The atmosphere among the group grew slightly tense, the sound of their footsteps echoing throughout the cavern. They had traversed for 2 full hours without encountering any traps, which took Lin Chen aback. Suddenly, a wave of ancient demonic energy surged toward them, and beneath Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, an untraceable fluctuation began to churn. The demon Iron Earth Dragon halted, as did Lin Chen and his companions. Before them, on the cavern wall, 3 ominous characters were inscribed. Heavenly Demon Hall. Lin Chen read aloud, his expression grave. Chapter 211. The Heavenly Infant Demon Flower. Master, this is the final location of the Demon Emperor's cave, the demon Iron Earth Dragon explained. I am unaware of the specifics within the Heavenly Demon Hall, but it is undoubtedly fraught with peril, likely the burial site of the former Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor? Lin Chen's face reflected his bewilderment. The Demon Emperor's cave. Could it be the creation of the formidable Demon Emperor? Qiu Yuning spoke up, stating that the Demon Emperor is one of the few emperors recorded in the history of the Holy Spirit continent, though he ultimately vanished within the vast river of time. Emotai Di Long nodded respectfully, acknowledging that although the Demon Emperor has perished, his lingering power endures through the ages. Lin Chen, deep in thought, nodded and gestured for caution, urging, "Let us proceed with care. We must be wary of that figure in the black robe." With that, Emotai Di Long, understanding the unspoken command, led the way into the demon palace, followed closely by Lin Chen and the others. Upon entering the palace, Lin Chen was immediately enveloped by an ancient aura of demonic energy. The grand hall was constructed from a dark, demonic ore, exuding an air of antiquity, devoid of any vibrant sheen. As Lin Chen stepped inside, even his penetrating gaze was significantly hindered, unable to unveil every corner of the space. His mental awareness proved futile as well. The vast expanse of the demon palace stretched an entire mile, and within the hall stood numerous statues of deities and various demonic figures that Lin Chen had never encountered before. At first glance, these objects appeared ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. "Brother, this demon palace seems rather unremarkable," remarked Xiao Ding, observing the surrounding statues with a puzzled expression. "It resembles an abandoned hall, devoid of any treasures." Lin Chen shook his head gravely, asserting, "The demon palace must possess extraordinary qualities. It is merely that we have yet to uncover them." After uttering these words, he began to meticulously scan the hall. Suddenly, through his penetrating gaze, he discerned a layer of mist-like demonic energy in a corner of the palace, accompanied by subtle, elusive fluctuations. Had it not been for Lin Chen's extraordinary sight, this area would likely have gone unnoticed. Intrigued, he cautiously approached the corner, prompting Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding to swiftly follow suit. Having noticed Lin Chen's unusual behavior, Emotai Di Long played the role of a loyal attendant, remaining close to Lin Chen's side. Indeed, as they reached the center of the hall, the obscure fluctuations became distinct. There, in the corner of the demon palace, lay a massive stone pond, over 20 meters in size. Within this pond, a torrent of demonic energy flowed, coalescing into a liquid form. This sight evoked memories of the demonic bone pond Lin Chen had encountered before, as the scene bore a striking resemblance. However, the singular distinction was a towering black tree that rose majestically from the stone pond. This black tree sprawled numerous branches, lush with foliage. yet its branches and leaves were an ominous shade of black, emanating a palpable demonic essence. Strange blossoms bloomed from the tree, each appearing remarkably peculiar, reminiscent of miniature infants. In the autumn rain, Xiao Yuning uttered a term that piqued the curiosity of Lin Chen, shouting, and the demon Iron Earth Dragon, who collectively turned their gaze towards her, evidently seeking clarification on the nature of this heavenly infant demon flower. Deep within the blood abyss lies a formidable aura of blood and malice. Consuming this heavenly infant demon flower grants one the ability to resist such malevolence. Xiao Yuning remarked that a single blossom could provide protection for 7 days. Though she refrained from disclosing further details, the black tree bore over 100 of these precious flowers, sufficient for Lin Chen to endure a year within the blood abyss. This is a remarkable find, Lin Chen expressed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How does one procure these flowers? He required them for his quest to locate the blood spirit longevity fruit deep within the abyss, making the heavenly infant demon flower indispensable. Through the use of magical energy. Xiao Yuning replied, but they must be stored in jade vials. Left exposed, they wither within an hour. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering where he might acquire such vials. Brother, I have them, shouting interjected, producing 100 jade vials with a smile. These are my storage vials for elixirs, inscribed with a spirit-gathering array, making them ideal for preserving such rare treasures. Lin Chen nodded in approval, reassured that procuring the flowers for his expedition would pose no significant challenge. With a swift motion, Lin Chen conjured a magical hand to collect the blossoms, swiftly placing each one into the jade vials. Soon, the black tree was stripped of its heavenly infant demon flowers. However, as he gathered the last flower, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The black tree began to dissolve, akin to a candle melting, transforming into streams of demonic energy. The waters within the stone pool swirled into a vortex, expanding to a size of 5 meters, revealing a vast opening at its center, leading to an unknown realm. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at this development. He had not anticipated that collecting the heavenly infant demon flowers would unveil such an entrance. Where does this lead? Shouting questioned. Equally perplexed, while Xiao Yuning's expression shifted subtly, hinting at a deeper understanding. After a deep breath, she coldly stated, this opening likely leads to the true tomb. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Shouting's expressions grew grave. Lin Chen's mind raced, contemplating the implications. The entire stone hall was shrouded in an aura that prevented any probing of consciousness, instilling a sense of impending peril. Had it not been for his penetrating vision, he might never have discovered this stone pool. Without locating it, accessing the true tomb would remain impossible. Though the heavenly demon palace lacked terrifying formations, it was sufficiently deceptive to leave even skilled array breakers feeling disheartened. Such cunning and strategy, Lin Chen mused internally. Yet his intuition warned him that the heavenly demon palace was far more complex than it appeared. Lin Chen, exercise caution, came the advice, urging vigilance. Suddenly, the blood elder spoke, revealing a chilling aura pervading the stone cave, unmistakably emanating from the presence of the demon emperor. The tomb of such a formidable being at the emperor level requires your utmost caution, or else death will inevitably follow. Lin Chen nodded gravely. He was unfamiliar with the concept of an emperor and the nature of such a being, and the blood elder would not divulge such distant matters. You, Iron Demon Dragon, shall lead, Lin Chen gestured. Despite having implanted over 100 heavenly calamity demon seeds into the Iron Demon Dragon, he still harbored reservations about its capabilities. Thus, the hazardous task of leading the charge was entrusted to the Iron Demon Dragon. I tremble, my master, the Iron Demon Dragon lamented. The aura of this demon is far too noble. I am somewhat afraid. Lin Chen's eyes widened. It was astonishing that a peak entity at the 3rd level of the divine law realm could express fear. Demonic creatures possess an inherent suppression against noble auras. Xiao Yuning interjected. Even a high-ranking demon at the 1st level of the divine law realm would likely only reach a stalemate against the Iron Demon Dragon. Lin Chen then understood, casting a disapproving glance at the trembling Iron Demon Dragon, and remained silent. His intention for the Iron Demon Dragon to take the lead stemmed from a concern that the blood-robed figure awaited them within the Grand Hall. The first to descend would likely face the brunt of the blood-robed figure's relentless assault. The Iron Demon Dragon was the best counterbalance to this threat. Yet it now quaked with trepidation in the presence of the Demon Emperor's aura. I shall go, Qiu Yuning declared expressionlessly, stepping forward, ready to take charge. Enough. Lin Chen interjected, grasping her arm with a determined expression. I am a man. It is only right that I go first. Without hesitation, Lin Chen leaped into the abyss, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed. Curse it, Qiu Yuning chuckled softly, following closely behind him into the chasm. As the three individuals and one beast entered the cavern, the entire stone pool began to tremble peculiarly. The once swirling vortex now slowly converged, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Upon landing, Lin Chen's immediate reaction was to unleash his full aura, activating his defenses. A sinister, mocking voice echoed at last. You have arrived. Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly as he activated his piercing vision. This blood-curdling voice was all too familiar. It belonged to a member of the blood-killing clan. Despite being a formidable presence at the third level of the divine law realm, Lin Chen remained on high alert. Soon after, Qiu Yuning, Xiao Ding, and the Iron Demon Dragon all appeared, allowing Lin Chen to relax marginally. With the Iron Demon Dragon present, he surmised that the blood-robed figure would not dare to act recklessly. Rest assured, I shall not kill you for now. There is even a possibility of collaboration, the blood-robed figure declared, its crimson eyes fixed upon Lin Chen and his companions. If our cooperation is fruitful, I can ensure that both of you will remain unharmed. Stepping forth from the shadows, the blood-robed figure revealed a grotesque visage formed of coagulated blood, its features twisted and menacing. However, at this moment, the blood-red visage exuded an air of arrogance. Blood Xiao was acutely aware that his hubris stemmed from the inherent pride and dignity of the blood-killing clan. Qiu Yu's countenance was strikingly frigid. Xiao Ding let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This member of the blood-killing clan was excessively arrogant. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, becoming remarkably placid. His gaze fixated on the blood-clad figure without a hint of fluctuation. He slowly articulated. Those who threaten my life shall meet their demise before I do. Suddenly, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Chapter 212. The stone of extremity. The arrogance displayed on Blood Zhao's blood-stained face began to solidify, as a chilling essence emanated from his blood-red eyes, as if actual blood would flow from them. At this moment, as he gazed upon the expressionless yet resolute countenance that seemed to carry a hint of silent mockery, the fury within his chest surged violently. Do you understand? Those who dare to speak to me in such a manner meet but one fate. Blood Xiao pointed to his own chest, his face contorted with malice, declaring, It is the blood that courses through the heart of this emperor. Abruptly, the atmosphere thickened with hostility. The Iron Demon Dragon growled a few times, its dragon eyes fixated on Blood Xiao, radiating boundless killing intent. You, a mere blood-killing clan member, dare to take a step forward? I shall ensure your demise shall be without a grave. With the current prowess of the Iron Demon Dragon, it held a distinct advantage over Blood Xiao in a true confrontation. Blood Xiao's expression subtly shifted, his blood-red gaze sweeping across the faces of Lin Chen and his companions. His fists clenched with a creaking sound, yet he refrained from advancing. At this moment, the killing intent within him roared like an unquenchable flame. Lin Chen and his companions regarded Blood Xiao with indifference, had they not been oblivious to the current situation. Lin Chen would have already commanded the Iron Demon Dragon to confront Blood Xiao. Lin Chen was never one to show mercy to his enemies. Humph. Soon I shall make you beg for death, Blood Xiao thought darkly, as the fierceness in his blood-red eyes gradually receded. The timing was not yet right for him to unleash a massacre. Moreover, he held considerable trepidation towards the Iron Demon Dragon. This is not the time for a clash of egos, Lin Chen. Once we acquire the treasure, there will be ample opportunity for you to unleash your tactics and engage in battle. Blood Xiao spoke ominously. As you can see, the current circumstances of the tomb necessitate that we set aside our grievances and cooperate. Cooperate? Lin Chen scoffed, then began to survey the entirety of the tomb. Witnessing Lin Chen's demeanor, Blood Xiao's fury intensified. However, feeling the vigilance and murderous intent from the Iron Demon Dragon, he could only let out a cold huff. As Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, the entirety of the tomb's layout became apparent. It was a pitch-black stone chamber, extending at least 100 meters in length. Along both sides of the chamber lay numerous jade slips and elixirs. According to Lin Chen's conjecture, these elixirs were far from ordinary. Furthermore, under the scrutiny of his piercing gaze, he discerned a significant number of imperial-grade elixirs. What delighted him even more was the presence of a continuous aura of royal essence resonating from deep within the chamber. One by one, the treasured weapons were meticulously arranged upon the stone shelves, exuding a restrained imperial aura. Lin Chen's discerning gaze traversed over an impressive collection of more than 50 inferior imperial artifacts, his heart swelling with delight. Remarkably, there were also over a dozen sets of intermediate imperial artifacts. As Lin Chen's eyes roamed, he beheld the presence of these intermediate artifacts, all devoid of ownership. These treasures were objects of Lin Chen's yearning, for they possessed the potential to be consumed by the Xianshang monarch tower, thereby elevating its rank. Ah, what is that? Lin Chen's gaze abruptly fixed upon a copper bell standing a meter tall, intricately carved with motifs of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, its imperial essence immensely robust, accompanied by a series of formations that continuously whirled within. Excellent. Wonderful. Blood Elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen, we must acquire every single one of these imperial artifacts. While they may not enhance the Xianshang monarch tower, they are sufficient to elevate the 6th Xian life and death gate to an intermediate imperial artifact. However, to Blood Elder's astonishment, Lin Chen exhibited no signs of elation. Instead, he appeared utterly mesmerized as he gazed into the depths of the stone chamber. For beside the copper bell of superior quality lay an obsidian monolith, its surface adorned with crystalline lines that traced the character for Emperor. Blood Elder, what is that? Lin Chen inquired, his voice tinged with awe, for within that dark stone, he sensed an imperial essence far more formidable than that of the superior artifact. Ah, Blood Elder followed Lin Chen's gaze, his eyes instantly gleaming with enlightenment. That is the Emperor's, or the very substance from which imperial artifacts are forged. He inhaled deeply before continuing. An inferior imperial artifact requires a piece of or the size of a thumb, yet this monolith, as large as a person, is sufficient to craft an exceptional imperial artifact. Lin Chen's heart trembled, yet he swiftly regained his composure. What would happen if the Xianshang monarch tower were to absorb it? Blood Elder pondered for a moment before sighing. It could reach the pinnacle of intermediate imperial artifacts. But we would need to find 2 pieces of emperors, or to further elevate it. Obtaining even one would be fortuitous. Lin Chen swallowed hard and gestured toward the depths. Look further inside, and you will discover no less than 6 pieces. Qiu Yuning and Xiao Ding also noticed the treasures hidden deep within. A glimmer of joy flickered across Xiao Ding's face. It seemed this expedition to the Demon Emperor's lair had not been in vain. Lin Chen took a deep breath, vowing to secure all these treasures. Then, his gaze shifted to the innermost recess of the stone cave, his pupils narrowing suddenly. Under the scrutiny of his penetrating vision, the bottom of the cave was fully unveiled. A 10-meter-wide dark red formation sprawled across the ground, resembling a disc. Suspended above this formation was a seated skeleton. The skeleton, entirely black, possessed eye sockets that cradled 2 orbs resembling luminous pearls, emanating a faint, crystalline radiance. Waves of malevolent energy perpetually radiated from the bones. Lin Chen's penetrating gaze was met with an overwhelming sensation, akin to being drawn into a swirling vortex, as if it would ensnare his very soul. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. The remains of the Demon Emperor exuded such terrifying power. With a mere glance, he discerned countless overlapping demonic inscriptions, alongside a trace of the familiar aura of the celestial calamity Yamasutra. It was evident that this ancient Demon Emperor had also practiced the same sutra. Before the dark red, archaic formation stood 8 sentinels, their forms encased in iron-like armor, wielding blades with an eerie stillness, akin to guardians of a forbidden domain. Lin Chen sensed the peculiarity of the Demon Emperor's remains, particularly the orb within the eye socket. Only upon closer inspection will I discern the true nature of this orb, he remarked gravely. Lin Chen nodded, concealing his inner delight from showing on his face. Bloodhowl had been observing Lin Chen's facial expressions, his blood-red eyes swirling with liquid fury, occasionally flashing with a sudden murderous intent. However, Bloodhowl felt a pang of disappointment as Lin Chen revealed no signs of surprise. A plan began to form in Bloodhowl's mind. Though the Demon Emperor's lair may be modest, the treasures within are indeed considerable, he mused darkly. You have noticed the 8 dormant sentinels. Once we approach, they will surely awaken. Lin Chen shrugged dismissively. Then I shall leave those 8 sentinels to you. Bloodhowl choked, his breath quickening as anger surged within him. The Iron Dragon sensed Bloodhowl's fury and let out a low growl, the killing intent palpable. After taking a few deep breaths to quell his rage, Bloodhowl replied, "Among those 8 sentinels, 2 are of the 3rd tier of the divine law realm. 2 are of the 2nd tier, and 4 are of the 1st tier. To claim the treasures, we must eliminate these sentinels." Lin Chen regarded Bloodhowl coolly. "How do you propose we collaborate?" "We shall join forces against the 8 sentinels," Bloodhowl suggested. "Once they fall, we can act independently." Lin Chen contemplated, casting a discerning glance at the blood-robed figure. "Very well. You may take 2 of the 2nd-tier sentinels and 1 of the 3rd tier. Should you attempt any deceit, our alliance is forfeit." Bloodhowl seethed with rage, realizing Lin Chen was clearly belittling him. "You must think I am powerless, do you not?" Lin Chen replied with an air of indifference. "I am indeed taking advantage of you. If you possess the capability, feel free to refuse cooperation." Bloodhowl's fury intensified, his blood-red gaze burning with increased malice. If circumstances permitted, he would relish the opportunity to shatter this insolent figure into 1,000 pieces for daring to challenge the dignity of the Blood Clan. Lin Chen then added a remark that nearly drove Bloodhowl to the brink of fury. "I am currently bullying you. If you have the ability, you may choose not to cooperate." With a placid demeanor, Lin Chen observed the infuriated Bloodhowl, his mind clear and brimming with thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Bloodhowl finally relaxed his clenched fists, grinding his teeth. "Very well, I agree to your terms. In confronting these guardians, should anyone deceive the other, collaboration would be rendered void, permitting any means necessary." Lin Chen did not immediately nod, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Why would this crimson-robed figure agree to such an evidently disadvantageous condition? Was it possible that he coveted the royal stones or the exquisite copper bell of a superior royal artifact? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Lin Chen's mind, his gaze fixating upon the remains of the celestial demon emperor. Bloodhowl felt a pang of anxiety as Lin Chen's attention turned towards the emperor's bones. Could it be that this young man had uncovered something significant? Abruptly, a delicate, almost ethereal presence materialized in Lin Chen's palm, leaving him momentarily stunned. The perfect, slender hand, porcelain white, exuded a subtle fragrance that made it immediately clear to Lin Chen whose hand it was. What was happening? Confusion engulfed him as the intoxicating scent filled his nostrils, causing his breath to quicken. The woman had actually grasped his hand. Lin Chen, a melodious thought resonated within his mind. "I require a particular item. I hope to engage you in a transaction." "What item?" Lin Chen inquired, momentarily taken aback. The crystalline orb nestled within the eye sockets of the celestial demon emperor's remains. Qiu Yuning whispered, "That is the extreme path stone." Lin Chen's expression turned grave. "What is the extreme path stone?" "The extreme path stone serves but one purpose: to condense the martial Tao divine diagram." Qiu Yuning's voice lowered further. A jolt surged through Lin Chen, and in an instant, clarity descended upon him. The crimson-robed figure's willingness to endure loss was undoubtedly for the sake of the extreme path stone. The allure of condensing a martial Tao divine diagram was an irresistible temptation for anyone. "If you assist me in acquiring an extreme path stone, I shall bestow upon you a formidable divine ability," Qiu Yuning proposed. Gradually, the shock within Lin Chen subsided, his expression remaining stoic. "Is the extreme path stone of great significance to you?" "Indeed, it is of paramount importance," Qiu Yuning replied, her demeanor composed. "Why did you grasp my hand?" Lin Chen asked coldly. A sudden silence enveloped Qiu Yuning. "I acknowledge your beauty. You are the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered." Lin Chen inhaled deeply. "However, do not attempt to beguile me with such seductive tactics. It makes me feel like a mere pawn." Qiu Yuning seemed at a loss for words, perhaps contemplating her own intentions. Lin Chen, with no reluctance, released her delicate hand, offering a sincere and amiable smile to the crimson-robed figure. "Very well. Let us commence our collaboration." Lin Chen's benevolent smile bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a demon, causing Bloodhowl to feel an inexplicable trepidation. This individual had become enraged. Chapter 213. 1 against 4. Bloodhowl had always regarded Lin Chen as nothing more than a mere insect. A being of the first realm of the divine law could be crushed under his hand with ease. Although Lin Chen's prowess in this realm was slightly superior to others, Bloodhowl was confident he could still dispatch him effortlessly. Yet, despite 2 consecutive attempts to eliminate Lin Chen, both had ended in failure. The last time, When he collaborated with the foremost disciple of the Hunyuan sect, Lin Chen had managed to escape. In this instance, within the depths of the demon emperor's lair, Lin Chen found himself inexplicably with a servant known as the demon Iron Earth Dragon. While it was not particularly formidable, he simply could not seem to vanquish this creature. At present, Lin Chen's overall strength surpassed that of the dragon. The amiable smile Lin Chen displayed evoked an inexplicable sense of alarm within the creature. This unease arose without clear reason. Once the guards were dealt with, he resolved to eliminate this bloodthirsty individual, categorizing Lin Chen as his foremost target for extermination. Lin Chen, engulfed in an inexplicable fury, had unwittingly selected the blood-cloaked figure as his outlet for wrath. Yet, amidst his anger, his mind remained remarkably clear. He was acutely aware that the figure in crimson garb possessed unknown powers, capable at the very least of seizing the path's ultimate stone. As for the ultimate stone, the Blood Clan would not dare to entertain the thought of acquiring it, Lin Chen coldly declared to himself. He then cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Yuning, whose expression was inscrutable, before turning away. Very well, let us proceed according to plan. Otherwise, it shall yield no benefit to anyone, Bloodhowl stated, his aura erupting forth with palpable intensity. Demon Iron Earth Dragon, you shall confront a guard of the third stage of divine law. If he attempts any treachery, disregard everything else and strike him down first, Lin Chen commanded the dragon firmly. Upon hearing this, Bloodhowl was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly affirmed, as you command. The lowly Blood Clan shall all meet their demise. The demon Iron Earth Dragon let out a low growl, its demonic energy surging forth in torrents. In an instant, these two formidable auras clashed, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble slightly. This tremor originated from the 8 guards, who, devoid of any vitality, resembled corpses that had awakened abruptly from a prolonged slumber. Each guard's eyes glowed with a dark crimson hue, and 8 distinctly different auras erupted from them, their killing intent directed straight at the blood-cloaked figure and the demon Iron Earth Dragon. These 8 auras, as the blood-cloaked figure had indicated, comprised 2 guards of the third stage of divine law, 2 of the second stage, and 4 of the first stage. Interlopers shall perish. The 8 guards intoned in unison, their voices as hollow as decayed wood. Merely a collection of the dead, Bloodhowl scoffed disdainfully, charging forth first, unleashing 3 strands of crimson energy towards one of the guards of the third stage and 2 of the second stage. The demon Iron Earth Dragon also roared, locking onto a guard of the third stage and lunging forward with ferocity. The stone chamber was soon filled with the resounding echoes of cataclysmic clashes. Brother, what about the 4 guards? Xiao Ding's gaze was fixed upon the 4 guards of the first stage of divine law. Leave that to me, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. You all must swiftly relocate the treasures. Brother, do you intend to confront all 4 at once? Xiao Ding's eyes widened with concern. Isn't that a bit perilous? Trust me, Lin Chen assured. Lin Chen's aura erupted, enveloping the 4 first-level guards of the divine law realm. Just as he was about to charge in with lethal intent, he paused momentarily and, casting a sidelong glance, remarked, Your injuries cannot be further provoked. Let's go retrieve the treasures with the Xieding. Qiu Yuning's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. I will certainly acquire the extreme Dao stone for you, Lin Chen declared as he turned away, his form exploding into motion, surging towards the 4 guards. Xieding cast a glance at the intricately troubled Qiu Yuning and then dashed toward the location of the treasures. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuning remained rooted in place, her flawless visage resembling an unmelting ice sculpture. Her gaze was fixed upon Lin Chen's figure, which, though not overwhelmingly powerful, exuded unwavering determination. As she watched Lin Chen fiercely assault the 4 guards, the ever-watchful Xue Zhao's expression momentarily faltered, soon transforming into a gleeful anticipation. This fool is truly overreaching. To confront 4 guards at once is tantamount to courting death. Such ignorance, Xue Zhao mused inwardly, though his heart brimmed with delight. The combined strength of these 4 first-level divine law guards was nearly equivalent to that of a second-level being. Realizing the imminent fate awaiting Lin Chen, Xue Zhao intensified his assault on the 3 adversaries before him, his consciousness keenly attuned to Lin Chen's predicament. He yearned to witness this intruder's demise. The 4 guards' eyes glowed with a dark crimson light, their murderous intent converging upon Lin Chen. Suddenly, 4 gleaming blades were unsheathed with a resounding clang. Hand of the fallen sky, Lin Chen's massive hand grasped the air, unleashing a torrent of power from his sea of consciousness. A tremendous pressure surged forth from all directions towards the four guards. They let out low growls, sensing the impending force, and began to wield their long blades with fervor. As they swung their weapons, streams of blade energy erupted, coalescing into a formidable attack. Each guard's swordsmanship was reminiscent of four distinct techniques, their might impressive indeed. It appears these guards are no ordinary foes. It is no wonder that the expression on the blood-robed man's face resembles a blood-red chrysanthemum, Lin Chen thought to himself. Yet he felt no fear. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid sounds of clashing erupted as the four guards unleashed their blade energies in four directions, slicing through the encroaching pressure layer by layer. The Tian Sha Yen Luo Sutra within Lin Chen activated immediately, resonating with a sound akin to metal colliding. In an instant, Lin Chen stepped forward, rapidly flashing to stand before one of the guards, unleashing a powerful punch. His right hand, an artifact of mid-level imperial quality, bore immense destructive potential. Even a first-level divine law practitioner would find themselves obliterated by such a blow. The guard showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he countered with waves of blade energy aimed directly at Lin Chen's punch. Simultaneously, 3 streams of blade energy surged toward Lin Chen's form. The remaining 3 guards had already reacted, launching their lethal maneuvers against him. The speed of their response was astonishing. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he abruptly recoiled from his forward stance. At that moment, he found himself besieged from all sides. Should he charge in, he would undoubtedly suffer considerable harm. The disruptor must perish. The 4 guards roared once more, and their figures swiftly transformed, positioning themselves at the 4 cardinal points. An invisible formation was instantly established. Suddenly, the 4 guards simultaneously raised their blades, and streams of blade energy began to coalesce above their heads. A formidable net of blade energy swiftly took shape, subtly resonating with the sound of a tiger's roar, culminating in the formation of a gigantic tiger's head crafted from blade energy. This tiger-headed blade energy net exuded immense power, suffused with murderous intent and bearing the capacity for destruction. In the 4-directional tiger exploding formation, Bloodhowl let out a hearty laugh, eager to witness how Lin Chen would thwart this assault. Amidst Bloodhowl's elation, a surge of blood-colored vital energy erupted, darting like lightning towards a second-tier guardian. Xiao Ding closely monitored the situation, and upon seeing the completion of the 4-directional tiger exploding formation, his expression shifted dramatically. The alchemical symbol on his forehead flickered rapidly. Lin Chen's demeanor remained impassive. With a powerful gesture, 6 portals emerged from his consciousness, encircling the 4 guards within their midst. The 6 mystical life and death gates. How could I have forgotten their existence? Bloodhowl's countenance changed, a sense of exasperation welling up within him. He had coveted the 6 mystical life and death gates for quite some time, yet they had ultimately fallen into Lin Chen's possession. As the 6 mystical life and death gates descended, a peculiar wave of energy radiated forth. The grotesque statues atop the 6 portals suddenly opened their eyes. 12 unique beams of light intertwined, ensnaring the figures of the 4 guards completely. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted incessantly from the guards, an unending barrage of detonations. The 4 guards attempted to flee the formation, yet upon contact with the 12 intertwining beams, they were met with even more violent explosions. They were trapped, unable to ascend to the heavens or burrow into the earth, entirely immobilized within the formation. The power of the 6 mystical life and death gates was indeed impressive. Lin Chen mused. The 4 guards sensed a profound threat, and the 4-directional tiger exploding formation erupted forth. The snarling tiger's head within the woven blade energy net roared vehemently, poised to break free from the confines of the 6 mystical life and death gates. Suppress. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Chen summoned a small bronze tower, unleashing the first grand formation. The word suppress at the base of the tower seemed to resonate with boundless power, forcefully shaking the impending blade energy net. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger's head atop the blade energy net trembled violently under the suppression of the grand formation, roaring repeatedly. The blade energy net itself began to collapse layer by layer under the relentless pressure of the formation's core. Lin Chen's gaze turned steely, and he shot forth with blinding speed, his right hand enveloped in swirling ghostly energy, charging toward the 4 guards with lethal intent. The 12 intertwining beams of light posed no threat whatsoever to Lin Chen. His fist struck unimpeded upon the ranks of the guards. The resounding booms echoed, one after another, as the 4 guards of the first realm of divine law were obliterated. This scene left Bloodhowl profoundly shaken. To take on 4 opponents and emerge with such ease was astonishing. Cursing vehemently within, Bloodhowl's techniques grew increasingly frantic. Chapter 204. Gathering wealth upon witnessing Lin Chen decisively vanquish the 4 guards of the first realm of divine law, Xiong Ding finally exhaled in relief. He shared a similar sentiment with Bloodhowl, albeit rooted in concern. After all, these 4 guards, united in formation, were nearly comparable to a being of the second realm of divine law. Yet, Lin Chen, wielding the 6 mysteries of life and death, the Xianshang Monarch Tower, and his right hand, which rivaled a mid-grade royal artifact, found little difficulty in dealing with them. The treasures at Lin Chen's disposal were, after all, coveted by those of the 3rd and 4th realms of divine law. Lin Chen cast a calm glance at the increasingly frenzied blood-robed figure, fully aware that the latter was in a state of turmoil. Meanwhile, the battle on the side of the Iron Dragon had firmly tilted in their favor. Although the guard of the 3rd realm of divine law exuded a hint of demonic energy, it was evidently not as potent as that of the Iron Dragon. The Iron Dragon roared repeatedly, its claws striking relentlessly against the 3rd realm guard, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. The Iron Dragon was eager to conclude the battle. Lin Chen immediately transmitted a thought to the Iron Dragon. Upon receiving the message, the dragon's eyes sharpened, and it opened its maw wide, preparing to unleash its devastating attack. Lin Chen nodded. Their current advantage was unmistakable. The first to conclude their battle would undoubtedly reap the greater reward. However, Lin Chen's gaze soon fixated upon the array of mid-grade and high-grade royal artifacts. His intention was to first collect all the mid-grade royal artifacts. A plan formed in his mind, and he surged forward, his hand reaching for the collection of mid-grade royal artifacts with overwhelming might. The artifacts, seemingly imbued with a form of sentience, trembled in response, emitting a series of defensive strikes as they sensed the approaching grasp. Clearly, these mid-grade royal artifacts were resisting Lin Chen's attempt to seize them. Unfazed by the incoming attacks, Lin Chen maintained his composure. Although the power of these artifacts could easily slay a being of the 1st realm of divine law, they were far from a match for him. With a decisive grip, Lin Chen unleashed the oppressive force of his falling sky hand, as if an immense tide were surging forth. Instantly, the flurry of attacks was ensnared in the air by the overwhelming pressure of his technique. Lin Chen swiftly closed the distance between himself and the mid-grade royal artifacts, ready to claim them all. With a mere thought, Lin Chen summoned the Xianshang King Tower, which promptly soared forth, activating both the suppression formation and the devouring array, swiftly subduing all the mid-grade imperial artifacts and drawing them into the tower. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Xianshang King Tower, these mid-grade imperial artifacts exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Furthermore, a nascent spark of intelligence had begun to manifest within them, allowing them to sense the presence of the Blood Elder within the tower, a true artifact spirit, a rarity exclusive to Dao artifacts. Next, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to a towering bronze bell, an artifact of superior quality. As Lin Chen's eyes fell upon it, the bell seemed to awaken with sentience, the essence of a sovereign beginning to coalesce. The bell began to sway, producing a clear, resonant chime, while patterns of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder flickered to life. Such remarkable sentience was likely on par with that of a supreme imperial artifact, the Blood Elder remarked in admiration. With the right combination of extraordinary treasures and the essence of a sovereign, this bronze bell could be refined into a supreme imperial artifact, an existence coveted even by those at the 7th and 8th levels of the divine law realm. Lin Chen was taken aback by the high praise bestowed upon the bronze bell by the Blood Elder. However, he quickly extended his hand towards the bell, unleashing the Futu hand in a fierce grasp. Damn it, Lin Chen is attempting to seize the 4-element bronze bell once more. Bloodhowl, witnessing this development, could not contain his fury, vowing that he would never allow Lin Chen to acquire this superior artifact. Bloodhowl recognized the formidable nature of the 4-element bronze bell. Having already seen Lin Chen obtain the 6 Xian life and death gate, and now aiming for the bell, he could not simply relinquish such a treasure. As 2 guards charged towards him, Bloodhowl's mind raced, formulating a plan. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blood, a river that surged towards the two guards, engulfing them. The bell rang out one final chime, its patterns of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder shimmering more intensely. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, flames surged violently, and the wind stoked the fire's ferocity. Amidst the tumultuous winds and flames, purple flashes of lightning crackled, heralding the storm. The combined sounds of thunder and howling winds echoed powerfully, a display of raw might comparable to an assault from the second level of the divine law realm. Lin Chen, witnessing the approaching tempest of wind, fire, and lightning, felt a stir within him. Faced with the formidable presence of this superior artifact, he refrained from engaging directly and instead summoned the Xianshan King Tower, fiercely directing it to suppress the bell. The sixth Xian life and death gate also ascended, positioning itself to bind the bell as form. The roaring flames were entirely quelled by the Xianshan King Tower, yet its force remained undiminished as it pressed down upon the bell. The sound of the bell rang out once more, wild and untamed. Humph. You have developed a considerable intelligence. Should you fail to submit swiftly, I shall shatter your consciousness, the Blood Elder declared, seated within the Xianshan King Tower. His voice cold and commanding. With a sudden motion, he reached forth, striking into an unknown space. In that moment, there emerged a vague essence of a copper bell, embodying the will of a sovereign, continuously oscillating. This attack from Blood Elder was a battle between spirit weapons. The copper bell, being a formless entity, was susceptible to his command. The resonating hum of the bell seemed to sense an imminent peril, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, Blood Elder's colossal hand advanced unimpeded towards the sovereign essence of the bell, exuding an overwhelming might. As the great hand was about to descend, the entire resonant sound of the copper bell abruptly ceased, replaced by a mournful wail, evidently indicating its choice to submit. Blood Elder retracted his hand, his figure once again retreating into the Xianshan King Tower, his countenance radiating authority. He was a genuine spirit weapon, facing such sovereign essence with no semblance of strain. The cacophony of chimes ceased entirely, the aura of the copper bell fully retracting, clearly opting for submission. With a sweep of his hand, Lin Chen summoned the sixth Xian life and death gate and the Xianshan King Tower back into his consciousness. Indeed, Lin Chen remarked with admiration, extending his hand towards the copper bell. However, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind erupted, and a figure shot towards Lin Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he swiftly recognized that it was a second-tier guardian of the divine law realm, hurtling back. My apologies. I did not anticipate sending this guardian flying. It still clings to its last breath. Deliver the final blow for me, Blood Elder bellowed. Engaging in a fierce clash with a third-tier guardian of the divine law realm, his expression twisted into a sinister smile. Now, let us see if you survive. The guardian, resembling a frenzied flying sword, charged at Lin Chen with blinding speed, nearly closing the distance in mere breaths. Yet, Lin Chen's eyes ignited with azure flames, and he refrained from using his fists to annihilate it. Instead, he unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy, creating an invisible pressure that surged like ocean waves, manifesting as an intangible hand that struck fiercely towards the incoming guardian. As the guardian was met with this unseen force, it was propelled backward, racing towards Blood Elder's figure. A cold smirk graced Lin Chen's lips. To harm me, I shall repay in kind. Blood Elder, emboldened by the ferocity of his assault, had imbued the guardian with a massive, violent crimson aura. Should Lin Chen deliver a fatal blow to the guardian, he too would face obliteration from the aura. However, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed a powerful wind rushing towards him. Lin Chen, dare you threaten this sovereign? Blood Elder roared, turning in shock. The guardian had returned. How had it come back? You despicable villain, I shall ensure your demise. Blood Elder's fury reached its zenith, yet faced with the guardian's return, he dared not be reckless and swiftly unleashed a divine technique. A resounding and violent explosion reverberated with intensity as the concealed aura amongst the guards erupted. The ground of the stone cavern trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern amidst the cacophony of the explosion a voice laced with ire. My dear friend, you mentioned that one could handle 2 guards of the second realm and one of the third realm. How can you expect me to assist you? Am I not robbing you of your own spoils? Lin Chen remarked calmly amidst the turmoil of the blast. His piercing gaze remained vigilant, revealing the intricacies of the situation. The hurriedly retreating blood howl became flustered by these words, his steps faltering. He had indeed miscalculated. He could hardly claim he intended to eliminate Lin Chen. Casting a sidelong glance at the enraged blood howl, Lin Chen smirked coldly before dashing towards the innermost depths. Extending his hand, he summoned his magical prowess, drawing in 6 royal-grade ores. Even with his abilities, he felt the immense weight of these 6 ores, which must have weighed over 600,000 pounds. After securing these precious treasures, Lin Chen's gaze shifted towards the skeletal remains suspended above the dark red array. Xiao Ding, I present this copper bell to you as a magical artifact, he declared, flinging the bell towards Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding's expression brightened. Without pretense, he reached out to grasp it. He indeed required a potent magical tool, and this 4-element copper bell was undeniably exceptional. Lin Chen cast a glance at the still figure of Qiu Yuning, then swiftly maneuvered towards the skeletal remains, intent on acquiring the extreme Dao Stone. Chapter 215. The heart-stirring truth. Qiu Yuning observed Lin Chen rushing towards the remains with a flicker of concern in her beautiful eyes. Be cautious, she urged. Bloodhowl, witnessing Lin Chen's sudden advance, momentarily froze before his expression darkened. This fellow has certainly caught on, he muttered. Allow me to obliterate you. The demon Iron Earth Dragon lashed out its tail, sweeping through with tremendous force, its demonic energy surging mightily. The guards, suppressed by the ghostly spear, were utterly unable to evade. They suffered the full brunt of the dragon's devastating strike. With a thunderous boom, the guard's form erupted into fragments, completely annihilated. The demon Iron Earth Dragon had successfully slain this guard of the third realm. Now, it is your turn, you lowly blood-sucking kin. The dragon's gaze shifted towards the crimson-cloaked adversary engaged in battle with the guards, an aura of murderous intent radiating from it. The tide of battle was swiftly turning in favor of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's piercing vision burned with intensity, scanning the dark red formation. It was evident that beneath the skeletal remains of the demon emperor, the array held peculiarities. Lin Chen, do not act recklessly, Blood Old warned gravely. This formation harbors anomalies. Observe the dark red patterns. This color is indicative of coagulated blood. Lin Chen paused, standing outside the array, his mind deep in contemplation. Old blood, can you not discern the nature of this formation? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowed. The dark crimson blood formation before him was chaotically intertwined with erratic lines, devoid of any discernible order. It appeared not as a formation, but rather as a chaotic flow of blood. However, Lin Chen firmly believed in old blood's discerning eye. If even the master of blood formations could not ascertain its purpose, he would not dare to recklessly venture inside. After all, the risks were far too great. I have several conjectures, Old Blood spoke solemnly, but this situation does not align with any formations I have encountered. For now, you must not engage with this formation. Instead, seek the extreme path stone. Moreover, exercise utmost caution. Everything feels exceedingly strange. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes as he gazed at the skeletal figure seated within the formation. The crystalline orbs nestled within its eye sockets emanated an alluring radiance. His penetrating gaze could not unveil the skeleton's secrets, nor could it penetrate the extreme path stone. Perhaps I should find a scapegoat to test it, Lin Chen mused, suddenly reminded of someone. He communicated his thoughts with Old Blood, who immediately understood. With a sweeping gesture, the Xianshang Monarch Tower released a shadowy figure. I have emerged. I am finally free. The figure exclaimed incredulously, bursting into maniacal laughter. Lin Chen, prepare for my vengeance. The executioners will soon arrive to slay you, ensuring your suffering is beyond measure. This figure was none other than the Gun Emperor, trapped within the Xianshang Monarch Tower. At this moment, he was utterly drained, his aura diminished to near insignificance, his combat prowess nearly non-existent. Within the tower, his magical energy had been relentlessly siphoned, leaving his consciousness depleted. Lin Chen regarded the deranged Gun Emperor with an impassive expression. With a swift motion, he summoned immense pressure from all directions. What are you doing? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? The Gun Emperor bellowed, sensing the encroaching force. Lin Chen, however, had little interest in responding to him. Under his precise control, the Gun Emperor found himself involuntarily levitating. Multiple forces compressed around him, akin to binding strings, rendering him under Lin Chen's dominion. What do you intend? Why can't I control my body? The gun emperor's face transformed with terror as he caught sight of the ominous skeleton, prompting him to plead desperately, "Lin Chen, spare me. I am willing to serve as your thrall." "You lack the qualifications," Lin Chen replied coolly, manipulating the pressure to elevate the gun emperor toward the skeletal figure. Under Lin Chen's command, the gun emperor extended his claws, adopting a predatory stance, and reached toward one of the skeleton's eyes with considerable force. "This is bad," Bloodhowl exclaimed, witnessing Lin Chen's audacious maneuver. His expression shifted dramatically. He immediately sprang into action, transforming into a streak of crimson, darting forward with reckless haste, disregarding even the third-tier attendant of the divine law realm. What if the formation proves ineffective? This was the cause of Bloodhowl's alarm. Suddenly, a tempestuous gale erupted, accompanied by a colossal dragon's tail that swept fiercely towards the flickering figure of Bloodhowl. Cursed be it! A terrifying ferocity manifested upon Bloodhowl's blood-stained visage as he faced the onslaught of the demonic dragon. Reluctantly, he extended his fist, unleashing a surge of crimson energy. Yet, impeded by the iron-clad earth dragon, he found himself utterly immobilized. Lin Chen cast a glance at Bloodhowl, ensnared by the iron dragon, and promptly directed the gun emperor towards the eye sockets of the skeletal remains. As the gun emperor's claws approached within an inch of the sockets, every heart in the vicinity hung in suspense. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the gun emperor, his countenance contorted in agony. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly, exerting pressure. The gun emperor's claws descended heavily upon the eye sockets. Bloodhowl's face froze in an expression of sheer dread. With a sharp crack, the claws collided against the sockets, only to rebound violently. The sockets of the skeletal remains were far too resilient. The force exerted was insufficient to extract the ultimate stone. Everything remained unchanged, devoid of any disturbances. Relieved, Lin Chen exhaled softly, intensifying his pressure to amplify the gun emperor's strength for another attempt. Suddenly, the ground of the cavern began to tremble slightly. Blood Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Lin Chen, quickly release the gun emperor." Lin Chen's body jolted, instantly retracting all pressure and retreating hastily. Before his eyes, a mysterious formation, solidified from dark crimson blood, unexpectedly acquired a viscous layer. The blood surged as if it were boiling, pulsating vigorously. A thick torrent of blood erupted from the formation, enveloping the gun emperor entirely. Lin Chen's expression altered as the gun emperor, consumed by the blood, transformed wholly into a mass of blood, bubbling ominously. In an instant, the entire area of the formation seemed to morph into a veritable pool of blood, teeming with a relentless tide of crimson. An utterly terrifying aura brewed within the blood pool. The previously invincible iron-clad earth dragon suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground, trembling violently under the weight of this ominous presence. The dragon's eyes brimmed with an unprecedented fear. "Lin Chen, flee at once. This is the Heaven's Hazard Bloodbone Formation, one of the unique formations of the Bloodslayer clan," Blood Elder shouted. Lin Chen's expression shifted, his form preparing to retreat rapidly. However, at that moment, a deadly aura surged towards his back. Alarmed, Lin Chen's heart raced, and he swiftly darted aside to evade the lethal force. A blood-colored figure darted forward, plunging directly into the perilous Bloodbone Formation. A maniacal laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, your demise is at hand." A figure coalesced from the viscous blood pool, its face twisted with madness and malice. The shadow that emerged was none other than Bloodhowl. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at this scene, realizing that the figure in the blood-red robe had seamlessly integrated into the formation. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning were equally taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Just as the three were engulfed in their shock, a peculiar force abruptly enveloped the entire stone chamber. "This is bad. There's no escape now," Blood Elder remarked, his countenance darkening. Lin Chen quickly shook off his astonishment, scanning the surroundings and immediately noting that the stone chamber had sealed itself. Furthermore, the walls were lined with dense, dark red bloodlines, resembling veins. This discovery sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. Could this be Bloodhowl's trump card? The viscous blood, now coalescing into Bloodhowl, cast a menacing glare at Lin Chen and his companions. The heavenly danger bone blood array had indeed lived up to expectations, functioning even after such an extensive passage of time since antiquity. Although its terrifying power had diminished, it was still sufficient to deal with the four present. Lin Chen, you must be quite astonished, Bloodhowl hissed, his tone laced with arrogance. Do you know that this heavenly danger bone blood array was established by a formidable leader of my clan? Lin Chen regarded Bloodhowl with a frigid gaze, remaining silent. Xiao Ding swiftly positioned himself behind Lin Chen, his body tense as he observed Bloodhowl intently. Ha! Allow me to enlighten you. Bloodhowl cackled maniacally. The death of the heavenly demon emperor was orchestrated by my clan's giants, who suppressed him here with this very array. Even his remains are subjected to the torment of the entire heavenly danger bone blood array, doomed to suffer eternally. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen struggled to maintain his composure, his face betraying shock. The fall of the heavenly demon emperor, an ancient powerhouse, had indeed been orchestrated by the Blood Clan. How formidable must the power of this heavenly danger bone blood array be? Lin Chen, we are in trouble. Blood Elder suddenly changed his expression, urgently stating. He was trying to buy time to fully merge with the heavenly danger bone blood array. Once he succeeded, it would spell doom for them. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. All shock expelled from his heart, as his aura surged forth with tremendous force. He had not anticipated that Bloodhowl's words were merely a diversion. Xiao Ding, let us attack together. Lin Chen shouted, summoning all his magical energy, the pressure around them surging mightily. Xiao Ding unleashed his full power as well, the imprint of the medicinal cauldron on his forehead gleaming with resplendent light. Yet, Bloodhowl showed no sign of fear. Instead, a strange smile crept across his face as he suddenly bellowed, Reign Emperor, as the second true disciple of the Hunyuan sect. Why do you hesitate to strike down these two aberrations from the Taiqing sect? If you eliminate them, I shall grant you a supreme Dao stone. These words struck like thunder, causing Lin Chen to freeze in place as an icy, solitary figure surfaced in his mind, embodying ethereal beauty. Nothing could be more shocking than this revelation. She was the Reign Emperor, the second true disciple of the Hunyuan sect. Chapter 216, Not Dead? Since ancient times, the conflict between the Hunyuan sect and the Taiqing sect has been as fierce as fire and water. Whenever disciples from either side meet, a fierce battle is almost inevitable. The open and covert rivalry between these two colossal factions has never waned, particularly with the myriad of disputes between Lin Chen and Lu Tongtian, which have fostered Lin Chen's deep-seated aversion towards the Hunyuan sect. However, now a member of the blood-killing clan dares to claim she is the second true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, contemplating Xiao Yuning, who possesses formidable energy and whose current cultivation level remains uncertain. It is evident that such a figure does not exist within the Taiqing sect. She is most likely affiliated with either the Sword Immortal sect or the Hunyuan sect. Brother, said Xiao Ding, observing Lin Chen's astonished and complex expression with concern. He has always been an onlooker, more attuned to the emotions between these two individuals than they are themselves. No, I am fine. Lin Chen retracted his astonishment, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Xue Xiao. If you intend to provoke us with words, I shall end your life right now. Huh. The newly ascended Blood King of the Taiqing sect is so adept at evading the truth. Xue Xiao laughed maniacally upon witnessing Lin Chen's cold demeanor. A boundless killing intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes, and he remained silent, unleashing the power of 3,000 magical entities within his consciousness that roared in unison. With a powerful grasp, Lin Chen summoned forth the overwhelming pressure around him, which surged like a tempest. Suddenly, a chilling voice struck him like a thunderclap. Lin Chen, he is correct. I am indeed the second true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, the Reign Sovereign, Xiao Yuning declared. Instantly, the tumultuous pressure dissipated, and Lin Chen's tense form relaxed. So, she truly is the second true disciple of the Hunyuan sect. In that case, she would eliminate him, the blood-killing clan member, who also possesses a promise of an extreme Dao stone. Given this, there is no reason not to kill him. Lin Chen, do not be swayed by emotions, nor be led astray by affection, Xue Lao admonished sternly. Though you may not realize it, you harbor complex feelings towards her. Act swiftly to stop the blood-killing clan member, or you shall meet your demise. I understand, Xue Lao, Lin Chen replied, his voice slightly hoarse as he turned to gaze at the enchanting figure. Who would have imagined she could be his adversary? Sighing deeply, Xue Lao ceased to speak. He harbored no dissatisfaction with Lin Chen, save for his lack of ruthlessness, which made him susceptible to emotional turmoil. Whether this trait is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. For now, they can only proceed step by step. Noticing Lin Chen's glance back, a sinister expression crossed Xue Zhao's face. His scheme had been meticulously plotted to this very moment. He had long since Qiu Yuning's true identity and devised a plan to utilize the Rain Sovereign to disturb Lin Chen's state of mind. What he had assumed would be an unnecessary strategy unexpectedly proved to be of utmost significance at this critical juncture. Your demise is imminent. The malevolent figure in the blood-colored robe thought wickedly. When Lin Chen finally beheld the icy beauty of her celestial visage, his form trembled. A wisp of formidable energy lingered at his brow, revealing a countenance devoid of expression. She made her move. "What are you doing?" Xiong Ding exclaimed in astonishment. His face contorted with fury. "Lin Chen is your savior. How can you act so heartlessly?" Even Xiong Ding had not anticipated this outcome. Lin Chen's complexion gradually regained its calm as he gazed intently into her unperturbed eyes. "The extreme Dao Stone is indeed what you seek. You possess the justification to eliminate me," Lin Chen stated with tranquility. "You may strike, yet I doubt you will." In truth, he did not believe that this woman, known as the Rain Sovereign, would turn against him, though the certainty of her actions remained elusive. "Is that so?" Qiu Yuning replied, her expression impassive. "I apologize. You are mistaken. I have no reason to spare you. However, since you saved me once, I shall protect your family." Upon hearing this, Xue Xiao erupted into maniacal laughter. "Rain Sovereign, kill him. Should you slay him, I can offer you the extreme Dao Stone. You need not doubt our friendship with the first true disciple, Lu Tongtian." The recollection of Lin Chen's earlier actions ignited a tempest of rage within him, each wave more intense than the last. This young man, dubbed the Killing Sovereign, posed a palpable threat that must be extinguished. Lin Chen exhibited not a trace of fear, standing resolutely without making any attempt at resistance. Even if he had chosen to resist, he would have been unable to withstand the might of the formidable energy. Nevertheless, he chose not to resist. "Stop!" Xiong Ding bellowed, his magical hand taking form and striking toward Qiu Yuning's figure. "Die!" Qiu Yuning coldly uttered a single word. Subsequently, the energy in her hand erupted like a dragon unleashed, surging toward Lin Chen with lethal intent. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Xiong Ding, with bloodshot eyes, watched in horror as the formidable energy had already been unleashed. At such a close distance, how could he possibly intervene? A dull crash resonated, and a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Chen's face. Why had he not been harmed? The serpentine energy unleashed by Qiu Yuning seemed to possess a will of its own, elegantly spiraling around Lin Chen's form. The dull thud was, in fact, the energy colliding with the blood pool. A thunderous explosion followed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Kill Blood clan members. The entire perilous bone-blood formation shattered, creating a gaping hole within the blood pool. Even Xue Zhao's form was decimated by half. At that moment, Xue Zhao's expression twisted into a grimace as he roared. "Rain Sovereign, how dare you lay hands on me? You deserve a fate worse than death." This unexpected turn of events had caught even Xue Zhao by surprise. Lin Chen gazed at the shattered blood pool, a faint look of bewilderment on his face as he could not help but inquire, "Why did you not strike me down? You could have acquired the extreme Dao Stone and eliminated a rival sect in the process." Beside him, Xiong Ding, consumed by rage, fell silent. Clearly, this sudden turn of events exceeded all expectations. "Today, I am not the Rain Sovereign," Qiu Yuning stated with an impassive expression, her flawless visage paling once more. The attack she could unleash was but a singular occurrence. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and he laughed heartily. "Today, I am not the Killing Sovereign. I am merely a wandering cultivator." Qiu Yuning's assertion of not being the Rain Sovereign conveyed a straightforward message. Today, she held no conflicting interests with Lin Chen. Faced with the choice between Xue Xiao and Lin Chen, she naturally opted for the latter. However, this decision left Lin Chen with a tinge of disappointment. Inevitably, they would confront each other again someday as the Killing Sovereign and the Rain Sovereign, especially since Lin Chen aimed to eliminate his foremost adversary, Lu Tongtian. "Rain Sovereign, you traitor, you are a disgrace to the entire Huitian sect," Xue Xiao roared incessantly. "Assisting outsiders against this sovereign, you shall be expelled from the Huitian sect and become a target for all. I will ensure your demise." Xue Zhao's furious outcry instantly captivated Lin Chen and Xiao Ding. At that moment, the entire blood pool erupted, creating a vast opening as viscous blood poured into it. Xue Xiao, reduced to half his form, began to regenerate. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and the momentum within him surged forth like a tsunami. As for the Iron Dragon, it trembled on the ground. Whether from the oppressive aura of the bone-blood formation or an unfathomable terror, this scene was meticulously etched into Lin Chen's memory. Xiao Ding, protect her. I will deal with him. Lin Chen's consciousness radiated outwards, fearing that the bloodthirsty clan might turn against the Rain Sovereign. Xiao Ding nodded, positioning himself firmly in front of Qiu Yuning, his expression gravely serious. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen summoned the 6 mystical gates, which soared from above his head towards the blood pool. To contend with me, you dare? Xue Xiao bellowed, his countenance grotesquely bloodied. Instantly, 6 streams of exceedingly viscous blood erupted from the blood pool, morphing into sharp blood hands that lunged for the 6 mystical gates. The sounds of thunderous explosions resonated as immense force erupted from the blood hands, causing the 6 mystical gates to detonate repeatedly. The 6 mystical gates stood no chance against the demonic might of the bone-blood formation. The 6 mystical gates, an ancient artifact, in your possession is nothing short of sacrilege. Xue Xiao cackled maniacally. Bring it to me. As he spoke, a massive torrent of thick blood surged from the pool, transforming into an enormous blood net that enveloped the 6 mystical gates. Ensnared by the blood net, the 6 mystical gates were swiftly drawn into the blood pool. This is bad. Lin Chen's complexion shifted as he unleashed the full force of his magical essence from his mind. Hand of the fallen sky. A tempest of energy began to swirl within the cavern, as an ethereal hand extended from Lin Chen's arm, its form indistinguishable. A pressure as wild as mountains and seas brewed in Lin Chen's grasp. Stay? Lin Chen bellowed, as an ethereal hand rushed towards the blood pool with a thunderous roar. Arrogance dripped from the expression of blood howl. The blood pool possessed the ability to transmute everything into liquid crimson. Even your divine powers would ultimately succumb to being converted into blood. Lin Chen's face was a mask of cold determination as he unhesitatingly directed the phantom hand deeper into the blood pool. With a resounding crash, the blood net was forcefully severed by the ethereal hand. Lin Chen's hand, embodying unparalleled might, crashed down upon Blood Howl's figure. How could this be possible? Blood Howl exclaimed in shock. What kind of divine power is this? As the massive hand approached, Blood Howl immediately summoned torrents of blood, coalescing into formidable portals to resist. Lin Chen's hand obliterated 5 blood gates before finally halting its advance. The 6 mysteries of life and death gate flew back into his consciousness. At this moment, Lin Chen had yet to fully unleash the prowess of the Fist of Heaven, a power capable of subduing the heavens. Its might was undeniably terrifying. Damn it, Blood Howl cursed. Still not fully merged with the bone and blood formation of heavenly peril, compounded by the earlier strike from Rain Emperor, rendering him even weaker. Just wait. I shall eventually slay you. Blood Howl roared, causing the blood within the blood pool to surge upward, enveloping the corpse. This is not good. Qiu Yuning's expression shifted. Realizing he intended to take the corpse, Xiang Ding's face also fell. The most significant treasure in the Demon Emperor's lair was indeed this corpse. Should it be taken away, they would face a terrifying adversary at the 5th level of the Divine Law Realm. The Iron Earth Dragon trembled violently, incessantly muttering the word demon. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained one of unprecedented calm, as he coldly uttered, Heavenly Demon Emperor, how much longer do you wish to observe? These words struck like thunder, immediately capturing the attention of the startled Qiu Yuning and Xiang Ding. What did Lin Chen mean? Could it be that the Heavenly Demon Emperor had not perished? Yet, the corpse was undeniably present here. Was it possible for the Heavenly Demon Emperor to be resurrected? Lin Chen's gaze was flat, as he coldly stated, Xiang Ding. Rain Emperor, you need not worry. The Heavenly Demon Emperor has not fallen. Both Xiang Ding and Qiu Yuning fell silent, and upon hearing Lin Chen's assertion, they began to believe him to some extent. Lin Chen was not one to jest. Haha, Lin Chen, do not try to deceive me. The Heavenly Demon Emperor perished at the hands of my clan's predecessors. Blood Howl laughed maniacally, manipulating streams of blood to envelop the entire corpse. However, just as the blood was about to envelop the corpse, a peculiar wave suddenly emanated from it. The pitch-black corpse, seated in midair, released an ominous, thick demonic aura from the profound stone residing in its eye sockets. This aura was the epitome of true demonic essence, regal and unparalleled. As the entire demonic energy was exhaled, it enveloped the skeletal remains, as if forming a protective barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, Blood Howl's expression shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly grim. Yet he continued to manipulate the surging blood, directing it toward the entire skeletal structure. A deceased individual, what tricks do you still possess? Bloodhowl bellowed. The torrent of blood immediately collided against the demonic energy barrier, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. Under the keen observation of Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, it became evident that although the layer of demonic energy was thin, it harbored an immensely terrifying power, a power so formidable that even his penetrating vision could not fully fathom it. The viscous blood cascading down could not corrode this slender layer of demonic energy. What is happening? Bloodhowl's expression changed once more, astonished by the terrifying potency of the lifeless emperor's remains. At that moment, a tempest of shock surged within Bloodhowl's heart. Could it be true, as Lin Chen suggested, that the heavenly demon emperor was indeed not dead? Impossible. The ancient texts of our clan clearly document that he was grievously wounded by 3 emperors of our lineage and subsequently suppressed by the heavenly danger bone blood array. He should perish within a millennium, Bloodhowl growled, his bloodied hands sweeping forcefully. Let us see what tricks you have. With a decisive wave of Bloodhowl's hand, the blood within the blood pool surged skyward, transforming into a fearsome, gaping maw of blood, lunging fiercely toward the remains of the heavenly demon emperor. This action consumed the entirety of the terrifying power held within the heavenly danger bone blood array. Lin Chen could only be overwhelmed by the might of this array, which was likely even more formidable than the powers of the celestial flow and sword sky. Both Xiongding and Xiao Yuning sensed this overwhelming force, their hearts hanging in suspense. If the heavenly demon emperor were truly alive, they feared that this blood maw could not be resisted. Meanwhile, the magical iron earth dragon within the cavern began to tremble violently, as if confronted by something extraordinarily terrifying. The 10-meter-wide blood maw lunged toward the skeletal remains, its viscous blood capable of melting all in its path. Yet, at that very moment, an ancient aura of demonic intent suddenly permeated the entire cavern. You insignificant bloodkin, do you dare to lay hands on this emperor's remains? A voice, cold and authoritative, resounded throughout the stone chamber, filled with chilling malice. In that instant, an unprecedented chill gripped the hearts of Lin Chen and his companions, an icy sensation that seeped into their very beings. Lin Chen felt his body grow cold, but the heavenly desolation Yama Sutra within him instinctively began to operate, dissipating the chilling presence. This icy sensation was, in fact, the intangible demonic intent, eroding their minds. This was the midsection of the heavenly desolation Yama Sutra, the demonic intent of heavenly desolation, capable of killing unseen. Once Lin Chen regained his composure, he hurriedly turned his gaze toward Xiongding and Xiao Yuning. He observed that a surge of demonic energy was rising on Xiongding's face, shrouding him in darkness. His eyes had become hollow, with wisps of black demonic energy beginning to swirl within the whites of his eyes. Compared to Chuyun, her complexion has only become slightly more pallid, showing no signs of being tainted by demonic intent. It is likely that the mysterious power within her is warding off such corruption. However, upon witnessing the condition of Xiaoding, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and he darted toward Xiaoding. Just as he surged forward, he suddenly noticed that the demonic energy surrounding Xiaoding was rapidly dissipating. The mark of the medicinal cauldron on Xiaoding's forehead glowed with an intense radiance, indicating that the refining cauldron was unleashing its might. The indifferent yet authoritative voice of the refining cauldron resonated from all directions, calling out, "Old friend." As the demonic energy around Xiaoding receded, his face turned pale, and his gaze remained fixated ahead. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. What did old friend signify? Could it be that the demon emperor recognized Xiaoding? While Lin Chen pondered this, a tremendous rumble suddenly echoed within the stone cave. The corpse that had been seated abruptly stood up, its pitch-black demonic hand reaching towards the gaping maw of blood that surged forward. Instantly, a dark hand took shape, exuding a formidable aura as it lunged toward the bloodied mouth, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. He's truly not dead. Blood Xiao was overwhelmed with shock. Indeed, as Lin Chen had asserted, the demon emperor was alive. In the next moment, he cast his gaze upon the encroaching demonic hand, a cold smirk appearing on Blood Xiao's face. Demon Emperor, even if you are alive, what does it matter? Your current power is but a mere shadow of its former self. Today, I, Blood Xiao, shall slay a once great emperor. With that, a fierce expression overtook Blood Xiao's face. The multitude of lines throughout the stone cave, resembling blood vessels, suddenly retracted, all merging into the viscous blood maw. In that instant of return, the mouth expanded dramatically, sprouting menacing, upward-curving blood-red fangs. A grotesque visage began to form, as if a terrifying blood demon's head was taking shape. With a thunderous crash, the dark hand collided with the grotesque blood head, producing a violent explosion. The ground of the cave began to shatter in layers. Lin Chen, shouting, and Qiuyun exchanged glances, swiftly retreating to avoid the tumultuous aftermath of the battle. Lin Chen, how did you know the demon emperor was not dead? Qiuyun asked gravely. Her eyes locked on the horrifying collision ahead. The shockwaves generated from that impact would likely be beyond her capabilities to withstand, even at her peak strength. Lin Chen glanced at the two, who wore puzzled expressions, and began to elucidate his reasoning. His suspicion of the demon emperor's survival stemmed first from the enchanted eye of demons. The power it unleashed far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations and was not something a mere Iron Earth Dragon could produce. Secondly, the Iron Earth Dragon's sudden submission to him as its master, coupled with the Ghost Iron Dragon's evolution to the level of the Iron Earth Dragon, clearly indicated the manipulation of an unseen hand. Lastly, the fear exhibited by the Iron Earth Dragon when Blood Shao initiated the Great Bone Blood Formation was telling. This is of little concern. The crux lies in the moment when the Iron Demon Dragon makes its move, at which point fear becomes even more pronounced. This realization dawns upon Lin Chen, affirming that the Heavenly Demon Emperor is undoubtedly alive. For it was once stated by Qiuyun that among demonic beings, there exists a hierarchy of suppression. The higher the level of demonic energy, the stronger the ability to impose dominance. The sheer terror displayed by the Iron Demon Dragon is not merely a reaction to the perilous Bloodbone formation, but rather an expression of dread towards the Heavenly Demon Emperor. This sequence of events serves as compelling evidence that the Heavenly Demon Emperor has not perished, albeit he may not possess his former might. Otherwise, the previous malevolent intent would have sufficed to bring about the demise of the three individuals. How peculiar it is. Qiuyun shook her head, reflecting on the scriptures recorded within her sect, which stated that the Heavenly Demon Emperor was sealed in this very place and would perish after a millennium. Why then? Has he returned to life? This eludes my understanding. Lin Chen, shaking his head, speculated that there must be some intricate scheme at play. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he contemplated the eye of the demon god in his grasp. Could it be that all of this is interconnected with the eye of the demon god? After pondering for a moment, he dismissed the notion and cast a thoughtful glance at the owl cauldron before turning his attention to the unfolding battle. The skeletal figure unleashed a demonic hand that violently struck the grotesque visage of the bloodied water, causing it to erupt in a series of explosive bursts. The entire ghastly face, with its jagged fangs, effortlessly shredded the demonic hand to pieces, offering no resistance whatsoever. On the grotesque visage of the bloodied water, the remaining upper half of Blood Howl manifested, witnessing the relentless disintegration of the demonic hand, and erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, today, Blood Howl shall slay an ancient emperor who once shook the mortal realm. What an exhilarating prospect. At this moment, Blood Howl was overwhelmed with excitement, contemplating the slaughter of an emperor despite being at the third tier of the divine law realm. If word of this reached the mortal realm, it would surely cause a stir. Moreover, this emperor was none other than the legendary Heavenly Demon Emperor, who once captivated the ancient era. A voice of indifferent authority resonated, and a torrent of immense demonic energy suddenly erupted within the stone cavern. The skeletal figure abruptly withdrew its right hand, its neck twisting slightly, producing a creaking sound. Lin Chen's penetrating gaze discerned a massive black, demonic energy manifesting behind the skeleton, resembling the silhouette of a towering giant cast in the light of the sun. Demonic fury. The voice of indifferent authority boomed once more. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, causing the Iron Demon Dragon to tremble with increasing intensity. A surge of pitch-black demonic energy, akin to a shadow cast in reverse, erupted violently, taking the form of an ancient demonic emperor's silhouette. At this moment, the apparition of this ancient demon emperor was filled with unbridled rage, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Chapter 218. Acquiring the Stone of Ultimate Path. The black demonic energy coalesced into the phantom of the ancient demon emperor, seething with wrath. Suddenly, an eerie force reverberated throughout the stone cavern, a power transcending the realm of magical energy. The enormous, blood-red, grotesque head abruptly came to a standstill amidst this demonic fury. It seemed as though an invisible force had ensnared his body. What manner of power is this? Bloodhowl's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to shout in alarm. The manic laughter that had once consumed him began to fade, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. The ancient demon of millennia past had finally unleashed his wrath. Lin Chen and his companions felt an overwhelming gravity descend upon them, their own forms trapped as if ensnared by Lin Chen's own technique, the hand of the hidden sky, which rendered them immobile with sheer pressure. Yet, the power erupting from this demonic fury was evidently not mere pressure. It was a force beyond even Xiao Yuning's comprehension. As the head of Bloodwater was immobilized, the skeletal remains once again rose, unleashing a terrifying display of supernatural might. Suddenly, anguished wails echoed throughout the stone cavern, as if a multitude of specters had manifested. A pitch-black, demonic vortex swirled violently before Bloodwater's head. Within this ebony abyss lay an exquisitely crafted triangular fork, an ancient obsidian spear, and a demonic gun. The three weapons of the ghostly deity coalesced into existence. This is bad. The old specter is about to unleash his ultimate move. Bloodhowl's expression fluctuated, and he began to thrash wildly. The crimson head quivered slightly, yet it remained shackled by that intangible force. Die! A voice, cold and imperious, resonated with an air of nonchalance, as if erasing an entity comparable to the fifth realm of divine law required not even the slightest exertion. Boom! The cavern trembled as the three weapons of the ghostly deity erupted from within. Each weapon was a staggering 20 meters in length, exuding a torrent of demonic energy as they hurtled toward the blood-red head. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene. The ghostly deity's weapons seemed to effortlessly pierce the crimson head, mercilessly shredding it apart. Ah! The sound of agonized screams emanated from Bloodhowl's mouth. He and the terrifying bone-blood array began to merge into one, even if he wished to escape at this moment. He lacked the capacity to do so. At last, with a final thunderous explosion, the entire blood-red head erupted, a mass of flesh and blood cascading from the heavens. Within this sanguine sphere resided an unfathomable reservoir of pure power. What is that? Lin Chen's gaze was instantly captivated by the blood and flesh orb. Through his penetrating vision, he discerned that the power contained within was beyond his current reckoning. Xiongding and Xiao Yuning were equally drawn in by its allure. Lin Chen, that is the unique blood essence of the Bloodkill clan. The elder intoned gravely, explaining that members of the Bloodkill clan at the level of divine law possess a blood essence. They have a unique secret technique that employs this blood essence to resurrect their kin. What? They can be revived? Lin Chen's expression was one of shock. Indeed, this blood essence is imbued with an immense and pure power. However, once resurrected, the members of the Bloodkill clan can never progress further. Suddenly, Blood Elder erupted into laughter. However, the devouring celestial diagram, which embodies the essence of consuming all things, presents a magnificent treasure to you. One that others cannot refine, the essence of flesh and blood. This is precisely why the Blood clan harbors such trepidation towards the sacred vein body. Furthermore, it could absorb the energies stirring within Lin Chen's mind. The immense power contained within this flesh and blood essence could very well elevate him to the third tier of the divine law realm. To claim he was not tempted would be a falsehood. Yet, at this moment, a formidable demon emperor loomed in their presence. After the skeletal figure obliterated the blood-soaked head, its consciousness locked onto Lin Chen and his companions. Suddenly, their bodies tightened in response. The might of this emperor was terrifying beyond measure. With a mere wave of its skeletal hand, the flesh and blood essence soared back to its side. Lin Chen, is it? A voice resonated with cold authority. Surrender the remnants of the eye of the demon god. Lin Chen's body was taut with tension, but he stood undaunted. Demon Emperor, you are a figure of imperial stature. Do you truly intend to seize what belongs to me? A true powerhouse should possess the means befitting their strength. Robbery, after all, is a disgraceful act. Indeed, this emperor frequently engages in such acts. The skeletal figure replied nonchalantly as an unusual force descended upon Lin Chen. His expression changed dramatically, his body becoming uncontrollable. A sheepskin scroll flew forth from the illusory spirit mirror, landing in the hands of the demon emperor. At that moment, the scroll was enveloped in swirling demonic energy. with a phantasmal eye faintly discernible upon its surface. Finally, the eye of the demon god had manifested. Could it be that the day of the reincarnation demon codex's emergence was drawing near? The demon emperor murmured. Have they indeed all succumbed to decline? Naturally, these musings went unheard by Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed in realization, as he suspected. The demon emperor was coveting the foremost eye of the demon god. Demon emperor, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Lin Chen managed to suppress the fury bubbling within. The expressions of Xiong Ding and Xiao Yuning were equally frigid. I seek nothing, the skeletal figure replied. Your trio possesses a remarkable lineage. Even I can only discern one facet of it. Lin Chen regarded the skeletal figure with a cold stare, pondering what secrets it was concealing. Thus, I am inclined to uncover your true identities, the demon emperor remarked with indifference. Without great fortune or a substantial background, you would have no reason to survive. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly locked onto Lin Chen and his companions. Their faces paled simultaneously, a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies. The demon emperor had evidently decided to strike against them. However, Lin Chen was not only cold, but also consumed by righteous fury. This demon emperor, merely testing their fortune, would casually extinguish their lives. The skeletal figure, devoid of emotion, rose and with a sweeping gesture summoned an enormous demonic hand aimed directly at Lin Chen and his companions. Hand of the fallen heavens. Lin Chen roared, thrusting his hand forward to retaliate with a thunderous grasp. However, at the moment when Lin Chen attempted to grasp the past, an overwhelming fury surged within him. The ancient shadow of the furious demon emperor had not yet fully dissipated. Suddenly, Lin Chen found himself ensnared by a head of blood, rendered utterly immobile. Lin Chen, this is the power of the emperor. It is impossible to break free, the blood elder sighed, adding, now, we can only pray for divine intervention. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning were similarly bound, and the specter of death loomed ominously over the three of them. The mark on Xiao Ding's forehead began to emit a brilliant radiance, as if the medicinal cauldron within him might take flight at any moment. Xiao Yuning's complexion turned pale and cold, yet she displayed no hint of fear. The pitch-black demonic hand descended upon them with terrifying ferocity, more dreadful than any gale. With a thunderous crash, Lin Chen's vision blurred, and a tremendous sound reverberated through the air. The colossal demon hand shattered into fragments, breaking apart in an extraordinarily uniform manner. A bronze ancient mirror floated before Lin Chen and the others, revealing the long-dormant, illusory spirit mirror. Demon, you dare lay hands on my son. A voice imbued with a subtle, yet commanding authority emanated from the illusory spirit mirror. Lin Chen recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to his father, Lin Sanxing. Initially, Lin Chen had anticipated that the ancient bronze coffin would come to his rescue at the last moment, but he never expected the illusory spirit mirror to appear. And with it, his father's voice. Upon witnessing this scene, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yuning immediately turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. Son, father? At that moment, Lin Chen's face was alight with elation. Father, is that you? Lin Chen exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Indeed, I am in a forbidden place. Controlling the illusory spirit mirror, the illusory spirit mirror responded. Chener, you are doing very well. It won't be long before we meet again. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with tears as he nodded earnestly. His father had indeed done so much for him. Had it not been for his physical constitution, Lin Sanxing would not have been trapped in the ancient forbidden grounds. There is not much time I can manipulate this, the illusory spirit mirror continued. Allow me to deal with this demon. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded gravely. This voice, could it be your elder brother? The once indifferent and commanding tone had now taken on a cautious demeanor. Demon, you have grown bold. You dare to strike at your own nephew? By lineage. He should address you as uncle, Lin Sanxing stated coldly. At this, the demon emperor was left completely astounded. This misunderstanding, the demon emperor awkwardly replied. Subsequently, the demon emperor began a direct exchange with the illusory spirit mirror, leaving Lin Chen and the others unaware of the content of their conversation. Brother. The demon emperor actually addresses him as uncle, Xiao Ding remarked with a hint of peculiarity in his tone. Xiao Yuning could not help but cast another glance at Lin Chen. The celestial demon emperor is indeed a being of imperial caliber. Although Lin Chen is unaware of the true might of an emperor, Xiao Yuning possesses a clear understanding. With a wry smile, Lin Chen reflects on his father. who is currently trapped in an ancient forbidden land. Only when his own powers grow stronger will he be able to rescue him. Xiao Yuning, her expression unwavering, states that this can only happen if Lin Chen himself becomes an emperor. A place capable of ensnaring a being more terrifying than an emperor is beyond Lin Chen's reach. Lin Chen offers a shy smile before his gaze hardens with determination. Regardless of whether he ascends to the status of an emperor, as long as he earns the qualification to save his father, he will undoubtedly make the attempt. After an hour, the illusory spirit mirror returns to the palm of Lin Chen, falling into silence. In the end, Lin Songxing utters a simple yet profound phrase: "Take care of your health." Just those words bring moisture to Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere has entirely dissipated. Unexpectedly, the celestial demon emperor's voice softens as he acknowledges, "I did not realize you are the nephew of this demon emperor. My earlier actions were a misunderstanding. It is of no consequence." Lin Chen replies with a respectful bow and a smile. Nonetheless, a lingering discomfort remains in Lin Chen's heart. Had his father not intervened, it is likely the celestial demon emperor would have struck him down with a mere gesture. "These two extreme Dao stones are gifts for you," the celestial demon emperor declares, as the stones from the eye sockets of a corpse soar toward Lin Chen. Elated, Lin Chen swiftly grasps the extreme Dao stones in his hand. These stones hold the potential to elevate one to the 5th level of the divine law realm. Take the complete volume of the Heavenly Calamity Yanluo Sutra and the Eye of the Demon God with you, the celestial demon emperor instructs solemnly. "Nephew Lin Chen, you must urgently locate the next volume of the Eye of the Demon God. I should have perished, but it was the essence of the eye that awakened me." Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, accepts the ancient, intricately carved scriptures and the Eye of the Demon God. What does the celestial demon emperor mean by the urgency to find the next volume of the Eye of the Demon God? He ponders. "Some matters will become clear once you enter the eternal battlefield a year from now," the celestial demon emperor explains. "For now, your priority is to swiftly locate the next volume of the Eye of the Demon God and master this divine art. It will serve as a tremendous boon for you." Lin Chen nods thoughtfully, etching the celestial demon emperor's words into his memory. "By the way, Uncle Demon, may I request the flesh essence?" Lin Chen suddenly gestures toward the celestial demon emperor's flesh essence, his eyes gleaming with desire. This substance contains colossal energy, and Lin Chen is immensely intrigued. The celestial demon emperor queries, "What do you need this flesh essence for?" "It is imbued with the potent essence of the Kill Blood clan. You cannot refine it. Even I would struggle to contain its explosive nature. I assure you, I have my reasons for needing it." "I hope you will grant my request," Lin Chen replies, mindful not to disclose his ability to devour celestial maps and demonic skills. "Very well, take it," the celestial demon emperor concedes with a wave of his hand. As the flesh essence flies towards Lin Chen, overjoyed yet composed, Lin Chen discreetly receives the flesh essence. "Ensure that no members of the Kill Blood clan discover it," the celestial demon emperor warns, not forgetting to emphasize this crucial point. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "However, I do have a request," the demon emperor stated. Lin Chen was taken aback. "Please speak, Uncle Demon." The skeletal finger pointed at the young man, indicating, "Leave this lad here. I shall teach him the art of alchemy." Lin Chen was astonished, and so was the young man, while Xiao Yuning remained expressionless. The demon emperor was indeed capable of alchemy. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Despite the unclear relationship between the demon emperor and Lin Songxing, he could not bring himself to leave the young man alone in this place. "I refuse. I want to go with my brother," the young man firmly rejected, shaking his head. The demon emperor, unfazed, replied calmly, "You have acquired the alchemical cauldron of the revered alchemist, which is akin to inheriting his teachings. My instruction in alchemy will only benefit you, never harm you, and will facilitate your acquisition of the revered alchemist's complete legacy." Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the young man's forehead. Indeed, as Lin Chen had surmised, he possessed great fortune. "Lin Chen, let him accept this opportunity," Blood Elder sighed. "I have heard of the revered alchemist. He is a top-tier powerhouse in the human realm. Should the young man obtain his entire legacy, his strength will undoubtedly soar, and his future will be immeasurable." Lin Chen's frown deepened, primarily concerned about the potential danger the demon emperor posed to the young man. After all, Lin Chen had come to regard him as a brother. Rest assured, the disciple of the revered alchemist would not perish so easily, Blood Elder chided lightly. The revered alchemist's power surpasses that of the demon emperor. There are naturally protective measures in place. After some contemplation, Lin Chen recognized that this was indeed a rare opportunity for the young man. Staying by his side might hinder his development. Go ahead, Lin Chen said, placing a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. Brother, the young man hesitated. But upon meeting Lin Chen's resolute gaze, he finally replied, once I complete my studies, I will surely seek you out. All right, Lin Chen smiled. Young man, the origin of that girl is likely extraordinary. If you have the ability, pursue her. The demon emperor suddenly conveyed a thought to Lin Chen. A flush crept across Lin Chen's face as he glanced at the impassive Qiu Yuning. In matters of love, Lin Chen indeed felt like a lamb. Now go. I grant you passage. Your brother will meet with you again in a year, and he will astonish you, the demon emperor declared, waving his skeletal hand, which caused a massive fissure to open in the stone cave. Lin Chen and the young man clasped hands, exchanging a heartfelt, good brother. Afterward, Lin Chen turned and soared into the air, followed closely by the trembling demon Iron Earth Dragon. This time, Lin Chen, Qiu Yuning, and a magical dragon all returned to the surface of the stone pool. Their expedition to the demon emperor's cave had concluded successfully. Demon dragon, guard the entrance. No one is to approach, Lin Chen commanded. The demon Iron Earth Dragon obediently took its place as Lin Chen's sentinel, an entity comparable to a third-level divine being, dutifully becoming Lin Chen's servant. However, the demonic Iron Earth Dragon represented an extraordinary force for Lin Chen, who did not choose to abandon hope. This is your extreme path stone. Lin Chen extended his hand, producing a gleaming extreme path stone, which he tossed to Qiu Yuning. Thank you, she murmured softly, turning her back to him. Allow me to heal you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen stifled his complex emotions and began the enchanting process of healing. It took a full 7 days for him to absorb all of Qiu Yuning's internal injuries. Simultaneously, he had condensed over 700 heavenly calamity demonic seeds, a testament to the severity of her wounds. As for the middle and lower chapters of the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra, Lin Chen had only begun to grasp their essence. He had attained a slight understanding of the middle chapter, the demonic intent of heavenly calamity, while the lower chapter remained incomprehensible to him. The two treasured artifacts within him, the Xianshang Monarch Tower and the 6th Xian Life and Death Gate, had also commenced their ascension process. Alongside the mid-grade imperial weapon and royal ore acquired from the demonic emperor's lair, both of which were advancing. 6 days later, Qiu Yuning stood, her expression devoid of emotion. My injuries have healed. Lin Chen nodded. Her recovery signified her impending departure, leaving him uncertain of when their paths might cross again. Perhaps even as adversaries. This is a gift for you. Qiu Yuning tossed an ancient jade slip to him, her face expressionless. This is the reward for the extreme path stone. Lin Chen was taken aback, smiling as he received the antiquated slip. Subsequently, words eluded him. Qiu Yuning stood upon a large rock, her flowing black hair dancing in the wind. Will you not let me unravel that symbol? No. For you would not harm me. Consider it a memory. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Qiu Yuning shot him a glance, her expression unchanging. I never intended to help you decipher it. Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing she was toying with him. Observing his discomfort, a slight smile curved the corners of Qiu Yuning's lips, enhancing her beauty. Lin Chen found himself captivated, a surge of intense desire igniting within him. Sensing a shift, Qiu Yuning retracted her fleeting smile and remarked coolly, Do you possess the audacity? Upon hearing this, a flame ignited in Lin Chen's core. How dare she underestimate him? In an instant, he closed the distance, wrapping his arms around her soft form, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, intensifying the fire within. Gazing into the enchanting eyes of the beauty before him, he leaned in to claim her tempting lips. A cool sensation met his own as Qiu Yuning, eyes wide, extended her delicate fingers to block his advance. Can you truly conquer me? She asked softly, yet she did not free herself from his embrace. I will eventually. Lin Chen replied, his voice husky but resolute. As they parted, the lingering scent of her presence remained. When we next meet, I hope it is not as enemies. Autumn Rain Ning turned and departed, her silhouette swaying amidst the dark, eerie atmosphere of the ghostly valley. In this moment, Lin Chen's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet his hand was clenched tightly. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from within the valley. I await the day you conquer me. I am Autumn Rain Ning. In an instant, a surge of ambition ignited within Lin Chen's heart. Prepare yourself, Autumn Rain Ning, for I shall conquer you. The mixed heaven-slashing origin technique. Lin Chen was astounded as he grasped the jade slip in his hand. Autumn Rain Ning had bestowed upon him the mixed heaven-slashing origin technique. This technique, along with the Supreme Clarity 9 Void Art and the Nocturnal Sword Path, represented the treasured secrets of the 3 great immortal sections. Astonishingly, Autumn Rain Ning had chosen to impart this profound knowledge to Lin Chen. Excellent. Lin Chen laughed maniacally, his gaze aflame with fervor. With the mixed heaven-slashing origin technique in his possession, he would be able to strive towards the 4th divine gateway. Soon, Lin Chen entered seclusion within the ghostly valley. Chapter 220. Entering the blood abyss. At this moment, within the ghostly valley, a figure darted through the dense, ghostly miasma, moving with remarkable agility. This figure was none other than Lin Chen. He appeared as if he were a black void, absorbing the swirling ghostly energy around him. Countless heavenly calamity demon seeds coalesced within his consciousness. After a day and night of relentless pursuit, Lin Chen had amassed an impressive 300 heavenly calamity demon seeds. Coupled with the seeds he absorbed from Autumn Rain Ning, he had gathered a total of 1,000 seeds. However, Lin Chen lamented, this rate of accumulation is far too slow. To ascend to the realm of the demon sovereign, he required a staggering total of 999,000 heavenly calamity demon seeds. Presently, with only 1,000, the disparity was glaring. At this moment, the power of the upper section of the heavenly calamity Yanluo Sutra was insufficient to yield significant results. To comprehend the essence of the heavenly calamity demonic intent, an ample supply of heavenly calamity demon seeds was essential. Why not summon the Xianshang Monarch Tower to absorb this ghostly energy? Blood Elder suggested. Utilize the tower to channel the absorbed energy into your body. This method would undoubtedly be swifter. Lin Chen's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he nodded in agreement. A colossal, shadowy entity roared throughout the ghostly valley, emanating a unique demonic aura. With the demon Iron Earth Dragon paving the way, Lin Chen need not concern himself with the threat of demonic beasts. The Xianshang Monarch Tower. Lin Chen focused his thoughts, summoning a bronze tower from his consciousness. Though it retained its bronze appearance, he discerned a faint golden hue at its pinnacle, a manifestation of regal energy. The Xianshang Monarch Tower had awakened its 3rd formidable formation, now existing as a high-grade royal artifact. Lin Chen had expended 3 royal-grade minerals to elevate the tower to this level. Additionally, the 6th Xian Life and Death Gate had been enhanced to the status of a mid-grade royal artifact. As for the remaining emperors, Lin Chen had prepared it specifically for Emperor Yunluo. Undoubtedly, the emperor's would hold significant value for him. With a soft command, Lin Chen began to consume it, channeling his magical essence into the Xianshang Junwang Tower. Immediately, all 81 small doors on the 2nd level of the bronze tower swung open in unison, activating the devouring formation. A pitch-black void materialized at the base of the tower, drawing forth the surrounding malevolent spiritual energy that rapidly converged towards it. In this moment, the misty essence of the spirits coalesced into tangible forms, transforming into numerous formless vengeful souls and malevolent spirits that continued to gather. The dark energy within Lin Chen's body was also being absorbed at an accelerated pace. The celestial calamity Yanluo Sutra was swiftly growing, while the celestial calamity demon seeds were continuously condensing. Lin Chen moved rapidly within the Valley of Spirits, knowing that upon exiting, he would arrive at the edge of the blood abyss, where Emperor Yunluo awaited him. However, as he hastened, he engaged in constant communication with Old Blood, discussing the profound intricacies of the realm of divine law. Old Blood, if I absorb this entire essence of flesh and blood now, will I then be able to ascend to the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm? Lin Chen inquired. The 2nd level of the divine law realm, the Yin-Yang realm, primarily elucidates the principle that all things in heaven and earth are born of Yin and Yang. Old Blood replied. Did you not notice how the ghost Iron Earth Dragon evaded your perception when it attacked? It was able to obscure your vision using the very essence of heaven and earth. However, your unique ocular technique allowed you to catch a glimpse. Indeed, all things are born of Yin and Yang, Lin Chen mused, sensing a faint understanding blossoming within him. It was akin to a person embodying both Yin and Yang, as their essence is constituted by these dualities. A stone, too, is born of Yin and Yang. The properties of Yin and Yang exist within every material. Should Lin Chen grasp the essence of the Yin-Yang realm, He could seamlessly merge into any environment, rendering himself undetectable. This is the profound mystery of the yin-yang realm. Old blood, why did you once instruct me to acquire the half of the Devouring Tower? Lin Chen suddenly recalled the fragmented artifact and asked. At that time, the broken Devouring Tower had left him with a complex sentiment. The yin-yang realm is not merely about concealing oneself. It also involves the concealment of objects, Old blood elucidated. For instance, if you cultivate the Devouring Tower into the mirror of yin and yang, you could remain hidden at all times, utterly undetectable. In such a circumstance, should you strike, how could others hope to defend themselves? Old blood paused before adding. This is akin to the reason I previously mentioned regarding the intricacies of the yin-yang realm. It is much like forging a concealed weapon. Now I see, Lin Chen exclaimed, excitement illuminating his expression. Then shall I ascend to the second level of the yin-yang mirror now? Old blood shook his head, stating, not yet. Ascending to the second level of the divine law realm requires an immense reservoir of magical essence. Given that you currently possess 4 consciousnesses, the demand for magical energy is even greater. The power contained within the essence of flesh and blood is sufficient to elevate me to the second tier of the divine law realm, and may even grant me the ability to comprehend the essence of the formidable energy within a limited period. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with fervent light as he spoke. No. Blood Elder firmly shook his head. What lies within is at least the power of the formidable energy. You must grasp even a hint of its profound mysteries to absorb it. Otherwise, any attempt at absorption would be futile, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Lin Chen immediately understood. That slain member of the Bloodkill clan had once been a formidable presence within the third tier of the divine law realm. Thus, the essence of flesh and blood within him inherently contained the formidable energy. Although this essence was imbued with the power of the celestial bone blood array, enhancing its pure energy even further. Lin Chen, you must exercise caution. This time, the Bloodkill clan has only dispatched 2 entities of the third tier of the divine law realm, Blood Elder said gravely. Next time, it is likely to be those of the 5th or 6th tier, even more terrifying existences, since I possess the Devouring Demon technique and the Devouring Celestial map. It seems the Bloodkill clan's arrival is merely an opportunity for me, Lin Chen replied with a cold smile. The previous lord of the sacred vein met a tragic end. I, as the current lord of the sacred vein, shall not tread the same path. At this moment, Lin Chen yearned to locate another third-tier member of the Bloodkill clan swiftly, to join forces with the demon Iron Earth Dragon and eliminate him. After all, the essence of flesh and blood from the Bloodkill clan would be a tremendous boon for him. Focus on rapidly ascending to the 5th tier of the divine law realm before venturing into the human realm, Blood Elder sighed. The previous master had foreseen his own fate and left behind a wealth of treasured legacies, including 2 or 3 artifacts. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the former lord of the sacred vein had made such a grand gesture. However, his demeanor soon calmed. After all, the Devouring Celestial Tower, which Blood Elder claimed to be a celestial artifact, was far more formidable than ordinary artifacts. It was not surprising that 2 or 3 artifacts were left behind. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen gravely inquired of Blood Elder, what exactly is the human realm? Blood Elder remained silent for a while before responding with a hint of melancholy. Ah, the human realm, a place where true power resides. The combined strength of all formidable beings on the sacred spirit continent would merely amount to a local lord in the human realm, not a sovereign. Lin Chen was taken aback and chose not to press further about the human realm, instead hastening his journey. The gathering of such powerful beings in the human realm could only be approached once his own strength had significantly increased. After expending a day and night, Lin Chen arrived at the outskirts of the Ghost God Valley. Utilizing the Xianshang Monarch Tower, he had accumulated a staggering 1,000 celestial demonic seeds within his body. This astonishing speed brought Lin Chen immense satisfaction. If he were to remain in the Ghost God Valley for 90 days, he could amass up to 900,000 celestial demonic seeds. Riding atop the back of the demon dragon, the pair surged forth from the depths of the Ghost God Valley. Suddenly, a blood-red chasm, vast as an ocean, loomed before Lin Chen. Within that blood abyss, surged a torrent of blood-colored malevolence, reminiscent of razor-like energy, rolling endlessly. The immense, seemingly endless blood abyss resembled a primordial ocean, with the sky painted in a crimson hue. as if everything in that moment had transformed into blood, staining the earth below. Chapter 221. The Blood Fiend's Spirit at this moment. No words could adequately convey the shock that surged within Lin Chen's heart. Such a vast chasm, filled with an overwhelming sea of red, would elicit awe from anyone who beheld the scene. As Lin Chen emerged from his astonishment, he began to extend his consciousness outward in an attempt to explore the depths of this blood-soaked realm. To his surprise, his consciousness encountered no obstacles. Visions of a blood-drenched world flooded Lin Chen's mind. This was the Blood Abyss. What terrifying power! Blood Elder exclaimed. The sheer volume of this boundless blood energy dwarfs that of Ghost God Valley by countless times. The ghostly energy there can hardly compare to even 1% of this. In Ghost God Valley, the presence of so much ghostly energy stemmed from the fall of an ancient demon emperor. Now, this blood abyss was 100 times larger, which signified something profound. It suggested that the force behind the abyss was at least 100 times more formidable than that of the demon emperor. After all, even peak practitioners of the divine law realm had perished here. Regardless, Lin Chen remarked calmly, shaking his head, even if this place is more terrifying, I must venture deeper. Blood Elder let out a faint sigh. The overwhelming blood energy in this abyss instinctively warned him of the infinite dangers that lay within. From its surface, the abyss resembled a deep well, with no one able to ascertain its true depth. Moreover, its opening seemed to stretch endlessly beyond reach. I wonder where my senior sister awaits me, Lin Chen mused aloud, retrieving a fragrant silk handkerchief from his pocket. With a flick of his fingers, a map began to materialize from the handkerchief. Lin Chen noted that Ghost God Valley was followed by a descent of 100,000 meters to a location known as Blood Lake. His gaze ultimately settled on this place, realizing that his meeting with the Yunluo Emperor would occur there. Let us proceed, Lin Chen declared, taking a deep breath before leaping into the blood abyss. Following closely behind him was the demon Iron Earth Dragon, entering the abyss as well. The abyss was shrouded in a blood-red hue, with boundless blood energy swirling around. As Lin Chen plunged into the depths, he felt the relentless blood energy invading his very being. Just as he was about to summon a protective barrier, Blood Elder shouted, Lin Chen, do not resist this blood energy. It possesses the power to refine the body and will significantly enhance your demonic bone energy. Realizing his oversight, Lin Chen began to wholeheartedly absorb the blood energy, which pierced into him like countless tiny blades, igniting his every fiber. As the blood fiendish energy surged with each movement, Lin Chen involuntarily gasped in pain. However, with each wave of this sanguine essence, a crimson vitality began to infuse his being. It became evident that this blood fiendish energy harbored a potent essence capable of augmenting one's strength. Lin Chen nodded slightly, acutely aware of his increasing fortitude in that very moment. This method of cultivation bore a resemblance to the golden copper body refinement technique he had practiced in the past. Yet, under Lin Chen's perceptive gaze, he discerned that each time he absorbed this blood fiendish energy, an overwhelming force coalesced within him. This was indeed blood fiendish energy. If accumulated to a certain threshold, even a formidable being at the 5th level of the divine law realm would be grievously injured. It was no wonder that the blood abyss was deemed a forbidden zone. It is becoming clearer now, Lin Chen mused, as he sensed the blood fiendish power accumulating steadily alongside the absorption of this energy. With the complete heavenly fiend Yamasutra in my possession, why should I fear it? Lin Chen scoffed, as the ancient scriptures within his third sea of consciousness trembled in response. A faint aura of demonic intent coursed through Lin Chen's limbs, emanating an invisible power. At that moment, a staggering 2,000 heavenly fiend seeds activated simultaneously. Instantly, the residual blood fiendish energy absorbed into Lin Chen's body was shattered by the operation of the heavenly fiend Yamasutra. Excellent. Indeed, just as I envisioned. These blood fiendish energies cannot withstand the might of the heavenly fiend Yamasutra. Lin Chen rejoiced inwardly. This blood fiendish aura proved immensely beneficial to him, and he could vaguely sense that the demonic bones within him were awakening under the nurturing influence of this crimson essence. The latent power of the demonic bones was far from being fully unleashed. At least for now, Lin Chen could not manifest their full potential. Devour the demonic power, Lin Chen bellowed, and an immense force of absorption erupted from his entire being. The surrounding blood fiendish energy, akin to blades, surged madly towards him under the influence of this consuming strength. If a sovereign of the divine law realm were present at that moment, they would surely witness a stunning spectacle. In the vast and profound blood abyss, a young man radiated an aura of absorption, drawing the surrounding blood-fiendish energy towards him with fervor. The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly, reverberating through the abyss. The hidden demonic bones within Lin Chen's skeletal structure flickered with a faint luminescence as waves of pure power continuously flowed into his form. Lin Chen's strength surged exponentially. Wonderful. Wonderful. With just a bit more time, advancing to the mid-grade royal body will be effortless. Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement. The efficacy of refining his body with this blood-fiendish energy far exceeded his expectations. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the venerable ancestor of wind and fire had indeed dispatched him to such a fortuitous locale, clearly with his best interests in mind. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave of energy surged through the oppressive aura of blood and malice. Lin Chen halted abruptly, his piercing gaze igniting as he focused intently on the source of this peculiar disturbance. What could it be? Beneath his scrutinizing eyes, a creature resembling a monkey, ensnared in swirling blood energy, sped towards him with alarming velocity. This bizarre entity, akin to a primate, bore only the protruding, sharpened fangs along its spine as a distinguishing feature. Otherwise, it was indistinguishable from any other beast. Remarkably, this creature embodied an innate existence of the 10th tier. It was the blood fiend spirit, a being akin to the demonic entities he had previously encountered in the realm of darkness. Albeit, this one was composed of the essence of sanguine malice. The aura of this spirit was exceptionally potent. It seemed that by hunting such entities, Lin Chen could voraciously consume the blood energy. A faint smile graced his lips. Instantly, his form swelled as he surged forth towards the spirit with tremendous speed. A piercing shriek erupted from the creature, immediately summoning dozens of blood energy tendrils that transformed into swords, hurtling towards Lin Chen. He allowed these swords to strike his form, his low-grade imperial body effortlessly dispersing the blood energy blades. The blood fiend spirit appeared momentarily stunned by this turn of events. With a swift motion, Lin Chen seized the spirit, crushing it into a cloud of sanguine mist. Streams of blood essence surged towards him, far more concentrated than the previous energy he had absorbed. Observing this influx, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, his keen eyes began to scour the tumultuous sea of blood. Indeed, he soon detected dozens of pulsating auras, all emanating from the blood fiend spirits. Annihilate them all, he commanded, launching a flurry of spears towards the multitude of targets. At this moment, he did not summon the demon dragon, preferring instead to conceal its presence. He was more than capable of handling the situation himself. As Lin Chen eliminated the last of the many innate 10th-tier spirits, an even greater wave of energy surged through the blood abyss. A multitude of formidable auras ascended into the air. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he discerned that there were indeed dozens of half-step divine law blood fiend spirits present. The iron demon dragon howled in response, instinctively trailing behind Lin Chen. The energy of consumption within him intensified, creating significant disturbances within this blood-soaked domain. The throngs of half-step divine law blood fiend spirits were immediately drawn to this potent aura. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted as these formidable entities charged towards Lin Chen with overwhelming force. In the realm of the 6 mysteries of life and death, Lin Chen extended his hand and summoned the 6 mysteries, which immediately soared from his consciousness, enveloping the dozens of demonic spirits residing at the threshold of the divine law realm. 12 beams of light interwove, ensnaring the multitude of these semi-divine law entities in a living shackle. With a powerful strike of his hand, the hand of Futu erupted, exerting an invisible pressure akin to a colossal palm descending upon them. The air resonated with explosive sounds as the demonic spirits emitted piercing cries of anguish. Each semi-divine law spirit that perished released a pure orb the size of a thumb, teeming with a rich, potent aura of blood malice, far more abundant than that of the innate 10th-tier blood malice spirits. The devouring energy within Lin Chen surged forth, eagerly absorbing the rolling orbs of blood malice. As the brilliance of the demonic bones within him intensified, his physical prowess grew increasingly formidable. Lin Chen mused that if he could hunt down 1,000 semi-divine law spirits, he might awaken the power of his demonic bones. It seemed he would need to seek out even more formidable demons to slay. The rate at which he absorbed the blood malice was exceedingly rapid, yet it scarcely met Lin Chen's burgeoning demands. The newly spawned spirits were merely semi-divine law entities, their potency still lacking. "Master, allow me to hunt these spirits for you," cried the iron demon dragon, eager to prove its worth, having discerned Lin Chen's needs and intentions. "You may hunt," Lin Chen replied with a sidelong glance at the iron demon dragon, "but we are already quite close to the blood lake. There is no need for deliberate hunts. We shall eliminate any we encounter." The iron demon dragon yelped in response, resolute in its desire to lead the charge. Lin Chen, however, paid little heed to the creature, instead plunging rapidly into the depths of the blood abyss. It was said that the abyss spanned a vast expanse of 100,000 miles and plunged millions of miles deep. While this may have been an exaggeration, the reality was likely not far off, as even the Valley of Ghosts stretched thousands of miles. After descending over 90,000 meters, Lin Chen had slain 2 blood malice spirits of the divine law realm and several hundred semi-divine law spirits. The luminosity of the demonic bones within him intensified further. Should he manage to slay a blood malice spirit of the first tier of the divine law realm, he could potentially awaken the power of his demonic bones, prompting certain aspects of his being to evolve. "Master, ahead in a certain region, I sense the presence of 2 or 3 spirits of the third tier of the divine law realm, along with a dozen others," the iron demon dragon said with a sudden seriousness. Lin Chen activated his piercing vision, swiftly penetrating through layers of blood malice. Soon, an island, spanning several dozen miles, materialized before his eyes. Upon this small island, clusters of dense crimson trees exude an overwhelming aura of sanguine malevolence. Here, Lin Chen perceives an abundance of formidable magical energies, emanating from dozens of sources. Among these energies lies even the presence of a half-step divine law realm. Lin Chen promptly retrieved a silk pink handkerchief, unfurling the map within, a smile curving upon his lips as he declared, "The demon dragon, there lies our destination. First, restrain your aura. Do not allow others to detect us," he instructed. "Understood, Master," the magic iron earth dragon replied with a roar, its form rapidly diminishing until it transformed into a sleek black steed, merely 2 meters in height. This shrunken dragon resembled a magnificent stallion, its aura merely that of a half-step divine law realm, with scales as sharp as blades, exuding a fierce elegance. "Very impressive," Lin Chen remarked, mounting the now steed-like magic iron earth dragon. The devouring aura emanated from Lin Chen, his cultivation similarly constricted to that of a half-step divine law realm, ensuring he would attract little attention. As Lin Chen rode towards the blood sea, he soon realized that what he had presumed to be an island was, in fact, a veritable sea of blood. The surface, resembling an island, was instead a tumultuous expanse of crimson waters, as if the sea itself had been stained by blood. The towering crimson trees sprouted directly from the sanguine depths, and Lin Chen could even discern the roots submerged within the blood sea. The intense hue of the water was imbued with a potent malevolent energy. Lin Chen contemplated how to absorb this vast reservoir of sanguine energy to further enhance his own cultivation. "Master, all these individuals are gathered in one location. I will lead you there," the magic iron earth dragon growled, its sturdy limbs propelling them across the blood sea. Lin Chen's gaze shifted, contemplating that perhaps the Cloud Luo Emperor was nearby. As Lin Chen approached the center of the blood sea, he witnessed 2 factions confronting one another in the sky, with numerous onlookers stationed above the sanguine waters. Most of these spectators were at least half-step divine law realm, with very few attaining the innate 10th level. Lin Chen blended into this assembly, ensuring he remained undetected. Suddenly, the eyes of the tyrant king Lin Chen narrowed as he discerned a robust man in the sky, enveloped in a menacing aura. It was indeed the tyrant king, whose malevolent energy had intensified, now reaching the 2nd level of the divine law realm, instilling a sense of danger even within Lin Chen. Opposing him stood a dozen formidable figures of the divine law realm, with the leader being a 3rd-level divine law expert, accompanied by 2 2nd-level experts, while the remainder were at the 1st level of the divine law realm. Such a grand display. This assembly can surely only be orchestrated by a powerful faction, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Upon discovering the savage king, he felt an overwhelming joy. Yet he refrained from revealing his presence, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. For, as the demon Iron Earth Dragon had indicated, within this blood lake, there existed 2 or 3 formidable entities of the divine law realm, 3rd stage. It was implausible that there was merely one savage emperor present. I advise you to vacate promptly. Otherwise, you are surely aware of the consequences of provoking the vice-master of the punishment hall, the leader of the youths coldly remarked, fixing a steely gaze upon the savage king. Who do you think you are, trying to order me around? The savage king retorted, baring his teeth. When did our Tsing Yi sect's punishment hall become entangled with the likes of the Hunyuan sect? The leader, his expression darkening, let out a disdainful snort. Conversely, a young man of 2nd stage divine law standing behind him raised his voice. Savage Emperor, this is none of your concern. Our Tongtian party maintains a cordial relationship with the punishment hall. The savage king's brow arched, his malevolence intensifying. The leader's countenance also soured, scanning the increasing onlookers. His voice dripped with a lethal intent. Savage Emperor, you have now gravely threatened the interests of our sect and violated our regulations. If you insist on obstructing my path, I would gladly put an end to you right here. Chapter 223. The Duel of Emperors. Among the onlookers, there were no fewer than 30 individuals at the half-step divine law realm, comprising both loose cultivators and disciples from prominent sections. The leader's menacing proclamation stirred whispers among the crowd. Indeed, the dual emperor wields considerable authority. It seems this so-called savage king must withdraw. After all, the dual emperor of the punishment hall held a position second only to that of the hall master, commanding life and death within the sect, instilling fear even in many elders. However, it appeared that the dual emperor was acting out of personal interest, as the savage king had not truly transgressed any sect rules. How evident it is that this is a matter of ulterior motives, using the punishment hall as a tool, simply concocting a reason to eliminate the savage king. Lin Chen noted, his brow furrowing slightly upon hearing these discussions. What was the nature of the conflict between the savage king and the dual emperor? Moreover, how could the esteemed dual emperor of the punishment hall ally with these members of the Tongtian party? From the various conversations, Lin Chen understood that the Tongtian party was established by Lu Tongtian, reputed as the foremost faction within the Hunyuan sect. Indeed, the Tongtian party lived up to its reputation as the leading faction, emerging with such a multitude of disciples. Lin Chen scrutinized the 2 young men accompanying the dual emperor. Both were individuals of the 2nd stage of divine law. Behind them, several members of the Tongtian party, comprising 5 or 6 individuals of the 1st stage of divine law, followed suit. The remainder consisted of monarchs from the punishment hall, albeit all being 1st stage divine law monarchs who had pledged allegiance to the punishment hall. Only 2 or 3 formidable beings remained. Master, deep within this blood lake lies a vast and formidable power. In the realm of the blood sea, 2 formidable masters at the 3rd level of the divine law realm were engaged in fierce competition, accompanied by several others at the 1st and 2nd levels of the divine law realm. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to the ground beneath his feet. Could it be that there exists some extraordinary treasure, attracting the talents of the execution hall and the Tongtian sect, hidden within the depths of this blood sea? This thought piqued Lin Chen's interest. However, he had no intention of intervening just yet. Instead, he chose to observe the unfolding events and act according to the circumstances. The Battle Emperor noted the presence of dozens of disciples and rogue cultivators, all half a step into the divine law realm, watching attentively. The savage king, instead of attacking, bared his teeth in a menacing grin, questioning whether he intended to eliminate them all. The expression on the Battle Emperor's face shifted slightly, his eyes subtly scanning the multitude of half-step divine law realm beings below. Should he choose to annihilate them, the resulting upheaval would be unfathomable. The savage king let out another cold laugh, accusing the Battle Emperor of colluding with the Tongtian sect. If this matter were to reach the ears of their sect, even as the vice hall master of the execution hall, the sect master would not hesitate to dispose of him. Savage king, cease your distortion of the facts, the Battle Emperor retorted, his gaze icy. This is my strategy, and I have no obligation to remain loyal to the sect. Should you disrupt my plans, I will personally execute you here, and I am certain the elders will reward me handsomely for it. With the Battle Emperor's words, the underlying truths were laid bare. If the savage king did not relent now, he would surely face the Battle Emperor's overwhelming wrath. It is essential to note that the Battle Emperor was a powerful figure at the 3rd level of the divine law realm, possessing mastery over the essence of energy. In this moment, the savage king was no match for him. Nonetheless, the battle emperor harbored a flicker of hesitation, as the savage king was a talented disciple of their sect. If he were to kill him, it might draw unwanted attention from the stronger members of the sect, potentially leading to dire consequences, even for the Hall Master. However, standing behind the battle emperor were two second-level divine law realm experts from the Tongtian sect, making the defeat of the savage king a trivial matter. Savage king, it would be wise for you to recognize your position, spoke a young man standing behind the battle emperor, his voice booming like thunder, laced with a fierce intensity. And who do you think you are? The savage king tilted his head, his ghastly scars only amplifying his menacing aura. The young man's expression changed dramatically, but he suppressed his discontent, coldly stating, "The guardian of the Tongtian sect, I am known as the Fire Thunder Sovereign." At the utterance of this title, astonishment rippled through the gathered disciples. It was unexpected that the Fire Thunder Sovereign, known for his unparalleled strength, had escaped from a master at the third level of the divine law realm. Indeed, he is one of the two guardians of the Tongtian sect. I wager that even if the battle emperor does not intervene, this young man is doomed. Have you noticed? The Fire Thunder Sovereign stands shoulder to shoulder with someone else. Could that be the illusory Wheel Sovereign? Listening to the chorus of astonishment, Lin Chen couldn't help but cast his gaze skyward. The Fire Thunder Sovereign was imbued with the powers of lightning and flame, two exceptionally dominant forces of nature, both under his command. He is indeed a formidable adversary. As for the Phantom Wheel Monarch, he is significantly more taciturn than the Fire Thunder Monarch. With eyes that glint like sharp fangs, the aura emanating from his being is overwhelmingly potent. Both individuals are renowned as the life and death guardians of the Celestial Gang, and the mere mention of life and death underscores the magnitude of their reputations. The Battle Emperor extended his hand to restrain the impending fury of the Fire Thunder Monarch, stating, "Leave this one to me. I shall ensure his departure." The Berserker King glared at this unfolding scene with a fierce countenance. Lin Chen's insightful eye ignited with an unseen flame, enabling him to scrutinize the position of the Berserker King. It was clear that both the Battle Emperor and the two guardians wished for the Berserker King to step aside, suggesting that this location held peculiar significance. As Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, he beheld an intriguing spectacle. Through his insightful eye, he discerned that the Berserker King was encircled by an array of intangible gases, with the Berserker himself at their epicenter. If Lin Chen were to observe from above, he would realize that the Berserker King was the focal point of the entire Blood Lake, a nexus leading directly to the Blood Sea. If Lin Chen's conjecture was accurate, it seemed necessary to traverse to the depths of the Blood Sea via the location occupied by the Berserker King. However, with the Berserker blocking the way, they were effectively obstructed in their quest. What conditions must you stipulate to step aside? The Battle Emperor inquired, his expression darkened. With so many eyes upon him, any misstep could severely tarnish his reputation. The Berserker King tilted his head, his large, bell-like eyes fixed on the assembly, and slowly, with an air of boundless menace, proclaimed, "You shall all perish. That is my condition." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the arena. The Battle Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. It was an outright slap to the face, an invitation to death. The previously silent Phantom Wheel Monarch suddenly spoke, his hair bristling with intensity as an overwhelming aura erupted forth, enveloping the Berserker King. Simultaneously, the sound of rolling thunder reverberated through the air, indicating that the Fire Thunder Monarch was unleashing his full might as well. "Berserker King, your audacity knows no bounds. I shall have no choice but to deal with you according to the sect's regulations," the Battle Emperor declared icily, his aura surging violently, coiling around him like ethereal serpents. The blood-red waters began to ripple ominously, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with lethal intent. This is dire. The Execution Hall and the Celestial Gang are preparing to strike the Berserker King. We must flee swiftly, lest we become collateral damage in the ensuing conflict. It appears the Berserker King is doomed. With the intensity of the atmosphere escalating, those at the threshold of divine law turned pale and hastily retreated. Yet the Berserker King, with a malevolent grin, seemed utterly unfazed by the impending chaos. Even when faced with such formidable opponents alone, there was not the slightest hint of trepidation. What of death? Death! The Battle Emperor bellowed, his entire being poised to unleash a torrent of energy. His fury was palpable. Yet at that moment, a powerful shout reverberated through the air, commanding, "Everyone, cease this at once." Lin Chen, mounted upon a fearsome black iron dragon, swiftly appeared before the battle king, his expression as frigid as ice. Chapter 224. Duel with the Fire Thunder Emperor. The sudden outburst captivated all present. Even the battle emperor and his peers halted in their tracks. Those who had retreated to the threshold of the divine realm were drawn back by this unexpected proclamation. Who had dared to raise their voice in such a manner? There stood Lin Chen, exuding the aura of a first-tier divine realm practitioner, astride a majestic dark steed, positioned beside the battle king. The malevolent energy radiating from the battle king receded the instant he laid eyes on Lin Chen. A flicker of surprise crossed the battle king's countenance, his grin revealing a sinister delight. Enough, Lin Chen shouted. We are all acquaintances. There is no need for us to engage in conflict. The battle emperor, the Fire Thunder Emperor, and the Phantom Wheel Emperor all ceased their movements, their gazes fixed intently upon Lin Chen. However, despite their momentary pause, the three sovereigns were seething with fury, their imposing presence undiminished. Who are you? The battle emperor demanded, his face darkened with malice. Do you not realize who we are? To stand with him is to court death. Lin Chen smirked dismissively. Oh, I am quite aware of your identities, but as for whom meets their end, that remains uncertain. Impudent, roared the Fire Thunder Emperor, his voice booming like thunder. You, a mere first-tier divine realm wretch, dare to act so audaciously? Regardless of your origins, you would do well to stand aside, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. In the sacred spirit continent, nurturing a young sovereign was a monumental task. The battle emperor and his companions were wary of Lin Chen's potential connections, fearing that matters could escalate unfavorably. Is that so? Lin Chen retorted with a cold smile. Then allow me to be audacious today. I have sworn to protect this battle king. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, you are challenging me, and I would not hesitate to strike back. The atmosphere grew taut with tension as the words hung heavily in the air. The battle emperor and his allies fell into a profound silence. The Fire Thunder Emperor, taken aback, then erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in existence. Huh, you, a mere first-tier divine realm being, truly believe your cultivation grants you invincibility? I could extinguish you with a mere swipe. The Phantom Wheel Emperor's eyes gleamed with lethal intent, clearly incensed by Lin Chen's audacious proclamation. The Fire Thunder Emperor laughed maniacally, his fellow sovereigns joining him in their raucous mirth. This fellow truly seeks his own demise. Humph, daring to challenge the Fire Thunder Sovereign. He is oblivious to the manner of his impending end. Such arrogance from one of merely the first level of the divine law realm. It seems this young man is destined for death. The fighting sovereign cast a shadowy gaze upon Lin Chen, a menacing aura emanating from him. Do not presume we are afraid to kill you. Step aside swiftly, or face death. At this moment, the Fire Thunder Sovereign, having had his fill of amusement, stepped forward, pointing at Lin Chen with a cold smirk. I could extinguish you with a mere slap. Lin Chen remained unfazed, seemingly untouched by fear or threat. Gradually, his gaze sharpened, piercingly resolute. Since the Fire Thunder Sovereign claims he can eliminate me with a single slap, why not engage in a wager? Astonishment rippled through the crowd at the mention of a wager. Even the fighting sovereign could not suppress his curiosity. What could this mere first-level divine law practitioner be plotting? What kind of wager do you propose? The Fire Thunder Sovereign scoffed, intrigued. With a calm demeanor, Lin Chen replied, I wager that you cannot kill me with your slap. If you succeed, you win. If you fail, then I emerge victorious. The Fire Thunder Sovereign regarded him with disdain. What can you possibly wager? If you lose, you shall clear the way for us. If I lose, we shall depart. Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the fighting sovereign and the Fire Thunder Sovereign exchanged glances. Bemused. Was this youth truly deranged? Why not simply end him with a slap? Yet, Lin Chen merely met their stares with cold indifference, devoid of any fear. At that moment, he realized he did not wish to antagonize those individuals, as the depths of the sea were fraught with uncertainty. Thus, the notion of a wager had sprung to his mind. What right do you have to compel the sovereign to make such a choice? The fighting sovereign sneered. Even without a wager, we will seize this position. Lin Chen smiled lightly, then surveyed the gathered half-step divine law practitioners, saying, Or do you dare to eliminate them all? I can't be bothered to engage in your prattle. The Fire Thunder Sovereign roared, his immense power surging forth, directed at Lin Chen. The audacity of this young man from the divine law realm was utterly infuriating. Wait, The fighting sovereign interjected, raising a hand to halt the Fire Thunder Sovereign. If you can persuade him to agree, the Fire Thunder Sovereign will concede to your request. Given the current situation, excessive force would be detrimental to his standing, especially since the Mixed Heaven sect and the Taiji sect were sworn enemies. This reality could not be altered. The Fire Thunder Sovereign glared at the fighting sovereign, aware that if not for the latter's superior cultivation, he would have already struck down this insolent youth for his audacity. Lin Chen observed this exchange with keen interest, subtly mocking. Could it be that the Fire Thunder Sovereign is hesitant to wager, or perhaps fears he cannot strike me down with a single slap? His provocative words ignited whispers among the half-step divine law disciples in attendance. The expression on the face of the Fire Thunder Emperor shifted once more, his inner fury burning fiercely. However, at this moment, he could not silence all those at the half-step divine law realm. Very well, I shall grant you this. The Fire Thunder Emperor seethed. I will ensure you understand the true meaning of terror. That's just fine, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze towards the Savage King. Their eyes met, and no words were necessary. The bond of brotherhood was inherently understood. I am willing. Should that Fire Thunder Emperor be able to strike me down with a single blow, I shall willingly relinquish my position, and I shall not go back on my word. The Savage King declared with a menacing grin. Upon hearing this, the Fighting Emperor let out a sigh of relief, casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Chen, who stood at the first level of the divine law realm. It seemed he could complete his task without bearing any blame. This person is delusional, the Phantom Wheel King remarked with disdain, casting a cold glance at Lin Chen. The Fire Thunder Emperor, brimming with arrogance and murderous intent, directed his gaze towards Lin Chen, challenging him to come forth. Lin Chen turned to the Savage King with a smile, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, began to ascend into the sky. The Fire Thunder Emperor followed suit. They soared once more into the depths of the blood-red abyss, where tendrils of crimson energy continuously infiltrated Lin Chen's body. In that moment, Lin Chen exhibited not a trace of fear. On the ground, a group of half-step divine law practitioners observed in bewilderment as Lin Chen inexplicably placed a wager, daring to face the Fire Thunder Emperor's strike. They were momentarily stunned, before erupting into mocking laughter. Who is that fool, so oblivious to the dangers he faces? He is practically courting death. Indeed, this is far more terrifying than mere death. He is truly inviting destruction upon himself, another scoffed. Encountering the Fire Thunder Emperor, I doubt he shall survive long. A single slap would be sufficient to obliterate him. The Savage King, unaffected by the ridicule, wore an increasingly sinister smile. The Fighting Emperor and the Phantom Wheel Emperor stood side by side, casting scornful glances at the two ascending towards the upper levels of the blood abyss. I never expected this young man to be so arrogant, the Phantom Wheel Emperor remarked. He believes that merely entering the first level of the divine law realm grants him the stature of an unparalleled powerhouse. I foresee that a single strike from the Fire Thunder Emperor will be enough to shatter him. A cold smirk appeared on the Fighting Emperor's face as he glanced at the impassive Savage King, sneering, I suspect this young man is acquainted with the Savage King. Both are egotistical beings, utterly oblivious to the concept of death. An ant must have the awareness befitting an ant, the Phantom Wheel Emperor stated coolly. Among the multitude observing from above the sea of blood, only disdain and mockery remained. Yet, the Savage King's eyes sparkled with unrestrained excitement. Although Lin Chen was merely a being at the first level of the divine law realm, he sensed, due to the presence of the savage demoness spirit, that Lin Chen was formidable at that moment. Let the battle commence, the Savage King exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Brother, go forth and annihilate him. At that moment, above the sea of blood, the Fire Thunder Emperor raised his head, casting a disdainful gaze upon Lin Chen, his face brimming with contempt. Why don't you make the first move? Otherwise, you may find that your chance for salvation has slipped away. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, fierce and formidable. Simultaneously, there was an enigmatic sensation surrounding the Fire Thunder Emperor, as if he could vanish at any moment. Indeed, a manifestation of the profound intricacies of the second realm of the divine law, the yin-yang realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his countenance devoid of fear, instead radiating an immense battle intent. The last time, he had joined forces with the Owl Cauldron to vanquish the Gun Emperor. This time, he faced an existence even more formidable than the Gun Emperor, a being of the second realm of the divine law. This was undeniably exhilarating for Lin Chen. With the eye of insight, Lin Chen's gaze ignited with swirling azure flames, discerning all trajectories with clarity. At this moment, the Fire Thunder Emperor's form appeared distinctly in Lin Chen's eyes, lacking any semblance of ambiguity. "Since you have invited me to strike first, I shall not hesitate," Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. As the Fire Thunder Emperor raised an eyebrow, Lin Chen's right hand shot forth with sudden ferocity. Immediately, a deep, resonant sound reverberated across the expanse above the sea of blood. A tremendous pressure surged outward in all directions. Even the bloodthirsty aura within the abyss felt the brunt of this overwhelming force, being relentlessly pressed towards the Fire Thunder Emperor. Chapter 225, Tactics Ah. Lin Chen's actions drew the attention of many, particularly the Fighting Emperor and the Illusion Wheel Emperor, whose realms surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to perceive the underlying intricacies. "What is happening here?" the Fighting Emperor exclaimed, his face contorted with suspicion. This divine ability can actually manipulate the formless forces around it. Truly peculiar. The divine technique employed by Lin Chen was unprecedented in their experience. The Illusion Wheel Emperor nodded in agreement, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "It is merely an unusual technique. Against the Fire Thunder Emperor, it will inevitably lead to death." Those of the first realm of the divine law had a markedly different perspective from these two emperors, their expressions tinged with disdain. "What good is sheer force?" Lin Chen paid no heed to their dismissive glances. With a powerful grip, he summoned the rolling pressure, which surged towards the Fire Thunder Emperor like a tempest. The astonishment on the Fire Thunder Emperor's face quickly vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. A mere parlor trick. With that, the Fire Thunder Emperor unleashed his entire magical power, a formidable presence that reverberated like a drumbeat. "Fire Thunder Domain," he bellowed, flames surging from his left eye and lightning flickering from his right. An unusual wave of energy emanated from the Fire Thunder Emperor, creating a circular disturbance around him. The swirling dragon of magical energy ignited fiercely, flames ascending around the Fire Thunder Emperor, while the crackling sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly amidst the fire. Under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, one could discern that amidst the flames lay a spherical manifestation of lightning. This orb of lightning harbored an astonishing power. It was, in fact, Fire Thunder, a fusion of fire and lightning. Lin Chen smiled faintly and remarked that it was said the divine thunder of the nine heavens, striking against the divine fire, forged the earth and birthed a peculiar flame known as Fire Thunder, a combination of these two formidable attributes. The sheer might of this amalgamation was terrifying. "Shatter it all," Lin Chen bellowed, as torrents of magical energy surged within his consciousness, unleashing an overwhelming force that reverberated with furious roars, relentlessly assaulting the Fire Thunder. It was as if a sea of blood unleashed its wrath upon the fiery domain of the Fire Thunder monarch. Instantly, the pressure from all directions converged, striking the encircling Fire Thunder. Boom! The sound of violent collisions erupted, churning the entire sea of blood. Despite the immense pressure bearing down on the Fire Thunder domain, it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, the flames began to surge with renewed vigor. Observers around could only feel their disappointment in Lin Chen deepen, and the mockery intensified. "Indeed, mere spectacle is of no use," scoffed the Fire Thunder monarch. Subsequently, the roaring flames of Fire Thunder were suddenly manipulated by him. "Explode," commanded the Fire Thunder monarch, and the surrounding Fire Thunder surged forward. Lin Chen's penetrating vision clearly perceived the transformation. The thunderous orb at the center of the flames abruptly morphed into a torrent of lightning, engulfing the entire blaze in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the Fire Crow seized the orb, and the lightning began to flicker. In the blink of an eye, it became an entity of thunder fire. The Fire Thunder monarch indeed possesses some skill. Such control is quite impressive, Lin Chen mused, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. Once transformed into the realm of thunder fire, the orbs of lightning charged madly against the oncoming pressure. Explosions resonated throughout the air. The tremendous force of the incoming pressure diminished significantly under the relentless assault of the thunder fire, gradually fading into oblivion. To the outsiders, it appeared as though the thunder fire was spontaneously detonating within the blood abyss. As the orbs of thunder fire exploded, the Fire Thunder monarch's figure became obscured by the raging flames. "Humph," the battle monarch scoffed, casting a glance at the exuberant violence monarch, coldly stating, "This battle should be drawing to a close. Once the task is complete, The first order of business will be to eliminate this brat known as the Violence Monarch. The Mirage Monarch shot a frosty glance at the Violence Monarch and added, "If you do not intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands." At this moment, all eyes were upon them. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with azure flames as his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing torrents of demonic energy upon it. His right hand, a mid-grade royal artifact, combined with the surging demonic force, amplified its power tremendously. This display immediately left many first-level sovereigns in the realm of divine law astonished. The might of his right hand rivaled that of a mid-grade royal artifact, evoking sheer terror. For those first-level sovereigns, lacking such artifacts, a single punch from Lin Chen would reduce them to mere fragments. Realizing there was still a hidden card, the Emperor of Illusions narrowed his eyes at Lin Chen's right hand, a name suddenly flashing in his mind. Lin Chen's figure surged forward, his right fist striking with a fiery onslaught. A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air as his punch emanated a formidable and terrifying force, obliterating everything in its path. The Emperor of Illusions, witnessing this overwhelming display, smirked coldly, declaring Lin Chen's imminent demise. As the words left his lips, Lin Chen's fist shattered the wall of roaring flames, creating a gaping hole. Before him lay an expanse of emptiness. The area obscured by flames revealed no trace of anyone. This indicated that the Fire Thunder Emperor had long since departed. Numerous first-level sovereigns gasped in shock at this revelation. They had not anticipated that the Fire Thunder Emperor, concealed within the flames, could vanish without a trace. With a mere flicker of divine sense, it was evident that the Fire Thunder Emperor was indeed no longer present. Even the exuberant expression on the face of the violent king faltered slightly as he grasped the underlying implications of the situation. Just as the violent king pondered, Lin Chen's fist struck out with unrestrained force against a mass of bloodthirsty energy, yielding no effect. At that moment, a voice laced with contempt echoed ominously. "Still hoping to escape? This is your funeral." With those words, arcs of fire and thunder erupted around Lin Chen, forming a prison that ensnared him within. Many first-level sovereigns suddenly understood. The Fire Thunder Emperor had invoked the profound mysteries of the yin-yang mirror. No matter how they searched with their divine sense, they could not discern the Fire Thunder Emperor's presence. It became apparent that Lin Chen was in grave peril. "I could easily end you with a single slap." The derisive voice rang out once more, as a surge of enigmatic energy erupted from above Lin Chen. A colossal eagle, crafted from flames and spanning over 30 meters, materialized above him, its body entwined with crackling chains of lightning, amplifying its formidable might. Moreover, it is truly awe-inspiring that within the lightning-infused eyes of the fiery eagle, there lies a glimmer of vibrant vitality. The Fire Thunder Spirit Eagle technique, the figure of the Fire Thunder Sovereign, was shrouded in mystery, and a chilling word reverberated from an unknown source. At that moment, the Fire Thunder Spirit Eagle let out a resounding cry and dove swiftly towards Lin Chen's form, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that erupted from its very being. This scene caused many hearts to race in trepidation. Such a terrifying assault was capable of annihilating any first-tier divine law realm existence. However, Lin Chen's expression remained utterly unperturbed. With a mighty sweep of his hand, akin to a colossal fist striking forth, he unleashed the fist of the celestial heavens. Lin Chen's fist shattered the fiery cage layer by layer. Simultaneously, the Fire Thunder Spirit Eagle was hurtling directly towards Lin Chen. Many half-step divine law beings, who harbored goodwill towards Lin Chen, could not help but lament the inevitability of his demise. A tremendous crash reverberated as it violently erupted upon the fiery prison. Billowing flames immediately surged forth, entwined with a myriad of crackling lightning. At this juncture, it appeared as though fire and lightning had coalesced into a tempest, ensnaring Lin Chen within its deadly embrace. The expression of the violent king shifted dramatically, as he sensed an utter absence of aura. The fighting emperor, observing the violent king's drastic change in countenance, sneered, "Violent king, you ought to hasten your retreat. The one you wagered on has already been slain by the Fire Thunder Sovereign. The illusionary will sovereign, too," observed the violent king with a cold gaze. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, a figure emerged, the Fire Thunder Sovereign, materializing in the air behind the violent king. The Fire Thunder Sovereign had expertly employed the mysteries of the yin-yang realm, stealthily positioning himself behind the violent king, drawing his attention through combat. Should Lin Chen survive, He was prepared to launch a surprise attack to eliminate the violent king. However, there was no longer a need for such measures. "Ha, violent king. You should swiftly depart. That boy is far more fragile than anticipated," the Fire Thunder Sovereign proclaimed with haughty confidence. "Even if 10 more like him came, I could dispatch them with a mere slap." The violent king's countenance abruptly shifted, a wave of overwhelming malevolence erupting from his being. In that moment, he was engulfed by genuine murderous intent. Many half-step divine law and first-tier divine law beings could not suppress their sighs. This outcome was indeed as they had foreseen. The Fire Thunder Sovereign had gained renown over the years. How could a mere first-tier divine law existence hope to survive in his presence? Yet, just as the Fire Thunder Sovereign reveled in his arrogance, a distant, indifferent voice resonated, crystal clear in his ears. Both the Fighting Emperor and the Illusionary Wheel Sovereign's expressions suddenly tightened. The Fire Thunder Sovereign's demeanor faltered as he failed to grasp the situation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed across the blood-soaked sky. A colossal bronze tower descended from above, exuding an overwhelming force as it bore down upon the Fire Thunder Sovereign's figure. The words suppression and subjugation were imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. Chapter 226, Astonishment. The sudden scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Chen floated unscathed above the sea of blood, his gaze calmly surveying the chaos below. A sense of foreboding washed over the Fire Thunder Emperor as his expression shifted dramatically. He could sense the unfathomable power emanating from the ancient bronze tower. Waves of fire and thunder began to erupt violently from his form. These surging forces were no longer the same as before. They had transformed into something far more terrifying. Each bolt the size of a human head. The fire and lightning intertwined, merging their ferocious energies into a cataclysmic force. In a breathtaking display, over 1,000 bolts of fire surged forth, overwhelming and fearsome in their might. "Break for me," the Fire Thunder Emperor bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fire and thunder towards the Xianshang Monarch Tower. Lin Chen remained unfazed as he observed the onslaught of fire and thunder. The second formation swiftly activated, and the words of suppression seemed to condense into a pitch-black void, merging the powers of suppression and consumption into an awe-inspiring force. The 1,000 bolts of fire raced towards the base of the Xianshang Monarch Tower. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not resonate. Instead, all the bolts of fire were absorbed into the tower. Once engulfed by the Devourer array, they suffered the lethal impact of the suppression array. A series of muffled explosions echoed throughout the ancient bronze tower. However, the might of the Xianshang Monarch Tower remained unimpeded, surging forward with renewed vigor toward the Fire Thunder Emperor. As the imposing bronze tower advanced, the Fire Thunder Emperor felt a pang of trepidation, and he abruptly attempted to flee. He recognized that this bronze tower was a superior royal artifact, a force so formidable that even he, the Fire Thunder Emperor, had to retreat. Moreover, this was not merely an ordinary superior royal artifact. In no time, the 1,000 bolts of fire were completely obliterated by the suppression array. While the Fire Thunder Emperor hastily fled, disregarding his title as a protector. "Did I permit you to leave?" Lin Chen remarked coolly, waving his hand. 6 grotesque black gates of ghostly deities erupted from his consciousness. Upon their emergence, the 6 Xian life and death gates swiftly positioned themselves, racing towards the Fire Thunder Emperor to enforce their suppression. "What is this?" The Fire Thunder Emperor felt a tremor in his heart as he sensed the approaching 6 Xian life and death gates. It was yet another mid-grade royal artifact, and moreover, a formation composed of 6 such artifacts. The power contained within was unimaginable. Damn it! How could he possess such high-grade treasures? The Fire Thunder Emperor roared in frustration, realizing that he had nowhere left to escape as the 6 Xian life and death gates swiftly enveloped him. The Fire Thunder Emperor, with a visage of fury and terror, abruptly halted his flight. In that moment, his hands grasped fiercely, unleashing a torrent of mystical dragons, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. With a wide-open mouth, he expelled a cascade of fiery thunder blossoms. 6 petals of flame encircled a core of violet lightning, creating an ethereal storm of fire and thunder that erupted from his mouth, resembling a celestial rain of blossoms. These 6 streams of fiery thunderflowers surged toward the 6 paths of life and death, as the Fire Thunder Emperor sought to disrupt their intricate trajectories. Lin Chen, with an impassive expression, willed a thought within his consciousness. causing the distance between the 6 paths to widen dramatically. The 6 torrents of fiery thunderflowers were enveloped within the confines of the 6 paths of life and death. From the 12 statues of deities, strange beams of light intertwined to form a grand net, ensnaring the entire sea of fiery thunderflowers. The sound of explosions echoed in the air as the flowers began to detonate amidst the peculiar radiance. The Fire Thunder Emperor was taken aback, astonished by the sheer terror of the 6 paths of life and death, far exceeding his expectations, as a flicker of fear ignited within his heart. Fire Thunder Emperor, you shall fall, Lin Chen declared coldly, as a massive bronze ancient tower descended from the heavens, its base erupting with boundless energy. The Fire Thunder Emperor's pupils widened in sheer terror at this spectacle. What could he possibly do now? Just then, a furious roar reverberated through the air. Halt this at once! The Illusion Wheel Emperor bellowed, his face a mask of wrath, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. He had not anticipated that this being, seemingly at the first level of the divine law realm, wielded a superior royal artifact. Even the Emperor of Combat possessed merely a mid-grade royal weapon, far from the excellence of a top-tier royal artifact. Damn it, who is this person? The Illusion Wheel Emperor's heart darkened, for he and the Fire Thunder Emperor were both guardians and longtime allies. Witnessing the Fire Thunder Emperor's setback stirred discontent within him. Meanwhile, the violent king wore an expression of exhilaration, his malevolent aura intensifying, as if he might transform into a beast of malevolence. His elder brother had indeed not disappointed him. Lin Chen remained unfazed by the furious shout, immersing himself further in the vast power within the Monarch Tower. A murderous intent instantly honed in on the Fire Thunder Emperor, who felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, acutely aware of the looming threat of death. Save me! Illusion Wheel Emperor and Combat Emperor, quickly save me! The Fire Thunder Emperor shouted desperately, prioritizing survival over any semblance of dignity or honor. To live was the only truth that mattered. The expression on the face of the Emperor of Battle was exceedingly grim as he cast a glance at Lin Chen. With a sudden flourish of his long sleeves, a surge of formidable energy, akin to a serpent, erupted from his robe, hurtling towards the Xuanshang King Tower with lethal intent. At this moment, the Emperor of Battle had yet to fully comprehend the situation, for having attained the 3rd level of the divine law realm. He understood better than the illusory Wheel Emperor the immense dedication required to forge a high-grade royal artifact. Yet here was a mere 1st-level divine law practitioner wielding such a treasure, signifying that this individual either possessed extraordinary fortune or was backed by an immensely powerful lineage. This realization darkened the Emperor's thoughts. Should this person indeed have significant connections, it would be they who faced dire consequences. Lin Chen's gaze flickered momentarily as he perceived the serpentine energy racing towards him. With a slight movement of his lips, he deftly commanded the Xuanshang King Tower to retract its lethal momentum, deftly evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, the demon Iron Earth Dragon beneath him began to emit a low growl upon witnessing the approaching energy. However, under Lin Chen's directive, the dragon refrained from unleashing its full might. Seeing the Xuanshang King Tower retreat, the Fire Thunder Emperor hastily fled, his hair disheveled and his demeanor a far cry from the spirited figure of his past. Lin Chen descended, his expression calm as he regarded the 3 emperors before him, unperturbed. In contrast, the violent king felt an escalating surge of dread, his eyes glinting with a murderous aura that seemed almost tangible. At that moment, the heart of the Blood Sea was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only after Lin Chen retracted the Xuanshang King Tower did the atmosphere erupt into a cacophony of astonishment. Good heavens, did you see that? The Fire Thunder Emperor was forced to flee before him. The power of the high-grade and mid-grade royal artifacts was formidable, affirming the strength of this individual. Were it not for the intervention of the Emperor of Battle, it was likely that the Fire Thunder Emperor would have met his demise. This individual was alarmingly formidable, capable of overpowering a 2nd-level divine law practitioner despite being merely at the 1st level. Undoubtedly the most exceptional in the entire Sacred Spirit continent. The expressions on the faces of the Fire Thunder Emperor and his companions revealed their utter humiliation. The prowess displayed by Lin Chen had utterly captivated those at the 1st level of the divine law realm and those on the cusp of it. In their world, possessing such terrifying artifacts was indeed a facet of combat power. At this moment, Lin Chen stood with an air of tranquility, absorbing the waves of shock emanating from below. Unperturbed, His gaze was fixed intently upon the three emperors. Had he not been mindful of certain factors, the Fire Thunder Emperor would likely have already met his end. Damn it! How could this young man possess such formidable strength? The expression on the Fire Thunder Emperor's face darkened to the utmost. Feeling the piercing gazes of the first level of Divine Law Realm and half-step Divine Law Realm beings upon him, as if he had been struck across the face. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him. The Illusion Wheel Emperor cast a glance at the exceedingly grim Fire Thunder Emperor, his own heart gradually settling into calm. Given that Lin Chen possessed the power to slay even the Fire Thunder Emperor, the outcome of a comparison with him would be hard to determine. Cursed be it. When did such a figure emerge from the Holy Spirit continent? The Illusion Wheel Emperor was astounded, even his usual arrogance shaken by Lin Chen's prowess. However, it was only the Fighting Emperor whose expression slightly tightened. It seemed that Lin Chen's magical power was rather terrifying. Could the activation of two imperial artifacts still be achievable by someone at the first level of Divine Law Realm? What peculiarities did this fellow possess? The Fighting Emperor's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light as he regarded Lin Chen. To his astonishment, your strength has surged once more. The Violent King, filled with excitement, declared behind Lin Chen, I must have a match with you to see who will emerge victorious. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, the Violent King's rate of growth exceeded his expectations. In less than a month, he had advanced to the second level of Divine Law Realm. It seemed that the Violent Demon Spirit was no ordinary entity. Violent King, there will be ample opportunities for battle, Lin Chen replied, shrugging and gazing ahead, but for now, we should focus on confronting others. Brother, I understand, the Violent King grinned, his aura becoming even more concentrated. Were it not for Lin Chen's presence, the Violent King would have long been unable to contain the tumultuous excitement surging within him. After exchanging thoughts with the Violent King once more, Lin Chen turned his attention toward the three from the Fighting Emperor, a smirk appearing on his lips. Fighting Emperor, it appears we have already won this wager. According to our agreement, you should be departing from this blood sea now. The expressions of the Fighting Emperor and the other sovereigns shifted slightly. They had come here with great effort for this matter. It was not something they would easily abandon. Lin Chen, sensing their thoughts, discreetly glanced at the 4 to 5 dozen half-step Divine Law Realm beings below and calmly remarked, could it be that the Execution Hall and the Celestial Gang are both entities that do not honor their commitments? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, many half-step Divine Law Realm beings erupted in murmurs. They were well aware of the stakes of this wager. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen had indeed won decisively. Should they refuse to yield, it would signify a breach of trust. The repercussions could potentially shake both factions significantly. The Fighting Emperor's expression changed. Dismissing the complex thoughts swirling in his mind, he frowned and declared, do not attempt to sway my heart with your words. Our Execution Hall and Celestial Gang have operated for a century. It is not something you can dismiss so lightly. Quickly reveal your name, and perhaps you may still count us as allies. The Fighting Emperor, having attained the third level of Divine Law Realm, was not devoid of shrewdness. Upon uttering these words, he sought to uncover Lin Chen's true background. Should Lin Chen divulge his origins, and they prove to be insignificant, they could depart at once. After their departure, they would seize an opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen. Conversely, if Lin Chen's background were substantial, they would avoid the ire of the two formidable entities. The Fire Thunder Emperor and the Illusion Wheel Emperor might not fathom the thoughts of the Do Emperor. Yet they understood that the current situation was to be dictated by him. Particularly the Fire Thunder Emperor, whose gaze towards Lin Chen brimmed with malice. Those fiery stares relentlessly tormented his spirit, leaving behind a terrifying psychological scar. Should this scar remain unaddressed, it was likely that the Fire Thunder Emperor's cultivation would stagnate. The sole means to eradicate this affliction lay in the assassination of Lin Chen, a bloodbath to wash away the humiliation. Suddenly, a plan materialized in the Fire Thunder Emperor's mind. The words of the Do Emperor instantly attracted numerous half-step Divine Law Realm practitioners. Who, after all, was this newly emerged formidable presence at the first level of Divine Law? And what power could possibly nurture such a being capable of slaying those far beyond his level? Lin Chen smiled faintly, disregarding the puzzled gazes surrounding him, his eyes fixated on the Do Emperor, as he stated, I can candidly inform you that I have a strong rapport with the Execution Hall and the Tontian Gang. Particularly, I am well acquainted with both the Execution Emperor and the Tontian Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Do Emperor, Fire Thunder Emperor, Illusion Wheel Emperor, and the other formidable practitioners of the first level of divine law were all taken aback. The half-step divine law practitioners on the ground gasped in astonishment. The Execution Emperor and the Tongtian Emperor, were they not the two founding figures of the Execution Hall and the Tongtian Gang? The foremost disciples of these two major sects. Their prowess beyond imagination. The audacity of this young man to claim acquaintance with them was staggering. Even the Illusion Thunder Emperor found himself momentarily stunned, his vengeful schemes evaporating in an instant. The Do Emperor instinctively inquired, "Who are you?" The origins of this individual were evidently formidable. Lin Chen, however, did not acknowledge the question. Instead, he offered a faint smile and added, "Do not be mistaken. My relationship with the Tongtian Emperor and Execution Emperor is close because they will be my enemies, my subordinates' demise." This declaration stirred an overwhelming shock. All the half-step divine law practitioners were left in disbelief. The Do Emperor, Illusion Wheel Emperor, and Fire Thunder Emperor were equally astonished. How could this individual so brazenly claim that both the Tongtian Emperor and Execution Emperor were his adversaries and the demise of his subordinates? It required extraordinary audacity to utter such words. Was he a madman, unaware that these two emperors wielded immense power across the Holy Spirit continent? Nonetheless, Lin Chen spoke no falsehood. These two emperors were indeed his mortal enemies. At this moment, beneath Lin Chen, a magical iron dragon transformed into a divine steed suddenly let out a piercing cry, conveying a mental message, "Master." A fierce battle has erupted below the Blood Sea between two formidable figures at the third level of the divine realm. Moreover, another intense confrontation had commenced. Lin Chen's brow furrowed instantly. He could almost deduce that beneath the Blood Sea lay the presence of the Cloud Luo Emperor. What transpired below the Blood Sea? Lin Chen swiftly communicated mentally to the Violent King. The Violent King grinned and replied, "Deep within the Blood Sea, a blood spirit pool has emerged. The Saintess and the Cloud Luo Emperor intended to seize this blood spirit pool to present it to you. But they unexpectedly encountered members of the Heavenly Alliance and the Punishment Hall. By now, I presume the Saintess and the Cloud Luo Emperor have engaged in a fierce struggle with their foes." Upon hearing this, the Violent King cast a quick glance at the depths of the Blood Sea, his eyes igniting with the fervor of combat. How he yearned for a battle that would ignite his very blood. Saintess Qingru. Lin Chen's expression momentarily faltered. Wasn't she in seclusion? How could she have emerged? Suddenly, a chill gripped Lin Chen's heart. Could it be that the second wave of battle was instigated by Qingru? However, just as Lin Chen was engulfed in shock and disbelief, all the half-step divine realm members from the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance were nearly driven to madness. Heavens! How audacious is this individual to claim that both the Punishment Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor are his enemies? They exclaimed. Such arrogance! I have never witnessed such hubris. He believes he can contend with two great emperors simply because he can slay a second-level divine realm entity. It appears he is doomed. The Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance will undoubtedly pursue him with full force. At this moment, within the ranks of the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance, the Illusory Wheel Emperor bellowed furiously, his entire being resonating with a humming sound, as if a sharp object were cleaving through space. A tremendous aura erupted from the Illusory Wheel Emperor, his fury ignited by Lin Chen's words. The Fire Thunder Emperor extended his hand, releasing a wave of fiery thunder, obstructing the imminent eruption of the Illusory Wheel Emperor. The Fire Thunder Emperor's expression was gravely serious. "What are you doing?" The Illusory Wheel Emperor roared in anger. "Stand down." The Fire Thunder Emperor coldly replied. "With so many witnesses present, do you wish to be branded as untrustworthy?" Then, the Fire Thunder Emperor cast a wary glance at Lin Chen, followed by a look at the Fighting Emperor. If they were to eliminate that individual, they would need to drag him into the fray. "It seems you are afraid," the Illusory Wheel Emperor sneered, hesitating momentarily before declaring, daring to provoke two esteemed figures. Should he not be slain? Despite the potential damage to his reputation, the Illusory Wheel Emperor yearned to kill Lin Chen and the Violent King. Just as the Fire Thunder Emperor was about to speak, a chilling voice interrupted. "He must be killed, there is no question about it." The Fighting Emperor's expression darkened immensely as he glared at the stunned Lin Chen, his killing intent palpable. "All who are not of our faction must be eradicated. This boy is the Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen, the target of a decree from both esteemed figures to be eliminated." Chapter 228, Dread, Part 1. Lin Chen could hardly fathom the fact that Qing Gru had arrived. Moreover, for him, she ventured to seize the blood spirit pool. On the day when Lin Shun and Xiao Ding departed, they waited an entire day outside the Taiching Immortal Island. Lin Chen's anticipation was solely for Qing Ro to bid him farewell. However, to Lin Chen's disappointment, Qing Ro had fallen into seclusion. Nevertheless, the remark by Ensu, suggesting that she intended to contend with the execution emperor, somewhat alleviated Lin Chen's spirits. Thus, he could scarcely fathom that Qing Ro would arrive here. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Shun raised his left palm, upon which resided a peculiar symbol. It seemed that the visage of that woman still lingered in his mind. Subsequently, Lin Shun recalled the ethereal woman, abruptly shaking his head and murmuring to himself that this was not the time for such thoughts. Since Qing Ro was beneath the blood sea, she must have encountered peril. He needed to hasten to her rescue. At that very moment, however, the Do Huang and others had commenced their actions. All disciples of the execution hall were commanded, kill all unrelated individuals in this vicinity, leave not a single one alive. The Do Huang's countenance was suffused with a formidable aura of murderous intent. As a formidable entity at the first level of the divine law realm, Do Huang's words reverberated, eliciting expressions of disbelief among the disciples. Was Do Huang mad? The death of so many semi-divine law realm practitioners would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous upheaval within their respective sections. What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate them. Do Huang's chilling voice commanded. This is the trial you must endure upon entering the execution hall. Not one shall be spared. The several sovereigns quivered, promptly responding in unison, we obey. Suddenly, a formidable aura from several first-level divine law realm practitioners erupted, their immense spiritual consciousness locking onto the surrounding semi-divine law realm disciples. Many semi-divine law realm disciples turned pale, clearly comprehending Do Huang's intent. They were to be annihilated, every last one of them. In that moment, numerous disciples questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Huanluan Emperor and Huolei Emperor exchanged glances, astonished that the typically composed Do Huang was so reckless in his desire to eliminate Lin Chun. Was it the brash words of this youth that provoked Do Huang? Huolei Emperor mused, it seems unlikely. There must be deeper circumstances. Since he had taken action, they too need not conceal their intentions. Huanluan Emperor nodded in agreement, evidently aligning with Huolei Emperor's suspicions. After their clandestine communication, the two emperors unleashed their powers, commanding all disciples of the Tongtian faction. Eliminate all semi-divine law realm beings in the vicinity, leave not a single one. The members of the first-level divine law realm from the Tongtian faction were momentarily shaken by this order. Nevertheless, under the authority of Huanluan Emperor and Huolei Emperor, all Tongtian disciples complied with the command. If these two prominent figures were to act madly, they would join in the frenzy. At that moment, the sovereigns of the execution hall and the Tongtian faction erupted with overwhelming might. A tide of murderous intent began to reverberate across the expanse of the blood sea. At this moment, the disciples at the semi-divine law realm were struck with alarm. Damn it! Are the punishment hall and the heavenly alliance truly deranged enough to attempt to annihilate us all? My master is a sovereign being. You members of the Punishment Hall and Heavenly Alliance are excessively brutal in your slaughter. No, I cannot allow them to act. I refuse to meet my demise. The two formidable factions seem to have lost their sanity, recklessly seeking bloodshed without restraint. I must relay this news, ensuring that the entire Punishment Hall and Heavenly Alliance face condemnation and retribution. Many disciples of the semi-divine law realm, despite not being as formidable as Lin Chun, felt compelled to voice their threats. Though they lacked the terrifying prowess of Lin Chun, they certainly harbored aspirations of advancing to the divine law realm. The backing of these individuals would coalesce into a significant force. Should the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance eliminate them, they would likely incur immense backlash and pressure. At this juncture, Lin Chun emerged from his stupor, observing the agitated expressions of the semi-divine law realm disciples, deep in contemplation as he glanced at the bloodthirsty Do Huang. It seemed this individual had discerned his identity. Lin Chen mused, it appears that Lu Tongtian and Xing Huang harbor considerable animosity towards me. The members of the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance were resolute in their intent to exterminate all disciples at the semi-divine law realm to corner him, with the singular aim of eliminating Lin Chen. Do Huang, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Do we truly intend to eradicate a sovereign of the first level of the divine law realm? Upon witnessing a semi-divine law realm figure with an even greater background, he abruptly halted. Humph, once the dead cannot speak, who would know we were responsible? Do Huang remarked coldly, showing no regard for those deemed worthy of being the foremost enemies of the two factions. At any cost, they must be eradicated. Understood. The sovereign of the first level of the divine law realm nodded and bellowed, his gaze locking onto the semi-divine law realm disciple. Instantly, roars echoed, explosions erupted, and the surge of magical energy cascaded across the sea of blood. 10 sovereigns of the first level of divine law unleashed their magical assaults upon the semi-divine law realm disciples, resulting in numerous casualties among them. However, some of the semi-divine law realm disciples possessed their own means of survival, and for the time being, they would not succumb to death. The violent king stared in astonishment at this scene, unable to fathom that the members of the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance would dare to launch an assault on the semi-divine law realm disciples. Even he understood the repercussions of such actions. Is Do Huang out of his mind? Humph, he merely wishes for us all to perish here. Lin Chen scoffed softly, then calmly stated, Violent king, prepare to act. We shall strive to rescue as many of the first-level semi-divine law realm disciples as possible. We must bring disgrace upon the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance. For Lin Chen, this was a fortuitous opportunity. If the events of today were made public, the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly Alliance would likely face overwhelming pressure. Moreover, the collaboration between the Execution Hall and the Tongtian sect has undeniably transgressed the boundaries of the Ta Ching and Huntian sects, igniting the long-standing animosity between the two formidable factions. The esteemed figures of ancient supremacy within the sects will undoubtedly not spare the likes of the Execution Emperor and the Tongtian Emperor. The brutal king nodded enthusiastically, his entire physique seemingly swelling with newfound vigor. A dark and bloodthirsty aura emanated from his being, casting a shadow over the Crimson Sea, heralding the onset of a comprehensive massacre. The shift in the brutal king's aura immediately captured the attention of the three supreme monarchs. It was evident that this brutal king was no ordinary entity. The illusory wheel emperor spoke gravely, remarking on the dense malevolent energy that suggested the brutal king's formidable nature. Unable to restrain himself, the Fire Thunder Emperor glanced at the Fighting Emperor and inquired, What shall we do now? The Fighting Emperor, with a sinister smile, regarded the two and ominously posed, Do you wish to understand my motives? Both the Fire Thunder Emperor and the Illusory Wheel Emperor exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. The Fighting Emperor's actions were indeed perplexing, especially since they were all individuals who had initially allied for mutual gain. The Fire Thunder Emperor and the Illusory Wheel Emperor, deep down, harbored fears regarding the potential treachery of the Fighting Emperor. The Killing Emperor Lin Chen sneered, stating, I trust you are well aware of my infamous reputation. At this revelation, the expressions of the Fire Thunder Emperor and the Illusory Wheel Emperor transformed drastically. The Killing Emperor Lin Chen, it cannot be. The Fire Thunder Emperor was particularly shaken, as Lin Chen had been designated as the primary adversary by the Tongtian Emperor himself, a target that must be eradicated at all costs. Astonishingly, this youthful figure before them was none other than Lin Chen, the Killing Emperor. The Illusory Wheel Emperor and the Fire Thunder Emperor exchanged a glance, and in perfect harmony, they unleashed their formidable presence. The two titanic forces converged upon Lin Chen. The two guardians prepared to join forces in order to eliminate this malignant presence. Chapter 228, Dread, Part 2. The two beings at the second level of the divine law realm immediately locked their sights upon Lin Chen. He instantly sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from them, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These two masters of the divine law realm were indeed intent on making a move against him. The Fire Thunder Emperor and the Illusory Wheel Emperor shared an unspoken understanding. Though they yearned for one to strike down Lin Chen single-handedly, they recognized that his strength was far too formidable. Moreover, the Fire Thunder Emperor harbored a chilling suspicion that Lin Chen still retained hidden power. Let us play a little game. The brutal king bellowed, his hair standing on end. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, directly targeting the Illusory Wheel Emperor. Humph. The Illusory Wheel Emperor's expression darkened, facing the brutal king's provocation, yet unable to retaliate. A fact that deepened his gloom. After all, they were still in the presence of the fearsome Killing Emperor Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do not presume that I am unaware of your true identity. The Dual Emperor cast a cold, forbidding gaze upon Lin Chen, and proclaimed, "Should you choose to surrender, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, there shall be no salvation for you today." Capturing Lin Chen and presenting him to the leader would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. In that moment, Lin Chen was akin to a prized delicacy. Lin Chen regarded the three formidable sovereigns, a faint smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Dual Emperor, your faction, the Punishment Hall, and the Tongtian Party, are indeed a rabble, as fickle as the turning of a page. All your promises are mere fabrications." The Fire Thunder Emperor's countenance darkened with fury, his eyes ablaze, yearning to strike Lin Chen down immediately. Yet, upon encountering Lin Chen's unwavering gaze, he hesitated, retracting his foot instead of advancing. Clearly, Lin Chen had instilled considerable trepidation within him. "How disgraceful," the Dual Emperor muttered under his breath, then directed a piercing glare at Lin Chen, stating, "I grant you 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. Should you fail to make the right choice, I shall have no recourse but to end your existence." 3 minutes, indeed, would suffice to extinguish all beings at the threshold of divine law. Lin Chen chuckled coldly. Addressing the Dual Emperor, "Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Surrendering to you is out of the question." With that, the formidable demon Iron Earth Dragon beneath him surged into motion, its hooves leaping with astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. Even the Dual Emperor was momentarily stunned by this sudden display, for the speed of the demon Iron Earth Dragon surpassed his own. Lin Chen's hand descended toward the assembly of first-tier divine law beings, unleashing a torrent of pressure that erupted forth like a tidal wave. "Hear me," Lin Chen bellowed. "The Punishment Hall and the Tongtian Party seek to annihilate us. Follow my command, and I shall lead you in defiance against them." The pressure enveloped the surroundings mercilessly. Instantly, 3 or 4 first-tier divine law sovereigns found themselves ensnared by Lin Chen's overwhelming force, their bodies resonating with silent detonations. Alarm swept through the ranks of these first-tier sovereigns as their expressions shifted in unison. The earlier display of Lin Chen's formidable power lingered vividly in their minds, instilling within them an inherent sense of dread. The semi-divine law beings, having sustained significant blows from these sovereigns, were now filled with elation at Lin Chen's intervention and his declarations. In mere moments, they had witnessed the fall of dozens. The Punishment Hall and the Tongtian Party had truly descended into madness. Their only hope for survival lay in Lin Chen, whose prowess far exceeded their own. The illusory Wheel Emperor could no longer contain himself. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's actions, he manifested a circular disc-like gear between his palms. This disc, adorned with sharply protruding fangs, gradually formed a menacing circle. The gleaming fangs, sharp as razors, glimmer with a piercing light. These gears, crafted from ancient shark teeth from the depths of the ocean by the Illusion Wheel Emperor, possess a sharpness capable of slicing through even the finest of royal artifacts. As the Illusion Wheel Emperor struck, the air was rent with the sound of rushing currents, and 2 gears hurtled towards Lin Chen with tremendous force. Unwavering, Lin Chen unleashed the fist of the hidden sky, targeting the several first-tier sovereigns of the divine law realm with relentless ferocity. "I shall play with you." A voice filled with menace reverberated, as a surge of violent energy erupted from behind the Illusion Wheel Emperor. The brutal king swelled, resembling a diminutive giant, and unleashed a punch of immense power. The might of the brutal king's physique rivaled that of a low-grade royal artifact. With a thunderous crash, the 2 figures of the brutal king and the Illusion Wheel Emperor were sent reeling. Meanwhile, Lin Chen darted towards the numerous first-tier entities of the divine law realm, channeling the power of his right hand. The strength of a mid-grade royal artifact was sufficient to annihilate these first-tier beings. "Run!" One of the first-tier divine law realm beings, stricken with fear, shouted desperately. The others immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. The half-step divine law realm cultivators, relieved of their burden, exhaled in relief, realizing that without Lin Chen's intervention, they would have perished swiftly. Damn it! The fighting emperor's countenance darkened at this sight. His aura erupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instilled dread. The full force of his third-tier divine law realm powers surged forth. At this moment, the faces of all half-step divine law realm cultivators changed drastically. Heavens, the fighting emperor is about to strike. Such overwhelming pressure. We may not withstand even a single blow. Are we destined to perish? They realized that it would be futile to seek refuge with Lin Chen now, as the fighting emperor was a third-tier entity of the divine law realm. It's over, it's all over, despair and terror etched upon their faces. With a third-tier divine law realm being present, escape seemed impossible. The Fire Thunder Emperor looked on with a mocking smile, seeing everything unfold according to his design. His gaze shifted to Lin Chen, secretly scoffing. Let us see how you withstand the Fighting Emperor, a third-tier existence, who could crush you with a mere finger. The aura of the third-tier divine law realm was terrifying, far beyond what a second or first tier could hope to endure. This was the Fire Thunder Emperor's revenge. He could not kill Lin Chen directly, but he could incite the Fighting Emperor to do so. You all shall perish. The Fighting Emperor's hair billowed, his countenance radiating an overwhelming killing intent, resembling an unparalleled fiend. Waves of energy enveloped him, crackling ominously, harboring a disquieting power. Even the impending clash between the brutal king and the illusion wheel emperor came to an abrupt halt. The formidable might of the third level of the divine law realm erupted in full force, leaving all those at the half-step divine law realm pale and despondent. This was the end. Chapter 229, Dread, Part 2. Once the aura of the third level of the divine law realm was unleashed, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted imperceptibly. Even the battle-hungry violent king could not help but furrow his brow slightly. An existence at the third level of the divine law realm was not something that could be compared to the second level. Although Lin Chen could triumph over the Thunderfire Emperor against an entity of the third level, the outcome was glaringly evident. Lin Chen was destined for death, destined to lose. However, soon after, the violent king's mindset swiftly adjusted, and his entire being brimmed with an even more fervent rage. At this moment, a single word consumed his thoughts: fight, kill. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, oblivious to the countless grim gazes directed at him, and instead remarked with a faint smile. If you, the Battle Emperor, intend to harm your fellow disciples, it would surely be disastrous if word got out. Even with the protection of the Punishment Emperor, your life would remain in peril. Among the three great sects, the most abhorred act was the slaughter of one's own kin. The expression of the Battle Emperor darkened significantly, his gaze sharp as ice. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Thunderfire Emperor immediately interjected with vehement accusations. What qualifications do you? A malignant tumor harming the sect, possessed to call yourself a disciple of the Taiching sect? The Battle Emperor is a law enforcer of the Punishment Hall, and eliminating your kind is indeed his duty. At that moment, the Thunderfire Emperor was terrified that the Battle Emperor would refrain from action. With his current cultivation, confronting Lin Chen would only lead to his own demise. Yet, the Thunderfire Emperor harbored an intense desire for Lin Chen's death, believing it would eradicate the malignant seed within his heart. Subsequently, the Thunderfire Emperor's expression turned frigid, and with a mocking sneer, he added, "Rest assured, your death will not be disclosed." Upon hearing this, many half-step divine law realm cultivators changed their expressions dramatically. The Punishment Hall and the Tongtian Party seemed resolute in their intent to annihilate them all. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on the Thunderfire Emperor, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. Was this man not yet sufficiently intimidated by him? At this moment, the Thunderfire Emperor posed no threat to Lin Chen whatsoever. Even the subtle intricacies of the Yin-Yang realm, coupled with Lin Chen's insights and penetrating vision, could unveil the underlying truths. The Thunderfire Emperor, meeting Lin Chen's gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation arise within him, a chill running down his spine as if a cold wind had swept through. Uncontrollably, he took a slight step back. This minuscule movement did not escape the eyes of the Battle Emperor and the illusory Wheel Emperor. Both monarchs revealed a hint of derision. It appeared that the Thunderfire Emperor, who once captivated the Mingtian sect, would find it exceedingly difficult to advance further. The Thunderfire Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His expression shifted repeatedly as he regarded Lin Chen's cold gaze, entirely devoid of any fighting spirit. Surely, this individual must possess two treasures to have bested him, otherwise, he could crush Lin Chen with a single hand. In the heart of the Fire Thunder Emperor, a sinister plan began to take shape. He contemplated that when the Dou Emperor inflicted severe injuries upon him, he would seize the opportunity to strike and assuredly eliminate him. At this moment, Lin Chen withdrew his piercing gaze, finding the Fire Thunder Emperor utterly uninteresting. It was evident that in the future, the Fire Thunder Emperor would pose no threat to him. The Dou Emperor regarded Lin Chen with cold indifference, advising him to surrender swiftly and accompany him to confess to the Hall Master, hinting that it might mitigate his punishment. Otherwise, he would be compelled to slay Lin Chen on the spot. Lin Chen shrugged dismissively, his expression turning somber as he retorted, "I believe it is you who should confess." He continued with a rapid fervor, an icy killing intent emanating from his being, declaring, "You are the malignant tumor of the Taiching sect, scum." The final two words were delivered with chilling severity, as if he wished to unleash the fury raging within him. Seeking death, the Dou Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. He stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Since you desire death, I shall grant it." With that, he curled his fingers, directing a concentrated blast of energy towards Lin Chen. The energy manifested as a needle-like projectile, devoid of overwhelming might, yet embodying a swift, imperceptible glimmer. The black steed, forged from demonic iron, let out a furious neigh, roaring at the Dou Emperor. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. At that moment, the violent king and the illusory wheel emperor also engaged in a ferocious clash. Their combat was imbued with wild ferocity, each strike a lethal maneuver. The violent king, amidst the fray, erupted into maniacal laughter, his body resonating with the strange roars of an otherworldly beast, transforming him into a tempestuous demon. Lin Chen's expression was grave as he beheld the incoming energy needle, his right hand clenched into a fist, which he swiftly unleashed. A tremendous pressure surged forth from his fist. Within his consciousness, a multitude of magical dragons ignited into a formidable blaze. The combined force of the Futu fist and the mid-grade imperial artifact erupted in unison. Many first-tier sovereigns of the divine law realm paled at the sight of Lin Chen's explosive punch, acutely aware of the terrifying power it harbored. Even the Fire Thunder Emperor felt a tremor of fear, realizing that the strength contained within was far beyond his expectations. Even the Dou Emperor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before regaining his composure. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, and a tempestuous gale erupted from between Lin Chen's fists, startling numerous disciples of the divine law realm, who recoiled in shock. The extent of Lin Chen's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. At that moment, the energy needle seemed to collide with an invisible iron barrier, coming to a sudden halt just an inch from Lin Chen's fist. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as though he were struck against a colossal mountain peak, unable to advance even a fraction further. The power unleashed by the needle of vital energy surpassed all of Lin Chen's expectations. "Shatter," he uttered coldly. Instantly, a swirling aura of ghostly energy enveloped him, all converging towards his right arm. As the celestial evil Yanluo scripture commenced its operation, the 2,000 celestial evil demonic seeds within his sea of consciousness surged towards his right arm, amplifying its strength significantly. The right fist, previously ensnared by the needle of vital energy, erupted forth with a mightier force, unleashing a series of explosive bursts. With a resounding crack, the needle of vital energy was utterly obliterated by Lin Chen. This outcome caused a jolt in the heart of the Fire Thunder Emperor. Though merely a strand of vital energy, it possessed sufficient power to annihilate an ordinary being at the second level of the divine law realm. With the needle shattered, the demonic iron earth dragon beneath Lin Chen let out a fierce roar and suddenly lunged towards the figure of the fighting emperor. Seated atop the majestic steed, Lin Chen gazed down upon the fighting emperor, his eyes ablaze with azure flames. His penetrating gaze activated, revealing the vulnerabilities of the fighting emperor. Lin Chen's eyes swiftly locked onto the neck of the fighting emperor, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, an invisible explosion resounded across the blood sea. A torrent of violent pressure surged through the sky, crashing down towards the fighting emperor. In the second sea of consciousness, 1,000 magical dragons ignited. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you," Lin Chen declared. The fighting emperor's expression remained unchanged, his gaze icy. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the fighting emperor struck out fiercely with his palm, manifesting a massive palm imprint forged from condensed vital energy, incomparably larger than the previous needle. Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly. He could sense the terrifying power behind it. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow, the tremendous force sending him flying. The surface of the blood sea began to churn violently under the impact of their clash. Oh no, the onlooking disciples, standing at the precipice of the divine law realm, felt a flicker of dread in their hearts. Their hopes rested solely on Lin Chen. Should he fall, their fate would be sealed. Yet, Lin Chen's form seemed to lose control, retreating rapidly. Despite his efforts to burn through his magical energy, he could not halt his backward momentum. The might of that palm imprint was truly overwhelming. A cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated throughout his body, his blood surging tumultuously. Were it not for the protective power of a low-grade royal artifact, he might not have withstood the onslaught of this intangible force. The demonic Iron Earth Dragon roared even more ferociously, its demonic aura gradually permeating the air as a deadly intent surged forth. However, the magnificent steed beneath Lin Chen went unnoticed by anyone. "Haha, Lin Chen, go die?" A sinister, maniacal laugh echoed. As the Fire Thunder Emperor commanded over 100 blazing bolts of fire and thunder, launching them towards Lin Chen's back in a sudden assault. At that moment, the Fire Thunder Emperor was fully prepared to ambush and slay Lin Chen. His unexpected attack instantly sent shockwaves through the disciples present. The Dou Emperor, not to be outdone, unleashed a punch that manifested into a formidable aura, rapidly hurtling towards Lin Chen, who was retreating. Two deadly strikes converged upon Lin Chen, who was unable to halt his momentum, bearing down with relentless speed. The tyrant, immersed in the explosive chaos of battle, felt his pupils constrict suddenly. The group of beings at the semi-divine law stage below all turned pale in unison. "It's over, it's really over. I don't want to die. If Lin Chen is killed, we are doomed too." Indeed, the third tier of the divine law stage is an insurmountable existence. At this moment, despair engulfed the disciples, extinguishing any hope of survival. Lin Chen's presence afforded them a glimmer of hope, yet faced with the dual onslaught of the Dou Emperor and the Fire Thunder Emperor, even possessing a superior royal weapon would prove futile. Boom! The tremendous aura-infused punch and the hundreds of ferocious, burning bolts collided violently against Lin Chen. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The surface of the blood sea surged uncontrollably, churning up colossal waves. Roar! The tyrant let out a furious roar, his copper bell-sized eyes now veined with blood. A feral rage from ancient times erupting within him, an anger of immeasurable magnitude. Meanwhile, the illusory wheel emperor looked on derisively at the tyrant, sneering, "What of your fury? Even if you rage, Lin Chen dares to confront the Dou Emperor, he is surely doomed." In the illusory wheel emperor's mind, Lin Chen was already a dead man. "Haha, Lin Chen, you are finally dead." The Fire Thunder Emperor, losing all semblance of composure, laughed maniacally. "I have personally slain you. You are worthless. How could you ever defeat me?" Faced with his ambush and the Dou Emperor's aura-infused punch, Lin Chen was as good as dead. The Dou Emperor's previously cold demeanor returned to a semblance of calm, letting out a scoff as his gaze swept across the group of semi-divine law disciples. With Lin Chen's demise, he was certain to earn significant accolades from the Hall Master. Thus, his immediate task was to clear the scene and seal all information. Everyone must perish. However, at that very moment, the expression of the Dou Emperor abruptly froze. The Fire Thunder Emperor's countenance stiffened, and the illusory Wheel Emperor's face paled. A colossal, pitch-black entity suddenly unfurled above the blood sea. An enraged dragon's roar resonated, as a gigantic demon dragon hovered ominously over the blood sea, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all. Even the Dou Emperor was left in a state of shock. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that behind this formidable and sudden demon dragon stood a figure. "I am not dead. Are you not pleased?" The figure said with a faint smile. Chapter 230. In the depths of the blood sea, a colossal figure, stretching a full 30 meters, unfurled upon the crimson waters. Its ebony scales, steeped in an aura of dark magic, exuded formidable defensive capabilities. 3 sinuous black horns spiraled upwards, radiating an intimidating presence. Within this dread dragon, suffused with a torrent of demonic energy, lay an unfathomable and terrifying power. The force unleashed by such a dragon astounded all onlookers. Most striking, however, was the silhouette standing astride this fearsome beast, none other than Lin Chen. During Lin Chen's confrontation with the Battle Emperor, there had been no necessity for combat. He merely sought to experience the formidable prowess of the third tier of the divine method realm, thus restraining the magical iron dragon from revealing its full might. Yet, in the face of imminent peril, Lin Chen had no choice but to unleash the dragon's overwhelming force. This magical iron dragon was Lin Chen's trump card. Emboldened by the modifications wrought by the Demon Emperor, now imbued with authentic demonic energy, even the once mighty blood howl could not triumph over it. With its cultivation level, The magical Iron Dragon was more than sufficient to contend with the Battle Emperor. All those who were half a step into the divine method realm gazed in awe at the unfolding scene, astounded that Lin Chen could summon such a terrifying dragon at a critical juncture. My master is not someone as insignificant as you can offend. The magical Iron Dragon growled menacingly. This proclamation jolted some of the disciples, particularly those with stronger mental fortitude, into awareness. It's Lin Chen. He is alive. A voice rang out, igniting a spark of hope among the disciples. Good heavens, Lin Chen is truly alive. The aura emanating from the dragon was more fearsome than that of the Battle Emperor. Lin Chen lives. We are saved. We will not perish. Laughter erupted among the disciples as they realized their chance of survival. We will expose the heinous deeds of the Punishment Hall and the Celestial Sect. They cannot be allowed to continue their existence. Indeed, the actions of these two factions were utterly inhumane, and the disciples, now awakened, began to plot their revenge. Their anger boiling beneath the surface despite the overwhelming power of the Punishment Hall and the Celestial Sect. The Battle Emperor's face darkened to an extreme. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, the ominous dragon instilled in him a sense of danger, indicating that it was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Damn it, he spat, at a loss for how to respond. The situation had abruptly shifted in Lin Chen's favor, and the pressure facing the Battle Emperor and his allies was unprecedented. How is this possible? The Illusion Wheel Emperor stared in shock at the scene before him, rendered speechless. He could feel the dragon's aura, which could annihilate him without effort. How can such a terrifying dragon recognize Lin Chen as its master? The shock within the Illusion Wheel Emperor was beyond description. The existence of the third realm of divine law is formidable enough to dominate the entirety of the Holy Spirit continent. Such a being, astonishingly, is merely a servant pet of a mere first-realm divine law practitioner. Huh. The Tyrant King let out a wild laugh. For even he had not anticipated such an outcome. Who could have guessed that the steed beneath Lin Chen was a creature of the third realm of divine law? Soon, an exhilarating excitement spread across the Tyrant King's face as he unleashed a punch towards the illusionary Wheel Emperor. Upon his fist, the visage of a ferocious demon beast manifested. How could Lin Chen, being so powerful, possibly weaken? The Fire Thunder Emperor stood in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the emerging demon dragon, rendered speechless. Lin Chen had not perished. How could Lin Chen still be alive? Moreover, he possessed a dragon of the third realm of divine law. Suddenly, the Fire Thunder Emperor felt a piercing gaze upon him, a surge of fear welling up within his heart. Clearly, Lin Chen's eyes were locked onto him. Fire Thunder Emperor, I imagine you must be quite pleased that I have not met my demise, Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. You were so eager for my death. Yet here I stand to disappoint you. The Fire Thunder Emperor shuddered, immediately noticing the ghostly energy coiling around Lin Chen's hand, involuntarily retreating step by step. What do you intend to do, Lin Chen? The Fire Thunder Emperor bellowed. I am a protector of the Celestial Sect and a true disciple of the Mixed Heaven Gate. You cannot kill me. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly, It is not the Celestial Sect that I seek to spare. A look of panic finally crossed the Fire Thunder Emperor's face. At once, a colossal bronze ancient tower surged forth from Lin Chen's consciousness, emanating overwhelming power. As soon as the Xianshang King Tower appeared, it locked onto the Fire Thunder Emperor, and the suppression formation began to operate swiftly, bearing down upon him. What do you intend to do, Lin Chen? The Fighting Emperor shouted in alarm upon witnessing this scene. If the Fire Thunder Emperor were slain by Lin Chen, their situation would become utterly dire. How dare a lowly being shout at my master? You seek death. Lin Chen remained silent as the demon Iron Earth Dragon let out a fierce roar, having long harbored disdain for this fellow. The demon Iron Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering streams of demonic energy that coalesced into a pitch-black, three-pronged shape, pulsating with terrifying vibrations that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The Fighting Emperor's complexion changed drastically, his internal energy surging forth, enveloping him entirely. The terror of the demon Iron Earth Dragon was such that even he dared not underestimate it. Leaving no room in his mind to consider the fate of the Fire Thunder Emperor, the entire bronze giant tower bore down upon the Fire Thunder Emperor, and the surface of the blood sea churned violently. The Fire Thunder Emperor fled in haste, desperately seeking to escape this nightmarish realm. Yet his speed was no match for the swiftness of the Xianshang King Tower. Suppress, intoned the voice of the blood old within the bronze tower. The Fire Thunder Emperor's escape came to an abrupt halt as the massive bronze tower crashed down upon him. A piercing scream echoed as the second devouring formation activated. The Fire Thunder Emperor's form was engulfed within the Xianshang King Tower, now firmly under suppression. A figure of the second realm of divine law was thus subdued by Lin Chen. The emperors of the Execution Hall and the Tongtian sect, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. One emperor could not contain a cry of despair and hastily fled. The remaining emperors also retreated with great haste. Lin Chen merely observed this spectacle with a cold gaze, refraining from intervening. These individuals no longer warranted his attention, for he had already etched a profound sense of fear into their hearts. Damn it! The Do Huang's countenance darkened further at this sight, his rage boiling within him. Meanwhile, the magic Iron Earth Dragon unleashed a devastating strike towards him. Faced with the magic Iron Earth Dragon, Do Huang dared not exhibit any arrogance and retaliated with his own lethal technique. However, it was evident to all that Do Huang was at a disadvantage. Lin Chen's gaze shifted once more to the illusory Wheel Emperor, who was fiercely engaged in battle with the Violent King. At this moment, the illusory Wheel Emperor found himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Violent King. It was apparent that, given more time, the Violent King would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was not inclined to grant the illusory Wheel Emperor a fair fight. With a mighty grasp, Lin Chen summoned forth the power from his third consciousness, unleashing a torrent of energy directed towards the illusory Wheel Emperor. Not good. The illusory Wheel Emperor sensed this overwhelming force, and his expression shifted drastically. In this moment of panic, his techniques became erratic. Useless. The Violent King bellowed, seizing the opportunity to exploit the opening, landing a punch squarely into the illusory Wheel Emperor's abdomen. The illusory Wheel Emperor's face flushed crimson, a muffled groan escaping him as he staggered backward. Acutely aware of the looming threat of death. Illusory technique, Aurora speed. The illusory Wheel Emperor yelled, spewing a mouthful of blood. Instantly, a surge of energy enveloped him, conjuring a ring of ethereal fangs around his body. As the fangs manifested, the illusory Wheel Emperor's speed surged dramatically, propelling him away like a streak of light. Trying to escape? The Violent King scoffed, preparing to pursue. However, Lin Chen extended his hand, blocking the Violent King's path. Qing Ro and the others are still below. We must descend quickly. We cannot afford any further danger, Lin Chen stated, his gaze shifting towards the depths of the Blood Sea. Although he did not possess the vast perception of the magic Iron Earth Dragon, he could still discern the obscure fluctuations emanating from the abyss. Chapter 231. The fearsome reputation of the Emperor. The sudden flight of the illusory Wheel Emperor left a group of beings on the cusp of divine law astounded. As protectors of the Tongtian sect, the news of such a cowardly retreat would undoubtedly bring them unparalleled disgrace. After all, fleeing in the face of Lin Chen, who was merely at the first level of the divine method realm, would undoubtedly invite ridicule from many. However, they soon found solace in the fact that enduring humiliation was far preferable to death. The tyrant king gazed in the direction of the fleeing illusory Wheel Emperor. As the ethereal, sharp teeth encircling the illusory Wheel Emperor's form spun rapidly, cleaving through the air, drastically enhancing his speed. In mere moments, the illusory Wheel Emperor vanished into the vast, blood-red expanse. Coward! The tyrant king curled his lip in disdain and then turned his attention to Lin Chen, whose expression was grave. Fear not, my brother. The Saintess has reached the second level of the divine method realm. Accompanied by the likes of the Cloud Luo Emperor and others, they cannot harm her. Lin Chen let out a soft sigh, his thoughts drifting to the fluid, graceful figure of that woman, softening his heart. At this juncture, the battle between the magic Iron Earth Dragon and the fighting Emperor intensified. A flurry of lethal techniques erupted, the waves of magical energy overwhelming. The divine abilities of the fighting Emperor, infused with the essence of combat, were derived from an ancient heritage and wielded extraordinary power. Even beings at the third level of the divine method realm found themselves suppressed before him. Yet, the fighting Emperor now faced the magic Iron Earth Dragon, who had harnessed authentic demonic energy. Even ancient divine abilities proved ineffective against the magic Iron Earth Dragon. Furthermore, the dragon's lethal move, the ghostly god fork, unleashed through demonic energy, possessed a terrifying might that was unimaginable. Thus, Even those at the threshold of the divine method realm could discern that the magic Iron Earth Dragon merely required a bit more time to defeat the fighting emperor. A bunch of worthless fools. The fighting emperor cast a scornful glance towards the direction of the fleeing illusory wheel emperor, his face darkening, unable to restrain himself from cursing. His situation had become exceedingly perilous. The Fire Thunder Emperor had subdued Lin Chen, and the illusory wheel emperor had fled. Those at the first level of the divine method realm had long since been terrified, hastily retreating. Now, the fighting emperor found himself a solitary commander, in a state of great danger. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the fighting emperor unleashing his deadly techniques. Fighting emperor, do you still intend to continue? The outcome of this battle is beyond your ability to alter. The tyrant king flashed a grin, his magical energy surging forth with immediacy, poised to unleash a deadly technique to disrupt the fighting emperor's engagement. Lin Chen then turned his attention to the magic Iron Earth Dragon, smiling faintly. If you can swiftly deal with this fellow, I shall bestow upon you that which you yearn for the most. What the magic Iron Earth Dragon coveted was the 10 great scriptures of the demon path, particularly the heavenly calamity Yama scripture that resided with Lin Chen. Roar. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the magic Iron Earth Dragon erupted in an excited howl. A dense wave of demonic energy began to rise from its massive form, coiling around its obsidian scales. The already formidable defenses and offensive capabilities of the dragoness body were elevated to a new echelon. The magic Iron Earth Dragon fixed its gaze upon the fighting emperor, its claws striking out with terrifying force. Simultaneously, its mighty tail lashed out with unfathomable power. The formidable power unleashed by these two deadly moves is sufficient to annihilate an existence at the second level of the divine law realm. The shameless battle emperor, witnessing the more terrifying magic dragon attack, let out an enraged roar, with the murderous intent in his heart rapidly swelling. If it were possible, he would eagerly wish to tear apart the despicable Lin Chen at this very moment. However, faced with the overwhelming assault of the magic Iron Earth Dragon, he could not divert any of his thoughts elsewhere. Violent King, prepare your move. Lin Chen bellowed, immediately exuding a torrent of ghostly energy. His entire being began to vibrate with power, suffused with an aura of slaughter. The Violent King grinned, his face twisted with ferocity. The two strands of murderous intent surged once more towards the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor's expression shifted, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Boundless fighter." Instantly, a tempest of vigorous energy erupted from the Battle Emperor, unleashing a divine power. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment the Battle Emperor unleashed the Boundless Fighter, the surrounding space reverberated with 3 muffled explosions. The massive form of the magic Iron Earth Dragon was immediately pushed back, as if struck by an invisible fist. Lin Chen's expression flickered slightly as he and the Violent King swiftly retreated. The essence of the Boundless Fighter, if Lin Chen was not mistaken, was akin to the celestial devil's intent, a formless will, a true essence of power. Whoosh! After the Battle Emperor unleashed this move, his energy surged forth, and his figure darted swiftly. At this moment, even if Lin Chen wished to intervene, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the Battle Emperor had darted into the position previously occupied by the Violent King, at the center of the Blood Sea. His entire being was rapidly engulfed by the crimson depths. Lin Chen and the Violent King quickly ascended above the Blood Sea, their cold gazes sweeping towards the spot where the Battle Emperor had vanished. Lin Chen, I await you in the depths of the Blood Sea. I swear by the heavens that I will make you wish you were dead. A chilling voice echoed from the Blood Sea, brimming with murderous intent. If news of this battle were to spread, it would deliver an unprecedented blow to the Battle Emperor. Thus, for the Battle Emperor, Lin Chen had become his mortal enemy. The Violent King scoffed, having heard countless similar threats directed at Lin Chen, yet the outcomes were invariably the same. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the Battle Emperor would venture into the depths of the Blood Sea. He had initially thought the Battle Emperor would flee like the Phantom Wheel Emperor. No, I must descend quickly. Otherwise, Qing Ro and the Cloud Luo Emperor are in danger. Lin Chen mused inwardly. Master, the magic Iron Earth Dragon flew over, feeling regretful for allowing the Battle Emperor to escape. Although it had sustained little injury from the Boundless Fighter, its movements were hindered like never before. Thus, it could only watch helplessly as the Battle Emperor fled. At this moment, The magic Iron Earth Dragon could only lament in its heart that it had once again missed the opportunity to harness the celestial devil's Hell Sutra. "Take it," Lin Chen said, producing a jade slip with a faint smile. "This is the first part of the Heavenly Calamity Yama Sutra. The subsequent sections will depend on your performance." With that, Lin Chen tossed the jade slip to the magic Iron Earth Dragon. The magic Iron Earth Dragon, taken aback, received the jade slip with a look of astonishment. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, he exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you for this generous gift, Master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repay your kindness." With that, the magic Iron Earth Dragon swiftly swallowed the jade slip. Lin Chen glanced at the magic Iron Earth Dragon, but remained silent. "Now, let us enter the Blood Sea immediately," he declared, preparing to step into the depths of the Blood Sea. However, at that moment, someone called out to him, "Wait, benefactor." A young man clad in exquisite purple garments, adorned with high-grade spiritual artifacts, soared toward Lin Chen, gratitude etched across his face. "I am Chun Tao, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the mysterious Heaven Sect. I deeply thank you for saving me." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the young man before him, he shrugged and smiled. "Just call me Lin Chen. The title of benefactor makes me feel unworthy. However, Chun Tao, I feel responsible for your predicament and must apologize." Indeed, had Lin Chen not appeared, they might have remained unharmed. "You are too humble, Brother Lin," Chun Tao expressed, his face now brimming with determination. "I had intended to join the Tontian sect to learn, but I never anticipated the cruelty of both the Tontian sect and the punishment hall. Upon my return, I shall ensure my grandfather exerts pressure on them." His words resonated with the majority of the disciples at the half-step divine law realm. What Chun Tao said was undeniably true. The Tontian sect and the punishment hall employed unscrupulous methods that should not be tolerated. These two factions must be dismantled to prevent further harm to the disciples. My master is a formidable figure at the third level of divine law. I shall compel him to confront them. Upon my return, I will expose the vile nature of these two factions, ensuring they are despised by all disciples, the young disciples exclaimed, growing increasingly fervent. They had merely been bystanders. Yet even if a Do Huang sought to eliminate Lin Chen, it should not involve them. Lin Chen watched this scene with a wry smile, nodding at Chun Tao before cupping his hands in farewell to the crowd. "Take care, everyone." With that, he leaped into the very heart of the Blood Sea. Following closely behind him were the magic Iron Earth Dragon and the Violent King, who also plunged into the Blood Sea. The throng of half-step divine law disciples, seeing Lin Chen depart, began to disperse, making their way toward the exit of the Blood Sea. This time, a newly emerged sovereign known as the Killing Emperor sent shockwaves throughout the continent. The name of the Killing Emperor was known far and wide. Consequently, the factions formed by the disciples of the Tontian sect and the Punishment Hall suffered unprecedented setbacks. The Taiching sect, Sword Immortal sect, Mysterious Heaven sect, Eastern Empire, and the Zijing Empire all denounced these two factions, leaving the Punishment Hall and Tontian sect severely wounded. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Blood Sea, the Crimson Malevolence was being relentlessly severed. The air reverberated with a haunting tearing sound as a figure struggled amidst the endless abyss of blood. "Infuriating, utterly infuriating," roared the Phantom Wheel Emperor, his face twisted with murderous intent. "I shall ensure that Lin Chen meets a most tragic end." At this moment, the Phantom Wheel Emperor could nearly predict that once news of this battle spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and he might even face suppression from his sect. Consequently, his hatred for Lin Chen deepened profoundly. Yet, at that very moment, a voice imbued with calm authority echoed in his ears. "As the protector, how can you flee? What penalty do you deserve?" Instantly, the Phantom Wheel Emperor's pupils constricted in terror. I am but a loyal servant," he stammered, completely consumed by fear. Considering your past contributions, I shall spare your life." The voice continued with an air of detached severity. "Now, hasten to the center of the blood abyss. I grant you an opportunity to atone for your transgressions." The Phantom Wheel Emperor nodded repeatedly in agreement as the ominous voice faded into silence. After a brief moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of sweat now dotting his forehead and a cold perspiration trickling down his back. "The Master is truly terrifying. If the Master commands me to go to the center of the blood abyss, could it be that there lies a treasure?" Chapter 232. The Blood Spirit Pool. Upon entering the Sea of Blood, Lin Chen was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy. The waters around him pressed relentlessly against his form. However, with a body forged from inferior royal-grade materials, he felt no fear. Moreover, possessing a physique of such caliber allowed him to breathe freely beneath the waves, without undue concern. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen realized that even this blood water was a manifestation of the sanguine energy. If I could absorb all the sanguine energy from this entire sea, would it not allow my body to evolve further? He pondered, emboldened by the heavenly scourge Yanluo Sutra, rendering him impervious to the adverse effects of the sanguine energy. Lin Chen, this illusory blood sea is no ordinary phenomenon, Blood Elder remarked from within the tower, reflecting on the formidable energy required to conjure such a vast expanse. To create a blood sea of this magnitude would likely demand the sacrifice of a being at the 4th level of the divine law realm. The 4th level of the divine law realm, paid for with life? Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. The sheer vastness of the blood abyss was unfathomable. If such a blood sea existed, could there not be a 2nd or 3rd? What unfathomable energy would be necessary to form the entirety of the blood abyss? Lin Chen, I believe this blood sea is truly unique, Blood Elder continued. It possesses distinct properties. Once you delve deeper into the blood sea, you will discover its relation to the blood spirit pool. The blood spirit pool? Lin Chen's mind sparked with curiosity, and he swiftly conveyed his thoughts to the brutal king. Inquiring, what is the blood spirit pool? With a toothy grin, the brutal king replied, I have no idea what it is. But the Saintess and Yanluo Emperor said that if you manage to absorb the blood spirit pool, you could potentially ascend to the 2nd or even 3rd level of the divine law realm. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. According to the brutal king, it seemed the blood spirit pool could indeed be akin to a rare and extraordinary treasure, much like the pure origin spirit pearl. However, the significance of the blood spirit pool is far more profound. Lin Chen, you may interrogate this fire thunder sovereign, Blood Elder reminded with a smile. Lin Chen's eye sparkled. This fire thunder sovereign undoubtedly possessed valuable knowledge. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lin Chen once again found himself within the monarch tower of Xianshang. Beneath an ancient grand formation, a figure was seen continuously wailing in agony. At this moment, the fire thunder sovereign was being relentlessly suppressed by the formation. If Lin Chen were devoid of the power of the dragon, he could have allowed the devouring formation to incessantly consume the fire thunder sovereign's mana and flesh. The anguished cries of the fire thunder sovereign abruptly ceased as he sensed a presence. Lin Chen, you better release me at once, or else our party leader will ensure your demise, leaving you in pieces. The fire thunder sovereign roared vehemently, adding that he would annihilate Lin Chen's family and eliminate all those associated with him. Lin Chen regarded him with cold eyes, replying coolly, I detest being threatened. The fire thunder sovereign's fierce expression faltered. Subsequently, the grand formation intensified in its operation, prompting the fire thunder sovereign to commence his harrowing screams once more. Lin Chen, I was wrong. Spare me. The formation grew increasingly ferocious, its power escalating. Lin Chen observed the scene with an emotionless demeanor, perceiving the fire thunder sovereign as simply obstinate, even when faced with imminent death. After a considerable duration, the operation of the suppressive formation began to decelerate, and the cries of anguish diminished accordingly. At this juncture, the fire thunder sovereign appeared frail and disheveled, a far cry from his former illustrious self. Are you comfortable? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. No, not at all. Fear flickered across the fire thunder sovereign's face. Being suppressed by the formation made him feel as though he were being cut by 1,000 blades. Very well, Lin Chen replied, I can grant you a swift end. But first, you must reveal the true nature of the blood spirit pool and explain why your punishment hall and the Tongtian party are fixated on it. The fire thunder sovereign hesitated momentarily, his countenance shifting dramatically as the suppressive formation whirred back to life. I will speak. I will speak. He pleaded desperately. Lin Chen, please. Cease the operation. I will divulge everything. Lin Chen snorted coldly. With palpable fear, the fire thunder sovereign confessed. The blood spirit pool is the essence of the entire blood sea. It harbors immense pure power. Moreover, within the blood spirit pool, a blood spirit pearl forms. Only by consuming this pearl can one withstand the malevolent aura emanating from the depths of the blood abyss. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he comprehended the motives of the Taiqing sect and the punishment hall. The blood abyss was rife with a dangerously dense malevolent aura. which even beings at the 5th tier of divine law would hesitate to confront. According to the Fire Thunder Sovereign, the Punishment Hall and the Tongtian party sought to acquire the Blood Spirit Pearl to venture deeper into the Blood Abyss. It seemed there were treasures within the abyss that could captivate the Tongtian party. Very well, Fire Thunder Sovereign, I can grant you a swift and merciful demise. Lin Chen stated coolly, conjuring a dark void above the Fire Thunder Sovereign's head. The devouring formation was set into motion. The Fire Thunder Emperor gazed in horror at the suddenly unfolding black hole, his entire being uncontrollably drawn into its depths. Immediately, a colossal surge of magical energy, akin to a dragon, was devoured by the formation and returned to Lin Chen's body. The magical energy within Lin Chen's 3 seas of consciousness was swiftly replenished, rendering the need for spirit pills unnecessary. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily pure energy emanated from the devouring formation, intangible and unseen, yet undeniably present. What is this? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. This is the essence of yin and yang. The devouring formation consumes all, even the essence of the Tao, Blood Elder replied with a grin. Let me absorb it, Lin Chen said, intrigued, as he drew in the elusive essence of yin and yang into his being. Instantly, he felt a peculiar presence coursing through his limbs and bones, imparting a profound understanding of the mysteries of yin and yang. The human body and all things in the world embody this duality. By absorbing the yin and yang essence from the Fire Thunder Emperor, Lin Chen's comprehension of this fundamental principle deepened significantly. The Violent King remarked. Sensing the transformation in Lin Chen, you've acquired an aura of yin and yang profundity. Have you perhaps grasped the 2nd stage of divine law? Feeling the mysterious energies swirling throughout his body, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Not yet fully comprehended, but I believe I am close to breaching the barrier of the 2nd stage. With a bit more of the true essence of yin and yang, I may well attain the realm of yin and yang, at which point, a vast reservoir of pure magical energy would allow me to break through. Contemplating this, Lin Chen felt a tinge of regret. If only the illusory wheel Emperor Henti escaped his form continued to delve deeper into the Blood Sea. The depths of this Blood Sea were unknown, but according to Blood Elder's estimation, it spanned hundreds of miles. Devouring formation, Lin Chen exclaimed, and a multitude of characters representing Devour materialized around him. A tremendous suction force erupted from Lin Chen, coalescing the bloodthirsty energy within the Blood Sea, which was continuously drawn into his body. Instantly, it seemed as if a bottomless pit had formed within a 10-meter radius around him. The relentless tide of blood was being absorbed without cessation. The Violent King and the Demon Iron Earth Dragon watched this spectacle, astonished. They had never witnessed someone absorb bloodthirsty energy in such a manner. Isn't he afraid of being overwhelmed? They wondered. Yet, it appeared that this young man before them defied all conventional understanding. Let us accelerate, Lin Chen commanded, and his speed surged dramatically as he darted toward the source of the obscure fluctuations. After a duration equivalent to 2 incense sticks, Lin Chen ceased his absorption of the bloodthirsty energy. At that moment, the amount he had consumed reached a critical threshold. And even with the suppression of the heavenly calamity Yamasutra, he could no longer continue. The consequences would be dire. 2,000 celestial demon seeds flowed incessantly, their movement synchronized with the operations of the celestial demon Yanluo Sutra, continuously dispelling the baleful aura of bloodshed. Lin Chen's figure, which had surged forth, suddenly came to a halt, his entire presence retracting. The Blood King and the Iron Demon Earth Dragon also withdrew their auras, even their consciousness remained unextended. Azure flames burned within Lin Chen's eyes, piercing through the blood seas ahead. Instantly, through Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he beheld a fierce battle among a group of individuals. The blue gauze, reminiscent of water, and the enchanting azure eyes belonged unmistakably to a figure deeply etched in Lin Chen's memory, Qingro. At that moment, Qingro cast aside her once frail demeanor, now exuding an unparalleled fierceness. Before her stood 5 first-tier sovereigns of the divine law realm. Currently, Qingro single-handedly faced these 5 sovereigns, engaging in a brutal clash, unleashing various divine powers. At this juncture, Qingro had ascended to the 2nd tier of the divine law realm, her cultivation formidable. However, the 5 sovereigns before her were not mere first-tier entities. There were intricacies at play. Otherwise, with Qingro's cultivation, vanquishing them would be a trivial matter. I yearn for battle and slaughter, The Blood King sensed the obscure fluctuations emanating from ahead, his expression transforming into one of fervent excitement, a visage filled with bloodlust. Just as the Blood King prepared to unleash his momentum and charge into the fray, Lin Chen extended his hand, blocking his path. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flashing. This situation should be mine to handle. The Blood King laughed maniacally. However, as Lin Chen was about to dive into the fray, he paused, a look of surprise overtaking him, followed by a slight furrowing of his brow. It seemed there was yet another presence. Chapter 233, The Child of the Five Stars. Under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he discerned a vague silhouette. This indistinct outline moved silently. Had it not been for Lin Chen activating his penetrating vision, it likely would have gone unnoticed. Once Lin Chen made his discovery, the indistinct presence seemed to sense being observed and swiftly concealed itself. In that moment, even Lin Chen's penetrating vision could not discern its location, as the distance was simply too great. This individual emanated the essence of the yin-yang realm, yet Lin Chen pondered, who could this person be? He glanced at the Iron Demon Earth Dragon and the Blood King, noting that even they had failed to detect the presence. Such a masterful concealment technique could not be underestimated. Previously, when the Iron Demon Earth Dragon surveyed the entire Blood Sea, he remarked on the existence of two distinct combat auras. The first belonged to the 5 individuals currently engaged with Qing Ro. The second was a clash between 2 third-tier sovereigns of the Divine Law realm, to evade the Iron Demon Earth Dragon's consciousness. This individual's mastery of concealment must be extraordinarily formidable. With this thought, Lin Chen felt a weight in his heart. Qing Ro remained in peril. What is happening? The Blood King looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Lin Chen had yet to make a move. Exercise caution. The demonic Iron Earth Dragon has suppressed its aura, poised to heed my commands. The situation is rather peculiar. Lin Chen transmitted a thought to the 2 individuals. The expression of the Savage King was taut, while a look of confusion appeared on the face of the demonic Iron Earth Dragon. They remained unaware that another presence lurked in the shadows. Lin Chen offered no explanations. Instead, he activated the Eye of Insight, gazing intently at the unfolding battle. The water veil of heavenly splendor enveloped Qing Ro, her entire being radiating a vibrant energy. With a delicate motion, she flicked her fair fingers, launching a blue water droplet. As the droplet was propelled forward, it rapidly expanded into a magnificent aqueous veil that enveloped the 5 beings at the first level of the Divine Law realm. As if responding to a shared intuition, the 5 individuals seemed to be in perfect harmony. The moment Qing Ro unleashed the water veil of heavenly splendor, they joined forces, executing a divine technique. Like shimmering stars scattered across the night sky, countless points of light erupted from their collaboration, coalescing into a miniature river of brilliance. As the river materialized, it surged toward the water veil above. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated, rendering the water veil fragile under the onslaught of the starry river, which shattered it completely. A profound gravity filled Qing Ro's azure eyes. She dared not unleash her full strength. This scene unfolded before Lin Chen's watchful gaze. Qing Ro likely sensed the hidden presence, prompting her to conserve her power. Die, saintess of the Taiqing sect. The 5 shouted in unison, their murderous intent surging forth. 5 deadly auras erupted simultaneously, and from above the heads of the 5 beings at the first level of the Divine Law realm, 5 oddly shaped starlight weapons soared into the air. Resembling swords, knives, and forks, these peculiar weapons flew out at 5 devious angles, aimed directly at Qing Ro. At that moment, the faces of the 5 youths bore vicious grins, as if they anticipated Qing Ro's demise. The 5 techniques they employed were rooted in intricate formations, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Previously, these same techniques had inflicted harm upon a being at the second level of the Divine Law realm. A dull explosion echoed, freezing the sinister smiles on the faces of the 5 youths. Before Qing Ro materialized a colossal bronze tower, upon which the 5 peculiar weapons struck. This formidable attack, despite its power, merely caused the bronze tower to tremble slightly before shattering. An upper-grade imperial artifact. One of them exclaimed in shock. The 5 beings at the first level of the Divine Law realm halted their actions, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the bronze tower. They had not anticipated encountering such a rare upper-grade imperial artifact in all the land. A young man stepped forward, surveying the sea of blood surrounding him, and bellowed. The Tongtian gang conducts its affairs here. I urge you to depart swiftly. A faint voice echoed around the blood-soaked expanse, belonging to another youth from the Tongtian gang. A proud smile graced his face as he declared, the Tongtian gang is a force composed of the Tongtian Emperor's followers. I advise you to leave at once, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Dire consequences? Lin Chen's figure flickered into view amidst the blood, and he gazed at the 5 youths with a faint smile, saying, Shall I inform you that I have slain the Fire Thunder Emperor? At that moment, Lin Chen's form fully materialized, revealing the complete appearance of the 5 youths. All were relatively young, each bearing a star-shaped mark upon their foreheads. This mark contained a mysterious power, endowing them with an aura reminiscent of starlight. However, Lin Chen could distinctly sense that each of these youths harbored the profound essence of yin and yang within them. It was evident that they had one foot firmly planted in the realm of yin and yang. The faces of the 5 youths shifted dramatically. They were taken aback by the claim of having slain the Fire Thunder Emperor. Gradually, they regained their composure, contemplating the implications. One youth stepped forward, sneering at Lin Chen. How dare you claim to have killed the Fire Thunder Emperor, a mere first-tier god realm existence? Your audacity is astonishing. Are you unaware of the fate that befalls those who provoke the authority of the Tongtian gang? Another youth, seemingly the leader, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, scoffing. Do you believe that possessing a high-grade royal artifact grants you the freedom to act as you please? With your first-tier god realm prowess, you cannot harness its full potential. His gaze shifted to the bronze tower, revealing a glint of greed. If you were to surrender this high-grade royal artifact as an apology, the Tongtian gang might begrudgingly overlook your unintentional offense. Upon hearing this, the other 4 youths also displayed avarice, their eyes fixated on the bronze tower. The temptation of a high-grade royal artifact was not something they could easily dismiss. Humph. Qing Ruo Shui's eyes glimmered with a cold, murderous intent as she prepared to unleash a devastating technique, only to be halted by Lin Chen's hand raised before her. No need for you to intervene, Lin Chen replied with a shrug and a smile. Brother Lin, they are the 5-star children. Qing Ruo hesitated before continuing. Their combined strength surpasses that of an average yin and yang realm expert. Brother Lin you. She left her words unspoken, but Lin Chen merely smiled lightly, locking his gaze onto her azure eyes. Do you doubt me? Qing Ruo was taken aback, softly replying, I believe you, but... Lin Chen waved his hand, laughing. No need to elaborate. However, what exactly are the 5-star children? With a sigh, Qing Ruo withdrew her arm and explained. These 5 possess extraordinary fortunes and have gained a 5-star inheritance, allowing them to absorb the powers of 5 different stars to enhance themselves. Together, they have once slain a being of the yin and yang realm, achieving remarkable feats. They are also the disciples that the Tongtian gang is fervently cultivating. I see. Lin Chen nodded. Such accomplishments are indeed impressive for ordinary individuals. However, Lin Chen's countenance revealed not a trace of fear. Humph, having learned of our reputation, why do you not promptly surrender the superior imperial artifact? The leading youth sneered. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Although the 5-star sons harbored some doubts regarding this fellow's connection to the holy maiden of the Taiqing sect, they did not dwell on it further. After all, how formidable could a mere first-level deity be? The repercussions were indeed unimaginable. Lin Chen smiled lightly as the bronze tower flew into his palm, shrinking into a diminutive spire. This scene left the 5-star sons utterly envious, for this superior imperial artifact was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Chen cast a glance at the blood sea not far away, where the Blood King and the Iron Dragon lay concealed as per his command. Withdrawing his gaze, he turned once more to the 5-star sons, absorbing the avarice in their eyes, and carelessly remarked, acquiring this tower is quite simple. However, but what? The leading youth could not resist asking. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly, but you must perish within the tower. As his words fell, Lin Chen waved his hand, and the shrunken bronze tower immediately soared upward, expanding above the heads of the 5-star sons with overwhelming might. The countenance of the 5 youths changed dramatically, their chests igniting with fierce anger. They never anticipated that this diminutive first-level deity would dare to toy with them, seeking death. The leading youth bellowed, releasing a surge of murderous intent. Chapter 234, The Eyes of Thousands of Stars. In this moment, the 5-star sons all glared with fiery eyes. They were utterly unprepared for the audacity of this mere first-level deity. Breakthrough, they shouted in unison, launching a coordinated assault, unleashing a torrent of magical power. The force behind their punches was infused with stellar energy, enhancing their lethality. Suppress. The Blood Elder within the Xianshang Monarch Tower remained indifferent, activating the first grand formation. This twisted suppression array brimmed with overwhelming pressure, seemingly intent on subduing all malevolence and creatures alike. A deafening explosion resounded as the entire Xianshang Monarch Tower trembled under the might of the 5 strikes. Yet, the punches of the 5-star suns crumbled. A colossal force of suppression surging toward them, unstoppable and overwhelming. A look of astonishment flickered in Qing Ro's gentle eyes. Clearly taken aback by the power of the Xianshang Monarch Tower. The strength of this superior imperial artifact is indeed formidable, one youth greedily remarked. His attack shattered by the tower, showing not a hint of panic, but rather increasing avarice. Brothers, let us hasten. His magical power cannot sustain for long. We must swiftly put an end to this arrogant fool, the leading youth declared, his face brimming with murderous intent. Lin Chen merely observed this spectacle with indifference. As magical energy continuously flowed into the Xianshang Monarch Tower from his sea of consciousness. In the moment of confrontation, the 5 celestial warriors of the Starry Fist erupted in a unified roar. Together, they unleashed an unparalleled battle fist, enveloped in a shimmering brilliance that rendered them akin to the progeny of the stars. Waves of starry light coalesced into formidable fists, swirling in a seemingly chaotic dance, yet revealing an intricate and profound trajectory. All of the luminous fists surged violently towards the imposing bronze tower that sought to suppress them. Qing Ro, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively curled her fingers, poised to unleash her magical prowess. However, as she beheld Lin Chen's unexpectedly resolute and towering silhouette, she bit her lip and let her fingers fall in resignation. The air was immediately filled with a cacophony of explosive impacts. The relentless barrage reverberated throughout the realm. The grand form of the Xianshang King Tower trembled under the onslaught, its once vibrant luster dimming under the ferocity of the attacks. Return, Lin Chen commanded, as the Xianshang King Tower, besieged by the Starry Fists, was drawn into his consciousness. It seemed that, in this moment, Lin Chen was unable to fully harness the tower's true might. Slay this arrogant fool, and the superior imperial artifact shall be ours. With a powerful thrust, the lead youth intensified his murderous intent. The 5 celestial warriors pressed forward without hesitation, attacking Lin Chen from 5 uniquely calculated angles. Their magical prowess far surpassed the initial realm of divine law, and the lethal strikes they unleashed were terrifyingly potent. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid, locking onto the lead youth with unwavering focus. An aura of ghostly energy erupted from Lin Chen's being, while his right hand began to vibrate with formidable power, coalescing into an overwhelming might. The Star Spear, a long spear forged from condensed starlight, hurtled towards Lin Chen. In a flash, he evaded each of the 5 attacks with masterful precision. Even without activating the Eye of Insight, Lin Chen's vast consciousness discerned the vulnerabilities within their onslaught. The lead youth, witnessing Lin Chen's agile evasions, wore a smirk of derision. I shall demonstrate the true power of the stars and the essence of yin and yang. As his words fell, the lead youth exuded a mist of starlight, gradually disappearing within the shimmering fog. Qing Ro's expression sharpened, filled with a lethal intensity. This lead youth had stepped perilously close to the realm of yin and yang, possessing profound comprehension of its mysteries. Coupled with the enigmatic star techniques, he was poised to unleash even greater powers of yin and yang. Haha, Holy Maiden, please do not act impulsively. A starry martial fist was unleashed upon Qingru, as a young man approached, relentlessly attacking her. Simultaneously, 3 formidable assaults surged towards Qingru. Holy Maiden, do not be agitated. Should this person encounter our leader, he shall meet a demise most complete. Such arrogance will inevitably lead to his downfall. Haha, with a top-tier imperial artifact in our possession, we are truly prosperous now. Qingru's gaze turned frigid, her voice icy as she declared, if anything befalls him, you shall all pay the price. Upon uttering these words, azure droplets began to surge forth from her being, imbued with an exceptionally dense azure energy. Had Lin Chen been aware of this scene, he would have discerned that this azure energy was the essence of Tai Ching condensed to form. The 4 young men exchanged grave expressions, While dealing with Lin Chen required no particular strategy, the Holy Maiden was far from an ordinary adversary. Otherwise, how could 5 of them fail to vanquish her? Lin Chen's figure shot forth, abruptly halting as his keen eyes scrutinized the starry mist surrounding him. This ethereal mist possessed the peculiar ability to obscure one's perception, and Lin Chen realized that he too was enveloped in this nebulous shroud. With a mere motion, the mist responded, signifying that Lin Chen was ensnared within a predicament from which escape was impossible. It seemed the leading young man intended to confront him alone. Lin Chen surveyed the vast expanse of starry mist, where within its depths, the leading young man could unleash lethal intent at any moment. This mist was exceedingly peculiar, primarily designed to obstruct Lin Chen's perception and manifestation. Furthermore, the leader employed the profound principles of yin and yang, merging seamlessly with the mist, rendering detection all the more elusive. Not to mention, he was a being of the first realm of divine law, which was the cause of Qingrou's sudden shift in demeanor. "Then I shall carve a path through you," Lin Chen remarked, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as azure flames ignited within his eyes. He thrust his hands outward in opposing directions. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as 2 immense forces erupted from Lin Chen's hands, exerting pressure that compressed the very fabric of the heavens and earth around him. Instantly, he enveloped the entire starry mist with his heavenly hand, continuously exerting pressure upon it. A cacophony of explosions echoed throughout the mist, reminiscent of countless thunderous detonations. Lin Chen's body spun continuously, altering his position while his insightful eye burned with clarity. Suddenly, a potent wave of murderous intent bore down upon the back of his head, as a figure abruptly shot forth from the mist. "Die!" the leading young man bellowed. Wielding a low-grade imperial artifact, a dark red spike, aimed directly at Lin Chen's head. At that moment, the leader was consumed by rage. Taken aback by the realization that this individual possessed such profound abilities, causing his starry mist to unravel without direct assault. Now, one could only draw upon the formidable power of the sea piercer to penetrate Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen stood resolute, turning his head to cast a cold, mocking gaze upon the leading youth. The moment the youth detected Lin Chen's sardonic expression, an unsettling jolt coursed through him. Could it be that this fellow had already discerned his concealed position? In the next instant, the leading youth observed that Lin Chen had merely tightened his right fist, showing no signs of defensive preparation. Foolishness! A smirk of derision crept onto the youth's face. This sea piercer was no ordinary low-grade imperial weapon. It possessed formidable penetrating power. He had once used this very weapon to pierce through the skull of a newly ascended expert of the second layer of the divine law realm. Now, it seemed as though Lin Chen's head would soon meet a similar fate, and a high-grade imperial weapon would soon belong to them. With a resounding thud, the sea piercer crashed into Lin Chen's brow, producing a dull, heavy sound. A torrent of overwhelming force surged outward in all directions. Lin Chen's form was forced backwards by the impact, yet he suffered no substantive injury. The leading youth's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Damn it! How do you possess the physique of a peak low-grade imperial weapon?" He had not anticipated that Lin Chen's body was also a manifestation of low-grade imperial weaponry. Realizing this, the youth hastily withdrew, preparing to escape. "Thinking you can flee?" Lin Chen inquired with an air of indifference. His right hand, already primed, unleashed a powerful punch, releasing a surge of tremendous energy directed towards the leading youth with lethal intent. Mid-grade imperial weapon. The youth's face drained of color as he swiftly produced a shimmering starry shield, shouting, "Starry shield, protect me." This shield was a peak low-grade imperial weapon, his life-saving artifact. Boom! The overwhelming force erupted forth, shattering the starry shield into a myriad of cracks. The youth's pupils constricted in terror. At that moment, it was too late for him to retreat. Lin Chen's fierce blow obliterated the starry shield with a thunderous explosion, reverberating loudly. The residual force struck mercilessly against the youth's chest. Meanwhile, the 4 stars engaged in battle with Qingru grew increasingly ferocious. Each of Qingru's strikes brimmed with immense lethality, her azure, gentle eyes now radiating a chilling coldness. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from within the starry mist. Qingru's expression shifted beneath her veil, her heart racing with alarm. "Ha! This must be the explosion of the boss's sea piercer," a youth exclaimed with laughter. Another youth exclaimed with great joy, believing he had acquired a superior imperial artifact, certain that the leader would bestow significant praise upon him. Another youth nodded, observing the panicked demeanor of Qingru, and coldly remarked, "Let me inform you. The leader's Zhaihai spike once pierced the head of a formidable opponent at the second realm of the divine law." Qingru's pupils abruptly constricted. At that moment, a figure swiftly emerged from the starry mist, instantly captivating all gazes. Quickly, join forces and unleash the myriad starry eyes. This individual is terrifying beyond measure. The leading youth bellowed, only to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of pallor. The four youths were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. How is this even possible? Chapter 235, The Dark Clan. The leading youth repeatedly exclaimed how fearsome this presence was, revealing the depth of his apprehension towards Lin Chen. Had it not been for the starshine shield in his possession, he might have been obliterated by Lin Chen. As the starry mist began to dissipate rapidly, Lin Chen's figure emerged, his expression calm as he regarded the four astonished youths. He inquired, "What is this myriad starry eye? Reveal it all at once to avoid wasting time." Only by combining their strengths could the five of them pose a challenge to Lin Chen. Any one of them alone would be easily dispatched without him needing to employ his treasures. At this moment, the only thing that piqued Lin Chen's interest was the myriad starry eye, which must surely be their ultimate technique when united. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the remaining four youths finally regained their composure from their astonishment, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they fixed their gazes upon him. "Do not think that just because you have employed some unknown method to defeat our older brother, we cannot slay you when we unite our powers," one youth declared with a fierce expression. Although Lin Chen had bested their leader, it did not imply that the five of them together could not vanquish him. Qingru gazed at Lin Chen with delight, her consciousness continuously scanning him, confirming he was entirely unharmed. "Stop your incessant chatter," Lin Chen retorted angrily. "I have matters to attend to. Can you expedite this?" The four youths, incensed by Lin Chen's words, felt their fury boil over. "A fool who seeks death, how delightful. Since you wish to perish, I shall grant your request." The leading youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of wrath as he suddenly roared, "Five-star formation." Instantly, the other four youths shifted, positioning themselves behind their leader. A pentagram was swiftly formed, and beneath the feet of the five-star sons, starlight began to shimmer, connecting the points of the pentagram and forming a pentacle. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze intensifying. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced deeper into the blood sea. "Myriad starry eyes," the five shouted in unison. And under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, the starry marks upon their foreheads began to flicker. An extraordinarily peculiar force seemed to descend from the heavens, continuously flowing into the starry mark. The five individuals exhaled numerous sparkling star particles, which swiftly converged before the leading youth. The mark appeared somewhat unusual as Lin Chen scrutinized the insignia on their foreheads. It possessed the ability to harness power from an intangible realm. "Be cautious," Blood Elder advised. "This mark is quite similar to the medicinal cauldron imprint located at the center of your friend Xiaoding's brow. It is evident that these five have inherited the legacy of an ancient emperor, allowing them to draw strength from the space left behind by that sovereign, thereby augmenting their abilities. Their technique, the myriad constellations gaze, must undoubtedly possess immense power." Upon hearing Blood Elder's words, Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest. The mere mention of the word emperor instilled within him a sense of peril. Reflecting on the catastrophe caused by the ghostly God Valley, it became clear that the mere suppression of the heavenly demon emperor had led to such devastation. One can only imagine the overwhelming might of a fully realized emperor. "Be careful, Brother Lin," Qingru warned, her voice laced with concern. She too sensed the extraordinary nature of the secret arts employed by the five-star children. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the blood sea, as resplendent starlight erupted from the five individuals. Countless star particles, amounting to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, converged before the leading youth, their movements coalescing into the rough outline of an eye socket. The instant the outline formed, Lin Chen's body shuddered, as he felt an invisible force encircle him. With a wave of his hand, the Bronze King Tower emerged from above his head. Suppress and devour. Within the first sea of consciousness, 1,000 magical dragons ignited in flames. Two grand formations began to operate within the Bronze King Tower, emanating an aura that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This spectacle sent a shiver down the spines of the Star Children, for the display of magical power was formidable. However, just as the two formations commenced their operations, the starry eye socket abruptly took shape. A smooth, luminous eyeball materialized within the starry outline, composed of twinkling celestial points. Kill! The five roared, unleashing an overwhelming intent to slay. Instantly, within that eye, a blurred character for kill manifested. The moment this indistinct character appeared, Lin Chen beheld over 100 star spears shooting towards him from all directions. Yet, it was only when Lin Chen activated his insightful eye that he became aware of these myriad star spears. For any other being, even with divine consciousness, it would be impossible to detect their presence. This exemplified the might of the myriad constellations gaze, utilizing the power of the stars to manifest countless entities in the world. 6 mystical gates, all confined, Lin Chen commanded, and 6 portals burst forth from his sea of consciousness, embodying the 6 mystical. The statues of 6 deities emanated 12 beams of light from their eyes, intertwining to form an intricate net. All the myriad star spears were immediately sealed by the 6 Xian life and death gate, rendering them immobile. The 5-star sun was taken aback, astonished that Lin Chen had produced yet another mid-grade imperial artifact, one whose power seemed to transcend the ordinary. However, the leader among the youths, possessing the most formidable composure, suddenly recognized a profoundly serious issue. How could a mere first realm practitioner of the divine law, with only 1,000 dragons of magical power, possibly wield both a mid-grade and a superior-grade imperial artifact simultaneously? At that very moment, a sense of crisis surged within him. The Xianshan King Tower had now ascended above the 5-star sun's head. With a thunderous roar, the entire tower descended to suppress them. Not good, the leader shouted, as myriad starry eyes manifested, conjuring the celestial constellations. The other 4 youths immediately spat blood, their foreheads starry marks dimming. The countless starlight particles, coalescing into myriad starry eyes, released their brilliance. Each star pattern shot forth, aiming to transform into the resplendent stars adorning the night sky. However, these star patterns were merely diminutive representations, manifesting less than 100 in total. Yet, Lin Chen felt a tremendous force emanating from those star patterns. Boom! A deep rumble resonated from the 90-some star patterns. The Xianshan King Tower was suppressed upon the star patterns, causing them to tremble incessantly, yet they could not be shattered. Upon witnessing this, the leader exhaled a sigh of relief and sneered at Lin Chen, declaring that the power of a superior-grade artifact could not be unleashed with his magical prowess. "I shall absorb your superior-grade artifact," he proclaimed. As his words fell, the star patterns began to rotate, attempting to ensnare the Xianshan King Tower within. The leader sought to devour the tower itself. Lin Chen gazed at this scene in astonishment, then could not help but burst into laughter. His amusement naturally drew the attention of the 5-star sun and Qingro. Worry flickered in Qingro's eyes, and she resolved silently to intervene at the critical moment. The 5-star sun, on the other hand, was bewildered, questioning whether this individual had truly lost his sanity. "It seems he has indeed gone mad," the leader scoffed. "Losing a superior-grade artifact is no trivial matter." As he spoke, he summoned the full power of the eye, striving to hasten the absorption of the Xianshan King Tower. After all, they were in the presence of a second-realm practitioner of the divine law, the holy maiden of the Taiching sect. "Lin Chen, quickly provide me with 1,000 dragons of magical power. I am eager to see from whom he learned this devouring technique." Blood Lao spoke with an ominous tone. It was clear that the 5-star sun was employing the devouring power conjured by the myriad starry eyes before the formidable entity known as the Blood Devourer. To challenge its insatiable power was akin to courting death. Lin Chen's consciousness stirred, and the 1,000 magical dragons within the third sea of consciousness surged forth, pouring into the Xianshan King Tower. The copper giant tower, which had been inexorably drawn downward by the rotating starry pattern, suddenly halted its descent. In the astonished and shocked gaze of the Star Child, the Xianshan King Tower soared upward, revealing a swirling, pitch-black void at its base. The entire star-eye trembled, helplessly drawn into the abyss of the tower's foundation. The starry patterns, too, were engulfed by an overwhelming force of consumption, all absorbed into the tower. This abrupt transformation caught the Star Child off guard, leaving them utterly bewildered by the extent of Lin Chen's magical prowess. Yet, no one was there to provide an answer. The leading youth instinctively looked up and beheld the dark opening descending from the heavens, suppressing them beneath its weight. 5 anguished cries echoed through the air, as the star children were entirely consumed by the devouring formation. The magical energy that had vanished from Lin Chen's 3 seas of consciousness was promptly restored. Simultaneously, 5 star-shaped seals flickered within the Xianshang King Tower, resonating with the profound truths of yin and yang. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, absorbing these truths into his very being, causing a peculiar sensation to surge through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as though he had transcended his physical form, gaining profound insights into the mysteries of yin and yang. Good, 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 he exclaimed in delight, reveling in the absorption of such profound truths. Finally grasping the subtleties of the yin-yang realm, all he needed was a substantial infusion of vital energy to make his ascent. Lin Chen had initially harbored such intentions upon encountering the Star Child. After all, he had no qualms about dealing with adversaries harshly. However, curiosity stirred within him regarding the purpose of the 5 star-shaped seals returned by the devouring formation. Qing Ro's azure eyes sparkled with surprise, as she sensed her elder brother grasping the intricacies of yin and yang, steadily growing stronger. What a delightful prospect. Yet, suddenly, Lin Chen and Qing Ro's expressions turned icy. The blood sea surrounding them remained boundless and opaque. A voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, reverberated ominously. Surrender your 2 magical artifacts, and I shall spare your life. A chilling aura of malice began to permeate the air. However, no one could discern the source of this malevolence, as if it had arisen from thin air. Lin Chen's discerning gaze burned fiercely as he scanned the surroundings, determined to locate the origin of the voice. Yet, the Xianshang King Tower sighed heavily, a grave expression crossing its face. This sigh instantly captured Lin Chen's attention. Shuelao, what have you discovered? Lin Chen inquired. Shuelao, an ancient relic from a millennium ago, possessed unparalleled strength in his prime and was privy to many truths. His expression grew increasingly grave as he gazed ahead, slowly articulating. In the human realm, the Dark Clan. Chapter 236, The Multitudes of the Human Realm. The Dark Clan of the Human Realm. Lin Chen, with a perplexed visage, questioned the nature of this Dark Clan, wondering if it bore resemblance to the blood-killing clan. He felt an innate sense of their formidable prowess. The ability to leave behind essence even in death and to resurrect within their kin was an astonishing power, an existence seemingly immortal. However, Shuelao shook his head, stating, the Dark Clan does not compare to the ferocity of the blood-killing clan. They are merely a rather peculiar race within the human realm. Lin Chen cast a glance at Qing Ro and asked, what makes them so special? At that moment, Qing Ro radiated a shimmering azure light, akin to rippling water, clearly employing a unique secret technique to search for someone. Lin Chen recalled that during his time at the Lin family, when Qing Ro was merely at the 6th stage of innate cultivation, she was capable of uncovering his hiding place. It was evident that she possessed powerful, enigmatic trump cards. Indeed, the Dark Clan thrives in the most shadowy of places. There is a saying in the human realm, wherever darkness exists, the Dark Clan will be present. Shuelao remarked with a wry smile. Though they do not rival the 5 great clans, they are still among the more prominent races. The assassins of the entire human realm are predominantly composed of the Dark Clan. So, does that imply the Dark Clan possesses considerable strength? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Shuelao nodded solemnly, stating, they are inherently endowed with a dark physique and possess unique assassination techniques. Even when they strike, you will be unable to discern their hiding places. This is what makes them truly terrifying. They can kill without revealing their presence. Lin Chen felt a jolt within his heart. The thought of being able to attack without exposing one's location was immensely formidable. Alas, what concerns me is that the human realm has evidently weakened over time. Soon, we may only cling to the ephemeral hope, Shuelao sighed. I fear that more races from the human realm will emerge on the Holy Spirit continent. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Lin Chen's brow knitted tightly as a thought crossed his mind. He suddenly asked, Shuelao, how many races exist within the human realm? Shuelao's expression turned serious. In terms of the recorded statistics, there are over 10,000 races, a veritable multitude, with a plethora of strong individuals. The blood-killing clan is one of the 5 great clans. Lin Chen was astounded. A new door had opened before him. With such a vast array of races, how many powerful beings must exist among them? Surely, in the human realm, Those at the divine law stage must be numerous beyond measure. Lin Chen, Shuelao emphasized gravely. Only those who reach the 5th stage of the divine law realm hold the qualifications to reign in the human realm. The 5th stage of the divine law realm. Lin Chen clenched his fists quietly, the eye of insight igniting to its fullest potential, penetrating through layers of blood sea in search of the dark clan's presence. Shuelao, as you were once a powerful figure among the human race, do you possess any knowledge on how to contend with the dark clan? Lin Chen pondered before posing the question. Blood nodded slightly, then shook his head, expressing that the power of the dark clan primarily stems from their ability to remain undetected. If one can discern their location, even a 3rd-tier member of the dark clan would stand no chance against you. However, locating the dark clan is an arduous task. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, feeling the complexity of the situation. An enemy like the dark clan resembles a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike fatally at any moment. Suddenly, Qing Ro transmitted a thought to Lin Chen, stating, Big Brother Lin Chen, I have identified several possible locations. Though they remain uncertain, it would be best if you could provoke him into action. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Qing Ro's presence added a layer of intrigue to his thoughts. It is known that activating his eye of insight would require immense magical power to unveil any clues. Yet, Qing Ro had managed to perceive this with such ease. Leave it to me, Lin Chen nodded, as Shun Yin continued to communicate with Qing Ro, devising a strategy. At that moment, the ethereal cold voice reverberated once more. Why not reveal yourself? Lin Chen felt a surge of opportunity. He raised his gaze to the surrounding sea of blood, his body tense, and clasped his hands. Addressing the unseen figure, Dear friend, if you desire my 2 treasures, why not show yourself? This way, I can better assess your sincerity. Sincerity? The voice retorted coldly. Do you need to discuss sincerity when I am here to seize your superior and mid-grade imperial artifacts? There was an inherent arrogance in the tone. I am aware that your companions are searching for me, but let me be frank. You cannot uncover my existence. Yet, Lin Chen understood this arrogance. After all, the Dark Clan, as the assassins of the human realm, had every right to such pride, reminiscent of the arrogance displayed by the Blood Clan in the past. Dear friend, are you not a tad overconfident? Lin Chen remarked lightly. I believe you witnessed the power I just displayed. The cold voice grew even more frigid. Are you implying you will not surrender? As soon as the words were uttered, Lin Chen's body tensed further, ready to unleash his strength at any moment. At that instant, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from both behind and in front of him. A flash of cold light suddenly streaked past Lin Chen's back, prompting him to spin around and unleash a powerful punch. However, his strike merely shattered a mass of blood, revealing an empty space behind him. What a profound assassination technique, Lin Chen thought, a chill running through him. The Dark Clan wished to demonstrate that approaching from behind could easily result in a fatal blow. What will it be? The cold voice resonated from all directions, imbued with arrogance. I will grant you another chance. If you do not surrender, your fate shall be death. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, I will comply, but you must guarantee that I will not be harmed. Naturally, came the reply. Lin Chen's consciousness stirred, and the Xuanshang Monarch Tower and the 6 Mysteries Life and Death Gate soared forth. Upon their appearance, Lin Chen promptly stored them in a Qinquan bag. If it is said that an ordinary monk's treasures are contained within a Qinquan pouch, then retrieving them once more would be an impossible feat after all. The Qinquan pouch effectively shields against divine consciousness. Release the Qinquan pouch, and you may depart. A chilling voice commanded. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze suddenly sharpening, and with a swift motion, he hurled the Qinquan pouch away. It shot rapidly into the depths of the blood sea, and at such speed, if it were not intercepted, retrieving it would become quite challenging. Indeed, under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he immediately perceived a colossal magical hand reaching out for the Qinquan pouch. Humph, what a farce, Lin Chen scoffed, taking a powerful step forward and unleashing a ferocious punch. The tremendous force surged ahead, creating a resounding explosion. The magical hand was obliterated by the might of Lin Chen's punch, reduced to nothingness. Transforming his fist into an open palm, Lin Chen lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of pressure that stirred the very waters of the sea. At that moment, however, Qing Ro called out, Brother Lin Chen, be careful. Lin Chen's body tensed instantly. He observed a blinding flash of sword light emanating from the blood sea behind him. This sword light was alarmingly swift, imbued with terrifying power. Lin Chen barely had time to react as it closed in on his back within mere moments. Turning around, he caught sight of the shadowy figure from the dark race, cloaked in an impenetrable black mist that obscured its true visage. Even divine consciousness could not penetrate the veil of darkness. I anticipated your actions, yet now, you have forfeited your chance at life, the figure declared coldly. The sword light struck Lin Chen's chest with a resounding clash, reverberating with immense force. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The figure in the black robe was indeed a formidable being at the third level of the divine law realm. I know you possess a low-grade royal artifact for protection, but now, you shall die, the shadowy figure uttered chillingly. The gleaming sword shattered into fragments, revealing a pitch-black dagger. The dagger emitted a sibilant sound, laden with a potent dark toxin. Clearly, this dagger was coated with a lethal poison, instilling an intense sense of danger even in Lin Chen. This was no ordinary dagger. Grasping the black dagger, the figure surged forward, aiming directly for Lin Chen's chest. Die! In the blink of an eye, the dagger was poised to pierce Lin Chen's heart. However, rather than fear, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Chen's face. The shadowy figure instantly sensed an unprecedented wave of danger from behind and, without hesitation, slashed the dagger sideways, propelling himself to the left. The resonant sound of a collision echoed as a colossal, pitch-black dragon claw effortlessly swatted away the dagger of the shadowy figure, delivering a powerful blow that struck the fleeing figure from behind. The shadowy figure was sent flying, spewing forth a mouthful of dark blood. Yet, despite the assault, it swiftly vanished into the surging sea of blood. A frenzied figure, laughing maniacally, pursued the direction in which the shadowy figure had escaped. Even Lin Chen found himself unable to intervene. This individual was none other than the bloodthirsty monarch, his veins boiling with rage. Alas, the shadowy figure managed to escape. Lin Chen gazed at the emergence of the demonic iron earth dragon from the blood-soaked depths, disappointment washing over him as he shook his head. However, a sense of understanding soon enveloped him. He had initially presumed that the Dark Clan member was merely a practitioner of the second tier of divine law, unaware that he was, in fact, at the third tier. Before his arrival, Lin Chen had utilized his penetrating gaze to discern the presence of another individual concealed nearby. Thus, he had instructed the bloodthirsty monarch and the demonic iron earth dragon to restrain their auras, awaiting his command. Subsequently, through communication with Qing Ro, he had gleaned the approximate location of the shadowy figure, leading to the earlier confrontation. Lin Chen's attention was suddenly captured by an object, the ebony dagger, dislodged by the claw of the demonic iron earth dragon. At that moment, the dagger lay amidst the sea of blood, creating a vacuum around it. The blood within a foot of the dagger evaporated with a sizzling sound. This dagger, wielded by the Dark Clan member, emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. It was evident that this was no ordinary weapon, though classified as a low-grade imperial artifact. The peril it exuded was far more intense than that of typical mid-grade imperial artifacts. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the dagger. It was clear that the poison coating it was anything but ordinary. Qing Ro approached, her azure eyes riveted on Lin Chen, unwavering in their intensity. Had he not been so absorbed in the dagger, he might have felt his face flush under her scrutiny. The demonic iron earth dragon also drew near, ingratiating itself with its master. The poison on this dagger is something even I fear, it remarked. I have a foreboding that if this toxin were to enter my body, it could spell my demise. Lin Chen's heart stirred. If even the demonic iron earth dragon, which had been transformed by the great demon emperor and was imbued with authentic demonic energy, expressed such trepidation, the nature of the poison was indeed formidable. What kind of poison could this be? Lin Chen pondered. Brother Lin Chen, allow me to test it, Qing Ro offered softly, flicking her fingers to send forth a blue water droplet toward the ebony dagger. Lin Chen barely had time to intervene, resigned to watch as the blue droplet collided with the dagger. Before long, azure droplets collided with the obsidian dagger, immediately exuding a foul stench of decay. The moment the blue droplets made contact, they dissolved into nothingness. A noxious aura emanated from the dagger, prompting Lin Chen to furrow his brow in deep concern. Unable to restrain himself from inquiring of Blood Elder, "Do you have any knowledge of this poison?" Blood Elder, casting a peculiar gaze upon the dark dagger, responded with a shake of his head, "I am not particularly versed in toxins. However, I can assert one certainty." "What is it?" Lin Chen pressed. Blood Elder inhaled deeply, At the very least, the venom on this dagger is potent enough to slay an entity at the third level of the divine method realm. After all, while that member of the Dark Clan possesses such strength, they lack direct lethality, relying instead on rare poisons, formations, and talismans to assist them. Lin Chen's body trembled at the realization. The poison was capable of annihilating beings at the third level of the divine method realm, and even the most formidable of energies could not suppress it. Truly, it was dreadfully formidable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that the figure cloaked in black mist had not managed to inflict harm upon him. Yet, soon his eyes sparkled with inspiration as a plan formed in his mind. The hand of fateful heaven. He reached out decisively towards the dagger, exerting overwhelming pressure to seize it and store it within the illusory spirit divine mirror. It might prove advantageous in the future. After securing the dagger, Lin Chen awaited the return of the brutal king. As for the dangers posed by the brutal king, he felt little trepidation. "Brother Lin, are you planning to venture deep into the blood abyss?" Qing Ro inquired. Lin Chen nodded, his expression somber. "No matter how perilous the depths of the blood abyss may be, I must proceed. The blood spirit longevity fruit is something I must acquire." Qing Ro responded with a soft "oh," her azure eyes reflecting determination, though her tone remained nonchalant. "I wish to accompany you." "Absolutely not," Lin Chen replied firmly, shaking his head. "The depths of the blood abyss are fraught with danger. I cannot allow you to go. I must retrieve something from there," Qing Ro whispered. "I will obtain it myself." Lin Chen resolutely rejected the notion. He was unwilling to permit her to traverse the treacherous blood abyss. With a slight tilt of her head, her azure hair cascading over her shoulders, her blue eyes sparkled like water. The delicate white veil fluttered gently as she gazed at Lin Chen for a long moment before softly declaring, "I also wish to grow stronger." Lowering her head, she nervously entwined her delicate fingers around the azure scarf. At that moment, her heart raced, and her lips parted slightly beneath the veil. "You can do it. You can do it," she silently encouraged herself, determined to speak her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained lost in thought, oblivious to Qing Ro's subtle gestures. Just as she gathered her courage, the brutal king soared back from the depths of the blood sea, his face contorted with fury. "Damn it, they got away," he bellowed, his eyes burning with wrath. "We must head to the blood spirit pool immediately. That fellow, Do Huang, has arrived. We cannot allow him to ally with another at the third level of the divine method realm. Otherwise, the safety of Yun Luo Emperor will be jeopardized." With that, Lin Chen took the lead, advancing deeper into the blood sea. Qing Ru gazed at Lin Chen's retreating figure, feeling as deflated as a punctured ball, unable to articulate the words that lingered on the tip of her tongue, as if something were lodged within her throat. Subsequently, her eyes dimmed slightly as she touched her chest, murmuring, "So, your heart races too." After a brief moment of contemplation, she inhaled deeply, her gaze softening. Her form began to follow Lin Chen's path of flight, as she yearned to express her desire to stand alongside him through thick and thin, wishing merely to remain in his company. Alas, these sentiments could only resonate within her own heart. In the depths of the blood sea, the terrifying echoes of explosions reverberated, transforming the abyss into a veritable vacuum. The crimson waters were relentlessly obliterated by formidable forces, displaying overwhelming might. This was a battle between two royal figures at the third level of the divine law realm. Two silhouettes clashed within the chaos. One radiated an enigmatic aura, adorned with a serene visage and exquisite features. The other was a middle-aged man with a harsh countenance, wielding a long fan. One side of the fan bore the engraving of a moon, while the opposite side depicted a sun. This individual was none other than the Sun-Moon sovereign, Yun Luo, of the Tongtian sect, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved. "Your talents compel my admiration," the Sun-Moon sovereign remarked sincerely as he created distance between them. "Given more time, surpassing the Xing sovereign would be within your grasp." Their recent confrontation had provided him with insight into Yun Luo's capabilities, which astonishingly exceeded his own. It was noteworthy that he, the Sun-Moon sovereign, had endured for over a century as a third-level royal of the divine law realm, with profound foundations. If the battle continued, he was acutely aware that he would be no match for Yun Luo. "Do not think to stall," Yun Luo responded coldly, unperturbed. "I do not have the luxury of time to squander." The Sun-Moon sovereign's expression darkened as he regarded Yun Luo, his tone turning menacing. "You must consider your decision carefully. Opposing the Tongtian sect means your future will be fraught with challenges. Even with your extraordinary gifts, our sect can extinguish you without a second thought. Yunluo, disinterested in further discourse, flicked his fingers, unleashing a fierce blast of energy. The Sun Moon Sovereign's expression shifted slightly as he evaded the attack, his voice tinged with irritation. I can offer you one final chance. If you join the Tongtian sect, I guarantee you a swift ascent. And achieving the position of deputy leader would be well within your reach. Is that so? A mere third-level being in the divine law realm dares to represent your sect? Yunluo retorted coolly, launching a lethal strike that relentlessly pressured the Sun Moon Sovereign. Unbeknownst to him, her form subtly shifted towards a specific direction. You, the Sun Moon Sovereign's anger flared. And he darkly declared, then I shall have no choice but to kill you. It is I who will end you, Yunluo replied indifferently. Her combat style with the Sun Moon Sovereign largely unhurried. Her primary focus remained directed towards a certain location. In the depths of the Sea of Blood, a space nearly reduced to a square of 10 meters emerged. Within this confined area lay a stone pool, separated from the Blood Sea. Within this pool swirled an exceptionally pure crimson liquid, imbued with an immense and pristine power. This was the fabled Blood Spirit Pool. Curse it! Exclaimed the Sun and Moon Emperor, his countenance darkening upon hearing Yunluo's words. Let me demonstrate what true heritage entails. As he spoke, a ferocious aura radiated from his entire being. His once white fan abruptly transformed into a hue of blood red. A moon and a sun shone brightly, as if they had come to life. It was evident that the Sun and Moon Emperor was prepared to unleash a lethal move to counter Yunluo. Yunluo's expression hardened slightly, and a 9-palace pattern rapidly spread beneath her feet. We must resolve this swiftly. Yet, at that moment, both their expressions turned grave, for they sensed a violent aura rapidly approaching. This ferocious presence could only belong to someone of the third tier of the divine law realm. The Sun and Moon Emperor's inner fury began to ebb with the arrival of this overwhelming aura. Soon, a look of joy surfaced on his face as he beheld the gravely serious Yunluo, unable to suppress a wild laugh. At that moment, the formidable aura drew near. Yunluo, your time has come. Depart swiftly, and I may spare you, declared the Dou Emperor, emerging from the Blood Sea with a grim expression, his sharp gaze piercing into Yunluo. In that instant, 2 third-tier divine law monarchs confronted Yunluo. The face of Dou Emperor shifted slightly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. You killed the violent king. How dare you slay a fellow disciple? A fleeting expression of resentment crossed Dou Emperor's face before he regained his composure and coldly replied, of course not. However, both the violent king and the saintess have been driven out of the Blood Sea. Should you leave, you shall encounter them. Upon hearing this, the Sun and Moon Emperor could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Dou Emperor, you truly are the right hand of the punishment hall. Your efficiency in handling matters is indeed remarkable. At this moment, the Sun and Moon Emperor felt an overwhelming joy with Dou Emperor, a figure who had survived for over a century. Their endeavor to seize the Blood Spirit Pool seemed assured. Yunluo's expression shifted slightly before she regained her icy demeanor. With her beautiful eyes fixed upon the 2 monarchs, she declared, I shall not allow you to take the Blood Spirit Pool, even if both of you join forces. I will not cower. As she spoke, 9 vividly colored petals began to swirl around her. The 9-palace pattern beneath her feet rapidly expanded, as she resolved to confront 2 third-tier divine law monarchs with her singular strength. Likewise, her actions served to starkly affront the 2 sovereigns. The Sun and Moon Sovereign, observing the cold demeanor of Yunluo, could not help but break into a bitter smile in his fury. Yunluo, do not presume that your brilliance grants you the audacity to challenge 2 great monarchs. The consequences you face leave you with but one path, certain demise. The expression of the fighting sovereign darkened, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Then let us see, Yunluo replied indifferently. With a swift motion, the fighting sovereign unleashed his formidable energy, striking directly at Yunluo with a single, devastating punch. The overwhelming intent of his fist surged forth, infused with the essence of battle. The force of his strike was nothing short of tyrannical. Yet, Yunluo's countenance remained unperturbed. With a delicate gesture of her fair fingers, she sent forth a vividly colored petal, which soared toward the oncoming tempest of force. As the might of the punch collided with the radiant petal, a thunderous explosion ensued. Astonishingly, from this exquisite petal erupted a profound energy that effectively neutralized the overwhelming intent and energy directed at her. The 9 marvelous blossoms atop the mystical tree proved to be extraordinary creations of heaven and earth. The sun and moon sovereign, wielding a blood fan, sneered, "Today, you shall surely become naught but bones." With that, he waved his hand, releasing a surge of scorching heat and chilling cold, 2 distinctly opposing energies, forming 2 brilliant streams of power that threatened to overwhelm. In response, Yun Luo summoned 4 vibrant petals, which swiftly arranged themselves into a square formation, embodying an impenetrable barrier of remarkable intricacy before her. The 4 petals, representing solidity and profound mystery, created an invisible shield. As the searing and icy energies clashed against the 4 petals, they erupted with successive explosions, yet failed to shatter them. "Humph," the sun and moon sovereign scoffed, his expression darkening. The 9 wondrous petals of Yun Luo posed a formidable challenge. In her rise to prominence, the mystical tree on the Holy Spirit continent, dormant for millennia, had blossomed with 9 flowers, which no one could seize, but instead flew directly into her being. From that moment, armed with her unique powers and the mystical blossoms, she had shaken the very foundations of the continent. Sun and moon sovereign, what do you still hold back? Release your ultimate move at once, or we shall be unable to secure the blood spirit pool. The fighting sovereign roared, continuing his assault with the tenacious battle fist. He speculated that the Star Child might delay Lin Chen momentarily, but could not hold him for long, especially with the presence of the formidable magic Iron Earth Dragon. The Sun and Moon Sovereign, taken aback by the fighting sovereign's command, darkened in countenance. "You dare to order me?" he retorted, although they could temporarily suppress Yun Luo together. Her cultivation was unfathomable, yet who would dare to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her? Even if the Duke of Combat were to find himself unable to prevail, he could surely drag her down with him. "Humph, if the blood spirit pearl eludes you, do not blame me for the warning unheeded." The Duke of Combat snorted coldly, his entire being radiating an aura of battle like a tempest unleashed. 2 piercing gazes fixed upon Yun Luo, the intent to fight surging forth relentlessly. With a thunderous declaration, he unleashed the first form of the Combat Heaven Fist, Combat Earth. The Duke of Combat thrust his fist forward, producing a violent explosion that reverberated through the air. As a torrent of vital energy coalesced into a colossal fist, hurtling toward Yun Luo, as if to wage war upon the very earth itself. A grave expression crossed Yun Luo's face, astonished that the Duke of Combat would resort to such lethal measures at this moment. The second form, Combat Heaven. The Duke once again unleashed a barrage of fists, each one infused with surging vital energy, hurtling toward the form of the Duke of Yun Luo. Each of these formidable strikes bore the essence of both Combat Earth and Combat Heaven, their power utterly terrifying. As thousands of energy fists descended, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of an army of 1,000 steeds galloping across the terrain. The surrounding area became a sea of blood, devastated in an instant by this onslaught of vital energy. The 9 Palace Diagram. With a sweeping gesture, the Duke of Yun Luo conjured an immense reservoir of mystical power, causing 9 vividly colored, enchanting flowers to dance into the air. These 9 ethereal blossoms settled into the 9 squares of the 9 Palace Diagram, imbuing the entire formation with profound mystery. As the myriad energy fists collided with the 9 Palace Diagram, they erupted with a deafening explosion. The diagram shimmered with a dazzling array of 81 rays of light, tirelessly dispersing and dispelling the oncoming energy fists. The Duke of Combat's expression darkened further. He showed no signs of relenting, instead continuing to unleash the Combat Heaven Fist, relentlessly assaulting the 9 Palace Diagram. In this moment, the Duke of Combat unleashed the full extent of his cultivation to counter the Duke of Yun Luo. The Sun and Moon Sovereign observed this scene with a furrowed brow, taken aback by the Duke of Combat's unreserved ferocity. It was evident that the Duke of Combat had not held back in the slightest. What could have driven him to such madness? The Sun and Moon Sovereign pondered deeply, yet found no clarity in his thoughts. Gritting his teeth, the Sun and Moon Sovereign resolved to act swiftly and fiercely in response. After all, the Duke of Combat's words had left a significant shadow of doubt and suspicion within him. Eternity of Sun and Moon. With a sudden flourish, the Sun and Moon Sovereign brandished the blood fan, a mid-grade imperial artifact imbued with divine power, which now surged with enhanced might. The patterns of sun and moon flickered upon the blood fan, one cold and the other searingly hot. In an instant, Amidst the sea of blood, a colossal cold moon, spanning 10 meters in diameter, ascended, exuding an icy chill. Opposite it, a blazing sun, 20 meters wide, hung suspended, radiating intense heat and flames. This sun and moon were conjured from vital energy, their destructive potential formidable. Kill. The sun and moon's sovereign uttered a single, chilling word, and immediately, the frigid moon and the blazing sun unleashed torrents of vital energy. The chilling, icy aura intertwined with the searing, fiery energy, surging towards the Cloud Luo Emperor like a dragon of ice and fire. The expression on Cloud Luo's face turned grave, astonished that both the Do Emperor and the Sun Moon Emperor had unleashed their formidable powers simultaneously. Why was this happening? Cloud Luo pondered, sensing that these two seemed intent on a swift resolution to the battle. Quickly, with her astute mind, Cloud Luo discerned the underlying intention. Their simultaneous display of tremendous abilities aimed to hasten the end of the conflict. No, I must secure the blood spirit pool. A hint of murderous intent flickered across Cloud Luo's serene visage as her delicate hands began to form intricate seals with remarkable speed. A torrent of terrifying fluctuations erupted from her being. At that moment, an extraordinary force enveloped Cloud Luo, imbuing her with an enigmatic essence, transforming her into an ethereal goddess. Chapter 239, Seizing the Blood Spirit Pool, Part 2. Cloud Luo radiated an aura of profound mystery, as if she had been transfigured into a being of unfathomable depth. Born from the mystical tree, blooming in the 9 palaces, her final hand seal came to a halt, unleashing a torrent of majestic energy. A colossal, ethereal tree surged behind her, its true form obscured, yet one could sense countless branches and leaves unfurling from its trunk. The projection of the mystical tree left the Sun Moon Emperor astounded. Ancient texts had documented that the mystical tree thrived in realms of enigma, representing an existence beyond the realm of divine laws, wielding inconceivable power. Now, the Cloud Luo Emperor had summoned its phantom. Break from me. Cloud Luo's gaze fixed intently on the intertwining icy and fiery auras. The mystical tree behind her surged forward, delivering a powerful strike against the dragon-like energy. A thunderous explosion echoed, as the entire ice-fire dragon aura was obliterated. An even more terrifying force erupted from the phantom of the mystical tree, hurtling towards the Sun Moon Emperor. What of your summoned mystical tree? Unless the true body descends, I shall shatter it. The Sun Moon Emperor, his face darkened with malice, declared, Let me show you the might of the sun and moon. With that, a multitude of magical dragons erupted from his being, cascading into his blood fan. The overwhelming power infused into the mid-grade royal artifact, the Sun Moon Blood Fan, caused the moon and sun suspended within the blood sea to radiate tremendous energy. Both celestial bodies, drawn by an immense force, surged violently towards the Cloud Luo Emperor. The two formidable auras collided with her, embodying a blend of searing heat and chilling cold. In this moment, the Sun Moon Emperor wielded the celestial bodies as weapons against the Cloud Luo Emperor. Yinluo Huang observed as the Emperor of Sun and Moon unleashed a deadly strike, her brow furrowing tightly. At this moment, she was still striving to maintain the 9-palace array, withstanding the relentless assaults of the Do Huang's celestial battle fist, while simultaneously contending with the Emperor of Sun and Moon. Mystical tree, shield me, she commanded. Her hands swiftly formed intricate seals, summoning the immense shadow of the mystical tree behind her, which surged forth to intercept the rapidly approaching assault from the Emperor of Sun and Moon. The lush branches and leaves of the tree erupted forth, forming what appeared to be a colossal net-like shield to withstand the ferocious onslaught. A thunderous roar echoed, as the chilling and searing energies clashed violently against the branches of the mystical tree. Layers of foliage were continuously shattered, yet new leaves swiftly emerged to replace them. Nevertheless, Yinluo Huang found herself being relentlessly pushed back by the series of explosive impacts, a pallor creeping onto her face. Her magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate. If this continued, she risked exhausting her power entirely. What should I do? Yinluo Huang pondered anxiously, uncertain if the Saintess and the violent king had sustained any injuries. If this persisted, it seemed unlikely that she would be able to acquire the blood spirit pool. Countless ideas flickered through her mind, yet none proved feasible. For she was not facing mere trifling adversaries of the third tier of divine law, but ancient beings who had existed for over a century. Their profound depth was beyond her comprehension. Very well, she thought, I can no longer endure much longer. The Do Huang continued to unleash a barrage of strikes, each punch sending shockwaves that reverberated through the nine-palace array, producing deafening detonations. At once, the Do Huang transmitted a thought to the Emperor of Sun and Moon, instructing, I shall now proceed to seize the blood spirit pool. You must exert all your strength to hold off Yunluo Huang. The Emperor of Sun and Moon nodded solemnly, then unleashed a torrent of magical energy, his power erupting without reservation. The blood fan in his hand flapped vigorously, amplifying the might of the two celestial bodies. Warriors of the world, the Do Huang bellowed, his aura radiating like rippling water, expanding outward. In that moment, the Do Huang executed a devastating ultimate move. The chant of a warrior began to resonate throughout the blood sea, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. With a mighty leap, the Do Huang propelled a fist toward the nine-palace array. His blow unleashed over 10,000 streams of magical energy, all coalescing into a formidable force that surged toward the nine-palace array. Within the essence of his energy-infused fist, a faint character of Do could be discerned, evidently the hallmark of the Do Huang's unparalleled killing move. Yunluo Huang's expression shifted slightly as she curled her delicate fingers, channeling waves of magical energy toward the nine-palace array. The enchanting mystical flower, occupying the nine directions, shimmered with an alluring radiance, intensifying the profound aura enveloping the entire nine-palace array. A resounding explosion emanated from the intricate nine-palace diagram. The figure of the Cloud Luo Emperor staggered backward, as if struck by a tremendous force, unable to resist the momentum of retreat. The radiance of the 81 beams of light within the nine-palace diagram dimmed significantly, clearly suffering under the impact of this formidable strike. Employing her profound mental techniques, the Cloud Luo Emperor swiftly began to form hand seals, her entire being seemingly enveloped in 9 distinct hues, exuding an aura of mystique. It is said that the universe is adorned with 9 colors, each representing a unique mystical power. While ordinary mortals may only glimpse the 7 colors of the rainbow after a rainstorm, the Cloud Luo Emperor was now unleashing a fraction of these 9 hues. The brilliance of the nine-palace diagram, which had been struck by the thunderous force, suddenly became more dazzling. The 81 beams of light transformed into a striking 162, doubling in intensity. The Cloud Luo Emperor's retreat came to an abrupt halt. She had successfully withstood the full force of the attack from the realm of combatants. Nevertheless, she showed no signs of relaxation. Rather, her expression shifted slightly as she realized that the figure of the Battle Emperor had vanished from the nine-palace diagram. With a sweep of her consciousness, she quickly detected the Battle Emperor racing towards the Blood Spirit Pool. Do not even think about seizing the Blood Spirit Pool, the Cloud Luo Emperor coldly declared, as a mid-grade imperial compass materialized in her hand. At the center of the compass, 9 distinct beast heads oriented toward the middle, as if yearning to tear something apart. Casting the 9-beast compass with a swift motion, the Cloud Luo Emperor sent it hurtling toward the Battle Emperor. Immediately, 9 formidable beast heads, formed from condensed vital energy, erupted from the compass, unleashing ferocious roars that reverberated as if they were real. The voice of the Sun and Moon Emperor resounded, unleashing a torrent of formidable magical energy. A colossal blood fan unfurled atop the 9-beast compass, revealing a pattern of the Sun and Moon. A surge of crimson power gushed forth from the diagram, rapidly striking toward the 9-beast compass. At this moment, the Cloud Luo Emperor's countenance darkened. Break through, she commanded, as the 9-beast compass charged fiercely towards the blood fan, hurtling directly into the oncoming torrent of blood light. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as the blood fan was repeatedly repelled by the force of the 9-beast compass. In that instant, the power of the blood fan proved utterly inadequate to withstand the might of the compass. Battle Emperor, I require speed. I cannot hold her off for long. The Sun and Moon Emperor shouted urgently at the Battle Emperor. Just then, the Battle Emperor's figure surged dramatically, soaring to the edge of the blood pool. The blood spirit pool was the essence birthed from this vast sea of blood, enveloped by an invisible barrier. The Emperor of Do unleashed a formidable blast of energy, shattering the barrier into countless fragments, immediately releasing an essence of pure energy. Such an immense aura had the potential to elevate a being from the second to the third tier of the divine law realm. The Emperor of Do was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the blood spirit pool harbored such a vast reservoir of pure power. Observing this scene, the Emperor of Yunlu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Even if he wished to thwart the Emperor of Do now, it would be too late. Haha, Lin Chen. How dare you act so arrogantly? I, the Emperor of Do, will undoubtedly lay claim to the blood spirit pool. The Emperor of Do suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh. His roar instantly captured the attention of both the Emperor of Yunlu and the Emperor of the Sun and Moon. Lin Chen. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon regarded the fiercely contorted face of the Emperor of Do, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Who was Lin Chen, that the Emperor of Do harbored such hatred for him? Suddenly, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon seemed to recall something, a name flashing through his mind atop a death list. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Yunlu was momentarily stunned. The Emperor of Do had encountered Lin Chen before. What had transpired to evoke such animosity? However, soon his expression turned cold as he unleashed a terrifying surge of magical power, relentlessly attacking the Emperor of the Sun and Moon in a bid to seize the last opportunity. Gather for me, the Emperor of Do commanded, conjuring a massive hand of energy that surged toward the blood spirit pool. As he beheld the pool within arm's reach, his expression twisted into a more frenzied and sinister grin, convinced that he would be the first to claim it. Yet, just as the energy hand approached the blood spirit pool, a surge of impending danger ignited within the Emperor of Do's mind. Emerging from the boundless sea of blood was a colossal, inky black dragon claw, entwined with swirling demonic energy, lunging towards him with tremendous force. The Emperor of Do's face paled in shock. He quickly retreated and retracted his energy hand to evade the onslaught of the massive dragon claw. The expressions of both the Emperor of the Sun and Moon and the Emperor of Yunlu grew grave, as they too sensed the overwhelming and terrifying aura. Suddenly, a gargantuan entity materialized from the blood sea, a fearsome, demonic dragon, emanating pure malevolence. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon gazed in astonishment at the slowly emerging dragon. Should the power of this demonic energy be sufficiently amassed, its unleashed potential could be cataclysmic. What astonished the Emperor of the Sun and Moon even further was the figure standing atop the dragon's head. Who could possibly tame such a terrifying beast? Emperor of Do. It seems I shall be the one to claim the blood spirit pool first, the youth declared, standing atop the head of the iron dragon, looking down with a calm smile at the visibly shaken Emperor of Do. At that moment, the iron dragon began to roar, its thunderous dragon's cry resonating throughout the entire blood sea. Chapter 240. Ascension to the second tier of the divine law realm, Part 1. The sudden emergence of the demonic dragon shifted the tide of battle, and shortly after its appearance, two additional powerful auras erupted forth. A figure exuding an aura of fierce energy, suffused with an ethereal essence, emerged from a sea of blood. This was none other than Lin Chen and his companions. Upon the appearance of the trio, the cold countenance of the Cloud Luo Emperor displayed a flicker of astonishment. They were unharmed. This outcome alleviated a measure of anxiety within the Cloud Luo Emperor. However, his attention quickly became captivated by Lin Chen. The presence of the demonic dragon, a being of the third realm of divine law, weighed heavily upon the Cloud Luo Emperor's expression. For true demonic energy was not to be compared with the aura of spirits or other supernatural forces. How could he possibly subdue such a formidable demonic dragon? The Cloud Luo Emperor was beset by doubts, pondering whether Lin Chen had ventured into that stone pool. Previously, the Cloud Luo Emperor had prepared a map for Lin Chen, urging him to journey to the Valley of Spirits, fully aware of the immense benefits for one possessing the celestial death in Luo scripture. Yet now, he was astounded to discover that Lin Chen had acquired a demonic dragon of the third realm of divine law. The Do Emperor, his expression darkened, glared at Lin Chen, declaring, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you do not depart, I will inevitably destroy you." "Destroy me?" Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. "If you possess the capability, then come forth and attempt it." The magic iron earth dragon beneath Lin Chen immediately bared its teeth, roaring fiercely. "Should you dare to harm my master, I shall slay you," it proclaimed with a glint of murder in its eyes. The Do Emperor's expression froze. He was acutely aware of the terror the magic iron earth dragon represented, even in the face of the Cloud Luo Emperor. He would not dare confront the magic iron earth dragon alone, as its essence of demonic energy was exponentially more fearsome than his own combatant spirit. The formidable force of his enhanced combatant energy paled in comparison to the authentic demonic energy. Humph! The Doe Emperor scoffed coldly, his gaze remaining frigid. This was a truth he could not refute. The Sun and Moon Emperor summoned the Sun and Moon blood fan back to his hand, simultaneously ceasing his assault on the Cloud Luo Emperor. The Cloud Luo Emperor nodded at Lin Chen and his companions, soaring over to confront the Doe Emperor. With the addition of Lin Chen and his allies, the outcome of the battle was now abundantly clear. You are Lin Chen. The Sun and Moon Emperor strode confidently to the side of the Doe Emperor, his gaze piercing as he regarded Lin Chen. And you are? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, unfazed by the chilling intent that enveloped him. The identity of the one before you is of no concern to you, the Sun and Moon Emperor replied nonchalantly. It suffices that I know you are Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly, as the magic Iron Earth Dragon beneath him began to roar. Sensing the malevolent intent emanating from the Sun and Moon Emperor, Lin Chen, the Sun and Moon Emperor, one of the vice leaders of the Tongtian sect, is a renowned figure with a century of fame, existing at the third level of the divine law realm. The Yunluo Emperor imparted a divine thought to Lin Chen, whose cool eyes surveyed the demon Iron Earth Dragon with a hint of astonishment. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that the Sun and Moon Emperor was likely akin to the Doe Emperor. At this moment, the Sun and Moon Emperor unfurled a blood-red fan, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I am here to judge you. Surrender at once, or face a singular fate, death. Lin Chen, at this juncture, was the foremost nemesis of both the Execution Hall and the Tongtian sect. The Execution Emperor and the Tongtian Emperor had both issued orders for Lin Chen's capture, offering a substantial reward for his apprehension. The Sun and Moon Emperor, too, was tempted by this bounty. Judge me? Lin Chen pointed to himself and laughed heartily. Do not presume that your position as a vice leader of the Tongtian sect grants you the power to judge me. The Sun and Moon Emperor arched an eyebrow, his murderous aura intensifying. Lin Chen's gaze darkened, a glimmer of cold light emanating from him. I still have a score to settle with you. Settle a score with us? The Doe Emperor questioned in confusion. What grievance could you possibly have? You have not suffered any losses at our hands. Settle a score with me? The Sun and Moon Emperor laughed in anger. Such audacity. It is no wonder the Tongtian sect and the Execution Hall seek to hunt you down. It must be your insolent tongue that has brought you to this state. Lin Chen merely shrugged, responding nonchalantly. Two grown men dealing with a single woman. Shouldn't I hold you accountable? The Sun and Moon Emperor retorted coldly. Do not think that I fear you merely because you possess a beast. You are but a mere vessel of demonic energy. Lin Chen grinned, slowly responding. You deserve to die. Without waiting for the Sun and Moon Emperor to speak further, Lin Chen waved his hand and bellowed, Demon Dragon, crush this fool. The demon Iron Earth Dragon immediately roared, its demonic energy surging forth, brimming with immense malevolence. Its colossal, demon-like eyes locked onto the Sun and Moon Emperor, and its claws struck out fiercely. Upon witnessing the demon Iron Earth Dragon's attack, the Sun and Moon Emperor's expression darkened with fury. You dare to strike at me? You, a mere first-level existence in the divine law realm, would challenge my authority? However, in response, he was met with an even more ferocious claw attack. The Sun and Moon Emperor's countenance shifted as he retaliated with a palm strike, unleashing a chilling force that erupted from his hand. The resounding clash echoed as the Sun and Moon Emperor was forced back several steps by the overwhelming power. Such formidable strength, he thought in shock, astonished that the casual strike from the demon Iron Earth Dragon possessed such might. Yet, with no time for further contemplation, the demon Iron Earth Dragon continued to roar, its massive form lunging at the Sun and Moon Emperor. From the moment Lin Chen bestowed the first part of the heavenly Hell Yinluo scripture upon it, the demon Iron Earth Dragon had devoted itself entirely to Lin Chen, serving him as its master. Thus, each strike of its claws was imbued with even greater ferocity, a torrent of demonic energy. Cursed be it. Upon witnessing this scene, the Battle Emperor immediately cursed, reminding the Sun and Moon Emperor of the situation. To his astonishment, the latter disregarded his admonitions and continued to provoke Lin Chen. With the formidable alliance of the demon Iron Earth Dragon and the Cloud Luo Emperor, they were utterly incapable of contending with Lin Chen and his companions. Thus, only through their collaboration could they devise a strategy to seize the blood spirit pool. However, The Battle Emperor was deeply disheartened to find that the Sun and Moon Emperor exhibited even more arrogance than he had anticipated. Battle Emperor, just now, you two fought against me, and indeed, you held the advantage, remarked the Cloud Luo Emperor, her voice cold as she spoke. Now, allow me to witness the depth of a Battle Emperor who has survived for a century. As she spoke, a mysterious silhouette of a tree emerged behind her, and a murderous aura began to envelop the Battle Emperor. Cloud Luo Emperor, you. The expression of the Battle Emperor shifted slightly as he glanced at Lin Chen, the Holy Maiden, and the Violent King. Should he allow the Cloud Luo Emperor to restrain him, how could he possibly secure the blood spirit pool or fulfill his obligations? The Cloud Luo Emperor remained unfazed and directed a finger towards the Battle Emperor. Instantly, the ethereal tree's silhouette behind her unleashed a strike towards him. Thousands of branches erupted from the mysterious tree, launching an overwhelming assault against the Battle Emperor. Humph! The Battle Emperor's countenance darkened as he let out a cold snort, channeling his combat intent into a powerful punch, retaliating fiercely. At that moment, the battle between the two third-tier divine realm monarchs commenced anew. The booming sounds echoed incessantly, and terrifying fluctuations reverberated through the air. Lin Chen's brow furrowed as he sensed the intensity of the conflict between the second-tier and third-tier divine realm practitioners. A stark contrast indeed. The explosive aura was unimaginably potent. Lin Chen, there is no one to impede your collection of the blood spirit pool. Hasten and absorb it. The Cloud Luo Emperor conveyed to him through sound transmission, her immense magical energy flowing forth as she faced the Battle Emperor alone, significantly alleviating her burden. In essence, her cultivation was evidently superior to that of the Battle Emperor. As for the blood spirit pool, Lin Chen harbored no concerns for the safety of the Cloud Luo Emperor or the demon Iron Earth Dragon. His gaze was fixated upon the blood spirit pool itself. Enveloping it with his consciousness, he soon felt an exceptionally pure and profound energy emanating from it, ripe for absorption. Indeed, this blood spirit pool is extraordinary. Such refined and vast energy could elevate one to the second tier of the divine realm. The blood ancestor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Chen's heart raced at the prospect of ascending to the second tier of the divine realm. Just think, within a mere month, he could achieve such a feat. This speed would surely leave many in awe. All those so-called monstrous geniuses would pale in comparison before him. However, soon after, Lin Chen's brow furrowed once more, for he sensed a dozen unusual auras within the blood spirit pool. Could this be the blood spirit pearls? Lin Chen mused inwardly. The objectives of the Battle Emperor and the Execution Emperor were precisely these blood spirit pearls. Brother Lin, you must hurry. Qing Ro gently remarked that the fluctuations of the blood abyss were intensifying, with a growing number of formidable beings gathering. We must hasten our pace. Lin Chen managed a wry smile as he gazed at the watery-eyed girl in blue. It seemed Qing Ro was resolutely determined to accompany him into the depths of the blood abyss. Then I shall go, Lin Chen declared. His gaze fixed upon the blood spirit pool, and he promptly propelled himself forward, swiftly racing toward the pool. Chapter 241. Ascension to the second level of divine law. As Lin Chen shot forth, he sped towards the blood spirit pool, which was isolated from the vast expanse of the blood sea. The closer he drew to the pool, the more he could sense the overwhelming and pure energy emanating from it. Splendid. Lin Chen, possessing the sacred vein body and 5 divine law gates. You have already unlocked 4 of them. Your ascension to the second level of divine law is fourfold that of an ordinary first-level practitioner. Blood Elder expressed with a tone of admiration. Now, with the existence of this blood spirit pool, your advancement to the second level of divine law is virtually assured. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He had already grasped the profound mysteries of yin and yang. He merely required a greater reservoir of energy to elevate himself to the second level of divine law. The Dou Emperor, witnessing Lin Chen darting towards the blood spirit pool, felt his pupils constrict slightly. Simultaneously, the lethal moves in his hands grew even more formidable. However, facing the Yun Luo Emperor, he had no opportunity to repel or defeat him. Troubling thoughts plagued the Dou Emperor's mind as his heart sank. Could it be that he would fail to obtain even the blood spirit pearl this time? Within the entire blood abyss, there were countless blood seas, at least tens of thousands. Yet, among these myriad seas, only 1 or 2 nurtured the exceptionally pure blood spirit pools. Moreover, the creation of blood spirit pearls from these pools was a daunting challenge. Lin Chen, Do not act recklessly. The Sun and Moon Emperor admonished as he observed Lin Chen soaring towards the blood spirit pool. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he was met with a more ferocious onslaught from the demon Iron Earth Dragon. Damn it! The Sun and Moon Emperor cursed, hastily evading the dragon's attack. His thoughts still fixated on Lin Chen, who was drawing ever closer to the blood sea, and an irritable anger began to swell within him. The demon Iron Earth Dragon, sensing a subtle, sharp aura emanating from the Sun and Moon Emperor, let out a startled sound. Blood spirit pool, heed my call. Lin Chen reached the edge of the blood spirit pool, and with a swift motion, he summoned a colossal hand of magical energy to grasp at the entire pool. The opportunity to ascend to the second level of divine law lay before him. Qing Ro gazed softly at Lin Chen's silhouette, her watery eyes devoid of any ripples, merely radiating gentleness. The boss is rising. The violent king exclaimed with a grin. It's been ages since I've had a good match with him. I wonder how terrifying he has become at the second level of divine law. Qing Ro chuckled softly. He will be very strong, and he will only grow stronger. Astonishing everyone. The violent king erupted into raucous laughter, filled with wild abandon, his eyes alight with fervent combat spirit. When would this man engage him in a thrilling battle? However, just as Lin Chen's magical hand was about to grasp the blood spirit pool, an unexpected transformation abruptly occurred. A violent surge of primal energy erupted forth, morphing into a shadow of formidable force that swiftly surged towards the blood sea. The blinding speed rendered everyone momentarily stunned, as if time itself had frozen. Lin Chen's expression shifted, sensing an intensely sharp aura. At the instant he turned his head, that streak of light had already hurtled towards him. He was utterly unable to react in time to obstruct or defend against it. Celestial slashing technique. The roar of the Sun and Moon Emperor resonated, as his figure cleaved through the air with an unparalleled swiftness. The sudden turn of events left no one capable of responding. Haha! The blood spirit pool shall be claimed by me. The Sun and Moon Emperor cackled maniacally, his hand darting towards the blood spirit pool with astonishing speed. Seeking death. A thunderous shout echoed from behind the Sun and Moon Emperor, as a sinister spear of demonic energy lunged towards him. Humph! The Sun and Moon Emperor snorted coldly, exuding an aura of murderous intent. I shall first seize the blood spirit pearl, Lin Chen, and mark my words, I will eventually eliminate you. Once more, the Sun and Moon Emperor's figure flickered rapidly, executing the celestial slashing technique to its utmost potential. His hand swiftly reached into the blood spirit pool, retrieving several blood-red pearls before vanishing in an instant. The demonic spear followed closely, aimed at the fleeing figure of the Sun and Moon Emperor. At that moment, no one could intervene to stop him. Lin Chen's expression darkened, for this celestial slashing technique was the fourth divine seed within his consciousness. The Sun and Moon Emperor had indeed unleashed this sacred technique of the celestial gate. However, he had yet to fully harness its immense power. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient for his escape. Excellent, splendid. The Dou Emperor beamed with delight upon witnessing this scene. I never anticipated that the Sun and Moon Emperor had grasped even a fragment of the celestial slashing technique. While its lethality may be lacking, it suffices for a hasty retreat. Finally, the mission is accomplished. Moments ago, the Dou Emperor had been consumed with worry over the retrieval of the blood spirit pearl. Yet, to his surprise, the Sun and Moon Emperor had managed to learn a superficial aspect of the celestial gate's sacred technique. Do not think you can escape. The Cloud Luo Emperor's gaze sharpened as she extended her delicate hand forward, grasping at the air. A flurry of ethereal leaves transformed into invisible blades, shooting toward the fleeing direction of the Sun and Moon Emperor like a flash of light. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed from the path of the Sun and Moon Emperor's escape, fading into nothingness. At this moment, the Cloud Luo Emperor furrowed her brow. The Sun and Moon Emperor had truly eluded capture. Even with her divine powers, she could not seize him. Haha! The Dou Emperor erupted in laughter, his body propelling forward. Lin Chen, await your fate. I shall be waiting for you in the depths of the blood abyss. The figure of the Emperor Dou swiftly vanished from sight. Taking advantage of the moment when the Cloud Luo Emperor pursued the Sun and Moon Emperor to make his escape, utterly unimpeded. Lin Chen, this is troublesome. The Cloud Luo Emperor, with graceful steps, directly addressed Lin Chen. The blood spirit pearl has been taken. We cannot enter the depths of the blood abyss. Lin Chen gazed calmly in the direction of the fleeing Sun and Moon Emperor, smiled at the Cloud Luo Emperor, and reassured her, "Do not worry. If the blood spirit pearl has been taken, I possess my own methods to enter the blood abyss." The Cloud Luo Emperor furrowed her brow, about to speak, when Qingro interjected cheerfully, "Sister Cloud Luo, let Brother Lin Chen absorb the energy from the blood spirit pool first." Indeed, the tyrant king grinned savagely at Lin Chen, his bones cracking ominously. "Hurry up and ascend to the second level. I still wish to have a proper match with you." Lin Chen shrugged, turned, and walked towards the blood spirit pool. As he turned, a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. "The Hunyuan Gate, second true disciple Yuhuang?" After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen smiled back at Qingro, then leapt into the blood spirit pool. The instant Lin Chen plunged into the pool, an array of swirling characters resembling the word swallow enveloped him. A torrent of pure, immense energy surged into his body unceasingly. At that moment, it felt as though every pore of Lin Chen's body had opened wide. The energy within the blood spirit pool was even more refined than that of the law spirit pill. Absorbing it could only be beneficial, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Lin Chen could even sense that the blood-like water in the pool had a profound effect on his own blood. Such overwhelming energy. "I shall ascend to the second level of the divine law realm now." Lin Chen's heart surged with joy as a color reminiscent of a black hole spread throughout his being, radiating an immense power of devouring. To the eyes of the Cloud Luo Emperor, Qingro, and others, Lin Chen, immersed in the blood spirit pool, caused the blood water to recede layer by layer. It was evident that all the descending blood water was being absorbed into his body, as torrents of pure energy flowed into him. It felt as if his interior was an unfathomable abyss, beginning to voraciously consume everything. Heavens, after absorbing such a vast amount of energy, he still hasn't ascended? The magic iron earth dragon's eyes widened in astonishment as it beheld the scene in the blood spirit pool. The energy blood water had diminished by a full third. The magic iron earth dragon could distinctly sense that this 1/3 represented an enormous reservoir of pure magical power, equivalent to what 2 practitioners at the second level of the divine law realm could absorb. A grave expression crossed the Cloud Luo Emperor's face as she remarked, "The energy required for each individual to ascend to the second level of the divine law realm is fixed. Yet, I did not expect Lin Chen to absorb such a vast quantity." Qingro and the Tyrant King nodded in unison. The manifestation resulting from Lin Chen's absorption of the blood pool is truly astonishing. A full 3 hours have elapsed, during which the Tyrant King and others have waited patiently. The pure energy within the blood pool has diminished by 2/3, and the rapid decline has abruptly ceased. The entire blood spirit pool is enveloped in an eerie silence. What could be the cause of this? The demon Iron Earth Dragon exclaimed in astonishment. However, they soon witnessed a profoundly shocking scene. From the now silent blood spirit pool, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, causing the expressions of Yun Luo Huang and the others to shift dramatically. Lin Chen suddenly rose from the blood pool, and a formidable suction force emanated from his body. Countless strands of blood energy surged into Lin Chen, drawn inexorably from the depths of the blood sea. The remaining 1/3 of the blood pool's pure power was entirely absorbed by Lin Chen's body in that moment. At this juncture, the 4 consciousness seas within Lin Chen expanded tenfold. Each of his consciousness seas now contained a staggering 100,000 dragons of magical power. Suddenly, the Tyrant King's expression changed, and Qingro's countenance also grew tense. How could Lin Chen have vanished so suddenly from the blood spirit pool? In the second chapter, Blood Dawn Bell, Part 2, Lin Chen's refinement process unleashed his devouring magical prowess. A circle of black hole-like light patterns erupted around Lin Chen, reminiscent of ripples formed when a stone is cast into a lake. A tremendous force of absorption erupted from Lin Chen's body, manifesting as invisible tendrils that latched onto the fragments of the devouring heaven tower. The previously responsive fragments of the devouring heaven tower now glowed with an even more intense radiance. An immense surge of energy erupted from the remnants of the devouring heaven tower, gradually flowing into Lin Chen's being. At this moment, Lin Chen's all-seeing eye ignited with flames of azure. The fragments of the devouring heaven tower were continuously penetrated by Lin Chen's gaze. Countless invisible formations unfolded within the remnants of the tower, infinite in number. Some of these formations were so deadened that even Lin Chen's all-seeing eye could not penetrate them. What a terrifying array! There must be at least hundreds of thousands of different formations, and some exist beyond even the reach of the all-seeing eye. Lin Chen was astounded. These fragments were not even the core of the Devouring Heaven Tower. If they were, the contained power would be unimaginably vast. The Devouring Heaven Tower is rumored to be a celestial artifact. However, Lin Chen is far from comprehending celestial artifacts. Even Tao artifacts remain beyond his grasp. Lin Chen, I shall assist you in refining the blood-old Taoist. As the spirit of the Devouring Heaven Tower, I possess formidable strength, particularly within the devouring great formation of the second layer of the Xianzhong Monarch Tower. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The Xianzhong Monarch Tower immediately soared from Lin Chen's consciousness sea, descending upon the remnants of the Devouring Heaven Tower. The devouring array suddenly ignited within the tower of the celestial monarch. At this moment, the resounding voice of the Blood Elder erupted from within the tower, engulfing the heavens and devouring the earth, consuming all in its path. Instantly, the remnants of the devouring tower, which had been subtly shifting, unleashed an even more terrifying energy. A dreadfully formidable force of absorption surged forth from the tower, seemingly enveloping the entirety of the Blood Sea. If Lin Chen were able to witness this scene, he would observe that the entire Blood Sea was stirring, as if it sought to consume everything within its depths. Lin Chen commenced the process of refining the devouring tower. Hidden within the vast Blood Sea were two terrifying entities, silently traversing its depths: the celestial Emperor Yunluo and the demonic Iron Dragon. This ominous and mysterious force appeared intent on absorbing all that it encountered. Such power I have never witnessed before, proclaimed the celestial emperor. The demonic Iron Dragon, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, its pitch-black, demonic eyes fixated upon the swirling vortex of the Blood Sea, filled with a sense of humility. It suddenly recalled the events that transpired in the Valley of Ghosts, where it first unleashed the ghostly fork against Lin Chen. This was the demonic Iron Dragon's inaugural display of this formidable technique, the true extent of which it did not fully comprehend. Nevertheless, the ghostly fork, a divine art fortuitously acquired from the stone pool, was undoubtedly extraordinary. What followed, however, instilled genuine fear within the demonic Iron Dragon. It sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy manipulating its ghostly fork, releasing the presence of the demon of elegance. Its potential for evolution was a manifestation of the heavenly demon emperor's will. Having been commanded to serve Lin Chen, the demonic Iron Dragon harbored no ulterior motives. For the heavenly demon emperor had once uttered a prophetic statement: "This young man's future achievements will surpass even mine." This declaration solidified the demonic Iron Dragon's unwavering loyalty. The heavenly demon emperor was a figure of immense power, one of the titans of the human realm in ancient times, a superlative demon lord. Could his words be mere fabrications? Lin Chen's future accomplishments were destined to astound all. The demonic Iron Dragon spoke to the celestial emperor, its demonic eyes brimming with reverence. Perhaps Lin Chen himself could not fathom that the heavenly demon emperor had long been aware of his existence and had even set a strategic piece in motion. Meanwhile, in the depths of the blood abyss, at least 10,000 miles away, the landscape of blood had transformed, no longer a mere crimson world. Here lay an even more saturated realm of sanguine hues, suffused with an inexhaustible aura of blood and malice. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a dark red tint, a manifestation of blood coalescing to its utmost limit. This section of the blood abyss, known as the abyssal midpoint, harbored a malevolent energy far more terrifying than that found in the upper layers of the blood abyss. Only those who have reached the divine realm and possess immense magical power can enter the central region of the blood abyss. It is in this very core that two figures suddenly materialize. These individuals are imbued with the profound mysteries of the yin-yang mirror, exhibiting a deep understanding of its intricacies. They are none other than the ferocious king of violence and the gentle saintess Qingru. At this moment, 5 days have elapsed since Lin Chen's refinement process. As they delve deeper, they have arrived at the heart of the blood abyss. I can sense numerous formidable presences, the king of violence remarked with a fierce expression. They are all converging towards the very depths of the blood abyss. Qingru glanced at the vast crimson expanse and softly stated, "The blood sea in this central region harbors a malevolent aura, distinct from what I have encountered before. It possesses an unusual force." "What unusual force?" the king of violence inquired, furrowing his brow. Qingru met his gaze and explained, "This is my innate ability. My sensing power is extraordinarily acute, allowing me to perceive certain conditions here. It is likely connected to the recent disturbances in the blood abyss. Connected to the disturbances? The king of violence, with a fierce countenance, looked at Qingru and suddenly grinned. As the saintess of the Taching sect, you must possess some insights, don't you? Qingru nodded, her azure eyes shimmering with a watery essence as she replied, in truth, you are not as coarse as you appear. Rather, you have a nuanced depth beneath your rough exterior. The king of violence smiled, but neither agreed nor disagreed. He simply revels in the thrill of battle. Considering the current hour, it won't be long before the entire central region of the blood abyss begins to tremble, Qingru remarked as she observed the endless crimson. There are more individuals within the depths of the blood abyss who are eagerly anticipating. The king of violence's keen eyes suddenly fixated on a certain depth within the blood abyss, where he could sense a continuous surge of immense magical power. The two concealed their auras and remained hidden within the heart of the abyss. As the 6th day slowly passed, the king of violence could no longer restrain the violent instincts coursing through his veins, and a sudden upheaval erupted in the central region of the blood abyss. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of colossal explosions reverberated, as if dozens of mountains were crashing down upon the earth. At that moment, the entire central region of the blood abyss surged violently. An overwhelmingly potent aura awakened from the depths, shaking all who were present. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of bells resonated throughout the central region of the blood abyss. The source of this bell-like sound was unknown, yet it echoed clearly within the abyss. At this moment, the countless malevolent auras within the blood abyss began to ripple intensely, like the surface of water disturbed by a sudden force. The king of violence's pupils constricted as he observed the changes in the central region. His body tensed. An unprecedented sense of danger compelled him to prepare for any eventuality. This is merely a residual wave. What is it? He pondered, gazing at the boiling malevolent aura that resembled liquid. The incessantly surging bloodthirsty aura was felt by the tyrant king, who sensed an overwhelming and terrifying power emanating from above. Even the tyrant king, in his ferocity, dared not provoke or absorb the raging bloodthirst. Qingru, with a grave expression, spoke of the source of the anomalies within the blood abyss. For a quasi-Dao artifact was on the verge of being born within. The term quasi-Dao artifact resonated in the tyrant king's ears like thunder. As Qingru gazed at him, she continued, this is the quasi-Dao artifact that is soon to take shape and emerge, the blood dawn bell. No sooner had her words echoed than a piercing, beastly roar reverberated through the central region of the blood abyss. Gradually, a crimson phantom materialized before Qingru and the tyrant king, an immense and formidable apparition. Chapter 244, The Bloodthirsty Clan. The turmoil in the central region of the blood abyss surged, affecting the entirety of the abyss. Not only was the center impacted, but even Lin Chen and his companions in the external realm felt the tremendous upheaval. Boom, boom, boom. The faint sounds of a small copper bell striking began to resonate throughout the upper expanse of the blood abyss. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, filling the entire abyss with a series of thunderous detonations. Many bloodthirsty spirits perished amidst the violent explosions. The upper realm of the blood abyss transformed into a crimson haze, rippling outward like waves of an explosion. Instantly, the sea of blood where Lin Chen was in seclusion also felt the repercussions of this cataclysm. The countless blood trees suspended above the blood sea exploded into fragments the moment the mysterious wave struck. Following this, the entire crimson seawater seemed to be bombarded by invisible colossal fists, leading to an eruption throughout the blood sea. The bloodthirsty demonic energy, akin to blood water, continuously ruptured within. The immense upheaval began to shake the entire blood sea. In the very center of the sea, the surrounding blood waters could not resist the explosive force, succumbing to an unstoppable detonation. This was the power of sonic waves. Yunluo Huang, who roamed outside the colossal vortex, immediately perceived the overwhelming force of the explosion spreading forth. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a protective barrier that enveloped the entire stone pool. The demon Iron Earth Dragon also let out a howl, exhaling a massive surge of demonic energy that shrouded the protective barrier. Feeling the tremendous impact on its body, the demon Iron Earth Dragon was unable to contain its astonishment, pondering how terrifying a magical force was required to unleash such a formidable sonic technique. Its consciousness was immensely powerful, quickly discerning the changes within a significant portion of the blood sea, fully absorbing the cataclysmic explosions within its mind. The sheer magnitude of destructive power left the demon Iron Earth Dragon in a state of awe. Not only that, but the expression on Yunluo Huang's face grew increasingly grave. She remarked that even the area beyond the Blood Sea was trembling under the destructive resonance of this sound wave. As her words lingered in the air, countless illusory green leaves began to emerge from the Blood Sea, converging in her hands. These were, astonishingly, the ethereal leaves of the mystical tree. Yunluo Huang had meticulously arranged for these leaves to encircle the Blood Sea, keenly observing any intruders in the vicinity. However, she had not anticipated witnessing such a terrifying explosion. What a shock the Iron Demon Dragon felt. To achieve such a spectacle, one would need to possess at least the strength of a fifth-tier divine practitioner. Nodding solemnly, Yunluo Huang sensed a profound and mysterious feeling awakening within her. This sensation was unmistakable. It signified the imminent emergence of a dreadfully powerful treasure. Curiosity flickered in her heart as she pondered what treasures might be birthed from this blood abyss. In her youth, she had consumed a seed from the mystical tree, which still lay dormant within her being. It was said that the mystical tree, having gathered the world's mysteries, was exceptionally attuned to treasures imbued with the arcane. This was the reason for Yunluo Huang's sudden realization. The blood abyss truly lived up to its reputation as an impenetrable forbidden ground. The Iron Demon Dragon swallowed hard, recognizing the palpable dangers surrounding them. Even within the realms of the mundane, encountering numerous fifth-tier divine practitioners was exceedingly rare. The Iron Demon Dragon had previously reigned supreme in the Ghostly Valley, with most of its memories of the outside world passed down through its bloodline. In other words, apart from the Celestial Demon Emperor, it had not encountered any formidable beings. Wait, the explosion continues. I sense a force rapidly approaching us, Yunluo Huang announced. Without waiting for the Iron Demon Dragon to act, she swiftly formed a hand seal with her delicate, fair hand. Over 100 illusory leaves of the mystical tree soared from her fingertips, coalescing into the shape of a long sword, its blade enveloped in surging vital energy. The Iron Demon Dragon gazed in astonishment as it witnessed Yunluo Huang's sudden maneuver to seize an object. Its eyes widened in disbelief. What she held was, astonishingly, a blue talisman, emanating an overwhelmingly regal aura. Furthermore, at the very center of the talisman, the words Tai Ching were inscribed. Yunluo Huang stared at the blue talisman, her expression shifting to one of concern as she scanned its surface. The Iron Demon Dragon extended its neck, fixated on the talisman in her grasp. "Quickly seek help," it exclaimed, confusion etched across its features. This was the most esteemed teleportation talisman of the Tai Ching sect, a rare sight, upon its appearance. The recipient was compelled to rush to assist. Only those of significant wealth or power could wield the Tai Ching celestial talisman. I surmise that this talisman must have originated from Qing Ro. The mysterious woman in blue is in peril, and the magic Iron Earth Dragon, with wide eyes, declared, "I cannot abandon the boss. I shall go with you." Yunluo Huang cast a glance at Lin Chen, who was shielded by the protective barrier, and let out a soft sigh before swiftly soaring towards the heart of the blood abyss. However, just as Yunluo Huang was about to depart, a faint voice emanated from the artifacts encasing Lin Chen. "I have heard whispers of the Tai Ching talisman you speak of. Thus, both of you should proceed. I shall be fine here." Yunluo furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. "Master, I will not leave. Your safety is paramount." The magic Iron Earth Dragon earnestly replied. "When it comes to safeguarding Qing Ro and Lin Chen's safety undoubtedly takes precedence. Do not fret for my well-being." Lin Chen's voice echoed softly. Suddenly, a black hole manifested above the stone pool, exuding a chilling force of devouring power. Such formidable strength. Yunluo Huang remarked in mild astonishment. This fluctuation surpassed that of most beings in the divine law realm. The magic Iron Earth Dragon nodded in agreement. "My refinement will soon be complete," Lin Chen stated calmly. "Qing Ro and the others must be in dire danger to have sent out a distress signal. So you should all hurry." The magic Iron Earth Dragon hesitated. Lin Chen continued, "This disturbance is intricately linked to my mission, so it is imperative for you to ascertain the situation promptly." Pausing briefly, Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of ambiguity. "In any case, Yunluo Huang, I can still reach out to you." It seemed Lin Chen had gleaned some information from that handkerchief. Yunluo Huang's chilly visage suddenly flushed with color. "Humph," she scoffed, pivoting and hastily taking flight. The magic Iron Earth Dragon, after a moment's hesitation, followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the blood abyss, Qing Ro and the Tyrant King unleashed their full presence, advancing fiercely. The once exploded sea of blood was now partitioned by swirling dark red waves of energy. These concentric bands of dark red energy formed a circular chain, completely ensnaring Qing Ro and the Tyrant King. This was the presence of a being at the third level of the divine law realm. The Tyrant King's face contorted in rage. Yet he sensed an uncanny aura that was neither human nor beast. "I am uncertain," Qing Ro replied, "but we are in danger." The recent Tai Ching talisman was indeed drawn by her. Faced with an unknown entity at the third level of the divine law realm, the odds seemed bleak. I care not for how many levels it possesses." The Tyrant King erupted into a wild laugh, his battle fervor surging. Even in the face of a third-level being in the divine law realm, his heart was filled with but one thought: fight, kill. Qing Ro gently shook her head, choosing to remain silent. However, in that moment, a colossal blood-red apparition emerged, fully manifesting before them. It was a gigantic beast, its body cloaked in a thick, blood-stained armor. Upon the creature's head were 4 pairs of eyes, 8 in total, each brimming with serpentine veins, emanating an aura of terror. This was indeed the Bloodfiend clan. Chapter 245, The Bloodfiend Clan, Part 2. The beast's entire form was enveloped in scales, seemingly drenched in blood. An overwhelming and fearsome power radiated incessantly from it. The 8 monstrous eyes, laced with grotesque blood vessels, emitted a chilling malice, accompanied by a low, resonant growl that reverberated from its depths. What manner of race is the Bloodfiend clan? In the human realm, I had not heard of them. The Tyrant King gazed at the colossal creature before him with palpable excitement, feeling the immense power emanating from its robust limbs. This force caused the warrior's fighting spirit to surge within him. The Bloodfiend clan was a race birthed from the depths of the blood abyss. Qing Ru spoke gravely, recounting a tale of a predecessor who had escaped from the abyss's deepest recesses, documenting the horrors encountered therein. According to his records, the Bloodfiend clan was the most formidable foe lurking in the abyss's depths. Indeed, this race birth from the blood abyss is astonishing, the Tyrant King exclaimed, intrigued by the mysteries of the abyss that could give rise to such formidable beings. Yet, what truly lies at the bottom of the blood abyss? These questions elude me. Qing Ru shook her head, her aquamarine eyes fixating on the massive silhouette gradually rising from the blood sea, suggesting they first deal with this Bloodfiend clan. The Tyrant King nodded, his expression fierce. "Humans, leave the blood abyss at once. This is not a place for your kind," the colossal beast rumbled, its voice akin to thunder, with a tempestuous airflow billowing from its maw. "Esteemed one," Qing Ru stepped forward and said, "we have come representing one of the 3 grand sects of the Holy Spirit continent, to investigate the anomalies within the blood abyss." Beside her, the Tyrant King clenched his fists, the bones creaking ominously. The Bloodfiend's 8 eyes widened once more, the veins within them thickening ominously. "The Bloodfiend clan guards the blood abyss. Your investigation is unwarranted." The thunderous voice bore a hint of ire. The surrounding blood sea seemed to respond to the beast's fury, roiling in agitation. Qing Ru discreetly scanned her surroundings with her azure gaze and softly said, "Esteemed one, we truly harbor no ill intent." "Impudent," the Bloodfiend roared in fury, "you seek the Crimson Dawn Bell, our sacred artifact, the hope of the Bloodfiend clan. You humans shall never lay claim to it." Having reached the 3rd stage of the divine law realm, the Bloodfiend's intelligence was indeed remarkably fearsome. Wherever there is uncertainty, it is merely the effect of the blood-red dawn that has drawn everyone in. Enough of this futile chatter. I will strike him down with a single blow. The Blood King roared, abandoning any further words, and unleashed a powerful punch, with a torrent of force erupting from his fist. Seeking death, the colossal blood-colored beast bellowed. Opening its massive maw, a swirling, transparent force coalesced and shot forth to intercept the Blood King's devastating strike. The clash of their powers unfolded instantaneously. Qing Ru watched helplessly as the battle commenced. Now that it had begun, there was no stopping it, and she could only acquiesce to the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the blood abyss, after 3 resounding thuds echoed, the tumult of the blood sea came to a sudden halt. Powerful auras lay hidden beneath the surface, and at that moment, a sound akin to the air being violently torn apart resonated. Waves of bloodthirsty energy were cleaved asunder. Instantly, Countless strands of consciousness locked onto the rift in the air. The figures that had been tearing through the atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, their momentum ceasing entirely. The gears that had encircled their forms retracted, revealing the complete silhouette of a man. This figure was none other than the illusory wheel sovereign. The sovereign bowed his head, clasping his hands in respect, and spoke with reverence. A colossal consciousness fixed itself upon the illusory wheel sovereign, and a faint voice emanated from the void. Illusory wheel sovereign, what punishment do you deserve for this journey into the blood sea? The sovereign trembled, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He was acutely aware of his leader's capabilities, immense rewards paired with terrifying repercussions. For the sins of my subordinates, I beseech the leader for a grave punishment. He knelt on one knee, speaking earnestly. This was the only way to mitigate his impending doom. The resounding voice of the leader ceased, replaced by other consciousnesses that began to voice their judgments. How could a high-ranking member of the Tongtian party have such deplorable efficacy? Such incompetence must be eradicated. Even the simplest of tasks seem beyond your grasp. What use is there for such a person? To kill such a figure is the only way to cleanse the shame of the Tongtian party. I have received secret correspondence detailing the disgraceful acts of the illusory wheel sovereign. Those who flee in the face of danger deserve death. A soldier may be slain, but never dishonored. These voices relentlessly pronounced the sovereign's guilt. The litany of sins made the sovereign sweat profusely, yet he found himself incapable of retorting. In the Tongtian party, the penalties for those who abandon their post are exceedingly severe. According to his transgressions, he was destined to have his soul suppressed, enduring the rumored torment of searing flames. My leader, I am willing to offer everything to atone for my sins, the illusory will sovereign hastily declared. Faced with such a formidable leader, he felt no inclination to flee. Is it so? Lu Tongtian spoke softly. I have observed your performance and found it commendable. Thus, I am inclined to grant you a chance for redemption. Thank you, master. Huanluan Huang expressed his gratitude, nodding in respect. At that moment, the surrounding discussions came to an abrupt halt, for once Lu Tongtian began to speak, there was no room for interruption. The recent upheaval was caused by the emergence of a quasi-Dao artifact, the Blood Dawn Bell. Lu Tongtian continued. What I require of you is to follow the route indicated on this map and seek out the location of the Blood Dawn Bell. Upon finishing his words, a map shot forth from the depths of the Blood Sea. However, Huanluan Huang was left in stunned silence as he gazed upon this map. A quasi-Dao artifact? The sacred spirit continent has given rise to such an existence? Even Huanluan Huang's heart was shaken. It is known that the number of Dao artifacts born upon the sacred spirit continent does not exceed 5. Do you not wish to amend your past mistakes? Lu Tongtian remarked coolly. If that is the case, then prepare to accept my punishment. A wave of searing heat surged forth from the nameless depths of the Blood Sea, brimming with the power to incinerate all. Huanluan Huang trembled, snapping back to reality, and with a cold sweat, he said, Master, please do not misunderstand. I was merely taken aback by your words. I shall set out immediately. With that, he grasped the map and committed its details to memory. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself swiftly toward a certain direction, eager to distance himself from that place. Just moments after Huanluan Huang departed, a voice resonated through the heart of the blood abyss. Master, I do not understand why you have granted him this opportunity, the voice inquired. Have you heard of the Bloodfiend clan? After a brief hesitation, the voice responded. Could it be that the master speaks of the mysterious race birthed within the blood abyss? Indeed, Lu Tongtian's tone grew grave. The birthplace of the Blood Dawn Bell lies at the very center of the Bloodfiend clan. One misstep could lead to death. The voice was taken aback. What? Even the master's cultivation cannot eradicate this race? Of course, Lu Tongtian replied. I have embedded a sensing mechanism within the map, intending for Huanluan Huang to enter and assess the safety of the entire area. Master is indeed wise. The king of beasts unleashed a mighty punch, and instantly, the roar of countless demonic beasts echoed through the air, filled with an earth-shattering ferocity. The overwhelming force of the punch surged forth, obliterating all in its path with power sufficient to upend the heavens and the earth. As if enveloped by a deluge, Qingrou's form darted about, her delicate fingers gesturing rhythmically in all directions. In an instant, it appeared as if a rain cloud had materialized above the colossal beast, with countless azure droplets cascading from the sky. Within these blue droplets resided an exceptionally pure and potent essence of the Taiji. Countless droplets of water cascaded onto the blood-hued armor of the colossal beast, producing a dull thud reminiscent of stones plummeting from the heavens. With a mighty roar, the crimson giant unleashed a resounding shockwave that rippled outward from its vast maw, akin to an invisible wave spreading across the expanse. As this unseen wave surged forth, the lethal strikes from the tyrant and Qing Ro began to unravel. Their formidable assaults dissipated in an instant. Every attack was rendered null beneath this singular onslaught. This soundwave assault bears an uncanny resemblance to the powers contained within the Blood Dawn Bell, Qing Ro remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Despite her and the tyrant's relentless barrage of lethal moves, they could only manage to contend with the beast before them. Yet, she was acutely aware that without revealing some hidden cards, their endurance would be short-lived. With a face brimming with excitement, the tyrant proclaimed, "I care not for your sound waves. I shall obliterate you." The moment his words fell, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from his being, as a dark shadow elongated behind him, suffused with boundless malice. "You shall perish." The beast growled, its formidable bloodlust palpable, as its 8 massive crimson eyes widened once more, stirring the surrounding sea of blood into a tumultuous upheaval. A cacophony of buzzing sounds erupted, echoing like the tolling of copper bells. Chapter 246. Lin Chen emerges from seclusion, Part 1, on the celestial island of Ta Qing. The realm of emperors, hundreds of mountains floated suspended in the air. A man with silvery hair, yet possessing an exceptionally youthful visage, approached a desolate peak. Holding a wine jug. "Old fool, what brings you here?" A frail voice resonated from within a cavern. The young man, with a serious countenance, flashed a smile and retorted, "It seems you are still quite spirited, old man." With that, he vanished into the cave in a blink. Inside the cavern, an elderly figure sat atop a stone platform. The elder's visage had grown gaunt. His long hair, now a meter in length, was entirely white. A frail aura emanated from him continuously. "Fenghua, in your current state, how much longer can you endure?" The elderly man inquired, his expression grave yet imbued with a complex sentiment. Despite years of conflict, their bond had grown profoundly deep. "Hee." The aged elder cracked a dry smile, his murky gaze shifting to the wine jug in the other's hand. "Old man, you still remember my taste." The serious-faced individual rarely smiled, but now he opened the jug, releasing a rich aroma of fine wine. The aged elder inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the wine, his face reflecting profound contentment. "Ah, I am reminded of the days spent drinking with my elder brother. He departed too soon, and now it is just the two of us old fellows remaining." Xie Yao, with a melancholy tinge in his voice, replied, "Brother once said that turmoil is soon to descend upon the Holy Spirit continent. It seems we old men are also nearing the time to accompany him." The elderly man's expression suddenly turned grave, his gaze piercing as he regarded Xie Yao. "I am not yet ready to depart." "Why?" Xie Yao inquired, studying the elder closely. "Your ailment is beyond my capacity to remedy. Without the blood-spirit longevity fruit, the blood-spirit longevity pill cannot be concocted," the elder retorted with a hint of irritation. "Do not feign ignorance. You know your own heart better than I do. I am aware that you have high hopes for that young man," the elder continued. Xie Yao laughed heartily. "You know me best." However, his demeanor soon shifted to one of gravity. "The blood abyss has grown exceedingly complex, giving rise to an existence akin to a quasi-Dao artifact. No wonder the major sects have dispatched all their top disciples, 5 of the mightiest true disciples among the 5 great factions. Lin Chen is but a mere first stage of the divine method realm. The danger he faces has escalated immensely," Xie Yao noted. The elder remained silent, lost in thought. Xie Yao tossed a wine jug toward him, which the elder caught, taking a hearty swig, his face lighting up with satisfaction. "Once, my brother emerged and encountered a formidable figure," the elder sighed. "That person was Lin Songxing, hailed by my brother as the most terrifying individual in the Holy Spirit continent, one whom even the Grand Masters could not rival." A complex expression crossed Xie Yao's face. Lin Chen was indeed his son. Suddenly, the elder flung the wine jug, which erupted in a blaze, sending forth a tempestuous wind intermingled with roaring flames. "The turmoil on the Holy Spirit continent has begun. The child of the continent is soon to be born. The Ta Qing 9 void technique shall resurface, and the ancient mysteries are ripe for revelation." Windfire Ancestor laughed heartily, his words imbued with an unprecedented fervor. I shall assist him in gathering the bones required to ascend the throne. Xie Yao, with keen eyes, queried, why? In a forbidden area of Ta Ching Island, not even the sovereigns within the sect possess the right to tread, otherwise, they would face horrific retribution. It is deemed the most perilous and enigmatic place within the entire sect. Yunling walked along the tranquil path, each sight so familiar. Yet he had lost count of how many times he had refrained from visiting. He touched the scar on his forehead, recalling that fateful event from years past that had kept him away. Feeling the presence of a terrifying force beneath the ground, Yunling was filled with reverence. This must be the most formidable power of the Ta Ching sect, he mused. Continuing his journey, he arrived at a path paved with azure bricks. He paused respectfully before it, bowing deeply. You have arrived, a voice resonated, enchanting and unexpectedly feminine. Master, Yunling bowed his head. Yunling is here. Do you harbor hatred towards me? The voice inquired, shrouded in enigma. Not at all, Yunlin replied, bowing his head, acknowledging that all misfortunes were of his own making. How are matters progressing? The female voice continued to probe. The ascension of the execution emperor has reached its pivotal moment. It will take approximately a month, just in time for the commencement of the Ta Ching 9 void technique. The voice fell silent, prompting Yunlin to elaborate. Throughout the blood abyss, the blood dawn bell has manifested, and the Bloodfiend clan has begun to awaken. The Saintess and Emperor Yunluo are by Lin Chen's side, accompanied by the foremost disciples of other factions. All have arrived. A hint of hesitation and complexity tinged Yunlin's voice. Even the dark beings of the human realm have emerged, he added, revealing a trace of weariness and bitterness. They are here to seek you. Yunlin shook his head, offering a wry smile. What use is there in me now? Why do you deem yourself useless, Sectmaster? The female voice pressed. Yunlin lowered his gaze. You know well that my cultivation has no chance of recovery. After a moment of silence, she remarked, this is the reason you have drawn close to Lin Chen, isn't it? Your assassination of the nascent blood demon sovereign led to this predicament. Surely, only that young one can restore your powers. Yunlin trembled slightly, nodding in both affirmation and denial. Do not harbor intentions against him, the female voice cautioned. Even as the foremost assassin, such thoughts are inadvisable. Yunlin, his expression a tapestry of complexity, nodded gravely. Subsequently, he turned to depart, enveloped in swirling black mist, his figure fading from sight. I do this for your own good. The voice resonated ethereally after his departure. He is beyond your reach. The power of sound-based magic is exceedingly rare across the Holy Spirit continent, known for its terrifying potency. If Qingrou's memory serves her well, there once existed a formidable being who wielded sound-based magic, effortlessly slaying foes beyond their level. The emergence of this powerhouse sent tremors throughout the continent. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding echoes akin to the striking of copper bells reverberated, unleashing an invisible wave centered around the colossal beast, sweeping outward with astonishing speed. Where the wave traveled, it unleashed catastrophic explosions. The might of these sound waves eclipsed even that of the most ferocious energies, their power unparalleled. The violent king, with a face twisted in excitement, reached out towards the dispersing sound waves, as the shadows of dark malevolent energy surged forward. Protect! Qingrou clasped her hands over her chest. A circle of azure water ripples enveloping her, shielding her within. Faced with such a terrifying sound wave assault, even she felt the weight of the situation. Boom! The violent king was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, utterly unable to withstand such terrifying might. Blood gushed from his mouth, infused with fierce malevolence and a tumultuous fighting spirit. Qingrou, likewise, found herself in a precarious position. All the water and soft radiance enveloping him shattered under the onslaught of the sound waves. His delicate form was forced to retreat several steps. The barbarian king spat out the remnants of blood from his mouth, stabilizing his figure a distance away, and wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his lips. His visage, far from paling at the horrific attack, instead wore an even broader smile. At that moment, his upper body began to swell in concentric circles, producing a series of explosive cracking sounds that echoed continuously. Barbarian king, do not be impulsive, Qingrou cautioned, her complexion slightly altered. Before them stood a massive crimson beast, which suddenly opened its cavernous maw. Within its mouth lay a dark, unfathomable abyss, seemingly endless. The barbarian king halted his poised form, puzzled as he glanced at Qingrou. Why have you stopped? I was just getting excited. It is summoning its companions. Qingrou's expression turned grave. The Blood Fiend clan was indeed preparing to rise again. The sacred artifact must not be disturbed by any clan, or else. The blood-colored beast growled menacingly, revealing its murderous intent. A strange sound wave emanated from its mouth, rapidly spreading outward, impossible to intercept. At this moment, Qingrou felt an immense pressure. This blood fiend beast was already overwhelmingly powerful. If it were to summon its companions again, they would undoubtedly plunge into genuine peril. Yet, the barbarian king showed no signs of trepidation, instead roaring with exhilaration. Let them come. I shall relish in the fight and slay them all. The 8 large eyes of the blood-colored beast coldly regarded the barbarian king, as if gazing upon a corpse. When its kin descended, it would send shockwaves throughout the continent, and all would tremble before the terror of the Blood Fiend clan. You are truly ignorant. The blood-colored beast spoke slowly, a surge of formidable energy gathering within its mouth, brimming with overwhelming power. However, at that moment, an enigmatic and potent demonic aura descended. 2 immensely powerful entities suddenly pierced through the layers of crimson energy, appearing before the blood-colored beast. A tremendous force emanated from both the individual and the beast, suffused with a torrent of might. Those who show disrespect to our saintess shall all perish. The Emperor Yunluo declared coldly. Chapter 247, Lin Chen's Emergence, Part 2. Meanwhile, in the heart of the blood abyss, countless formidable presences lurked within the pervasive aura of blood fiends, undetectable to the outside world. Even a passing monarch, upon sensing the slightest fluctuation of energy, would be terrified and hastily flee. This was indeed the location previously visited by the illusory Wheel Emperor, where Lutong Tian and his companions had concealed themselves. Suddenly, in this hidden place of Lutong Tian and others, 2 monumental auras descended. One was imbued with an overwhelming fighting spirit, while the other radiated a chilling yet searing power. Both were existences at the 3rd level of the divine law realm. They were none other than the Emperor of Fighters and the Emperor of Sun and Moon, who had vanished from the Blood Sea. A commanding voice resonated. Your Majesty, you have arrived. How has the matter progressed, party leader? The Sun and Moon sovereign nodded and replied. We have secured the Blood Spirit Pearls, 13 in total, sufficient for us to venture into the depths of the blood abyss. Oh, in that case, your reward for completing the mission shall be granted upon your return to the sect. Lutong Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Thank you, party leader. The Sun and Moon sovereign immediately nodded in agreement, a flicker of joy lighting his countenance. However, the Dose sovereign, positioned behind him, hesitated, seemingly on the verge of voicing something yet refraining. Dose sovereign, this time, I have allied with your home master. Thus we are comrades. Therefore, feel free to express any concerns. Lutong Tian discerned the unease in Dose sovereign's demeanor. Upon hearing this, the Sun and Moon sovereign's expression subtly shifted, taking on a more ruthless edge. Party leader, when we acquired the Blood Spirit Pearls, we encountered a group of individuals. Dose sovereign murmured, his voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. That group is our execution hall's foremost adversary, Lin Chen. Lutong Tian raised an eyebrow, then replied with an air of indifference. This individual is our party's primary foe, a malignant threat that will one day endanger the sacred spirit continent. He must be eradicated. Indeed, the Sun and Moon sovereign and I intended to eliminate him, Dose sovereign added. But he is accompanied by a servant of the 3rd tier of the divine law realm, and is under the full protection of the Cloud Luo sovereign, making his assassination exceedingly difficult. This revelation elicited astonished reactions from several powerful figures concealed in the shadows. How can it be that he has 2 protectors of the 3rd tier of the divine law realm? He truly is our most formidable enemy. Indeed, what manner of existence is he that commands such powerful servants? It is no wonder even the Phantom Wheel sovereign fled in fear. It appears Lin Chen possesses formidable capabilities. We must not allow his growth to continue unchecked. Otherwise, he will pose a significant threat to us. The gravity of Dose sovereigns and the Sun and Moon sovereigns' words struck deep into the hearts of their audience, as they recalled the Phantom Will sovereign's retreat, which had dealt a severe blow to both their factions. Now, this young man named Lin Chen had undoubtedly earned their attention. After all, possessing a servant of the 3rd tier of the divine law realm was an achievement even they could scarcely attain. Enough, Lutong Tian interjected. bringing their discourse to a halt. Initially, I intended to punish both of you, but it appears that this outcome cannot be laid at your feet. The Sun and Moon Sovereign and Do's Sovereign nodded earnestly, acknowledging Lutong Tian's judgment. The matter of Lin Chen, though outside their control, remained a source of shame for them. Did Lin Chen and his associates seize the energy from the blood spirit pool? Lutong Tian inquired, his tone measured. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on the Sun and Moon Sovereign's forehead as he knelt, stating, "Party leader, I am unworthy. I implore you to impose a severe penalty. Rewards and punishments must be clear. You may stand down." Lutong Tian waved his hand dismissively. "This time, your merits outweigh your transgressions." The Sun and Moon Sovereign felt as though a weight had been lifted, swiftly disappearing into the heart of the blood abyss. Now, only a solitary Do Huang remains, steadfast in his position. Do Huang, I presume Lin Chen is still immersed in the blood sea, advancing to the second tier of the divine law realm. I have sensed a fierce battle occurring in the central region of the blood abyss. Through my divine perception, it is evident that the confrontation involves Yun Luo Huang and that demonic dragon. The leader of the sect, endowed with profound powers, remarked, "Let us refrain from flattery. You currently have a mission assigned by the Punishment Emperor. You must proceed on your own." Thus, Do Huang took his leave, swiftly departing towards another direction within the blood abyss, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Once Do Huang had vanished, a figure suddenly emerged in the heart of the blood abyss. A young man clad in black, his gaze icy, emanating a fearsome strength. This was none other than the true form of Lutong Tian. "Qian Dao Huang," Lutong Tian spoke, "the Fire Thunder Emperor is your junior. He has been slain by Lin Chen. Are you not compelled to intervene?" At that moment, from the depths of concealed energy, a blade of light tore through the air. A man bearing a mysterious great sword appeared before Lutong Tian, his countenance radiating murderous intent. This Qian Dao Huang is a renowned sovereign across the continent. He had previously been forced to leave the Mixed Heaven sect due to his excessive bloodlust, yet secretly served the Tong Tian sect. This formidable Qian Dao Huang stood at the pinnacle of the third tier of the divine law realm. "Leader, Lin Chen dares to slay my junior. Allow me to handle his retribution," Qian Dao Huang declared, his face taut with fury. "Very well," Lutong Tian replied, "as long as you eliminate him. I shall bestow upon you a substantial reward." "Thank you, leader," Qian Dao Huang said as the mysterious great sword behind him began to tremble. An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating forth. His form suddenly shot towards a specific direction, as Qian Dao Huang set off to confront Lin Chen. Two more formidable presences emerged from the depths of the blood-fiendish energy. These entities exuded an aura even more terrifying than that of Qian Dao Huang, infused with a multitude of divine powers, belonging to the fourth tier of the divine law realm. "Leader of Tong Tian, I have sensed a distress signal from our kin." One of them spoke. "It must be that the demonic dragon and Yun Luo Huang have encountered peril." Another added, "Leader of Tong Tian, we must consider our course of action. The faction of the Grand Elder is undoubtedly keeping a close watch. Should they arrive, our plans would be significantly thwarted." Lutong Tian cast a fleeting glance at the two, coolly stating, "I shall personally intervene to apprehend these individuals. However, once I acquire the Blood Dawn Bell, I shall elevate you to the position of clan leader." The two rejoiced, exclaiming, "With the intervention of the Tong Tian leader, we shall undoubtedly secure the role of clan leader. The current leader can hardly endure much longer. Once we achieve this title, we shall ensure the Blood Dawn Bell is delivered to the Tong Tian leader." Thus, a conspiracy began to take shape, unbeknownst to all. Lutong Tian continued to converse secretly with the two, his cold gaze abruptly locking onto the direction of Qing Ro and her companions. A surge of terrifying ferocity quietly emanated from Lutong Tian's body. He would take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, in the sea of blood, at the very center, above the stone pool, streams of sanguine energy continuously converged, forming an immense whirlpool. This marked the 10th day of Lin Chen's seclusion. Obscure waves of devouring energy erupted from the stone pool, instilling awe in many first and second-tier monarchs of the divine law realm, who dared not disturb the process. Suddenly, the swirling crimson vortex came to an abrupt halt. The gathering energies, almost tangible, shattered violently. All the sanguine energy shot outward in a wild frenzy. The original visage of the stone pool re-emerged, yet at this moment, there was not a single figure within. Lin Chen's form slowly materialized at the heart of the blood sea. At this moment, the profundities of yin and yang enveloped him, reaching a terrifying zenith. Such a wealth of yin and yang mysteries could likely only be paralleled by a third-tier monarch of the divine law realm. Sensing the surging mysteries within him, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. Behind him, a towering silhouette of a pitch-black giant tower emerged. This colossal structure resonated with immense yin and yang mysteries, akin to the true essence of yin and yang within Lin Chen. Moreover, the energy contained within this tower's shadow was of a formidable caliber. This was, unmistakably, the remnant of the devouring sky tower that Lin Chen had refined. The spectral figure of Blood Elder appeared before Lin Chen, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "The power of the devouring sky tower remnant is yet to be fully comprehended by you, but I am already quite pleased with your accomplishments. However, it is still far from sufficient." Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze imbued with lethal intent. "At my current cultivation level, should I encounter a battle emperor, what are my chances of victory?" "Perhaps less than 30%, Blood Elder replied, shaking his head. "The might of the battle aura is immense, and the battle emperor wields the essence of combatants, far beyond what an ordinary third-tier divine law realm practitioner can compare to. You are not yet on par with the seasoned third-tier practitioners." Lin Chen clenched his fists. It was clear that his strength remained insufficient. However, Blood Elder smiled and said, "Against a typical third-tier divine law realm expert, your odds might be 50-50. If you can unlock the fifth path of divine law, your chances will increase significantly." Lin Chen nodded, feeling the abundant power surging within him, confident in his ability to challenge a third-tier divine law realm entity. Simultaneously, he sensed the urgency to swiftly seek the fifth divine ability to further enhance his cultivation. He pondered the situation regarding Qing Ro. With Qing Ro and the Violent King joining forces, they should be able to contend with a third-tier divine law realm existence. Yet, the distress signal from Tai Ching Heavenly Talisman indicates that their adversary is not to be underestimated. However, with the assistance of the Demon Dragon and Yun Luo, they should be safe. Despite this, Lin Chen's heart remained heavy with concern for Qing Ro's safety. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to send out the Demon Iron Earth Dragon. Now, I too hastened towards that place to witness the nature of the battle. Lin Chen contemplated briefly, his gaze swiftly fixating on the deeper recesses of the blood abyss, and his form suddenly propelled forward. However, just as Lin Chen soared out of the sea of blood, an unusual sound wave unexpectedly surged towards him. It was as if a spiked sound wave was swiftly piercing through the air towards his figure. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him. Chapter 248. The triangular blood beast having just emerged from the vast sea of blood. Lin Chen had yet to savor the scenery beyond it when he found himself under attack. What kind of energy is this? Lin Chen's face was etched with astonishment as he observed the conical wave approaching him. This peculiar fluctuation resembled translucent ripples, akin to the essence of qi. However, the essence of qi was far more solid and formidable than this transparent ripple. "Lin Chen, beware. This is a sound wave attack," Blood Elder exclaimed in alarm. The strange phenomenon that just transpired in the sea of blood was due to this sound wave technique. Its power is immense. You must exercise utmost caution. Lin Chen pondered momentarily, his gaze locked onto the rapidly advancing conical wave. With a fierce strike of his right fist, he unleashed a torrent of energy from his mid-grade royal weapon. This force was sufficient to disrupt even the vastest seas. Bang! In an instant, Lin Chen felt as though he had struck a soft cotton mass, every ounce of strength within him dissipating like water through a sieve. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless buzzing sounds suddenly filled Lin Chen's ears, resonating with overwhelming might. What an eerie sound wave technique. Lin Chen's heart raced. Should this incessant buzzing continue, it would surely shatter his eardrums and subject his brain to a terrifying impact. Immediately, a formation began to operate around Lin Chen, winding lines of ghostly energy enveloping his entire being. In an instant, an invisible barrier created by the ghostly energy sealed off his eardrums, blocking out all the buzzing vibrations. Lin Chen's solemn gaze swept across his surroundings. Who possesses the capability to wield such a peculiar sound wave technique? Yet, to his slight disappointment, his eyes revealed nothing but a sea of crimson, devoid of any discernible figures. A playful voice suddenly echoed, effortlessly resonating within Lin Chen's mind. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a general direction. The ghostly energy surged forth from his being as 2,000 heavenly calamity demon seeds converged upon his right arm. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a might akin to 10,000 June. Such immense force erupted like a vortex, shredding the surrounding bloodthirsty energy to pieces. Boom. In this space, saturated with malevolent energy, a resounding explosion reverberated, its power radiating in all directions. However, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. For the spot where he had unleashed his punch was utterly devoid of any presence. Come and catch me, if you dare. A sudden impact struck Lin Chen's posterior, causing him to lurch forward. His rear had been kicked by this mysterious entity. With the eye of insight ignited, Lin Chen's gaze blazed with a cerulean flame. His expression icy and unyielding. This was the first time he had ever been so openly taunted by another. Under the scrutiny of the eye of insight, the entire sanguine world transformed, revealing the very essence of the bloodthirsty aura to Lin Chen. Having ascended to the second level of the divine law realm, the power of his eye of insight had correspondingly increased. As he activated the eye of insight, Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, suddenly tensing up. Within his enhanced vision, a crimson figure darted swiftly amidst the bloodthirsty aura, akin to a fish gliding through water. Lin Chen hastily turned to capture the fleeting silhouette. Yet the entity's speed was astonishingly swift. What is this thing? A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Chen's mind. Beneath the veil of his spiritual awareness, he was unable to perceive this peculiar existence. Lin Chen, be cautious. This mysterious entity is rather strange, the Blood Elder exclaimed in surprise. Just as Lin Chen was about to react, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his lower region. Bang! A heavy blow struck his lower body with no hint of energy fluctuations, merely a raw impact. Lin Chen sensed a hard, icy object collide violently with him, unleashing an unprecedented pain that surged from below. Lin Chen let out a cry of anguish, instinctively covering his lower body with his hands, his complexion paling. Even though his possession was a low-grade imperial artifact, it remained a man's most vulnerable area. This incident prompted Lin Chen to recall the Blood General, who had once been incapacitated by Lin Chen's own strike, to that very region. Now, the tides had turned, and it was his turn to endure such torment. A giggling sound echoed from all directions within the Blood Sea, as if mocking him from every corner. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead as his teeth grated together in fury. A surge of wrath erupted from his dantian. Seeking death, he spat the words through clenched teeth, folding his arms tightly across his chest, his body contorting into a compact ball. In a sudden expansion, Lin Chen's form ballooned outward, unleashing a tremendous force that swirled around him like a tempest. The power generated from this contraction and subsequent suddenly, from a distance of 100 meters away. Amidst a surge of bloodthirsty energy, a muffled groan echoed. Lin Chen's keen eye immediately focused on the source of the sound, and a tremendous force erupted from his right hand. However, a mischievous giggle resonated above Lin Chen's head. A small beast, crimson in hue and measuring several centimeters in length, gazed down at him with wide, round eyes, kicking its little feet towards Lin Chen's head. Fool! The childish voice rang out, and in an instant, a gust of wind swept towards Lin Chen's scalp. It turned out that the muffled groan was a deliberate distraction from this enigmatic crimson beast, diverting Lin Chen's attention while its true form hovered just above him. Who is the real fool? Lin Chen retorted with a hint of mockery, as a grand bronze tower surged forth from his consciousness, casting a shadow over the crimson beast. Wow! The beast exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise at the sudden emergence of the bronze tower, and it immediately turned to flee, sensing an unprecedented danger. Still trying to escape? Lin Chen's gaze turned frosty as he reached out a hand towards the crimson beast, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that erupted from his palm. The surrounding space transformed, becoming as oppressive as the depths of the sea, each area weighted with immense heaviness. The beast's rapid escape came to a sudden halt, as if it had been ensnared. Each motion became agonizingly slow. Yua, realizing the peril it was in, the crimson beast began to whimper, its large eyes glistening with impending tears. Clearly, this mysterious creature was on the verge of crying. Stop pretending. Lin Chen's expression hardened, and the force in his hand intensified. This crimson beast, capable of outsmarting him, was certainly no benign entity. Thus, Lin Chen showed no mercy in his actions. Bad guy? The childish voice emerged once more from the beast. and as it turned its head, Lin Chen could finally discern its complete form. The creature possessed a pair of large, bright eyes, and a faint slit was visible in the center of its forehead, through which Lin Chen could sense its gaze. This was a three-eyed blood beast. But what captivated Lin Chen most were the three horns atop its head, the color of blood, subtly intertwined with fine golden patterns. Three-eyed, three-horned blood beast. A large question mark formed in Lin Chen's mind. After all, in his recollections of mythical creatures, none resembled this one. Yet, as Lin Chen encountered the mysterious crimson beast amidst the sea of blood, a terrifying battle raged in the depths of the blood abyss. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The surrounding dark red bloodthirsty energy erupted in a series of explosions. The demonic iron dragon, engulfed in swirling demonic energy, unleashed powerful strikes with its massive claws, radiating immense might. The crimson behemoth found itself continuously retreating under the relentless onslaught of the iron magic dragon, its body resonating with explosive sounds. Waves of sonic attacks erupted from the behemoth's maw, directed towards the iron magic dragon. However, the latter, enveloped in a protective aura of demonic energy, was not at all daunted by the behemoth's sonic assaults, demonstrating its formidable power. Simultaneously, ethereal leaves of profound mystery relentlessly bombarded the crimson giant, clearly indicating the involvement of the Emperor Yunluo. Under the combined barrage of the Emperor and the iron magic dragon, the crimson behemoth was utterly powerless to counterattack, losing all semblance of its former might as a third-tier divine realm entity. Were it not for Lin Chen's insistence, the Emperor Yunluo alone could have subdued this formidable creature from the Bloodslaughter clan. Together, the Emperor and the iron magic dragon rendered the behemoth's strength utterly impotent. Curse those detestable humans. The crimson behemoth uttered intermittently, its bell-like eyes reflecting deep-seated hatred. Yet, it was evident that its aura had significantly weakened, leaving it incapable of contending with the Emperor Yunluo and the iron magic dragon. I shall end you. The iron magic dragon roared, gathering a torrent of demonic energy in its maw, forming a mysterious trident imbued with immense power. This marked the dragon's decisive strike. Despair flickered within the behemoth's large eyes, as it anticipated its demise. However, at that moment, the expressions of the three third-tier divine beings shifted dramatically. The Emperor Yunluo wore an unprecedentedly grave countenance, as a terrifying presence, utterly insurmountable, began to descend rapidly. Chapter 249, The Mysterious CC, Part 1, Blood Elder. Do you know what this beast truly is? Lin Chen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The Blood Elder, possessing a wealth of knowledge, responded, I have never encountered such a beast before. He shook his head, adding, however, I suspect it may belong to the Bloodslaughter clan. The Bloodslaughter clan? Lin Chen queried, bewilderment evident in his voice. Is it a species among the myriad of races in the human realm? The Blood Elder again shook his head, stating, it is not a race among the myriad of human realms, but rather a lineage birthed from the blood abyss. Legends speak of this clan's unparalleled might, capable of reigning supreme over the Holy Spirit continent. However, they have succumbed to a mysterious slumber, and the recent upheaval in the blood abyss has likely awakened them. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within them. So, we are to face yet another adversary. The Blood Elder remained silent. Lin Chen's gaze returned to the crimson creature, asking, Blood Elder, how can you be certain it belongs to the Bloodslaughter clan? The Blood Elder explained, beasts of the Bloodslaughter clan are particularly adept at sonic attacks, which is why I surmised its lineage. However, what perplexes me is that the Bloodslaughter clan typically possesses 4 eyes. Why does this one have 3, and in a triangular formation? This does not conform to the standard characteristics of their beasts. Lin Chen gazed into the large, glistening eyes that met his own, feeling a slight chill in his lower body. Just moments ago, the seemingly innocent crimson creature had inflicted immense pain upon him, and this debt could not be overlooked. The crimson creature chuckled mischievously, its voice faintly murmuring for Lin Chen to release it. A flicker of green light danced in Lin Chen's eyes as he shook his head, resolutely refusing. The creature's expression shifted to one of pitiful despair, emitting a series of mournful wails that tugged at the heartstrings and evoked tears. Had it not been for the creature's earlier attack on a particularly sensitive spot, Lin Chen might have succumbed to compassion and set it free. Be cautious, young one. Any sound waves from this creature could wield devastating power, Blood Elder cautioned. Instantly, A shiver coursed through Lin Chen's body as the eerie energy began to circulate within him. Without Blood Elder's warning, he might have fallen prey to the creature's cunning trap. The crimson creature continued to giggle, seemingly delighted by Lin Chen's predicament. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Now that he had captured the creature, was he to kill it outright? Although he was known for his ruthless disposition, he hesitated at the thought of slaying such a diminutive being, especially since it had not truly threatened his life. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. His formidable consciousness unfurled around him like a swirling vortex. The crimson creature, still in his grasp, suddenly displayed a look of excitement, calling out incessantly. Yet, it remained immobile under Lin Chen's pressure, its large eyes darting in a specific direction. Soon, an unusual wave of energy emerged from ahead, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the dense, bloodthirsty mist. A colossal figure surged forth from the depths of the miasma. Lin Chen beheld a magnificent beast, its body plump and overflowing with flesh. Atop its head rested 5 massive leaves, vividly colored like glistening emeralds. A distinct fragrance emanated from the creature, captivating Lin Chen's senses. Under the enveloping reach of his consciousness, he discerned that this creature was a formidable entity at the second level of the divine law realm, exuding immense power. Fragrant flesh beast, Lin Chen mused, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such a rarity. According to legend, this beast was exceedingly uncommon. If subjected to intense flames, it would transform into an exquisitely delicious dish. Consuming its flesh would fully restore one's magical prowess. This fragrant flesh beast was indeed a highly coveted ingredient within the realm of sacred spirits. Lin Chen, it seems fortune has smiled upon you with such a find, Blood Elder remarked. The meat of this creature is said to be exceptionally delectable. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Since entering the divine law realm, he had scarcely indulged in a proper meal. The crimson beast began to thrash violently, causing Lin Chen to raise an eyebrow slightly. He could distinctly feel an unusual wave emanating from the creature at that moment. "Let me go," the crimson beast muttered incoherently, and the 3 peculiar horns atop its small head suddenly radiated a faint glow. This luminescence flickered and vanished in an instant. A sound wave rippled outward like water, spreading in all directions. The pressure waves created by Lin Chen's heavenly hand began to erupt with a series of explosive sounds. "If you wish to flee, I shall ensure you do not escape." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as the first strands of magical energy in his sea of consciousness ignited like a roaring flame. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding him seemed to tremble at that moment, as an even more terrifying pressure began to constrict around the crimson beast. The creature immediately emitted a whimper, struggling fiercely against the immense pressure. Yet, its efforts were utterly futile. The rare and fragrant meat beast, a sight seldom seen across the Holy Spirit continent, spotted Lin Chen and let out a series of deafening roars. Lin Chen's aura of ghostly power erupted forth as he swung his right fist toward the fragrant meat beast. Encountering this creature, he was certainly not stingy about indulging in a hearty meal. With a bellow, the fragrant meat beast unleashed a roar, its massive, plump legs striking out with tremendous force against Lin Chen's right fist. An even greater power erupted from the beast, directly clashing with Lin Chen's overwhelming strength. The air resonated with a thunderous boom. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the strength of this fragrant meat beast would rival that of a mid-grade imperial artifact. "Human, surrender your body to me, and I shall spare your soul." The beast's enormous eyes fixated greedily on Lin Chen. For the fragrant meat beast to enhance its cultivation, it needed to consume powerful physical cultivators or formidable demon beasts to fortify its own prowess. Blood Elder quickly warned, "You must not allow it to swallow you whole, or it will be your end." Lin Chen nodded, astounded by the beast's capabilities, realizing that it possessed an ability akin to devouring. "You desire my body?" Lin Chen scoffed. "Then you shall first be consumed by me." Suddenly, a peculiar transformation began to manifest on Lin Chen's 10 fingers, with ethereal currents appearing between each digit, resembling blades of light or a manifestation of profound energy. An exceptionally sharp aura emanated from Lin Chen's form, as if he wielded a divine blade capable of cleaving through all. "I have yet to unleash the gatekeeping divine technique of the mixed sky gate," Lin Chen declared, his eyes ablaze with azure flames, fixed upon the beast's corpulent body, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Chapter 250. The mysterious CC, Part 2, Lin Chen's fourth sea of consciousness was the mixed sky slashing origin technique. This technique was a gift bestowed upon him by Qiu Yuning, the second most esteemed disciple of the mixed sky gate. Even Lin Chen, in his earlier days, could not have anticipated that he would delve into such a particular arcane art. Moreover, since embarking on his quest, he had yet to employ this profound technique. Nevertheless, Lin Chen harbored no doubts regarding its potency, for it was indeed the signature technique of the Hunyuan sect. A translucent stream of energy flowed between his fingers, sharp and piercing like the essence of a sword. In that moment, Lin Chen appeared to transform into an unparalleled divine blade, exuding an aura of acute sharpness. Even the Sun and Moon Emperor, when he had wielded the Hunyuan slash, could not attain such a form, as he had not mastered the true essence of the technique. The fragrant flesh beast, witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, felt an unexpected shiver of trepidation and roared, "What manner of divine power is this?" As a unique creature of the Holy Spirit continent, it possessed a certain keen insight. "Is that so?" Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, his figure suddenly vanishing into the cave. His fingers swiftly coalesced into a palm, racing towards the fragrant flesh beast with remarkable speed. A blinding white light began to flicker on his palm, reminiscent of the chilling gleam of a blade. Quick, fierce, precise. Even the fragrant flesh beast found itself momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time to counter the sudden burst of icy brilliance unleashed by Lin Chen. With a thunderous roar, the beast's massive body tensed, its formidable defensive power surging forth. The sound of explosions echoed around it as countless wounds erupted across its vast form. Blood gushing forth, imbued with an extraordinarily rich aroma, akin to that of a culinary masterpiece. Sensing the delectable scent emanating from the fragrant flesh beast, the mysterious crimson creature, under immense pressure, began to struggle even more vigorously, emitting pitiful cries. The beast's enormous eyes blazed with fury, spewing forth great flames. "You dare to injure me, wretched human!" it bellowed, locking its massive form onto Lin Chen. In an instant, its colossal body surged forward, propelled by an overwhelming force, a torrent of power unleashed against Lin Chen. "Is this the might of a mid-grade royal artifact?" Lin Chen mused calmly as he observed the approaching behemoth, akin to a small hill barreling towards him. Even the crimson creature could not help but emit a whimper, covering its wide, watery eyes with its tiny paws. With a resounding crash, a shockwave erupted, akin to a tempest dispersing around them, causing the surrounding malevolent energy to dissipate in waves. Lin Chen's right fist clenched, poised to strike at the beast's massive form. The ethereal essence of the spectral deity surged forth from Lin Chen's right hand in an unending stream. Coupled with the augmentation of the ghostly energy and the sinister demonic seed, the might of Lin Chen's right hand had ascended to a level surpassing that of a mid-grade imperial artifact. The force behind his punch was formidable enough to withstand the immense power of the fragrant flesh beast. However, Lin Chen's own body reverberated with a faint explosive sound. Yet, the fragrant flesh beast could not restrain its anguished howls, for Lin Chen's fist was enveloped in a translucent, sharp airflow. This current was, in fact, the manifestation of the mixed heaven slaughtering technique. Upon impact, Lin Chen's fist began to indent the beast's abdomen, causing the skin to split open in several places, from which blood flowed profusely, as though invisible, razor-sharp blades were cleaving through the creature's flesh. At that moment, the mysterious blood-colored creature withdrew its tiny crimson hand, revealing its large, glistening eyes. Instantly, it beheld the fragrant flesh beast's continuous wails as Lin Chen struck it down. The expression on the blood-colored creature's face transformed from one of despair to joy, and it could not help but emit sounds of delight. A series of gleeful giggles that radiated an infectious happiness. Even the fragrant flesh beast, despite its anguished cries, displayed a complex range of emotions. The sounds produced by this enigmatic blood-colored creature were imbued with an enchanting power, resonating within the hearts of those who heard it. Even Lin Chen found himself drawn to the little beast, momentarily influenced by its joyous exclamations. He was filled with curiosity about the nature of this creature, pondering how its voice could evoke such profound emotions. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar being. Even the Elder of Blood could not refrain from expressing astonishment, observing that this beast did not belong to the Blood Fiend clan. "It certainly possesses an air of mystery," the Elder remarked. Lin Chen, I advise against slaying it. Such celestial entities are often favored by fortune. Killing it may have adverse effects on you. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards the fragrant flesh beast, whose expression was now riddled with complexity. He had no intention of exterminating this creature. He merely wished to deliver a thorough thrashing. The blood-colored creature seemed to sense the impact of its own heartfelt sounds and promptly closed its mouth, wide-eyed as it observed the conflict between Lin Chen and the fragrant flesh beast. With a sudden realization, the fragrant flesh beast let out a thunderous roar, its massive arms quaking as they surged towards Lin Chen with ferocious speed. Now it is time for your demise. Lin Chen's figure abruptly retreated, vanishing from sight before the fragrant flesh beast, leaving no trace behind. The beast's enormous eyes narrowed as it sensed the shift in Lin Chen's presence. Its instincts sharpened to the unfolding anomaly. This transformation, as a being of the second tier of the divine law realm, was thoroughly comprehended by the fragrant flesh beast. It was, unmistakably, the profound essence of yin and yang understood by one at this level. Upon witnessing Lin Chen abruptly vanish before its eyes, the blood-colored creature was taken aback, its mouth agape in astonishment. This enigmatic blood-colored beast was merely an entity of the first tier of the divine law realm. Yet its aura was peculiarly unsettling. Even Lin Chen's penetrating gaze could not discern the slightest trace of its presence. Thus, the mysterious beast's surprise at Lin Chen's sudden disappearance was palpable. "Get out here, you wretch!" The fragrant flesh beast bellowed, its massive form beginning to spin. The six vibrant, dripping green leaves atop its head also commenced to rotate. A formidable surge of energy radiated outward, resembling an intricate net that enveloped the surroundings. Within a 50-meter radius of the beast, this force swept through without leaving any gaps, as if casting a vast net to compel Lin Chen's emergence. However, to the beast's astonishment, this energy net erupted forth without revealing any form. Just as it ceased its rotation, a figure imbued with a sharp aura emerged from the bloodthirsty miasma 50 meters away. This figure was none other than Lin Chen. In that fleeting moment of his appearance, Lin Chen's speed surged dramatically, transforming him into a blinding flash akin to a blade of light. The speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, occurring in the blink of an eye. The fragrant flesh beast's pupils widened in shock as its immense body attempted to react. Yet it was met with an overwhelming slash of energy. A deep, unfathomable wound appeared upon its colossal form, and Lin Chen materialized behind it. The sound of gushing blood echoed as the beast's massive body expelled torrents of crimson liquid, a rich fragrance wafting into the air. A gigantic blue spear suddenly pierced through the beast's corpulent body, igniting into roaring flames. Since it is the most delectable flesh, it ought to be roasted over fire, Lin Chen remarked, his expression unperturbed as he gazed upon the fragrant flesh beast engulfed in flames. 6 gates of the ghostly divine emerged from his consciousness, locking onto the beast's form, rendering its battered body immobile, subjecting it to the searing heat. Chapter 251, The Mysterious CC, Part 2. The fragrant flesh beast began to wail amidst the raging flames. Its immense form writhed in vain, but it was futile. The overwhelming power of the 6 profound gates of life and death far surpassed that of mid-grade royal artifacts. Even this rare and formidable beast could not evade the binding of the 6 profound gates. A peculiar fragrance emanated from the fragrant flesh beast's body. Beneath Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, the 6 emerald leaves atop the fragrant meat beast began to ignite under the purifying flames, continuously releasing a fragrant steam. In other words, these verdant leaves served as mere accompaniments. Indeed, the fragrant meat beast was a culinary delight, evoking a strong appetite even within Lin Chen. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he observed the rolling flames enveloping the beast. In a brief moment, the entire scorching process came to a conclusion, and the azure flames vanished entirely from the meat's surface. What lay before Lin Chen was a magnificent dish, radiating an intense aroma. The enormous body of meat was adorned with flecks of green, presenting an irresistible allure. The mysterious crimson beast, upon seeing the roasted fragrant meat, immediately began to vocalize with excitement, its wide, glistening eyes fixated on the savory feast, drool escaping from the corners of its mouth. Clearly, this little creature harbored a profound interest in the meat. Lin Chen cast a glance at the struggling crimson beast, then averted his gaze. In a swift motion, he tore off a roasted leg from the colossal body. As he took a bite, an explosion of rich flavor surged into his mouth, succulent and tender, neither greasy nor overwhelming. A wave of delight spread across Lin Chen's face, dispelling any traces of fatigue and resolve. The meat of the fragrant beast was indeed as renowned as the legends suggested, even captivating Lin Chen in its essence. However, to his astonishment, as he savored the meat, a surge of power coursed down his throat. This was the essence of magical energy, pure and untainted, flowing through his meridians and into his mind. Just as Blood Elder had foretold, the meat of the fragrant beast possessed the ability to restore one's magical essence. Lin Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration as he devoured another piece of the meat. Blood Elder, too, swallowed hard, reminiscing, lamenting how long it had been since he had tasted such flavors. Alas, in his current form, he could not partake. The aged visage of Blood Elder fell into nostalgia, as if transported back to a fervent era. Yet, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that allowing Blood Elder to remain a spirit within the Xuanzang King Tower was not a viable solution. He must eventually restore Blood Elder to his true form, bringing him back to the world of the living. Ignoring the whimpers of the Crimson Beast, Lin Chen hastily continued to indulge in the feast. With each bite, his magical energy steadily replenished. In a remarkably short time, he consumed half of the fragrant meat beast, his stomach now pleasantly full, no longer in need of further sustenance. The advantage of being mortal, Lin Chen mused, allowed for such indulgences in the earthly realm. Suddenly, he felt as though he had grasped a profound understanding. However, this phenomenon is exceedingly elusive, a fleeting sensation that cannot be grasped with certainty. Even Lin Chen, upon recalling that feeling, finds it utterly vanished. This sensation resembles a transient bloom, a mere wisp in the wind. It seems I must venture into the mortal realm, Lin Chen mused, his brow slightly furrowed. This feeling must be captured. His intuition indicated that experiencing the myriad of mortal affairs would undoubtedly confer immense benefits to his cultivation. The crimson little beast gazed with watery eyes at the remaining portion of the fragrant meat beast, emitting soft whimpers. Its lamentations grew increasingly piercing, a peculiar resonance emanating from its tiny mouth. The surrounding bloodlust surged in response, as if affected by the sound waves of this crimson creature. Even Lin Chen, who had been diligently channeling the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra, felt a subtle tremor within his heartstrings, stirred by the mysterious aura of the bloodthirsty little beast. Lin Chen regarded this enigmatic crimson creature with a gaze full of intrigue, his curiosity magnified. To his astonishment, the sound waves emitted by this mysterious little beast had indeed stirred something deep within him, evoking emotions he had not anticipated. The captivating resonance was undeniably peculiar. With purposeful strides, Lin Chen approached the crimson little beast. Upon his sudden arrival, the beast obediently closed its mouth, wide-eyed and staring at him. "If I release you," Lin Chen raised a finger, "you must refrain from repeating your previous actions. Is that understood?" Recalling the creature's earlier antics, Lin Chen felt a surge of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. The little beast began to chuckle gleefully, its laughter bright and unrestrained. "I won't," it declared. Lin Chen nodded, a hint of a menacing smile gracing his features. "If you dare to act similarly again, I shall roast you for dinner." Instantly, the crimson little beast's laughter faded, replaced by pitiful whimpers. "You may go," Lin Chen waved his hand, lifting all constraints. The little beast swiftly darted towards the remaining fragrant meat beast, seizing its newfound freedom. Lin Chen squinted, observing the scene unfold. The crimson little beast suddenly surged forward, its tiny mouth agape, unleashing an extraordinary sound wave. Lin Chen's eyes flared with azure flames as his insightful gaze activated, enabling him to perceive clearly. From the little beast's mouth, a peculiar sound erupted, akin to an invisible wave of sound. In that moment, the remaining fragrant meat beast was entirely consumed by the crimson creature. How strange, Lin Chen pondered. This sound wave not only swayed emotions, but also transformed into something tangible. His curiosity about this sudden, enigmatic crimson beast was thoroughly piqued. The crimson little beast, clutching its belly, erupted into laughter, a visage of utter satisfaction illuminating its features. The expansive form of the fragrant beast was entirely consumed by the crimson little creature, its speed so astounding that even Lin Chen could only marvel. Regardless of the origins of this peculiar being, he now needed to locate Qing Ro and the others. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Lin Chen prepared to take flight. However, just as he was about to ascend, an unusual sound wave resonated through the air. The crimson little creature suddenly darted in front of him, its large, watery eyes fixed on Lin Chen as it mumbled, "I want to eat." Lin Chen gazed at the creature in astonishment, asking, "Haven't you had enough?" With a giggle, the crimson little creature responded, its big, glistening eyes still locked on Lin Chen, embodying an endearing, pitiful demeanor. Its tiny hands clutched tightly to Lin Chen's left leg, presenting an unmistakable determination that it would not allow him to leave without feeding it. At that moment, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpoints. "Hush!" Raising a finger to his lips to signal silence, Lin Chen's expression turned icy, a glint of coldness flashing across his face. He sensed an overwhelming aura approaching rapidly. This presence was at least that of a third-tier divine master. Lin Chen pondered internally. There were only a handful of third-tier divine masters across the entire Holy Spirit continent. Why was one approaching him so swiftly? Could it be with the intent to confront me? His mind raced, conjuring the names of two individuals, Xing Huang and Lu Tongtian. Given their capabilities, it was certainly within their means to send a third-tier divine master to deal with him. Yet, Lin Chen found himself perplexed. Despite having the formidable Mo Tai Di Long and Yun Luo Huang by his side, why would they send someone of such caliber to eliminate him? Was this not akin to seeking death? Considering the speed of a third-tier divine master, it would still take some time for them to reach this place. Lin Chen thought to himself, "I will employ the mysteries of yin and yang to evade this individual and ascertain the situation." With a strategy forming in his mind, he realized that everything now depended on the circumstances. "You must listen to me and hide for the time being." "No." Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the crimson little creature. "There is a formidable enemy approaching. We can discuss food later." The creature's large eyes twinkled as it nodded in understanding, akin to a chick pecking at grain. As a naturally born demon beast, it possessed an instinctive sense of the impending danger and was quite willing to heed Lin Chen's words to take cover. With a mischievous giggle, the mysterious crimson little creature began to laugh, releasing a cascade of peculiar sound waves. Its entire form seemed to be enveloped in a unique vibration, and the enigmatic creature completely vanished from Lin Chen's sight. Even with Lin Chen's penetrating eye ablaze, he was unable to discern the form of the blood-colored beast, only able to detect the unusual fluctuations. How formidable would this creature become once it ascended to the second level of the divine law realm? Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the thought. At that moment, he himself was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, his figure vanishing amidst the swirling bloodthirsty energy. Having mastered the profound intricacies of yin and yang to a terrifying degree, he had become imperceptible. Even the once mighty Fire Thunder Emperor, should he encounter Lin Chen now, would find himself utterly unaware of his demise at Lin Chen's hands. Thus, man and beast remained concealed within the bloodthirsty miasma, as if they had vanished without a trace. Before long, a torrent of blade energy erupted from the depths of the blood abyss. Lin Chen, hidden within the surging bloodthirst, fixed his gaze intently upon the oncoming wave of blades. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a man clad in black robes, with a broad chest adorned with numerous deep gashes that exuded a palpable aura of menace. Moreover, Lin Chen felt a chilling sense of danger emanating from this bare-chested man, clearly a being of the third level of the divine law realm. What is happening? Why has all presence vanished? The man's gaze swept the surroundings, his brow furrowing in concentration. His immense divine sense erupted like a whirlwind, yet it failed to detect anything. Lin Chen's mastery of the second level of the divine law realm's yin-yang intricacies rendered him undetectable even to this third-level entity. The man's vast divine awareness scanned the entire blood sea, only to yield nothing but disappointment. "Oh," the man raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of malevolence flickering in his eyes. "I refuse to believe that you could escape this place so swiftly." With that, his icy gaze rapidly scanned the vicinity. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy began to emanate from him. Layers of sharp, dense aura coiled around his form, and the mysterious great sword behind him began to tremble violently. Blade energy, forged from the dense aura, manifested around him. "Then let us see if you can truly evade capture," the man declared with a cold, murderous intent. With a sudden tremor, all of his aura and blade energy erupted forth. Instantly, a tempest of blade energy swept across the entirety of the surrounding area. This eruption of blade energy tore through the bloodthirsty miasma, shattering it. Meanwhile, in the center of the blood abyss, The expressions of Yun Luo Emperor and the demon Iron Earth Dragon changed dramatically. The forms of Qin grew, and the tyrant both trembled, clearly sensing an immensely terrifying force approaching rapidly. However, the 8 colossal eyes of the blood-colored beast radiated immense joy. With a thunderous roar, the beast proclaimed, "Foolish humans, your doomsday has arrived." The blood-colored beast was evidently filled with genuine delight, having detected a profoundly familiar aura. "What shall we do now, Yunluo?" The magic Iron Earth Dragon gazed gravely at Emperor Yunluo, even halting its lethal strike. The aura was simply too terrifying. "I do not know," Yunluo replied, shaking his head, a rare look of seriousness gracing his usually serene face. He was uncertain of the identity of this powerful being, yet they had no choice but to wait. For escape was now impossible. Even if they wished to flee, the presence of such formidable strength rendered them powerless. At that moment, even Emperor Yunluo could hardly fathom the arrival of such a formidable entity. Observing the blood-soaked visage of the beast, a sense of foreboding settled within Yunluo. Could it be that the opponent has come prepared? The tyrant's face also reflected unprecedented excitement as he bellowed, "What a terrifying aura! What manner of existence possesses such overwhelming power?" A subtle ripple stirred in Qingrou's azure eyes. The entire battlefield's dynamics began to shift quietly with the emergence of this unexpected presence. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the heart of the blood abyss. The visage of a cold, young man clad in black materialized before the onlookers. It was none other than the illustrious Lutong Tian. Liutong's frigid gaze swept across the surroundings, his eyes devoid of warmth. "None of you intend to flee?" His words struck like a thunderclap. The sudden appearance of Lutong Tian astonished Emperor Yunluo. Is it truly this existence? A faint, intangible aura of dread emanated from Lutong Tian's being. Even the magic Iron Earth Dragon, infused with pure, demonic energy, felt an overwhelming apprehension towards this force. This was the terrifying might of a 5th-tier divine law realm entity. Who was this fearsome individual? The magic Iron Earth Dragon's eyes brimmed with unprecedented gravity, for it sensed the looming possibility of death. A 4th-tier divine law entity might stand a chance against it and Emperor Yunluo, but a 5th-tier presence left no room for resistance. The outcome of defiance was but one: death. Roaring, the tyrant, his body taut with tension, looked at the suddenly materialized Lutong Tian, unable to suppress a shout of joy. Faced with the imminent threat of a 5th-tier divine law entity, the tyrant exhibited no fear whatsoever. He was exhilarated, every pore of his being quaking with anticipation. A wave of azure light flickered in Qingrou's blue eyes, gently rippling, while her delicate brows knitted together. It was evident that the current situation was undergoing a quiet transformation. The blood-fiend beast, adorned with a visage of obsequiousness, approached the celestial emperor with a bow. The celestial emperor, devoid of expression, merely gestured dismissively. Instantly, the blood-fiend beast's face flushed with shame as it lamented its own inadequacy, expressing gratitude for the emperor's concern. However, a glimmer of ferocity surfaced on the blood-fiend beast's countenance as its 8 bloodshot eyes fixated on Yunluo and the demon Iron Dragon. It addressed the emperor with an uninvited request, yearning for his intervention to thoroughly subdue the 2 adversaries. The recent events weighed heavily on the blood-fiend beast's mind, fostering an intense desire to eliminate Yunluo and the demon Iron Dragon to alleviate its pent-up frustration. "Rest assured," the celestial emperor replied, his tone indifferent, "none shall escape. As for whether they live or die, that is for me to decide." His words conveyed an air of undeniable authority, prompting the blood-fiend beast to hesitate only momentarily before yielding to the man's imposing presence. Yunluo, with a graceful step, regarded the celestial emperor with an enigmatic gaze and cautioned, "You must understand the repercussions of striking against us. The demise of a 2nd or 3rd-tier sovereign from our sect would cause monumental upheaval." The celestial emperor arched an eyebrow, his expression unyielding. Unfazed, Yunluo continued, "Moreover, it would be an attack on a direct disciple of our sect, which could ignite a war between the 2 great factions." The celestial emperor coldly asserted, "Such news will not reach the outside world." In an instant, a vast consciousness enveloped Yunluo, the demon Iron Dragon, Qingru, and the violent king, ensnaring them in its formidable grasp. Although the consciousness targeted all 4 individuals simultaneously, they could all sense the overwhelming might emanating from it. "Onward, demon Iron Dragon," Yunluo urged, recognizing that they still possessed a fleeting chance as the creature had not yet fully ascended to the 5th tier of divine law. The demon Iron Dragon, exuding formidable might, roared in defiance, sending tremors through the air. An ominous aura swirled around it as it opened its maw, coalescing a glimmering black mist that resembled an embryonic form. A fearsome demonic trident materialized, unlike any seen before, its prongs stained with ancient blood, reminiscent of divine and demonic origins. With a thunderous roar, the demon Iron Dragon unleashed its most powerful attack, propelling it towards the celestial emperor with devastating force. The sheer intensity of the demon Iron Dragon's assault startled the blood-fiend beast, causing it to tremble in fear. Had the demon Iron Dragon unleashed such a terrifying power earlier, it would have been obliterated. Divine Trident, the celestial emperor remarked, raising an eyebrow as he remained utterly still. His gaze icy as he regarded the oncoming attack. He resembled an emperor surveying the world beneath him. With this, Yun Luo invoked his renowned divine technique, the 9-flower mystique, manifesting the true power of the Yun Luo Palace. 9 vibrant petals, glistening with vitality, emerged from her form, coalescing into a captivating 9-square pattern. A colossal 9-square array unfolded, imbued with an enigmatic and powerful essence. With a flick of her finger, the Sovereign of Clouds unleashed a lethal force, instantly engulfing the entire pattern in an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Each segment seemed capable of inflicting mortal harm, instilling a profound sense of dread. Initially, even the formidable Iron Dragon of Magic believed that the Cloud Sovereign's 9-square formation was solely defensive. Little did they anticipate its transformation into an offensive weapon of such terrifying potency. However, the Cloud Sovereign's heart was heavy with gravity. For this flowing heaven had garnered fame even prior to her own emergence, and his illustrious deeds were well known. He was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within the Cloud Sovereign as she recognized the possibility of survival. The 2 divine techniques were unleashed with fervor by both the Cloud Sovereign and the Iron Dragon, their formidable energies surging forth. The might of these 2 techniques was extraordinary, radiating a terrifying power that caused the bloodthirsty behemoth to tremble in response to the overwhelming waves of force. The spectacle intrigued flowing heaven, who stepped forward, a playful expression gracing his features as he beheld the oncoming assault of the 2 formidable techniques. A chilling, yet fervent aura erupted from his being, as 2 disparate forces melded into one, resonating with earth-shattering power. The visages of the Cloud Sovereign and the Iron Dragon shifted dramatically. In an instant, the battlefield at the heart of the blood abyss reverberated with thunderous roars, reminiscent of a cataclysmic storm. A grand, ethereal tapestry materialized, reminiscent of a hellish realm of ice and fire. Who told you I am not of the 5th realm of divine law? Flowing heaven remarked with a nonchalant air. Dense waves of energy and blade-like forces erupted chaotically in all directions, rendering concealment nearly impossible. Notably, the fragrant flesh beast had performed a similar maneuver, albeit on a smaller scale. However, after a series of explosions, the blood abyss revealed no abnormalities, suggesting that the source of the earlier disturbance had swiftly vacated the area. The 1,000-blade monarch wore a sinister smile, rapidly forming a hand seal that unleashed a wondrous force. The mysterious great blade behind him quivered slightly at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a mysterious power sweeping over him. Instantly, a devouring force erupted, perfectly merging with the profound mysteries of yin and yang, allowing Lin Chen to conceal himself even deeper. Indeed, he remains here, thought the 1,000-blade monarch, as the trembling of his great blade ceased. His expression now filled with murderous intent. His previously executed probing technique had detected the hidden, mysterious fluctuations in the shadows. However, the 1,000-blade monarch was taken aback, realizing that this individual could conceal himself with such remarkable depth. Such mastery of concealment is truly remarkable. Could it be that this individual is Lin Chen, the sovereign of the 1,000 blades? In Chapter 254, Allied Assault on the 1,000 Blades, Part 1. The sovereign of the 1,000 blades does not possess extensive knowledge of Lin Chen. However, ever since he learned that his disciple, the Thunderfire Sovereign, had been slain, a murderous intent began to brew within him. Despite his usual disdain for his disciple, how could an outsider be permitted to deliver such a fatal blow, especially one that transcended their level? This humiliation was unbearable for the sovereign of the thousand blades. Lin Chen, I know it is you, he remarked, surveying his surroundings. If you are willing to reveal yourself, I might consider a lenient judgment. But should I have to seek you out, then your fate shall be dire. A sinister smile crept across the sovereign's face, and the meaning of his unspoken words hung ominously in the air. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the blood abyss, Lin Chen was engaged in a continuous dialogue with the enigmatic little beast before him. "Cece, may I propose a matter for discussion?" he inquired playfully. "Could you alter my sound waves so that he cannot discern my location? Is that too difficult?" The mysterious crimson creature, whom Lin Chen had named Cece, nodded eagerly, its large, glistening eyes fixed intently upon him. Cece opened its mouth slightly, emitting a peculiar wave of resonance. Instantly, Lin Chen felt enveloped by this extraordinary sound wave, which instilled in him a sense of reassurance, even as he remained prepared to flee at a moment's notice. This mysterious creature, shrouded in obscurity yet brimming with power, would astonish even the most seasoned of veterans, contributing to Lin Chen's sense of security. "Who are you, and why are you pursuing me? Who sent you?" Lin Chen inquired. To his astonishment, his voice did not merely emanate from his mouth. It resonated from within the depths of the bloodthirsty aura surrounding him. In essence, Lin Chen spoke from one location while his voice echoed in another. The sovereign of the thousand blades narrowed his eyes, swiftly pinpointing the source of the sound. With a flick of his fingers, a swift blade of energy was unleashed, slicing through the air toward the origin of the voice. He had awaited this moment. However, what darkened the sovereign's expression further was the realization that his blade of energy had effortlessly torn through the surrounding bloodthirsty aura. What arcane power had Lin Chen employed to project his voice so freely? The sovereign's astonishment deepened. Could it be that Lin Chen's speed had reached a level capable of evading his pursuit? At this instant, a flicker of curiosity about Lin Chen ignited within the sovereign. No wonder he had been able to slay his disciple. "It seems you are quite eager to kill me." Lin Chen's voice resonated once more, drifting into another realm of bloodthirsty energy, wavering in its presence. "Tell me, who are you? What is your origin? Why do you wish to take my life?" With a swift shift of his gaze, the sovereign of the thousand blades launched an even quicker assault, unleashing two blades of energy that tore through the air toward that elusive direction. However, it was exactly the same as before. The blade's aura fell upon a location with utterly no effect. Lin Chen's figure was nowhere near the source of the sound. "You cannot locate me," Lin Chen stated calmly. "If you were to disclose your origins, I might be inclined to engage you in battle." Qian Dao Huang raised an eyebrow, his gaze dark and filled with murderous intent. "Indeed, you possess some ability. Since that is the case, I shall reveal it to you." Even Qian Dao Huang, with his formidable presence at the third tier of the divine law realm, felt a twinge of frustration. He never anticipated that he would be unable to find such a mere second-tier divine law practitioner. Should this news spread, it would be a resounding slap to his face. "No, I must uncover him myself," Qian Dao Huang thought to himself, as he immediately unleashed his spiritual consciousness to envelop him. The mysterious great blade behind him trembled slightly, unnoticed by anyone. "I trust you are quite aware, esteemed leader of the Tong Tian faction," Qian Dao Huang declared. "I am indeed a member of the Tong Tian faction, here specifically to eliminate you. Others refer to me as Qian Dao Huang." Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What enmity do I hold against you that compels you to risk everything to come here?" The danger he referenced pertained to Yun Luo and Mo Tai Di Long. If the Do Huang and Ryu Huang discovered the whereabouts of Lu Tong Tian, they would undoubtedly relay all information from here. Yet, Qian Dao Huang had come alone to confront him. Was it possible that his audacity had reached an unprecedented level? "Humph," Qian Dao Huang scoffed coldly. "You are the murderer of my junior brother. How could I let you go? My motives for coming here are driven by personal vendetta, not the interests of the Tong Tian faction. Therefore, Lin Chen, I still advise you to surrender swiftly, and I may reduce your punishment." His words were laden with menace. "Is that so?" Lin Chen responded coolly. "Who is your junior brother?" "Huolei Huang." Qian Dao Huang's expression turned vicious. "My junior brother is not someone you, an outsider, could have slain. Are you implying that only you are capable of killing him?" Lin Chen retorted. Qian Dao Huang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's counter. He almost blurted out an affirmation, but realized that if such a statement were to leak, his standing on the Holy Spirit continent would be untenable. Among cultivators, betrayal was the gravest taboo. As for who did the killing, that was of little consequence. However, Qian Dao Huang uttered coldly, If you have indeed killed him, then you must pay the price. Lin Chen's gaze remained unfazed as he fixed his eyes on Qian Dao Huang, hovering above the blood abyss. Poor Lei Huang seeks to kill me. Thus, my desire to eliminate him is entirely justified, merely an act of self-preservation. Therefore, even if I were to slay Lei Huang, I would feel no remorse. What a lack of remorse. Qian Dao Huang seethed with rage. Today you must die? Apologies. But I must take my leave now. I have no time to entertain you, Lin Chen stated, turning to depart. Yet, at that moment, the blood-colored little beast let out a mournful cry, imbued with an air of danger. Lin Chen abruptly turned around, immediately witnessing a violent disturbance emanating from Qian Dao Huang. A fierce glint of cold light flickered from behind him as his mysterious great blade suddenly unsheathed in an instant. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of blade energy erupted swiftly from the glint of cold light. The entire area, spanning a radius of 2 miles, was enveloped in this sudden onslaught of razor-sharp energy. In an instant, a tempest of blades began to mercilessly tear through the surroundings. This time, the Blade Sovereign unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy that encompassed a full 2-mile radius. Although his divine sense could not pinpoint Lin Chen's precise location, he harbored a vague, instinctive awareness that Lin Chen was undoubtedly within this radius. Consequently, the Blade Sovereign had previously concocted a sinister scheme, one that required immense accumulation and time to execute. Thus, the seemingly superfluous words he exchanged with Lin Chen were merely a ruse to buy time. Now, the moment had arrived, and the Blade Sovereign unleashed his unparalleled ultimate attack with breathtaking speed. Now, let us see how you will evade, he coldly declared, his gaze fixed upon the flurry of blade energy surrounding him. The moment you reveal yourself, I shall obliterate you with absolute force and seize all your abilities.